My name is Wei Xiaosu. I am a student at Qingyang No. 1 High School on Blue Star. This world is different from the one I used to know. 3 years ago, I traveled through time and ended up here. In this world, life is like a video game because of secret realms that appeared long ago. People have to awaken professions, level up, and fight monsters to survive and maintain peace. Today is the most important day of my life, the awakening ceremony. For 3 years, I have worked hard and kept the top rank in my school. My grades are perfect, partly because my spirit became much stronger when my two souls fused together during my time travel. High academic performance usually leads to a more powerful profession, so everyone expects a lot from me. The ceremony began with our principal's speech, reminding us that even weak professions can become legendary through hard work. Then, my rival and the school's second-best student, Su Xiaoqing, went up to the stage. She is beautiful and very talented. When she stepped into the magic circle, the sky changed, and white feathers fell from above. She awakened a hidden class called the Six-Winged Angel. It is one of the top 20 strongest professions in the world. As she walked past me, she looked very confident. She had been stuck in second place behind me for 3 years, and she challenged me to try and beat her now that she has such a rare and powerful power. I stayed calm and silent, but inside, I felt the pressure. Her awakening was incredible, and I knew that if I wanted to stay on top, my own awakening would have to be something truly special. I watched the stage closely, waiting for my turn to see what my future holds. The awakening ceremony continued, and I watched as my classmates received their fates. Some were disappointed, like Zhang San, who became a chef with a simple iron spoon, while others laughed at such useless roles. I knew better. History showed that even a chef could become a god with enough hard work. Most of my peers awakened ordinary combat or healing classes. So far, my rival Su Xiaoqing was the only one to receive a rare hidden profession. Finally, it was my turn. As the top student of the school, everyone had high expectations for me. I felt a surge of nerves, but as I stepped into the magic circle, a strange calm took over. My body consumed 10 times more energy than an average person, and the sky reacted violently. Bright light vanished, replaced by thick, inky black clouds that made the playground feel cold and eerie. The atmosphere was terrifying. I could hear the sound of bones grinding together in the air. The crowd whispered in fear and excitement, realizing that I, too, was triggering a hidden awakening phenomenon. My teachers were thrilled, likely imagining the fame our school would gain from having 2 elite students in 1 year. However, the excitement turned into confusion when my life-bound equipment appeared. Unlike Su Xiaoqing's beautiful golden sword, a plain, black iron shovel floated above my head. It looked like a cheap tool from a hardware store. The contrast between the grand, dark clouds and this ordinary shovel was so ridiculous that everyone was stunned. Finally, the principal announced my result. I had awakened as a necromancer, but my primary weapon was just a shovel. After my awakening, the playground erupted in laughter. To everyone else, I was a genius who had failed. They saw a necromancer with a common iron shovel and a fragile skeleton mage that shattered with a single touch from the principal. Even my teachers looked worried, trying to comfort me for what looked like a terrible mistake. However, I stayed calm because I could see my secret stats. My spirit power is at 300, which is triple the normal limit for hidden classes. Most importantly, I have an SSS-level talent called Eternal Glory. This allows me to summon an unlimited number of creatures and stack their effects. While others laughed, I checked my shovel, the Lament of the Departed. It is currently sealed, but it has a terrifying ability. I can bury defeated enemies to grow strange trees that bear fruit. This shovel is better than any divine weapon. To prove my worth and secure a scholarship, I decided to show a fraction of my power. With a single thought, I summoned 3,000 skeleton mages at once. A sea of white bones flooded the playground, shocking everyone. I am not a failure. I am an army. I quickly dismissed them to keep my full potential and the secrets of my shovel hidden from dangerous eyes. As I left the stage, my rival Su Xiaoqing tried to act superior, but I didn't let her bother me. Soon after, another student named Qian Zihao, who became a wind swordsman, tried to bully me. He threatened me with his glowing blue sword, telling me to stay away from Su Xiaoqing. He thinks he is stronger because his class ranks higher, but he doesn't realize that my trash skeletons outnumber him thousands to one. The principal announced that tomorrow we will enter our first beginner dungeon. This is my chance to gain experience and earn extra points for the national exams. I ignored Qian Zihao's arrogance, knowing that in the trial tomorrow, I will show them what a true necromancer can do. I didn't back down when Qian Zihao threatened me. I summoned my black iron shovel, ready to fight. Even though his glowing blue sword looked much more impressive, I knew the hidden power of my tool was far greater. Fortunately, Su Xiaoqing intervened before things got ugly. She told us to settle our rivalry during tomorrow's dungeon trial. Qian Zihao acted like a hero in front of her, but I just saw him as an arrogant show-off. I wasn't worried. I planned to give him a real lesson during the test. After leaving school, I went to a small shop that sells items for professional fighters. I was looking for a specific skill book to help me grow stronger. The shop owner didn't think I had much money, but he pointed me toward the cheap, dusty books in the corner. After searching through different monster summoning books, I found exactly what I wanted. Another Summon Skeleton Mage book. Even though it cost 2,000 yuan, most of my savings, I knew it was a necessary investment. I hurried back to my small, cheap apartment to test my theory. As a top student, I understood how skills worked, but I wanted to see my SSS level talent in action. I used the book and learned the skill again. Immediately, my Eternal Glory talent activated. The effect was incredible. Instead of summoning just one skeleton, the skill was upgraded to summon two for the exact same amount of energy. I couldn't stop laughing with joy. By spending a little money, I had effectively doubled my combat power. With my massive spirit stats, I can now call forth 6,000 skeleton mages at once. Even if each individual skeleton is weak, a literal army of thousands will overwhelm almost anything. I stopped worrying about bullies like Qian Zihao and started focusing on tomorrow. With my new army, I'm ready to dominate the beginner dungeon and take the top spot. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, just as Wei Xiaosu finished washing up and was about to head to school, a sudden knock came from the door. "Xiaosu, are you awake?" Hearing the gentle female voice from outside, Wei Xiaosu felt a chill run down his spine. If he guessed right, the person outside was his landlady, Aunt Wu. Her full name was Wu Xinyue, 35 years old, a widow whose husband had died in an accident while exploring a secret realm a few years ago. She had never remarried. Aunt Wu was actually very kind and took special care of Wei Xiaosu. Otherwise, renting a 30-square-meter room with a kitchen and bathroom near the school for only 300 yuan a month would have been impossible. But sometimes, her kindness made him feel uneasy. For the past 3 years, every time he saw Aunt Wu, he felt like a cat spotting a dog. He just wanted to run away. "Aunt Wu, please stop. I'm still just a kid." Wei Xiaosu smiled bitterly in his heart, but still answered softly and went to open the door. Today, Aunt Wu was wearing a black cheongsam that made her fair skin look even brighter. The elegant dress showed her graceful figure, and with her delicate face, she looked beautiful enough to make anyone praise her. When the door opened, Aunt Wu smiled warmly and lifted the breakfast she was carrying. "I made these myself, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and a bowl of vegetable porridge." Smelling the delicious food, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help licking his lips. From past experience, he knew he couldn't refuse such a breakfast, so he reached out to take it. "Thank you, Aunt Wu." Seeing him so polite, Aunt Wu was surprised for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Go ahead and eat. After that, you should head to school. There's a test today, do your best. If you get first place, I'll give you a gift." After saying that, Aunt Wu turned and left. Wei Xiaosu stood there, watching her graceful figure disappear down the hallway. He felt that something about her seemed different today, though he couldn't quite say what it was. At 9 o'clock, the gate of Qingyang One high school was already crowded with energetic students. Since they didn't have to wear uniforms today and it was summer, many girls wore light, casual clothes. The boys nearby couldn't help but glance around, dazzled by the lively scene. Wei Xiaosu stood among the crowd, chatting casually with a few friends, when suddenly a few excited shouts came from not far away. "It's Su Xiaoqing. Wow, she looks amazing." So it's true. Our school's goddess was just hiding her beauty under the uniform. "Su Xiaoqing, you're the best." Hearing the growing noise, Wei Xiaosu stopped talking and turned to look. He saw Su Xiaoqing walking slowly toward them. Today, she looked different too. She wore a white embroidered dress with simple canvas shoes, and her long black hair flowed down her back. She looked like a character who had stepped right out of a comic book. Wei Xiaosu. Su Xiaoqing walked up to Wei Xiaosu, lifted her chin slightly, and looked at the boy who had outperformed her for 3 years. Her tone was calm as she said, "For today's trial, will you act alone or join a team?" "Of course, I'll go alone," Wei Xiaosu replied without hesitation. He had already made up his mind. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqing nodded lightly and said, "All right, I'll go alone too. I hope your results won't fall too far behind mine, or I'll be disappointed." Wei Xiaosu. After speaking, Su Xiaoqing turned and left, leaving Wei Xiaosu standing there, confused and speechless. "Disappointed my foot," Wei Xiaosu muttered under his breath, holding back the urge to say it out loud. Was he wrong? He was always the top student, always the one teachers praised, the one everyone admired in Class 2 of Grade 12. Was that his fault? Why did she always have to challenge him? Before long, several buses arrived. Under the teacher's direction, the students boarded one after another, heading to the beginner trial zone. The trials were ranked from 1 to 10 stars in difficulty. The ones open to high school seniors were, of course, the lowest, 1-star trials. In the entire city of Qingyang, there were only 3 1-star trials: Green Meadow, Goblin Cavern, and Orc Den. Although all were 1-star, Green Meadow was the safest, followed by Goblin Cavern, while Orc Den was the most dangerous. Naturally, everyone's goal today was Green Meadow. For a first trial, safety always came first. About an hour later, the buses stopped at a military base. Soldiers were stationed there around the clock to guard against monsters escaping from the trials and to keep unauthorized people out. After all, this was just a 1-star trial, and a low-level one at that. If it were left completely open, it would be cleared out within days. Although trials could regenerate over time, if all the monsters inside were wiped out too quickly, the entire trial would collapse and disappear. To ensure sustainability, humanity restricted powerful fighters from freely attacking low-level trials. 1-star trials, in particular, were reserved for high school seniors to use for training. When Wei Xiaosu stepped off the bus, he saw that the place was already crowded with young students, each with a different expression. Besides Qingyang No. 1 High School, there were also students from several other schools. Altogether, there must have been over 1,000 of them. However, even 1,000 people seemed too few for a dungeon this large. If one was unlucky, they might not meet another person for half a day. Students, after 3 years of hard work, today is your first real combat training. Your main task is to reach level 3 within 8 hours. Those who complete it will receive an extra 5 points on the college entrance exam next month. Wang Wei stood in front of his students and announced the mission loudly. Looking at their faces, some excited, some nervous, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This time, you may go alone or form teams. The school has no strict rule about that. He paused for a moment, then continued seriously. As in previous years, besides the main task, those who feel confident can take on hunting missions. Defeat an elite monster for an extra 5 points, a boss monster for 10 points, and the dungeon's final boss for 20 points. The monsters have no level limit. Wow, the hunting missions give that many points? If you add them all up, elite, boss, and final boss, that's 35 points. Keep dreaming. The elite and boss monsters might be possible, but the final boss is extremely hard. The last time someone defeated one was 4 years ago. 4 years ago? You mean Senior Zhang Yu? Yes, that's him. He defeated the final boss of the Green Plains dungeon all by himself. Every top university wanted him, and in the end, he chose Magic City University. Senior Zhang Yu is amazing. I wonder if anyone from our year can do the same. Unlikely. If I see the boss, I'm running as far as I can. Listening to the students' chatter, Wang Wei felt a mix of pride and worry. As the principal, he could only explain the risks and rewards. He couldn't make their choices for them. They're all such bright, hopeful kids, he thought. May they all return safely. Every year during the trial missions, some students lose their lives. Usually, the more talented they are, the faster they fall. Ordinary students tend to form teams. Although this slows their progress, it keeps them safe. Most regular students know their limits. They don't take risks by accepting dangerous hunting missions. Only the gifted ones try, and many end up being defeated by monsters. Painful lessons written in blood. In the end, the school provides every student with a special alloy dagger for self-defense. It doesn't add any attribute points, but it represents the peak of Blue Star's technology. In terms of sharpness, it's even better than some pieces of equipment. Wei Xiaosu looked at the cold gleam of the alloy dagger in his hand and felt quite satisfied. He remembered reading in his textbook that this kind of dagger could rival a level 3 weapon in sharpness. After fastening the dagger to his waist, Wei Xiaosu was about to teleport into the dungeon when he heard a familiar, cool voice beside him. Want to compete and see who can defeat the dungeon boss first? Not interested, Wei Xiaosu replied without even turning his head. You. Su Xiaoqing stomped her foot in frustration at his indifferent attitude. But noticing the crowd of students watching, she quickly regained her calm expression and stepped past him, entering the dungeon first. Seriously? Wei Xiaosu muttered as her figure vanished before him. What's wrong with that girl? He had refused her challenge because he didn't want her to take unnecessary risks over a simple competition. The dungeon boss wasn't easy to defeat, especially alone. How many people in history had ever managed that? But it seems Su Xiaoqing was determined to face the boss. He could only hope she would be careful, at least reach level 5 before trying. Otherwise, even with her powerful six-winged angel class, she would likely fail. Still, Wei Xiaosu and Su Xiaoqing weren't close, so he didn't dwell on it. Taking a step forward, he entered the teleportation portal and arrived at this trial's dungeon, the Endless Grasslands. As the name suggested, the place was a vast, boundless prairie. Officials had measured it before. The Endless Grasslands covered about 500 square kilometers, almost as large as Qingyang City itself. With such a large area and over 1,000 students entering, if they didn't form teams in advance, meeting others would really depend on luck. The Green Grasslands, as a 1-star beginner trial zone, had small and scattered monsters. It was normal to walk several kilometers before finding one, so it was relatively safe. However, for hidden-class players like Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing, and Qian Zihao, finding monsters was much harder than defeating them. Compared to the others, Wei Xiaosu had a great advantage. He looked over the vast green field with a smile and waved his hand, summoning 3,000 skeleton mages. Spread out and hunt down any lone monsters. At his command, the 3,000 skeleton mages ran off in all directions. The once quiet grassland was soon filled with the sound of rattling bones. Wei Xiaosu then drew a dagger from his waist for protection. Still feeling uneasy, he summoned another 100 skeletons to guard him from surprise attacks. Skeleton Mage, Tier 0, Level 1 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 10 Skill. Firecracker, Grade G. Firecracker, Grade G throws a small explosive at the target, causing minor damage. This was the current status of the skeleton mages, weak but numerous. No wonder Qian Zihao hadn't taken him seriously yesterday. After all, no matter how many weaklings you have, they're still weaklings. And really, what kind of mage throws firecrackers? Wei Xiaosu had tested the skill himself. The explosion was about as strong as a small firecracker used during festivals. It would take dozens, maybe hundreds, to seriously harm even an ordinary person. But then again, if there was one thing Wei Xiaosu had plenty of, it was followers. If 100 couldn't do it, he'd send 1,000. That should work, right? About a minute later, the sound of continuous explosions echoed across the grassland. His skeletons had already found their first targets. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 0, rank 1 monster, Groundhog. Experience 10. The feeling of gaining experience without having to fight personally was amazing. Wei Xiaosu opened his character panel and saw that his experience had increased from 0% to 0.1%. That meant he would need to defeat 1,000 of these level 0, rank 1 monsters to reach level 2. This leveling speed is really slow. Wei Xiaosu calculated the total number of skeleton mages he could summon. His summoning space could store 3,000 of them, which he had already prepared the night before. With his current full mental energy, he could summon another 6,000. If he sent them all out, his leveling speed would increase even more. After thinking for a while, Wei Xiaosu decided to summon another 3,000 skeleton mages to hunt monsters, keeping the rest as backup. If he used up all his mental energy at once, he would feel dizzy and lose focus, which wasn't worth it. Soon, 6,000 skeleton mages throwing fireballs began roaming freely across the grasslands. Every minute, new monsters were found and quickly defeated. It was both ruthless and incredibly satisfying. Outside the dungeon, several elderly men and women had gathered again, chatting and praising each other's schools. Among them were the principals of Qingyang No. 1 High School, Qingyang No. 2 High School, Xiaoshui High School, Linlan High School, and Nanshan High School. Ha ha ha. Old Wang, I heard your school has 3 students with hidden professions this year? Ah, it's nothing special. Didn't your Linlan High School also have one? You two should stop showing off. We 3 schools didn't get even one hidden profession student. Ha ha. Seeing the jealous looks on their faces, Wang Wei, the principal of Qingyang No. 1 High School, couldn't help but laugh proudly. He didn't bother to hide his joy in front of these old friends. Do you think anyone will complete the hunting mission this time? My student Lu Chang from Nanshan High School has a rare advanced profession and is also excellent in academics. He should be able to defeat an elite-level monster. TSK, an elite-level monster, huh? That's going to be tough for Qingyang No. 2 High School. But if it's a 6-person team, their chances of winning shouldn't be too small. Several elderly teachers chatted among themselves, guessing whether their students could complete the hunting mission. Usually, those with hidden professions could fight elite monsters of the same level alone, while those with rare professions needed to form teams to hunt safely without getting hurt. As for leader-level monsters, with the limited skills of these senior students, even hidden professions had a high chance of failure. And dungeon bosses were on a whole different level of difficulty. Old Wang, among the 3 students with hidden professions in your school, who do you think could take down a leader-level monster? At that question, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Wang Wei, hoping to hear some inside information. Wang Wei thought for a long time before slowly replying, Su Xiaoqing, who has the 6-winged angel profession, and Qian Zihao, the swift swordsman. Both come from wealthy families with plenty of resources, so they might try to hunt a leader-level monster. But Wei Xiaosu, he'll probably only manage to defeat an elite-level one at best. His hidden profession isn't very strong, and his main equipment has issues. It's going to be tough for him. Huh, you're just looking down on that Wei Xiaosu, aren't you? If you don't want him, transfer him to my school. Get lost, you old rascal. Keep dreaming. While the teachers were joking around, inside the dungeon, Wei Xiaosu was already on a rampage. He had released 6,000 skeleton mages, sweeping through the outer area of the dungeon. Whenever a monster appeared, dozens or even hundreds of skeletons surrounded it instantly, leaving no chance to escape. However, Wei Xiaosu soon discovered a flaw in his army of skeletons. They couldn't stray too far from him. Once the distance exceeded 3 kilometers, he would lose control over them. In short, once out of range, the skeleton mages would become new monsters in the dungeon, attacking any living creature they encountered. To avoid accidentally harming other players, he kept them within his control zone. About 10 minutes later, all the monsters within a 3-kilometer radius had been wiped out, and Wei Xiaosu's experience points had risen to 22.6%. His leveling speed was astonishing. Although all the nearby monsters had been defeated, Wei Xiaosu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took out his special weapon, his life-bound shovel, Mourning of the Fallen, to test its unique ability. It didn't take him long to find the shattered body of a groundhog. This level 0, rank 1 creature was actually quite large, about 5 times the size of a normal groundhog before the Great Cataclysm on Blue Star, and it wasn't weak either. Ordinary level 0, rank 1 fighters would still need some effort to deal with it. Let's use you for the experiment, he said. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaosu swung his shovel and quickly dug a pit big enough to hold the groundhog's body. Then he kicked the body into the hole and began to cover it with soil. His movements were still a bit clumsy, but he believed that before long, he would become very skilled at digging and filling pits. When the pit was finally covered, forming a small mound, something strange happened. Right in the center of the mound, a small green sprout suddenly appeared. It grew rapidly until it became a small tree about 1 meter tall. But that wasn't the most surprising part. The branches of the little tree were bearing 3 glowing fruits. Curious, Wei Xiaosu reached out and picked one. The moment he did, the fruit transformed into its true form. "What in the world? It's equipment!" he exclaimed. The fruit had turned into a bracelet, and not just any bracelet. It had actual attributes. It was unbelievable. Rough bracelet, level 1 grade, 0 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 1 description, a roughly made bracelet considered a defective item. Wei Xiaosu stared at the bracelet in disbelief. In a 1-star dungeon, the drop rate for equipment was extremely low. Even after his skeleton minions had cleared all the monsters within a kilometer, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Yet now, just by burying a monster's body, he had obtained one. The bracelet's stats weren't high, but it was still better than nothing, especially the extra point in spirit. That alone meant he could summon 20 more skeleton mages. It was simply amazing. Right after that, Wei Xiaosu eagerly picked the remaining 2 fruits. This time, however, they weren't equipment but other kinds of items. Inferior grave incense. Item: you are lucky to have obtained incense from someone else's grave. When you light it, you will continuously gain a small amount of experience points. For undead professions and creatures only. Inferior corpse oil. Item: a bottle of authentic corpse oil. When applied to your body, it grants random attribute bonuses. For undead professions and creatures only. Looking at the 2 eerie items in his hands, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a genius at naming things, he thought. Even though the items looked creepy, their effects were too good to ignore, so Wei Xiaosu decided to give them a try. He first lit the grave incense. As wisps of black smoke rose, he clearly felt his experience bar start to move. Experience 100, experience 100, experience 100. Every second, he gained 100 experience points, and the process lasted for a full 60 seconds. In other words, just 1 stick of incense gave him 6,000 experience points. Wow, my experience bar is already at 82.6%. This is way faster than fighting groundhogs. Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in shock. Although the word inferior was in their names, the effects were truly satisfying. This made Wei Xiaosu even more curious about the other item. He opened the bottle, poured some of the oil into his palm, and spread it evenly. The smell, however, was indescribable. After gagging for a while, he finally got used to it. Just as he wondered why nothing was happening, a message suddenly appeared before him. Your body has absorbed the corpse oil. Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 6, Spirit 4. Unbelievable. These eerie items are seriously amazing. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Wei Xiaosu had always thought his SSS level talent was already incredible, but now he realized that the special effect of his personal equipment was even more powerful. Just seeing a small part of it left him deeply amazed. Feeling more and more excited, Wei Xiaosu moved to the next spot where a marmot's body lay. Within a few minutes, another small mound appeared. However, this time, the small tree that grew only produced 2 fruits, and both were equipment for other professions, which left him a bit disappointed. Then came the 3rd body, the 4th, the 5th, until he had buried 10 in total. Only then did Wei Xiaosu suddenly notice that the equipment's special effect had stopped working. Notice, the same type of creature can only trigger the equipment effect up to 10 times. Looking at the message on the glowing screen before him, Wei Xiaosu sighed. He had thought he could get rich just by digging holes and burying bodies, but it seemed there were limits after all. Still, the restriction wasn't too bad. If marmots didn't work anymore, he could switch to another kind of monster. In this vast grassland dungeon alone, there were more than 20 types of creatures, plenty for him to use. 3 sticks of low-quality incense, 3 bottles of low-quality corpse oil, 15 pieces of level 0, grade 1 equipment. Not a bad haul, he muttered, counting his spoils. Then he began lighting the incense and applying the oil. Your body is nourished by the oil. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 4, Spirit 8. Your body is nourished by the oil. Strength 4, Agility 5, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Your body is nourished by the oil. Strength 1, Agility 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 3. Experience 100. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. All attributes 5. The 3 bottles of low-quality oil greatly improved Wei Xiaosu's physical abilities, and the incense gave him enough experience to rise from level 1 to level 2. As for the 15 pieces of equipment, he put on the best ones, and his overall strength was now more than twice what it had been when he first entered the dungeon. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Profession: Necromancer. Level: 2, 17. 350%. Strength: 30. Agility: 33. Constitution: 37. Spirit: 337. Life equipment: Morning of the Departed. Summon space: 0/3370. Skills: Innate skill: Eternal Glory. SSS rank. Summon Skeleton Mage. G rank. Chirp. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard the distinctive cry of a marmot behind him. He quickly closed the glowing screen in front of him and focused his attention on the direction of the sound. The area within a kilometer had already been cleared by his skeleton mages, so he didn't expect any creatures to remain. Still, with his current physical strength, a marmot posed no threat to him at all. Go check what's over there, he ordered one of his skeleton mages. As a summoner known for being fragile, it was never wise to take risks personally. This wasn't cowardice, it was caution. Being careful never hurt anyone. Sure enough, the next moment, a marmot the size of a small dog leapt out of the grass, pouncing on the skeleton mage and biting fiercely. Although the skeleton mage's stats had slightly improved along with Wei Xiaosu's level, it was still too weak to resist a sudden attack. Within moments, it was torn apart. Interesting. Instead of getting angry, Wei Xiaosu looked excited. He gripped his shovel tightly, rushed forward, and struck the marmot on the head with a heavy swing. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, followed by a painful cry. The marmot that had just been so fierce was instantly knocked down and killed by a single. "I'm pretty weak," he muttered. As expected of a beginner's trial dungeon, definitely one of the easiest. Losing interest in fighting personally, Wei Xiaosu commanded his skeleton mages to continue searching for monsters while he began moving deeper into the dungeon. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 0, rank 1 monster, Groundhog. Experience 10. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 0, rank 1 monster, Groundhog. Experience 10. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 0, rank 2 monster, Gale Rabbit. Experience 20. After about half an hour, Wei Xiaosu finally received a message that he had defeated a level 2 monster. The skeleton mages were like tireless killing machines, wandering across the vast green plains and destroying every living creature they encountered. The Gale Rabbit was an agile-type monster, extremely fast. Although only level 2, its speed could almost match that of level 7 or 8 creatures. The skeleton mages managed to kill a level 2 Gale Rabbit partly due to luck. Perhaps the rabbit didn't sense any danger from them and attacked first, only to be overwhelmed and defeated by the group of skeleton mages. Of course, Wei Xiaosu had no time or interest in the details. All he cared about was that he could dig more pits and bury more bodies. Compared to the groundhogs, the Gale Rabbits were much harder to deal with. Wei Xiaosu wasn't very interested in these quick-moving monsters. After burying 10 of their bodies, he decisively left their territory and continued deeper into the grasslands. The rewards from burying the Gale Rabbits were quite good. He obtained 8 sticks of low-grade incense, an incredible of luck, but only 1 bottle of low-grade corpse oil, which was a bit disappointing. He also gained some level 2 equipment. After replacing his old level 1 gear, his stats improved slightly. My experience is now at 99. 65%. I'm almost level 3, Wei Xiaosu said, looking at his character panel, excitement rising in his heart. At his current leveling speed, he might reach level 5 or higher before the trial period ended. Skeleton Mage defeated. 17. Skeleton Mage defeated. 21. Skeleton Mage defeated. 16. Skeleton Mage defeated. 31. The sudden change made Wei Xiaosu's expression darken. When fighting groundhogs or Gale Rabbits before, he had only lost 1 or 2 skeleton mages occasionally. But now, they were being wiped out in large numbers. Wei Xiaosu had complete control over his summoned creatures, so he quickly located the direction of the disturbance. Interesting, a level 3 monster shouldn't have such strong attack power, he murmured, gazing into the distance. Soon after, Wei Xiaosu led more skeleton mages toward the battlefield. About a minute later, he finally saw the creature responsible for destroying so many of his skeletons. Horned Boar, Tier 0, Elite. Level 3. Oh wow, it's a level 3 elite monster. No wonder it's so fierce. Hiding in a patch of tall grass, Wei Xiaosu observed the battle from afar. The horned boar was enormous, at least 2.5 meters long, comparable to a rhinoceros before the Great Cataclysm on Blue Star. The horned boar's skill is Wild Charge. Its defense and strength are impressive, but its eyesight is poor. It can be tricked into crashing into hard rocks or avoided by hiding. Wei Xiaosu recalled what he had read in books. The horned boar had clear strengths and weaknesses, and with the right strategy, it could be taken down easily. However, after looking around, he found no large rock strong enough to injure an elite horned boar, so he gave up on that idea. Forget it, it's just a level 3 elite monster. No need to overthink. Attack. With that, Wei Xiaosu summoned another 1,000 skeleton mages and launched a full. Each one cost only a small amount of mental energy to summon, so he didn't mind losing a few. The skeleton mages' explosions weren't powerful enough to pierce the boar's hide individually, but when hundreds or even thousands went off together, the blasts made the horned boar roar in pain. Finally, after sacrificing more than 500 skeleton mages, the horned boar collapsed among the ruins, unable to continue. Congratulations! You have defeated the Tier 0, Level 3 Monster Horned Boar, Elite. Experience 1000, congratulations. You have reached Level 3. All attributes 5. A golden light shone from Wei Xiaosu's body. He had leveled up again. From the moment he entered the dungeon, only 2 hours had passed, yet he had already reached Level 3. Even among the most talented students in history, no one had ever advanced this quickly. The monsters in the Green Grasslands dungeon had a very low drop rate. Even the elite monsters only dropped one piece of armor called the Boarhide Armor. Boarhide Armor, Elite. Level 3 Grade. Tier 0 Strength. 15 Constitution. 18 Description. Armor made from the hide of an elite horned boar. It offers good defense. Although this armor didn't increase his spirit power, the strength and constitution bonuses were quite high. Since it was dropped by an elite monster, its stats were several times better than normal level 3 equipment. Wei Xiaosu didn't mind the lack of spirit power and put it on right away, then chose to hide its appearance. For professionals, all equipment except weapons could have their appearance hidden. For example, the boarhide armor Wei Xiaosu was wearing would only appear when he was attacked, then automatically hide again. It was a very practical feature. After dealing with the horned boar, it was time for the usual grave digging part. However, the boar's body was so large that Wei Xiaosu had to spend a lot of effort to build a huge grave over 3 meters wide. As expected, a small sapling sprouted from the center of the grave, quickly growing into a tree as thick as an adult's arm before stopping. This grave tree was larger than the previous ones, but to Wei Xiaosu's surprise, it only bore 2 fruits. Seriously? My luck can't be that bad, right? Having done this many times before, Wei Xiaosu skillfully picked the fruits and examined them. G-Rank Skill, Summon Skeleton Boar. G-Rank Skill, Ghost Fire Spell. Huh. When Wei Xiaosu saw the 2 skill books in his hands, he couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that the fruits from the grave tree could contain skill books. It was unbelievable. Learn. Without hesitation, he learned both skills since they suited him perfectly. Summon Skeleton Boar. G-Rank summons 1 Tier 0 Skeleton Boar. Its level increases with the summoner's level. Each summon consumes 10 spirit points. Note, spirit points used for this skill can recover over time. Ghost Fire Technique. Grade G consumes 1 to 10 points of mental energy to form a ball of ghostly fire that burns the target. The more energy used, the stronger the power. Summon Skeleton Boar. As Wei Xiaosu spoke, a cloud of black mist rose from his palm, and in an instant, a huge skeleton boar about 2.5 meters tall appeared nearby. Skeleton Boar, Tier 0, Elite. Level 3, Strength. 50, Agility. 55, Constitution. 75, Spirit. 30, Skill. Savage Charge, Grade G. Savage Charge, Grade G increases movement speed for a short time and launches a charging attack, but cannot change direction while charging. As expected of a level 3 elite monster, its stats were impressive. Although it required 10 points of mental energy to summon one, its value was far greater than that of a skeleton mage. Wei Xiaosu checked his remaining mental energy, 174 points. Without meditation, recovery was slow, so after some thought, he decided to summon only 10 of them. Next came the test of the Ghost Fire technique. This skill could be used with as little as 1 point of mental energy and up to 10 points, so its power wasn't very high. Wei Xiaosu tested it on a normal horn boar. Even with the strongest version using 10 points of energy, it only managed to burn the boar until it was badly injured. Still, Wei Xiaosu knew his role well. If his summoned creatures could handle something, he wouldn't act personally. For now, the Ghost Fire technique was enough for self-defense. After that, Wei Xiaosu began another round of intense monster hunting. With the new skeleton boars joining his team, his efficiency greatly improved. The boars weren't slow, and even the swift-winged rabbits were all defeated under their hooves, leaving none alive. Time passed quickly. Without realizing it, Wei Xiaosu had been in the dungeon for a full 5 hours. During those 5 hours of non-stop fighting, his level had reached an astonishing 5, with 99.95% experience, almost at the next level. Even compared to Senior Zhang Yu from 4 years ago, he was nearly on the same level. At that moment, about 1 kilometer ahead of Wei Xiaosu, a burst of bright blue light suddenly appeared. A flash of sword shadow quickly vanished, followed by a sharp sword sound. Such a strong sword strike. Wei Xiaosu looked ahead in shock. The power of that attack was probably similar to that of a skilled professional. But this was the green grassland dungeon, where only newly promoted high school seniors were inside. Interesting. I want to see who is so impressive. Thinking this, Wei Xiaosu started moving toward the place where the sword light had appeared. He was careful to hide his presence and not be too obvious. A few minutes later, Wei Xiaosu reached his destination. He crouched behind a patch of grass about half a meter tall, peering through a gap. In just one glance, he froze. It's Qian Zihao. Wei Xiaosu couldn't believe it. In such a big dungeon, he actually ran into Qian Zihao. His luck was truly extraordinary. Yeah, that blue sword light must have been him. Wow, that was a powerful strike. Based on Wei Xiaosu's judgment, Qian Zihao's level was probably only 3 or 4, but being able to deliver such a sword meant his stats were definitely high. That also meant he was probably wearing some really good equipment. Having money is really something. Wei Xiaosu felt like he had tasted a sour lemon. No wonder Su Xiaoqing was so confident before entering the dungeon, talking about hunting the dungeon boss. It seemed her family had already prepared a full set of top gear for her, just like Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao, this elite monster was discovered by us first. Why are you stealing it? Why? Because I am stronger than you. Qian Zihao was full of confidence now. He held a blue sword, looking down at several classmates lying on the ground, with a proud expression. You can only bully us. If you have the guts, challenge Su Xiaoqing and Wei Xiaosu to a one-on-one. Shut up. Qian Zihao didn't like what the other person said. His face turned cold, and he casually swung a sword energy. It hit the speaker and sent him flying over 10 meters, knocking him out cold. You know I won't attack Xiaoqing, but if I meet Wei Xiaosu, I will definitely defeat him. Qian Zihao said this coldly and then ignored the people lying on the ground in strange positions. Instead, he turned and headed toward a strange creature nearby that looked like a turtle. Oh, it's a level 4 elite stone turtle, Wei Xiaosu said in surprise. Earlier, Wei Xiaosu had also fought many stone turtles with his skeleton minions, but he hadn't found any elites among them. It seems they were hiding here. However, he didn't plan to fight for it now. A level 4 elite monster isn't worth his effort, and there's no need to conflict with Qian Zihao over it. Stone turtles have very high defense, especially the elite ones. Wei Xiaosu is most afraid of fighting creatures with high health and defense because fighting such monsters with many people isn't very effective. But Qian Zihao's attacks are very sharp. Every sword energy he swings can carve a deep cut into the turtle's hard shell. He's known as a fast sword master, quick and fierce. Take my final move, Green Snake Sword Chi. Qian Zihao's aura suddenly surged. He raised his long sword high and then swung it down sharply. In an instant, a sword energy shaped like a green snake pierced through the elite stone turtle's shell, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The elite stone turtle let out a loud, painful cry. Its life energy started to drop rapidly. In less than 3 seconds, this turtle, about the size of half a car, would be dead. Just then, by of luck, a white wind rabbit suddenly jumped out, followed by a small firecracker that shot into the air and then accurately fell into the broken shell of the elite turtle. Boom! The firecracker exploded inside the turtle, killing the already weakened monster instantly. Qian Zihao, everyone, Wei Xiaosu, this was definitely an accident. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He had summoned nearly 3,000 skeleton mages, and he never expected that one of them would chase the wind rabbit over to Qian Zihao and accidentally up the turtle with a firecracker. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 4 stone turtle, elite, monster. You gained 2,500 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 6. You received a bonus of 5 to all attributes. Wow! As the golden light of your level up shone from Wei Xiaosu, everyone around looked toward his hiding spot. He cursed silently in his mind. Wei Xiaosu could only crawl up from the ground and walk out of the bushes. He looked at Qian Zihao with a hungry look and helplessly spread his hands, saying innocently, "If I tell you this was an accident, would you believe me?" "Believe you? No. Wei Xiaosu, you did that on purpose." Qian Zihao was already annoyed with Wei Xiaosu, especially after losing the monster. Now he even wanted to fight Wei Xiaosu. Summon. Seeing Qian Zihao rushing toward him, Wei Xiaosu didn't dare to be careless. His skeleton minions behind him wouldn't have time to react, so he had to summon again. Qian Zihao was fast, but Wei Xiaosu could summon skeleton minions even faster. In just a moment, hundreds of skeleton mages filled the space between them. I told you, no matter how many trash there are, they are still trash. Facing hundreds of skeleton mages blocking his way, Qian Zihao didn't retreat but advanced. He swung his green sword, cutting through the skeletons like slicing vegetables, killing and breaking through repeatedly. Seeing how fierce he was, Wei Xiaosu didn't dare to stay still. He used his control over the skeleton minions to move around, avoiding direct attacks. Although skeleton mages are weak, they are still level 6 monsters and have an advantage in level. They were still knocked down by a single sword, but their explosive power was now twice as strong as at the beginning. Qian Zihao's main class is the Windblade Warrior, focusing on speed and attack. His defense is weaker, and under the bombardment of hundreds of bombs, he looked a bit overwhelmed. Isn't it said that undead summoners are weak? Why do they seem stronger than the Windblade Warrior? There are too many. I can't kill them all. I really can't. Haha, let that Qian guy be arrogant. Now he's getting taught a lesson. The genius player is amazing. Even with a disadvantage in class, he can still suppress a powerful Windblade Warrior. So cool. Perhaps the chatter of other students around reached Qian Zihao's ears, which made his usually proud self feel deeply insulted, especially since his opponent was one of the people he disliked most. Blue Snake Sword Chi, die for me. This move was currently his strongest attack, with terrifying power. Even the well-known defensive expert, the Stone Turtle, couldn't withstand it. He was determined to kill Wei Xiaosu. Splash the Blue Snake Sword Chi was truly frightening. Wherever it passed, the skeleton mage began to fall in large groups, like wheat being harvested, without even slowing down. Wei Xiaosu also watched this sword energy closely. Even though they were still dozens of meters apart, the sense of danger was so sharp that he dared not relax for a moment. Summon Skeleton Wild Boar. As a level 3 elite monster, the Skeleton Wild Boar was much stronger overall than the Skeleton Mage. But at this moment, the boar wasn't used to attack Qian Zihao, it was used as a shield. The Skeleton Mage was too fragile and had no way to resist the Blue Snake Sword Chi. But the Skeleton Wild Boar was different. Its defense was not much weaker than the Stone Turtle. As long as there were enough of them, they could completely block that fierce sword energy. 1, 2, 3. When the 4th Skeleton Wild Boar was cut in half, the Blue Snake Sword Chi finally exhausted all its energy, and the crisis was over. No, this can't be. How could you block my Blue Snake Sword Chi? Qian Zihao's eyes widened in disbelief. But it was the truth. He couldn't deny it. He clenched his teeth and roared fiercely, "I will kill you. Just you." Wei Xiaosu also got angry. The move just now was used without holding back. If he hadn't been strong enough, he might already be dead. Attack! At his command, More than a dozen skeleton wild boars and over 1,000 skeleton mages launched their final counterattack. No matter how strong Qian Zihao's profession was, he was still a new player who had just awakened. After less than 10 minutes, he was already exhausted. He didn't know how many skeletons he had killed, but they seemed endless. No matter how many he cut down, they kept coming. Bang, 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 a barrage of firecrackers exploded, causing Qian Zihao to scream in pain. Luckily, his equipment was good enough to barely save his life. Calm now, Wei Xiaosu quickly stopped the skeleton mage and skeleton wild boar from attacking further. If they had really killed Qian Zihao in the trial copy, he would be finished. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward, looked at the unconscious Qian Zihao, and showed a disgusted expression. But he still said, he couldn't let the other person die here, especially with many witnesses around. Classmates, does anyone want to leave the copy? How about helping to take him out together? Wei Xiaosu asked. Letting them take Qian Zihao out of the copy was a bit difficult. After all, their injuries were caused by Qian Zihao, and everyone had resentment. But since the school god personally asked, they couldn't refuse. It was just helping the school god, so they agreed. All right, for the sake of our school god, let's take this dog-like guy out. After everyone left, Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh and muttered, there might be trouble ahead, but Wei Xiaosu didn't pay much attention to this matter. Since Qian Zihao was the first to attack, everyone saw it clearly. Even outside the copy, facing teachers or the principal, he wasn't afraid. No one left? Then I'll start digging graves. The elite stone turtle dropped a long sword, but Wei Xiaosu didn't want it. He handed it to a nearby skeleton mage to hold. He didn't have a storage item yet, so all the equipment he got before was given to the skeleton mages. Of course, Wei Xiaosu didn't let these equipped skeleton mages join the fight. If they accidentally died, he would have to find the lost gear, wasting time. He built a big grave for the elite stone turtle. After a few seconds, a graveyard tree grew. The tree had 4 fruits on its trunk. When picked, they turned out to be 3 poor-quality gravehead incense sticks and a bottle of poor-quality corpse oil. Wei Xiaosu doubted his luck. Only 2.5 hours left before the trial ends. It's time to find the boss. I wonder if Su Shaoqing has already killed the boss before me. There are a total of 10 copy bosses in the green grassland. The lowest level bosses are 2 level 5 monsters, the Silverback Wolf King and the Split Slime. Both level 5 bosses have similar strength, but usually, more players choose to fight the Silverback Wolf King instead of the Split Slime because the slime is too tricky. When it's losing, it splits into smaller copies, each still quite strong, making it very difficult to defeat. However, Wei Xiaosu prefers to fight the Split Slime. Since they are similar, he likes to fight with numbers against fewer enemies. He has no interest in the Silverback Wolf King. According to the book, the Split Slime usually appears in the marshy areas of the green grassland. But Wei Xiaosu isn't sure about that because this isn't an online game, and monsters don't stay in one place waiting for players. Instead of rushing to the marsh, Wei Xiaosu sits down cross-legged, facing upward, and begins to meditate. The fight with Qian Zihao was quite exhausting. To fight bosses, he needs to quickly restore his mental energy and stay at his best. About half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu stands up. His mental energy is fully restored, so fighting a level 5 boss shouldn't be a problem. He checks his surroundings and quickly heads toward the marsh. Along the way, he encounters many high-level monsters, including a few level 7 and 8 ones. Level 6 monsters are a big challenge because they have about 3 times the strength of level 5 monsters. The few level 7 and 8 monsters he encounters cost him over 1,000 skeleton mages to defeat. Another half hour passes, and Wei Xiaosu finally reaches the marsh entrance. To his surprise, he bumps into a huge mass of flesh right at the entrance. Wow, what incredible luck! I just happened to run into this. Wei Xiaosu looks at the giant green flesh mass, which is as tall as a 3-story building, and is shocked. Split Slime, level 0, boss, level 5 Baloo Baloo. Baloo Baloo Baloo. Wei Xiaosu looks up at this enormous creature, his face full of disbelief. Such a fierce boss monster. It was actually blowing bubbles. Blowing bubbles. Bubbles. Many people say that slimes are a very disgusting species. The descriptions in books are pretty much the same. But somehow, Wei Xiaosu thought this creature looked a little cute. Wow, When did my taste become so strange that I find slimes attractive? Blub blub, yucky. The split slime in front of him looked at Wei Xiaosu for a few seconds before decisively attacking. However, its way of attacking was really hard to accept. Seeing a big blob of goo made of unknown stuff flying toward him, Wei Xiaosu's face turned green. He quickly fought back. Fire Spirit Technique. After casting the spell, Wei Xiaosu didn't even look and turned to run. Sure enough, in the next second, the fire spirit he threw was swallowed by the disgusting goo in less than 2 seconds. Although he managed to escape the goo's attack range, the dozen or so skeleton mages protecting him closely were not so lucky. They were hit hard by the falling goo from above. But that was just the beginning. The most terrifying part of this big, disgusting blob of goo was its corrosive ability. The white mist immediately rose from the skeleton mages' bodies, and they were melted so completely that not even bones remained. Wow, if this level of corrosion gets on me, I won't die, but I'll be disfigured for sure. Wei Xiaosu looked at the bubbling goo with lingering fear, and he dared not get close again. Fighting this thing was bad enough, but if the corrosive goo ruined his face, it would be worse than death. Dog-like thing, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wei Xiaosu retreated dozens of meters again, then shouted, "Summon." Skeleton mages. Suddenly, skeleton mages appeared in the swamp area, their large numbers almost drowning the split slime. But soon, Wei Xiaosu was shocked to find that the skeleton mages on the slime's body also started melting. Wow, can its skin secrete that kind of corrosive goo too? Indeed, as expected of the boss. For Wei Xiaosu at this stage, the enemy had no weak points at all. To win, he could only rely on strength. Since there are no weaknesses, Wei Xiaosu decided to face the slime directly. He has thousands of skeleton minions and doesn't believe he can't kill a level 5 boss. However, Wei Xiaosu quickly realized that although he has many skeletons, only about 100 could attack the splitting slime at once. The level 6 skeleton mage's bombs were weak and couldn't do much damage. Instead, the explosions caused the slime to go into a rage mode, and it started wildly attacking the skeleton mages. Skeleton mage is too weak. It's okay against normal monsters, but against a boss, it can't even break the boss's defenses. There's no point fighting. Wei Xiaosu watched from a distance for a moment, then began to command the skeleton mages to retreat. Since they couldn't break the boss's defenses now, there was no need to sacrifice more. Summon, Skeleton Wild Boar. A level 6 elite wild boar appeared, now about 10 centimeters taller than before, looking more powerful. But compared to the 3-story-high splitting slime, even the skeleton wild boar looked small. Use your skill, Savage Charge. At Wei Xiaosu's command, dozens of summoned wild boars let out loud grunts, and cold black mist hissed from their noses. In the next second, they charged forward, with the surrounding skeleton mages clearing the way. Some who couldn't escape in time were crushed into pieces by the wild boars. Although the elite monster and the boss are 2 levels apart, the skeleton wild boar is a power-type monster. It can break through defenses with a direct attack. When the first skeleton wild boar charged into the splitting slime, its huge impact pushed the slime's massive body back several meters. But soon, green blood flowed from the slime's wound, melting the wild boar into nothing. Brew brew. The intense pain made the splitting slime roar sharply. Its small eyes were full of fear and anger. It was angry that such a weak creature dared to attack it, but it was also afraid because there were so many of these weak creatures, and each one was fearless and relentless. The split slime's movement speed is not fast, at least not as fast as the charging skeleton boar. So, after many skeleton boars crashed into it, the split slime clearly became sluggish due to serious injuries. Almost there, in a few more minutes, I think I can defeat it, Wei Xiaosu said from afar, watching the distant battlefield with excitement. Few people can kill a boss on their first try. Every year, millions of high school seniors take exams, but only fewer than 10 can defeat a boss alone. These are usually talented students from top schools, highly sought after by many prestigious institutions. Blub, blub, blub. Just when Wei Xiaosu thought victory was near, the slime on the battlefield suddenly shouted loudly. Then, countless black cracks appeared on its body. As soon as these black cracks appeared, Wei Xiaosu understood the enemy's plan. Sure enough, in the next second, the huge slime, originally 3 stories tall, split into over 1,000 small slimes in a very short time. These small slimes, only about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, looked harmless. But Wei Xiaosu knew that the split ability made the slime at its strongest. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The over 1,000 small slimes launched a random attack. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton boar in the center of the battlefield was wiped out. This kind of dense attack was impossible for the skeleton boar to dodge, and it couldn't withstand the intense corrosion either. However, seeing the skeleton boar that was instantly killed, Wei Xiaosu's lips curled slightly. He wasn't upset. Instead, he felt relieved. From what he knew, once a split slime uses its splitting ability, both its attack and defense drop to a lower level. Attack was not worth mentioning. It couldn't withstand the attack anyway. But with its defense lowered, Wei Xiaosu could use the crowd tactics of the skeleton mages to overwhelm the enemy. Summon. Skeleton Mage. This time, Wei Xiaosu had no more energy left. He used all his remaining mental strength, and immediately, he felt his head spinning heavily. He left hundreds of skeleton mages around to guard, and issued a full-scale blood exchange tactic to prevent the enemies from merging back together. As expected, this time the firecrackers thrown by the skeleton mages finally caused some damage to the small slimes, commonly called breaking their defenses. For a crowd attack, as long as you can break their defenses, even a giant dragon would have to kneel. After about 10 minutes, when the last small slime was blown into a black, sticky mess, Wei Xiaosu finally received a kill notification. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 5, Tier 0 monster split slime, boss. Experience 35,000. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 7 and received a bonus of 5 to all attributes. A golden light burst out instantly on Wei Xiaosu, and he leveled up again. A level 5 boss providing 35,000 experience points is really exciting. However, normally, the experience needed to level up before level 9 isn't very high. Level 1 requires 10,000, level 2 needs 15,000, and level 3 needs 20,000. This means each level up requires an additional 5,000 experience points. Level 7 to 8 needs 40,000, and level 8 to 9 needs 45,000. Of course, leveling from 9 to 10 is much more difficult, requiring a full 100,000 experience points, and there are extra conditions for a class change, making it very challenging. But those are future issues. For now, after defeating the split slime, Wei Xiaosu quickly noticed something frustrating that made him curse loudly. Where's my big slime? Yes, the defeated split slime left no corpse, or more precisely, it turned into a puddle of thick water after dying, then seeped into the ground and disappeared. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. This was a boss. If he dug a hole to bury it, who knew what kind of cursed item he might get from the underworld? Although the split slime's body was gone, luckily, the main body dropped an item after death, so it wasn't a total loss. At least he gained something. Slime Sword Boss. Level 5. Rank. Level 0. Strength. 45. Constitution. 35. Agility. 25. Description. The slime has always wished to grow a pair of agile hands. This sword's attributes are almost the best among level 0 weapons, with a total of 105 points of bonus stats. Even Wei Xiaosu is a bit tempted by it. However, unfortunately, this weapon does not boost mental power. Wei Xiaosu, being a summoner, can't just carry a sword and rush into battle recklessly. At least, he doesn't dare to do that now. Sell it. It should fetch a good price, Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself. He then remembered he has over 20 other pieces of equipment. Selling all of them at once could make him very rich. Next, Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged, focusing on slowly restoring his mental energy. Although he just leveled up from level 6 to 7, this isn't a game where leveling up instantly restores full health and energy. He also knew the trial time was almost up, so he didn't bother hunting monsters anymore. His performance today had already been impressive. Trial task time is up. Teleportation device activated. Teleportation begins. Wei Xiaosu opened his eyes from meditation and looked at the bright teleportation beam falling from the sky. He understood what was happening. It's time to go out. Since the green grassland is a low-level dungeon fully controlled by the system, controlling teleportation isn't surprising. He then gathered all the equipment he had obtained, tied it up with nearby grass, and packed it into a large, human-height green bundle. As the teleportation started, Wei Xiaosu felt the scene in front of him shift. Suddenly, he found himself standing in a wide square outside the dungeon. Compared to the lively scene at the start, the square was now much quieter, with only a few people talking. Wei Xiaosu looked around at his classmates and students from other schools in the distance. He quickly noticed that these people looked quite miserable. Many of their clothes were torn and stained with blood, clearly injured badly. Even more, Wei Xiaosu saw some people faint immediately after teleporting out, exhausted to their limits. Although it was just a basic one-star trial dungeon, the monsters there still left a deep impression on these novice students. Ugh, our team just encountered a pack of gray wolves. If the trial hadn't ended just now, we might have been in real trouble. Wow, a level 5 gray wolf is the most dangerous monster in Green Meadow. They always come in groups. You're lucky you didn't get killed. Listen to you guys. Just 3 hours ago, I saw Su Xiaoqing kill a bunch of gray wolves alone. You guys are really amateurs. Come on, what are we compared to Xiaoqing the goddess? We can't compete. Hearing the whispers around him, Wei Xiaosu was also shocked. Level 5 gray wolves are among the most difficult monsters in Green Meadow. These wolves might not be very strong individually, but they like to attack in numbers. With a pack led by an alpha wolf, there are at least 20 wolves. Most small teams can't handle that. So, the fact that Su Xiaoqing managed to make the wolf pack retreat shows how powerful she really is. Of course, Wei Xiaosu hadn't had the chance to face a wolf pack himself. If he did, he would teach those little wolves a lesson about what it really means to fight with numbers. Xiaosu, you're here? You really made me search for you. Suddenly, a simple, honest voice came from behind. Wei Xiaosu turned around, and his eyes lit up, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Fatty, is that you? The full name of Fatty is Zhang Dehai. They were in the same class in elementary and middle school. At first, Fatty used his size to bully Wei Xiaosu, but eventually, they became the best of friends. Although Wei Xiaosu is no longer the same person as before, perhaps because of memories from his past, he feels especially close to Zhang Dehai. This guy had poor grades and only got into Qingyang's second middle school. But yesterday, during the awakening ceremony, he suddenly exploded with power and awakened a rare profession, the Shield Knight. Zhang Dehai jogged over, first sizing up Wei Xiaosu, then chuckling. Xiaosu, guess what level I am now? Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was surprised. This fatty was quite something. He dared to ask him to guess his level. Looking at the scars on this person's body, I can tell that this trial was not easy. Level 5? Level 6? Zhang Dehai. When Wei Xiaosu guessed the level, the chubby guy fell silent. His mouth twitched a little, then he said impatiently, Enough, enough. I don't need you to guess. If I could reach level 5, or even level 6, the school principal would have already given me a special honor. Wei Xiaosu. This time, Wei Xiaosu was completely confused. What does it mean to give me a special honor? That sounds so exaggerated. I'm at level 4 now, how about that? Pretty impressive, right? Zhang Pongzi crossed his arms, tilted his chin up at a 45-degree angle, and looked up as if waiting for praise. From a normal person's point of view, reaching level 4 during the trial is already very impressive because the main task was only to reach level 3. Not bad, Pongzi. You're definitely going to get an extra 5 points on the college entrance exam. Wei Xiaosu praised generously. Zhang Pongzi's face lit up with happiness. He patted his chest loudly, making a bang-bang sound, and said, Xiaosu, don't be jealous of your big brother. Don't worry, I'll keep looking out for you. Wei Xiaosu, what the heck are you talking about? Just as Wei Xiaosu was about to say something, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking slowly toward him. But when he saw that figure, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but furrow his brows. His good mood from earlier disappeared almost completely. Wei Xiaosu, this time, you're definitely going to lose. The person was Su Xiaoqing from Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, who also has the strongest profession this year, Six Wings Angel. But now, Su Xiaoqing looked a bit disheveled. Her long blue hair was messy, her clothes were torn in several places, and her fair skin was barely visible. Her pure, jade-like arms had multiple torn wounds. Although the bleeding had stopped, they still looked fierce. Beautiful girl, my brother has been weak since childhood. Let me tell you, Just because you look good doesn't mean you can bully my brother. If you want to trouble him, you first have to beat me. Wei Xiaosu, Su Xiaoqing. Weak? Who's weak? You better not talk nonsense. Wei Xiaosu raised his hand to cover his face, about to explain a few words, but unexpectedly, Su Xiaoqing was even more straightforward. She quickly and decisively grabbed the fat man's shoulder and threw him backward. Watching the fat man fly out, Wei Xiaosu's eyes twitched wildly. With his eyesight, he could tell that Su Xiaoqing had held back. Otherwise, the fat man would have been in bed for several days. But even so, Wei Xiaosu was still angry. He made a quick move, and a black iron shovel suddenly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung the shovel down at Su Xiaoqing. However, Su Xiaoqing was not so easy to deal with. Her golden long sword appeared out of nowhere. When the black and gold weapons clashed, the surrounding area flickered with strange colors. Wei Xiaosu didn't think his main weapon was weaker than Su Xiaoqing's holy light angel sword, but at the moment of collision, he felt a huge force coming from his hand, making it hard to resist. Such terrifying power, Wei Xiaosu was shocked. Even though it was just a brief clash, his right hand holding the shovel was still trembling slightly. Compared to Wei Xiaosu's shock, Su Xiaoqing's heart was truly stormy. She had only used 60% of her strength in that casual strike, thinking she could knock Wei Xiaosu away and cause some minor injuries. But unexpectedly, he caught her 60% force attack. What kind of joke is this? A summoner, directly blocking 60% of her attack. Who is crazy? How? How did you do that? Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, her face full of disbelief. Guess? Wei Xiaosu rubbed his numb wrist and said calmly. Su Xiaoqing took a deep breath. Suddenly, her eyes turned gold, and in front of her appeared Wei Xiaosu's level information. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Occupation: Undead Summoner. Level: 7. When Su Xiaoqing saw this information, she was stunned. Level 7? What does that mean? Even she was only a little above level 6 now, and the highest level record in previous trials was level 6. But Wei Xiaosu had broken that record and reached an astonishing level 7. Insight technique. Wei Xiaosu squinted slightly, thinking to himself. Indeed, as a core member of a big family, awakening with a skill like Insight was truly enviable. Insight skill allows you to see a professional's job and level, as well as the monster's race. If the difference in strength is large, you can even see more detailed information. It is an essential support skill for high-level professionals. However, the Insight skill is quite expensive. It costs at least 10,000, which is hard to afford. Wei Xiaosu definitely doesn't have enough money to buy it now. Su Xiaoqing left. She knew she had lost again, to the same person. She could have proudly taken out the corpse of the Silverback Wolf King from her storage ring to show off her success in the trial. But she knew that in just 8 hours, she had to level up to level 7. Without killing the boss, it was impossible. So she lost. Wei Xiaosu watched Su Xiaoqing's back and felt a bit confused. They just clashed briefly, and it was over? He didn't care much about it. After drinking several bottles of corpse oil, his physical strength was comparable to an ordinary warrior. Although still far from Su Xiaoqing, he was just a weak constitution summoner. Then, Wei Xiaosu walked over to the fat man who was on the ground, crying out in pain. He was speechless and scolded. Hey, stop yelling. She's already gone. Hearing this, the fat man shivered, crawled up from the ground, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, that girl was so scary. I should have guessed she was Su Xiaoqing. Bro, don't think I'm not loyal. Our class leader is calling me. I have to go. After saying that, the fat man quickly ran away, leaving Wei Xiaosu shaking his head with a bitter smile. Soon, the homeroom teachers from each class gathered their students and took a bus back to the entrance of Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Today's dungeon results will be announced tomorrow, which is also the time for the scholarship fund distribution. Wei Xiaosu thought it wouldn't be hard for him to rank in the top 2. As for why he wasn't 100% first, it was because he didn't manage to kill the boss monster. If Su Xiaoqing had also killed the elite, the boss, and the main monster, he might not have been able to win. After getting off the bus, Wei Xiaosu took his large grass ball from the luggage compartment. In the puzzled looks of the crowd, he left the school area. On the main street of Qingyang City, a luxurious car was slowly driving in the slow lane. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s, mature and steady. In the front passenger seat, there was a girl covered in dirt, with a charming appearance and good looks. The girl was Su Xiaoqing, and the man driving was her father, Su Dong. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Are you upset? Su Dong frowned slightly and asked. Since he received the news about Su Xiaoqing, his daughter had looked like she had lost her soul, which made him very worried. At first, he thought she was seriously injured, but then he realized it was impossible. If she had been badly hurt, the school would have taken action long ago. Besides, he had checked her himself. She only had some minor cuts. Right now, Su Xiaoqing no longer looked proud or cold. She only showed weakness and helplessness. Dad, am I really useless? Su Xiaoqing lowered her head slightly, her eyes no longer confident, but dull. Su Dong glanced at his daughter and felt confused. He asked, what happened? Did you fail to hunt the boss? Su Dong knew his daughter was very competitive and wanted to do everything perfectly. She had put a lot of effort into this trial to hunt the boss. No, Su Xiaoqing shook her head and said softly, I succeeded. I killed the level 5 silverback wolf king. I only got minor injuries. Hearing this, Su Dong was even more confused. He asked, Xiaoqing, your performance this time is no worse than that of the genius student Zhang Yu 4 years ago. You should be happy. Happy? Tears appeared in Su Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes. Tears rolled down her cheeks and fell onto her fair legs. She sniffled and said, Dad, I still lost. Do you know? He is already at level 7. What? Level 7? Su Dong couldn't help but raise his voice. But when he saw his daughter crying softly, his heart felt even more sour. Are you talking about Wei Xiaosu, the one who has been ahead of you for 3 years? Isn't he a necromancer? How could someone with such a hidden profession beat you? I don't know. He not only reached level 7, but also came out of the dungeon completely unharmed, even very clean. Moreover, as a summoner, his strength is not much weaker than mine. The more Su Dong listened, the more surprised he became. If his quick leveling and lack of injuries could be explained by luck, then the power comparable to Su Xiaoqing's was too unbelievable. If a necromancer could have physical qualities similar to a 6-winged angel, then it wouldn't be a hidden class at the bottom of the list. Should I step in and teach that little? Dad? No. Before Su Dong could finish his sentence, Su Xiaoqing raised her head directly, wiped away her tears, and said firmly, I want to defeat him and surpass him with my own strength. Dad, you are not allowed to help. After saying that, Su Xiaoqing seemed to remember something and quickly looked at her father, saying, Dad, Wei Xiaosu hurt Qian Zihao in the dungeon. They will definitely seek revenge. You must help Wei Xiaosu, Su Dong. His mouth twitched slightly, and he said nothing. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Xingyang City, one of the top 10 large cities in the country, was bustling at 8 p.m. Wei Xiaosu carried a large bunch of grass and walked along the street, like a lighthouse in the dark night, constantly attracting the attention of passers-by. If someone else were in his place, they would probably feel embarrassed, but Wei Xiaosu looked very happy, as if he had found a treasure. But to be fair, he was indeed there to pick up money. His destination was a local item trading market in Xingyang City. This market only sells various props, not everyday items. During his dungeon run, Wei Xiaosu had obtained over 20 pieces of equipment. Although they were mostly trash, they could still be sold for money. Especially the slime sword, which is perfect for newly awakened players. It can greatly improve their strength, and selling it for a good price shouldn't be difficult. By 9 p.m., Wei Xiaosu finally arrived at the nearest trading market. The shops lined up, decorated in a fancy way, making his eyes a bit dazzled. Wei Xiaosu was visiting here for the first time, so he was very curious about everything. For example, he saw a shop where the greeter at the door was not a person, but a cat-eared girl. Wow, this is possible, he thought. Wei Xiaosu widened his eyes and stared at the cat-eared girl, especially at her fluffy tail. Suddenly, he felt the urge to go up and pet her. Of course, he only thought about it. With his strength, he would definitely get caught if he tried, not to mention the person behind her. For some reason, Wei Xiaosu started to feel a bit annoyed with his skeleton minions. Why was he a necromancer and not a beastman summoner? He also wanted a cat-eared girl. Hey, brother, wanna buy some gear? Take a look. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit with a slicked-back hairstyle approached him, smiling, and handed out a flyer. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu looked away from the cat-eared girl. The man in the suit looked like a real estate agent. I don't buy gear. I have more than 20 pieces already, Wei Xiaosu said, taking the flyer and shaking his head. Hey, brother, don't go. The middle-aged man blocked Wei Xiaosu's way. He then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and smiled flatteringly, saying, "Take this cigarette, brother. Consider it a gift for meeting you." Wei Xiaosu didn't smoke, but since it was a cigarette, he took it without refusing. "Now, brother, you understand the market. Gear prices are dropping every day. If you sell now, you might lose less. I can help you sell your gear," the man said. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu felt a bit disdainful. He wasn't stupid. Why should he let an agent make a profit from the sale? He thought for a moment, then shrugged and said, "Actually, big brother, I was just joking. Look at my age. You can guess I don't have a single piece of gear." The middle-aged man in the suit was surprised for a moment, but it was only a brief pause. He immediately clapped his hands and said, "That's great, brother. The market is so bad now. Gear prices have fallen to very low levels. It's a good time to buy low." Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched slightly, but he shook his head and said, "Big brother, I don't have gear, and I don't have money to buy any. I only have 3.50 in my card." "Oh no." The middle-aged man in a suit suddenly slapped his forehead in surprise and said, "There's a store opening tomorrow. The owner is hiring extras, lining up all morning for 200 yuan, and they even provide a pork knuckle rice meal at noon." Wei Xiaosu, providing a pork knuckle rice meal? That's definitely a sign they're confident in themselves. In the end, Wei Xiaosu gained a new understanding of how shameless this person was. Someone who works in sales like him must be destined to get rich. Forget it. For Huazi's sake, I can sell you the gear I have. But the price. But before Wei Xiaosu could finish, the middle-aged man in a suit suddenly patted his thigh and smiled even more brightly. "Don't worry, brother. Feel free to ask around. My name is Zhang Taidan, and my reputation on this street is honest. The price will be fair." Wei Xiaosu sneered inwardly at this man calling himself Zhang Taidan. That name sounded fake and untrustworthy. Just as he was about to refuse, the man handed him a business card. "Really called Zhang Taidan? Bro, your parents must have been pretty casual when they named you Zhang Taidan." Wei Xiaosu didn't care much about Zhang Taidan's rudeness. Over the years, many people had made fun of his name. It didn't matter if there were more or fewer. Besides, what are customers? They are like gods. Next, Wei Xiaosu opened the green dumpling and revealed over 20 pieces of equipment inside, all of which were level 5 or below. At first glance, Zhang Taidan looked a bit disappointed, but in the next second, his eyes fixed on a long, dark green sword. "This is..." Zhang Taidan grabbed the sword, his eyes shining slightly. He activated his insight skill and then exclaimed happily, "It's a level 5 boss gear. Brother, this is impressive. Such top-quality items are for sale. If it were any other time, a level 5 piece of gear wouldn't fetch a good price. But these days, high school seniors are awakening their professions. Families with a little money would be willing to pay a lot to equip their children with good weapons. A level 5 boss quality longsword is comparable to a level 20 ordinary quality sword. Its attribute bonus reaches an astonishing 105 points. Though it's mainly for early stage use, it's definitely a top-tier item." Then, Zhang Taidan looked at the other equipment but frowned. Low-level whiteboard gear below level 5 isn't very valuable. He paused for a few seconds and offered, "Brother, low-level whiteboard gear isn't worth much. I'll give you 200 each on average. There are 25 pieces, and for the slime longsword, I'll pay 10,000. That makes a total of 15,000. How about that?" Before coming, Wei Xiaosu had researched the approximate prices online. Usually, 15,000 would be a fair price, but with the college entrance exam approaching, many new professionals have been recruited by various schools, so low-level gear sells easily now. "No, that's too low. I'll set the price at 20,000. If you think that's not good, we can work together next time." After saying this, Wei Xiaosu acted like he was about to leave. Hey, Zhang Taidan quickly grabbed Wei Xiaosu, smiling widely. "Don't be like that, brother. Fine, I'll take a small loss. 20,000, just 20,000. I'll transfer the money right away." "Wei Xiaosu, is it still too little?" A sudden worry struck Wei Xiaosu. He felt he had underestimated how popular low-level gear is before the college entrance exam. But now, regretting it was hard to say. So, Wei Xiaosu could only helplessly take out his phone and open the WeChat payment QR code. What puzzled him was that the other person didn't seem to intend to pay. It's broad daylight. Are you trying to it forcibly? Just as Wei Xiaosu was on alert, Zhang Taidan chuckled and pulled out a small pink bag about the size of a palm. He said, "Brother, do you want a storage bag?" Storage bag? Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu immediately perked up. He had been planning to buy a storage item, but storage gear was ridiculously expensive, and he simply couldn't afford it. Zhang Taidan waved the pink storage bag and explained, "This storage bag has a 10 cubic meter space inside. The market price starts at 50,000. Since I feel we're destined to be friends, I'll sell it to you for 20,000. How about that? 20,000. Wei Xiaosu looked suspicious. The market price for a 10 cubic meter storage bag is at least 50,000. Why would he be able to buy one for only 20,000? Could it be that there's something wrong with the storage bag? It seems that Zhang Taidan noticed Wei Xiaosu's worry, and he smiled slyly, saying, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you are one of the top 3 hidden profession players at Xinjiang No. 1 middle school. Wei Xiaosu, right? Hidden professions are really impressive. Today, you just started running dungeons and already got over 20 pieces of equipment, including a level 5 boss gear. Brother, I really think highly of you. Don't worry, brother. This storage bag is definitely safe. Let's be friends today. If I find any good items in the future, I'll give you a fair price." How does that sound? After hearing Zhang Taidan's explanation, Wei Xiaosu finally understood what was going on. The other person's request didn't really harm him. Selling equipment to anyone is fine, and now he could buy a storage bag at a low price. Definitely a good deal. "Okay, deal," Wei Xiaosu said with a smile. Both sides felt they had gained a lot from this trade, but who actually lost out? Only heaven knows. Wei Xiaosu took the storage bag and left the trading market. Before leaving, he stared at the cat-eared girl for 10 minutes. After some checks and attempts, Wei Xiaosu confirmed the actual storage space of the bag, 35 cubic meters. For him now, that was enough. He was quite happy with the storage bag, except for its color. After leaving the market, Wei Xiaosu still chose to walk home. He originally thought he could sell his equipment for a lot of money, but in the end, he only got a storage bag, so he was still very poor. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Wei Xiaosu picked it up and immediately answered, "Hello, Mom. Is there something you need?" "Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaosu, you really are my good big son." Instead of his mother's voice, a tinkling, silver bell-like laugh came from the phone. Hearing that voice, Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. "Wei Xiaoyu, are you feeling mischievous?" Wei Xiaoyu is Wei Xiaosu's younger sister. They are only 3 years apart and have always teased and blamed each other since they were kids, but they are very close. Wei Xiaoyu is a bit lively, while Wei Xiaosu is more calm and steady. "Ha ha ha." The laugh came again from the phone. After a moment, Wei Xiaoyu continued, "Isn't the day after tomorrow Saturday? Dad and Mom want you to come home." Going home, Wei Xiaosu was surprised. He had planned to explore the dungeon again over the weekend, but since his parents asked him to come home, he had to postpone his trip. "Okay, I'll go home the day after tomorrow," Wei Xiaosu agreed. After hanging up the phone, Wei Xiaosu felt in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and slowly walked toward his rented apartment. Unnoticed by him, in a shadowed corner, a man wearing a baseball cap and mask was quietly watching him with cold, deep eyes. Meanwhile, in room 303 of Guaku Community, an old man with a white beard was smiling happily as he looked at a charming woman in front of him. He said, "Young lady, I'll rent for just 1 month. If you think that's too short, I'll pay double the rent. Is that okay?" The charming woman was Wu Xinyue, also known as Aunt Wu, Wei Xiaosu's landlord. "That works," Aunt Wu replied when she heard he was willing to pay double. She then reminded him, "If anything in the room gets damaged, you'll need to pay for it. If there are no objections, let's sign the contract." All right. The old man nodded repeatedly, grateful. "Young lady, you're really kind. Don't worry, I'll keep the room very clean and won't damage anything." Seeing that the old man was sensible, Aunt Wu quickly signed the contract and then left the room with it. After she left, the old man's friendly smile disappeared instantly. He closed the door silently and muttered, "What does the family head want? To have me watch over a young man who just awakened? My old bones haven't moved much in a long time." Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu, who had just returned to the community, saw Sister Wu coming down from the stairs. He wanted to hide, but unfortunately, Aunt Wu had already seen him. Xiaosu, why are you so late coming back? Aunt Wu's gentle smile appeared on her pretty face when she saw Wei Xiaosu. Hello, Aunt Wu. Wei Xiaosu couldn't avoid her and had to walk forward, smiling as he greeted her. Are you here to see me? Yes, but I also rented out the room next to yours. It's an old man, Aunt Wu explained. Since there is a new tenant next door, Wei Xiaosu didn't pay much attention. Over the years, tenants had come and gone several times, so it wasn't unusual. By the way, Aunt Wu didn't want to discuss the neighbor's tenant and asked with interest, Xiaosu, how do you feel about this trial? Do you think you can make it into the top 3? I think so, Wei Xiaosu said confidently. Aunt Wu knew him well. He had always been top of his class in academics, and this time he awakened a hidden profession. If he couldn't be in the top 3 in the whole grade, he might as well give up. Impressive, Aunt Wu praised, giving him a thumbs up and smiling more brightly. But soon, her smile faded, and her face became serious. Wei Xiaosu had known Aunt Wu for 3 years, but this was the first time he saw her look like that. His smile also faded naturally. After a few seconds of silence, Aunt Wu took out a black storage bag from her pocket. She opened it and took out a small, delicate wooden box. Xiaosu, I'm surprised but also glad that you awakened as a necromancer, she said softly, her eyes full of sadness. Her voice became a little hoarse. This is something my husband left behind before he died. He was also a necromancer. It's said this item is very helpful for necromancers. His death might be related to this object. At this point, Aunt Wu hesitated for a moment but forced herself to continue. If you accept this item, there's a risk to your life if it's exposed. Seeing her serious expression, Wei Xiaosu also stopped smiling. He was silent for about 10 seconds before asking, Aunt Wu, can I see it first? Although he had been living with Aunt Wu for 3 years and was grateful, he knew he had to be careful if it involved potential danger. After all, he was still a rookie who had just become a professional. Sure, Aunt Wu nodded and handed him the box. He carefully opened the box, but as soon as he did, he was immediately drawn to what was inside. A finger? Yes, inside the delicate little box was not anything else, but a white-bone finger, specifically, the little finger of a right hand. After becoming a professional, whether it's props, equipment, or other items, any of them originating from secret realms, dungeons, or similar places will have information displayed. This white-bone finger is no exception. Mysterious white-bone finger. Item: an unknown small finger bone with strange powers. Summoners can use it, but it is said only undead summoners can fully harness its power. Effect 1. Designate a undead summoning creature to level up by 1. The same creature can be upgraded up to 3 times, with a cooldown of 1 hour between uses. Each use costs 10% of the current experience points. Note: only one creature of the same type can exist at a time. Effect 2. Insert the white bone finger into your heart to transform into a skeleton form. Your physical abilities double, but you lose 1% of your current experience points every minute. Only undead summoners can use this. Wow. Seeing the description of the white bone finger on the screen before him, Wei Xiaosu was completely stunned. This item's effects are surprisingly powerful. Effect 1 can directly upgrade an undead creature by 3 levels, which is quite incredible. Even ordinary summoners would likely start specializing in undead summoning after obtaining this item. For example, the current skeleton mage is at the lowest level, the common rank. Upgrading 3 levels would make it an elite, then a leader, and finally a boss. The boss level is already terrifying. Levels can be gained by killing other creatures, but the rank depends on talent or special encounters. However, only one undead creature of the same type can be upgraded at a time, so you can't have 2 boss-level skeleton mages simultaneously. As for Effect 2, it's only usable by undead summoners. It doubles physical strength but costs experience points, which is a big gain. In critical moments, this doubled strength might turn the tide of battle. Wei Xiaosu held a small box but was reluctant to return it. He looked at the charming woman before him and nodded, saying, I am willing to accept. With her positive response, Wu Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and her face lit up with a smile again. Xiaosu, can you grant me a favor? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was slightly stunned, but then he guessed what was happening. Without hesitation, he asked, Aunt Wu, Do you want me to help you seek revenge? Yes, Aunt Wu replied honestly and directly, but she didn't seem to be forcing him. She added, but only if you're safe, understand? Okay, I agree. Wei Xiaosu happily accepted his first task. They chatted for a while longer, and only after Aunt Wu's caring words did Wei Xiaosu leave. As soon as he returned to his room, Wei Xiaosu couldn't wait to try the Bone Finger's power. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he summoned a skeleton wild boar. The skeleton wild boar was already an elite-level creature. If the Bone Finger could really improve the rank of undead summons, then upgrading the elite-level skeleton wild boar was definitely the right choice. My current experience is 7th level and 11%. This is just enough for one use, Wei Xiaosu thought. Without hesitation, he picked up the Bone Finger and pointed his finger at the large skull of the skeleton wild boar. In the next moment, the tip of the Bone Finger shone with a deep black light. The black light covered and wrapped the skeleton wild boar. This process lasted about a minute. When the black light disappeared, the once 2.5-meter tall skeleton wild boar had expanded to over 4 meters, with a height close to 2 meters, almost filling the entire living room. This presence is more than twice as strong as before. Wei Xiaosu looked up at the transformed skeleton wild boar and marveled. Skeleton wild boar, level 0, leader, level 7, strength, 210, agility, 186, constitution, 200, spirit, 88, skill, savage charge, G level. Savage charge, G level temporarily increases movement speed and initiates a charging attack, but cannot turn during the skill. Seeing the faint blue light screen in front of him, Wei Xiaosu shivered. It was powerful, too powerful. A leader-level skeleton wild boar was about 1.5 times stronger than an elite. If he had this skeleton wild boar when hunting slimes during the day, it probably wouldn't have been so difficult. The next upgrade for this skull boar will make it a boss level, and beyond that, it will become a beast general level. Wei Xiaosu suddenly realized that although both had 3 upgrade chances, because the skull boar was already an elite level, its maximum level was 1 higher than that of the skull mage. A boss-level summon is already very powerful for Wei Xiaosu now, but if he could get a higher-level beast general, wouldn't that be even better? Moreover, being able to train a beast general level summon before entering university is extremely rare worldwide. Only the most talented summoners might have a small chance to achieve this. Unfortunately, I have no more experience points. If I did, I would definitely upgrade the skull boar to a beast general tonight, Wei Xiaosu muttered regretfully. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard a knocking at the door. He paused briefly, thinking it might be Aunt Wu with something to tell him. He quickly recalled the skull boar and called it back, then hurried to open the door. However, when he opened the door, he saw an old man hunched over with a white beard. Who are you? Wei Xiaosu asked suspiciously. The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked Wei Xiaosu up and down. Then after a moment, he mumbled softly, "This kid looks pretty good, but his clothes are a bit shabby. Altogether, they might only be worth 200 yuan. Huh? What are you talking about? Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. He was sure he didn't know this person and had never seen his face before. My name is Su-san. I just moved in today, and I live next door, the old man said. When Wei Xiaosu heard he was his new neighbor and that he was an old man, his guard lowered a bit. His frown eased, and he smiled. Hello, Su. Uncle. My name is Wei Xiaosu. I also rent here. Is there something you need? No. Just came by for a visit. We'll be neighbors from now on, Su-san chuckled, his sharp old eyes occasionally glancing into the room. The house is very clean and well organized, showing that he is a tidy person. Su-san nodded secretly, then smiled and said, Xiaosu, I'll go now. Nice to meet you. After speaking, Su-san turned and walked toward his room. Wei Xiaosu watched his back, but said nothing, simply closing the door behind him. Su-san? He seemed to be looking at my room just now. Did he find out something? Wei Xiaosu patted his forehead, thinking he was too careless. It was fine when no one lived next door before, but now that someone does, he must be more careful when using the white bone finger. Then, Wei Xiaosu put the white bone finger into his pink storage bag. After washing up, he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. He had a dreamless night. The next morning, Wei Xiaosu got up early and meditated for half an hour using a basic mental training method. He felt refreshed. This free meditation method, which increases mental strength, is hard, but doing a few rounds makes the mind feel very comfortable. After a simple breakfast, Wei Xiaosu went downstairs to leave for school. Just as he stepped out, he saw Su Sen practicing Tai Chi in the community yard. "Hey, Xiaosu, going to school?" Su San greeted cheerfully while practicing Tai Chi. "Yes," Wei Xiaosu replied politely with a smile. "Brother Su, your Tai Chi looks great." "Ha," Su San nodded. "You really know how to talk, Xiaosu." Leaving the community, Wei Xiaosu flagged down a yellow bike on the roadside. He rode for 10 minutes and arrived at school. But as soon as he entered the gate, he saw a tall, beautiful girl staring at him intensely. "Wei Xiaosu, how did you level up to level 7? And have you hunted any bosses?" she asked. Yes, the stunning girl at the school gate was the class monitor, Su Xiaoqing, from class 2 of the 3rd year. But today, for some reason, her eyes looked a bit dark, as if she had stayed up all night. "Did you not sleep last night?" Wei Xiaosu asked nonchalantly. "Can't sleep. Ha. You're our school's goddess. But why do you have dark circles and still come to school?" Wei Xiaosu teased exaggeratedly. "You." Su Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, no longer the cold, proud ice queen she usually was. Only in front of Wei Xiaosu would she lose her composure like this. If it had been anyone else, another student, a teacher, or even the principal, she wouldn't act like this. "Forget it, it's not interesting." Wei Xiaosu shrugged and stopped laughing. As he walked toward the school, he said, "Yesterday, I hunted a level 5 boss split slime, a level 3 elite one-horned wild boar, and a level 4 elite stone turtle. If you can hunt a boss monster, then this time, you win." "Are you saying I win?" Su Xiaoqing looked at his gradually disappearing figure. She secretly smiled bitterly. How could she win? She had spent all her time and energy trying to hunt the level 5 boss Silverback Wolf King. She hadn't even managed to hunt a single elite monster, let alone a boss. She thought that killing the boss would guarantee her victory, but she ended up losing. 3 years. Who knew how she had managed to get through these 3 years? Always second place. Forget your second place. Wei Xiaosu, just wait. Su Xiaoqing clenched her fists with a creaking sound. She no longer watched Wei Xiaosu's back as he left, but turned and left the school. She didn't care about the upcoming trial results announcement or the distribution of the scholarship fund. Less than a month until the college entrance exam. I will complete my first transformation and raise my rank to boss level in the remaining time. Wei Xiaosu, I don't believe a necromancer like you can be faster than my 6-winged angel. She silently set an ambitious goal for herself. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu carefree strolled toward the school's back playground. Su Xiaoqing had always wanted to beat him, and he knew that. But knowing didn't mean he would intentionally hold back, especially at this critical moment. The first-place winner of the trial would receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan, while second place would get only 5,000 yuan. How could a mere Su Xiaoqing compare to 5,000? Furthermore, hunting bosses and elite monsters would give extra points for the college entrance exam, so he had no reason to hold back. To beat him, only raw strength would do. At 9 a.m., the event officially started. Principal Wang Wei confidently stepped onto the podium and began his brief, 3-minute speech. It seemed every school leader had this passive skill. Their simple speeches were even less reliable than a man's, "I love you," or a woman's, "I don't care if you're rich or poor." 3 hours later, Wang Wei still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Over the past 2 days, his mood had been very good, but now it was noon, and he had to end his speech. "Students, that's all for today. I now announce that the first place in this trial is Wei Xiaosu from Class 2 of Grade 12. He reached Level 7 with 11% experience, defeated 1 Level 5 boss, 1 Level 3 elite, and 1 Level 4 elite, earning a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Let's give him a big round of applause." After speaking, Wang Wei led the applause, followed by cheers and exclamations from the audience. Almost everyone was wide-eyed, looking at the handsome young boy in disbelief. If he had only been first in academics before, that was one thing. But now, it was a different competition. How could he still be in the lead? Wow, am I dreaming? I actually heard that the genius took first place in the trial. Isn't it said that the undead summoner is the weakest among hidden professions? Why does he outperform the Windblade swordsman and the 6-winged angel? You guys don't know. Qian Zihao was beaten up by the genius yesterday. It was pretty bad, and he's still in the hospital. No way. Qian Zihao's Windblade swordsman is already strong, and with his family background, he probably has the best gear. How did he get beaten? It's probably an accident. Right now, everyone's level is still low, so the strength of their professions isn't very obvious. Once they reach the first transfer, the genius might fall behind Qian Zihao and Su Xiaoqing. That's true. But still, the genius is unbeatable. Soon, Wei Xiaosu walked onto the stage amid envy, jealousy, and admiration from the crowd. He took the scholarship fund handed over by Wang Wei, looking very happy. Next is the second place in this trial, Su Xiaoqing from Class 1 of Grade 12. She reached level 6 with 68% experience, defeated a level 5 boss Silverback Wolf King, and earned a scholarship of 5,000 yuan. Let's invite Su Xiaoqing to come up. The applause started again, but this time, the crowd couldn't find her figure. Wang Wei didn't see Su Xiaoqing and immediately understood what had happened. He only sighed slightly. The results of this trial were also unexpected. He hadn't expected Wei Xiaosu to be able to defeat a level 5 boss. Since student Su Xiaoqing cannot come today, we will continue to announce the third place in this trial. It is Lu Chang from Class 8 of Grade 3. He has reached level 5 with 31% experience and has hunted a level 3 elite, earning a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Let's invite Lu Chang to the stage. After the last scholarship was announced, everyone was surprised again. Most thought the third place would go to Qian Zihao, a swordsman, but it turned out to be Lu Chang from Class 8. Soon, rumors started spreading among students, with many different versions. Some said Qian Zihao was beaten by Wei Xiaosu when he entered the dungeon. Others said Wei Xiaosu teamed up with others to trick Qian Zihao. There was even a wild story that Qian Zihao saw a female wolf in the dungeon and was badly injured by the Wolf King. Students, there are 29 days left until the college entrance exam. Its importance is clear. During this final month, you can choose to leave school and practice freely. Students in main combat and support classes can go to other one-star dungeons to train. Life skills students should focus on improving their abilities. Finally, I wish everyone good luck on the exam. Disperse. In the last month, the school will no longer teach new knowledge because there's nothing more to learn. 3 years of classes are enough. Now, practical experience is what matters most. Main combat students should go to dungeons. Support students should team up with main combat students. Life skills students need to practice their abilities. If your skills are very poor, you might consider going to a regular college to learn a useful craft. First, go have lunch, then in the afternoon, go to the dungeon to hunt monsters. Today, you must gather enough experience to use the bone finger skill. Using the bone finger costs 10% of your experience each time. Last night, it was used once on a skeleton wild boar, so there are 5 uses left, which is 50% of your experience. It's a long road ahead. Wei Xiaosu sighed. Killing ordinary monsters gives very little experience. Currently, from level 7 to 8, the maximum is 40,000 experience points. 10% is 4,000 points, which is a lot to think about. If I level up later, how long will it take to save up 10% experience? Wei Xiaosu suddenly thought about how, in the future, he might need tens of thousands or even over 100,000 experience points, which made his head ache even more. Forget it. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Overthinking now only adds to my worries. Wei Xiaosu shook his head and stopped overthinking. He headed straight to the cafeteria. After finishing lunch, Wei Xiaosu left the school and took a special bus to the location of the one-star dungeon. Today, the dungeon base was much busier than yesterday. In Xingyang City, the 3 one-star dungeons are only open once a year and only for a short month. Once the current high school seniors finish their college entrance exams, the military will again forbid access, waiting for the next batch of seniors. In the center of the dungeon base square, a huge screen had been set up, constantly scrolling through different requests. Of course, these requests had nothing to do with the school or the military. Most of them were posted by merchants and everyday professionals. Since it was only a 1-star difficulty dungeon, the requests mostly needed special materials, and the prices were very low. Request 103 colored flowers from Green Grassland, each priced at 500 huaxia coins. Unlimited Goblin Heart Collection. Assassinate Goblin Hearts from Goblin Cave, each heart priced at 100 huaxia coins. Request for Goblin Chieftain's Heart from Goblin Cave, with a requirement that the heart be over 90% intact, offered at 100,000 Huaxia coins. Unlimited Minotaur Horn Collection from Beastman Cave. Normal Minotaur Horns at 200 Huaxia coins per pair, Elite Minotaur Horns at 2,000 Huaxia coins, Chieftain Minotaur Horns at 20,000 Huaxia coins, and Boss Minotaur Horns at 200,000 Huaxia coins. Urgent. Need 1 liter of split slime corpse from Green Grassland. Note: after splitting, the slime turns into a puddle of water and must be collected quickly. Price offered, 100,000 Huaxia coins. Hundreds of requests kept scrolling on the screen, making Wei Xiaosu almost dizzy. When he saw someone requesting 1 liter of split slime corpse, he suddenly felt terrible. 10,000 Huaxia coins. That's a full 10,000. He hadn't even thought about collecting some yesterday. Oh no, my heart suddenly hurts so much. Wei Xiaosu almost cried with no tears. According to past rules, the spawn time for a level 5 boss is usually 3 days. This means he would have to wait at least 3 days to accept this quest, unless there is a second split slime boss in the Green Grassland. However, Wei Xiaosu was planning to fight monsters in a dungeon anyway, so completing 1 or 2 quests along the way would be a good bonus. For wealthy families, these small amounts of money might not matter, but for Wei Xiaosu, they were a significant sum. There's no need to go to the Green Grassland. It's the easiest dungeon, and the most students go there, so the competition is too fierce. Wei Xiaosu started to think about which dungeon would be best to go to now. After some consideration, he decided on the most difficult one, the Orc Nest. The Orc Nest is the hardest among the 3 1-star dungeons, even twice as difficult as the Green Grassland. But with higher difficulty, the rewards for defeating monsters, like the experience points he urgently needs, would be greater. Having made his decision, Wei Xiaosu went to the quest office and accepted the Orc Nest quest to collect Minotaur horns. If he could accept more than 1 quest at a time, he would have taken a few more, but each person could only accept 1 quest at a time. Finally, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the entrance of the Orc Nest dungeon. As expected, very few people chose to enter this dungeon, since today was only the 2nd day, and most people still lacked the courage to challenge the hardest dungeon. Hello, I want to enter the Orc Nest dungeon, Wei Xiaosu respectfully said to the guard. The guards were 2 armed soldiers. One of them used a scanner to check Wei Xiaosu, then said, Wei Xiaosu, a 3rd-year student from Qingyang No. 1 High School, Class 2. Permission granted. The armed soldier lowered the scanner and stepped aside, no longer blocking the way. Wei Xiaosu thanked the 2 soldiers again. He deeply respected the Chinese soldiers. During the early days of the Great Disaster, humans had no special skills. Only brave soldiers stood in front of terrifying monsters. In just 1 month, over 1 million Chinese soldiers had been killed or injured. They always protected ordinary citizens when facing monsters, even though they trembled with fear themselves. Walking into the teleportation array, Wei Xiaosu felt dizzy again. But this feeling came quickly and went just as fast. When he regained his sight, he found himself at a random entry point outside the Orc's Nest. The environment of the Orc's Nest is very different from the lush green plains. There, the sky is blue with white clouds, and the air is fresh. Without monsters, it would be a nice scenic spot. However, the Orc's Nest has a dull yellow sky, drifting dark clouds, and a barren land, giving a very oppressive feeling. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath, then waved his hand to summon a dozen skeleton mages and a skeleton wild boar leader. The Orc's Nest is about 1/5 the size of the Green Plains, so the monsters are very dense. If Wei Xiaosu summons too many skeleton minions at once, he might alert the enemies. If he accidentally attracts the boss or mini monsters at the same time, it would be trouble. Wei Xiaosu quickly jumped onto the back of the skeleton wild boar. It was a bit uncomfortable, but it was fast. If he faced an unavoidable danger, he would rely on it. Of course, since this is a level 1 dungeon, as long as Wei Xiaosu's luck isn't too bad, he probably won't have much trouble. Plus, once he upgrades the skeleton wild boar, he can walk freely in the dungeon. So, Wei Xiaosu rode the skeleton wild boar, leading the dozen skeleton mages, and headed deeper into the wilderness. The closer they got to the depths of the Orc's Nest, the more dark clouds gathered in the sky. A faint smell of blood also began to drift over. Gradually, distant roars of beasts started to sound. Wei Xiaosu slowed down the skeleton minions, trying not to make too much noise. After 10 more minutes, the blood smell grew stronger, and the beast roars became clearer. Wei Xiaosu carefully moved closer. Luckily, the light here was dim. Otherwise, with so few obstacles in the wilderness, he would have been spotted long ago. Is that a hyena man? Although they were about 100 meters apart, Wei Xiaosu recognized their identity. They were a lower class of beastmen in the Orc tribe. Adult hyena men are about 1.6 meters tall, even shorter than humans. But their sharp teeth, claws, and bloodthirsty nature make them very dangerous. At the same level, ordinary human awakeners don't have much advantage over them. Furthermore, there are 5 hyena-like monsters in the distance. These creatures seem to have just finished hunting a beast and are happily feasting on their prey. Hyena monsters, with an average strength between level 1 and 9, have a keen sense of smell and are good at tracking, Wei Xiaosu muttered, recalling the knowledge he had learned. Hyena monsters are the weakest type of monsters in the Orc lair. Over the years, the strongest hyena monsters encountered have only been ordinary level 9. After confirming their identity, Wei Xiaosu no longer worried. The next moment, a ghostly green flame appeared in his palm. Go! With a gentle push of his palm outward, a fireball about the size of a basketball shot rapidly toward the distant hyena monsters. At the same time, more than 10 skeleton mages pulled out their large cannons and threw them, causing continuous loud explosions. When the smoke and dust cleared, the 5 hyena monsters had been blown into pieces. They died without knowing who had ambushed and killed them. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 1 monster, hyena monster. Experience 25, congratulations. You have successfully defeated a level 2 monster, hyena monster. Experience 35, congratulations. You have successfully defeated a level 3 monster, hyena monster. Experience 45 among these 5 hyena monsters. The strongest was a level 3, followed by a level 2, and 3 level 1 monsters. The total experience gained from all 5 was only 155 points, which was quite little. He no longer worried about the amount of experience points. With his current strength, his experience gain rate was already the fastest among other students. He should learn to be satisfied. So, Wei Xiaosu took out his iron shovel and began digging graves. In less than 10 minutes, 5 graves were built. Looking at the 5 new graves, Wei Xiaosu suddenly felt like a good person. If others saw this, they wouldn't bury and honor these monsters? Of course, Wei Xiaosu only saw this as a joke for fun. His main purpose was still the effect of his iron shovel. This time, the 5 hyena monsters brought Wei Xiaosu 3 bottles of inferior corpse oil, 4 pieces of inferior graveyard incense, and a skill book. Insight technique. G level consumes 1 point of mental energy to view any target information visible to the eye, including level and 4-dimensional attributes. Wow, it's actually the insight technique. Wei Xiaosu looked at the skill book in his hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had planned to save money to buy one himself, but now he had obtained it directly from a grave. What a great deal. Although it's only the lowest level of insight technique, it can still show the target's level and 4-dimensional attributes, which is enough. Moreover, higher quality insight techniques are not learnable by him now. Any skill above G level requires certain conditions, like reaching a specific level or having a certain amount of 4-dimensional attributes. But those are future matters, so let's not discuss them now. After using the Insight Technique skill book, Wei Xiaosu applied 3 bottles of poor-quality corpse oil on himself, which slightly increased his 4-dimensional attributes again. Finally, he lit a piece of poor-quality grave incense. 1 piece provides 6,000 experience points, so 4 pieces give 24,000. Using the special ability of the bone finger consumes 4,000 experience points per use, meaning he can now use the bone finger 6 times. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu eagerly lit the grave incense and began absorbing the large amount of experience points. Then he took out the mysterious bone finger from his pink storage bag and touched the horn of the skeleton wild boar with his fingertip. The magical scene from last night happened again. The skeleton wild boar's size increased once more. But Wei Xiaosu wasn't finished. He continued to use the bone finger's ability, using up his 3rd upgrade opportunity. After consuming 20% of his experience points, the the skeleton wild boar finally completed its final evolution. Looking at the 8-meter-long and nearly 5-meter-tall skeleton wild boar in front of him, Wei Xiaosu trembled with excitement. Skeleton wild boar, level 0, beast commander, level 7, strength, 580, agility, 496, constitution, 530, spirit, 288, skill, savage charge, E-level. Savage charge, E-level temporarily increases movement speed and initiates a charging attack, but cannot turn during the skill activation. Powerful. So strong. The total of 4-dimensional attributes has reached 1,894 points, and the skill has also leveled up twice, from G level to E level. Monsters are classified into 9 levels, from 1st to 9th, and also divided into different ranks. It is easy to improve levels by hunting other monsters or humans to gain experience points. However, increasing rank depends on talent or bloodline strength. For example, how strong a bloodline is in a werewolf depends on its quality. Not to mention leaders or bosses, even elites, are very rare. Monster ranks from low to high are common, elite, leader, boss, beast general, lord, king, emperor, and imperial. There are 9 ranks in total. Humans also have rank divisions. Except for the beast general rank, renamed as major general, the others are the same. From now on, I'll call you Peiqi, Wei Xiaosu said, patting the big skull boar's head, giving it a name to distinguish it from ordinary skeleton boars. Peiqi let out 2 howls and rubbed its horn against Wei Xiaosu, seeming to like its new name very much. Next, Wei Xiaosu chose a skeleton mage and used 30% of his experience points to raise its rank by 3 levels. Skeleton mage, level 0, boss, level 7, strength, 235, agility, 220, constitution, 230, spirit, 420, skill, cannonball, F grade. Cannonball, F grade throws an explosive firecracker at the target, causing minor damage. The total attributes of the skeleton mage reached 1105 points, and its skill level increased by 1, becoming an F-grade skill, Cannonball. It seems that starting from boss level, each time a monster's rank increases, its skills also improve. How big is the Cannonball? Wei Xiaosu looked at the slightly larger skeleton mage, about 2 meters tall, and was very interested. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu said with a mischievous smile, giving the skeleton mage a special name. Then he said, Xiaoming, show me your big treasure. As he finished speaking, the skeleton mage pulled out a 1-meter-long, thick red firecracker from its hollow pelvis bone. Watching Xiaoming hold a large toy cannon, Wei Xiaosu suddenly shivered and instinctively took a few steps back. He said, All right, I get it. You're very strong. You can put it away now. Xiaoming. ABA, can you talk? Wei Xiaosu was surprised and suddenly became more alert. Talking summoned creatures are not uncommon, like the cat-eared girl from last night. But undead creatures that can speak are very rare, especially low-level undead. ABA. Xiaoming shook his head, and his white skull made a cracking sound. Wei Xiaosu. All right, it seems Xiaoming can only say ABA for now. But just because he can't speak more now doesn't mean he never will. There's still a chance to raise Xiaoming's level or rank. As for Peggy, a pig trying to speak is much harder than Xiaoming. Even if beast-shaped creatures gain intelligence, it's very difficult for them to speak. Only the strongest beast-shaped creatures can talk. Now that Peggy and Xiaoming are here to protect him, Wei Xiaosu's courage has grown. With a level 7 beast general and a level 7 boss, he's confident they can handle this 1-star dungeon. It's almost impossible for him to fail now. So, Wei Xiaosu waved his hand, and thousands of skeleton mages appeared in the wilderness, along with dozens of skeleton wild boars. Go, kill everything you see, he commanded. At his order, the skeleton mages quickly spread out like a white tide in all directions. They are enough to deal with ordinary monsters. If they encounter elites, the dozens of skeleton wild boars will join the attack. If they face a powerful monster that even the wild boars can't handle, Wei Xiaosu will step in himself. Within 5 minutes, Wei Xiaosu started receiving continuous alerts of monsters being defeated. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 2 goblin, gaining 35 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 5 orc, gaining 85 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 8 minotaur, gaining 135 experience points. Ordinary monsters cannot withstand the onslaught of the skeleton army. Although some skeleton mages are also killed in the process, each skeleton mage can be summoned with just 1 point of mental energy, and even if they die, Wei Xiaosu doesn't feel any sadness. After half an hour, Wei Xiaosu looked at the screen in front of him and frowned slightly. The screen showed 131 skeleton mages have died. 155 skeleton mages have died. 147 skeleton mages have died. 13 wild boars have been defeated. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated an elite level 9 minotaur, gaining 3,235 experience points. You received Minotaur leather boots, Minotaur battle axe, and Minotaur horn. It seems I encountered an elite minotaur. Wei Xiaosu was quite satisfied with the fighting power of his skeleton minions. The elite monsters couldn't last even a minute before being overwhelmed, a speed likely achievable only by a first-tier class player. As the skeleton minions charged into battle, Wei Xiaosu started digging trenches and building graves behind them, while collecting the equipment and materials they obtained into his storage bag. About 3 hours later, a shining light appeared on Wei Xiaosu's body, indicating an upgrade. His level finally reached 10, marking the critical point of the first class change. At the moment he reached level 10, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and his class change quest began. Necromancer First Class Quest, randomly generated own at least one summoned beast of chief level or higher. Ding, congratulations! You have completed the first class quest, reached level 11, and received a 10 bonus to all attributes. Ding, talent skill, Eternal Glory, level 2. Ding, the Fallen's Woe quality has been upgraded to elite, and your level has increased to tier 1, level 11, with level 2 of the mastery effect. Wei Xiaosu. This transformation was very dramatic. Normally, it is extremely difficult to have a top-tier summoned beast before the first transformation. However, Wei Xiaosu was very lucky. While digging graves, he obtained a skill that could summon elite wild boars. Later, he also got a mysterious white bone finger, which could directly upgrade his summoned beast by 3 levels. So, the task he received for his first transformation was almost too easy. After the first transformation, Wei Xiaosu felt full of strength. Although he only gained 1 level, from 10 to 11, the increase in his 4-dimensional attributes was doubled. Plus, with the effect of corpse oil, his boost was much more impressive than others. It's like everyone starting with 100 in their attributes. Doubling would give 200. But Wei Xiaosu had already reached 200 before the transformation, so doubling it became 400. His first transformation's boost was much bigger than others. Name, Wei Xiaosu class. Undead Summoner. First transformation. Level, 11, 0%. Strength, 770 agility. 800 constitution. 780 spirit. 1530 main equipment. Death's Woe summoning space. 3,100/15,300 skills. Innate skill, immortality, SSS level. Summon skeleton mage, G level. Ghost fire technique, G level. He was incredibly talented, so much so that with these attributes, Wei Xiaosu felt he could rival some hidden combat classes even without using summoned beasts. Of course, his summoned beasts were even more extraordinary, especially Peiqi, whose 4 attributes all exceeded 1,000, more than doubling compared to before. And Xiaoming's cannon, which he pulled out from his pelvis, had become even larger. Wei Xiaosu was quite alarmed, worried that the cannon might explode right in front of him. Innate skill, immortality, SSS level. Effect 1. Your soul power is extremely strong, and you have mastered the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You can learn the same undead summoning skills without limit, and you can stack the effects infinitely. There is also a very low chance to upgrade the skill by 1 level. Effect 2. Your soul power is so strong that you will become truly immortal. Any damage you receive will randomly transfer to your summoned beasts, including those appearing in the real world and within your summoning space. Wow, the second effect of immortality is amazing, especially when combined with the first effect. It makes me invincible. Everyone was stunned. With effect 2, he is now practically unkillable. Anyone who says summoners are fragile will have their legs broken by him. Moreover, the more minions he has in his summoning space, the safer he is. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of minions. By then, even powerful experts might find it hard to kill him. Great. I thought low-level summoned creatures would become useless over time, but now it seems they are the best for this skill. Wei Xiaosu carefully studied the second effect of the immortal talent for a while. He finally realized that the skeleton mage's ability to absorb damage is much stronger than that of the skeleton wild boar. For example, 10 points of mental power can summon one skeleton wild boar, but the same mental power can summon 200 skeleton mages. Damage transfer is unaffected by defense, so it's a matter of who has more health. One skeleton wild boar is tougher than one skeleton mage, but it's equivalent to dozens of skeleton mages. So, which summoned creature is more cost-effective is obvious. Finally, Wei Xiaosu turned his attention to his own main equipment. After an upgrade, a fine black-gold pattern appeared on the black shovel, giving it a slightly more high-end look. Grief of the Departed, Elite, Level 11, Quality, Tier 1, Strength, 100, Agility, 100, Constitution, 100, Spirit, 100 Effect 1. Dig a hole, bury a corpse, and after 60 seconds, you will get a small sapling full of strange fruits. Note: only creatures you have killed can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2. Dig a grave, open a coffin. The more wicked you become, the stronger you grow. Any corpse recognized in the graves you dig will be revived and become your most loyal servant. Note: corpses with strength exceeding their own by 100 times cannot be revived. Introduction: he is dead, but not completely gone. He is alive, but not fully alive. Death is not the end. The spirit world is. When Wei Xiaosu finished reading the description of the Iron Shovel's Effect 2, he suddenly felt terrible. It was too cruel. If he really did that, he would never have a normal life again. Digging up ancestors' graves is like killing parents. It's something he can't do, and he can't get past that moral barrier himself. But in the next second, Wei Xiaosu suddenly clapped his hands hard, and his eyes started glowing. Who says I have to dig up human ancestors' graves? The graves of those monsters. Digging them up is completely fine with no guilt. Just as Wei Xiaosu was secretly excited, he suddenly heard a gust of wind, followed by an arrow shooting rapidly toward him. Thud unaware, Wei Xiaosu was pierced through the heart by the arrow, and a big spray of blood burst out. In that moment, Wei Xiaosu thought he would die like this, but he was soon surprised to find that although the arrow pierced his heart and caused intense pain, his vitality showed no sign of weakening. He slightly lowered his head and saw his heart healing visibly. Even the wound from the arrow was quickly closing. While he was recovering, all 155 skeleton mages around him instantly disintegrated into a pile of broken bones. The arrow that could instantly kill Wei Xiaosu, who has 780 points of stamina, and still kill 155 skeleton mages under damage transfer, was definitely shot by someone powerful, not a mere minion. Wow, that was close, Wei Xiaosu muttered, touching his chest which had returned to normal, his heart pounding faster. If he hadn't just learned the damage transfer skill, he would already be a corpse now. But after the fear, Wei Xiaosu's anger erupted. He immediately ordered thousands of skeleton mages to rush toward the direction of the arrow. Today, no matter who the opponent is, they must die. Within a minute, thousands of skeleton mages forced the enemy out of hiding. It was a young minotaur. The young minotaur stared at Wei Xiaosu with surprise for a few seconds, then used a skill to instantly kill all the surrounding skeleton mages. Immediately after, he turned and ran away. The young minotaur was very fast. Not to mention the skeleton mages, even Paige, with all her strength, might not be able to catch him. Insight technique. Name: Minotaur, Yazan, Boss, Class: Earth God Archer, First Tier, Level 16, Strength 1370, Agility 1850, Constitution 1480, Spirit 1050. What? It's actually a wise orc. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. It was incredible that a wise orc appeared in the dungeon. The Orc Nest dungeon had been in Qingyang City for decades, but no one had ever heard of a wise orc appearing. Orcs are different from wild beasts. They are more like a different kind of human. In some secret realms, there are even orc empires. This is strange. Wei Xiaosu looked at Yazan, the Minotaur, who was gradually disappearing from view. He was both alarmed and planning how to hunt him down. Wei Xiaosu was not a kind person. Revenge was his principle. The previous arrow attack was a grudge he had to settle. Minotaur, huh? Coincidentally, I also have a quest to collect Minotaur horns. None of you will escape. Wei Xiaosu slightly curled his lips. With his current strength and the help of his skeleton minions, it was easy to dominate the entire one-star dungeon. So, Wei Xiaosu stopped wandering aimlessly and headed straight toward the deepest part of the dungeon. He had a suspicion that there might be some secret inside. Everyone knows that dungeons are just projections of secret realms, or even not quite that. They are a different kind of rule. No matter how powerful the monsters inside are, they are just mindless creatures without intelligence. Huh, what is that? After walking about 5 or 6 kilometers into the dungeon, Wei Xiaosu stopped and looked ahead with a complex expression. There, he saw 5 human corpses, or more precisely, the bodies of high school seniors. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward and crouched beside several corpses to examine them. Sure enough, each person's heart had a hole about the size of a fist, and all the bodies looked the same in death. It was done by the Minotaur Yazan, Wei Xiaosu said, looking at the classmates who had died tragically. He felt even more angry. He sighed and ordered 10 skeleton mages to carry the bodies to the entrance of the dungeon, so others could find them easily, and then he led them out. Then, Wei Xiaosu continued moving forward. Soon, he found several more battle sites, and in every one, there were more student bodies. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. The closer he got to the deep part of the nest, the angrier Wei Xiaosu became. He didn't know most of these students well, and many he had only seen briefly, but he still felt very upset. Moreover, those who came to train at the Orc Nest on the 3rd day of awakening were the best students. Those with less talent were still in the Green Plains or Goblin Caves. Should we tell others outside about this? There's a boss-level wise beast hunter, a land god archer, hunting students here. It looks very strange. Wei Xiaosu let out a long sigh. These young men and women, full of life like flowers, had just started their lives, and now such a tragedy had happened. Send them back. He waved his hand, and several skeleton mages carried the bodies of the students back. Leaves returned to their roots, and if he left the bodies unattended, wild beasts in the dungeon might eat them soon, leaving no complete corpses. As Wei Xiaosu approached the core of the nest, he encountered more and more orcs, and their strength increased. He even faced a level 9 orc boss. But under the attack of his army of skeletons, even the boss couldn't resist. Wei Xiaosu held a black shovel and stood in front of the fallen, dying orc boss, looking down at it. Go to death. He swung the shovel down forcefully, and its sharp edge cut off the orc boss's head. Wei Xiaosu and the skeleton minions tirelessly pressed forward until night fell, finally reaching the heart of the orc lair. In the 1-star dungeon, the Orc Nest typically has 20 bosses, ranging from level 5 to 20, with more elite and leader monsters. However, about half of these monsters are active outside the nest, so only around 10 bosses stay in the core area. Human, you have angered me. Minions, attack. Just as Wei Xiaosu entered the core of the nest, a huge minotaur over 3 meters tall led hundreds of orcs, strong and weak, out to face him. This line sounds so stiff. They're just emotionless puppets, Wei Xiaosu muttered. Killing these monsters in the dungeon doesn't give much sense of achievement. It would be better to catch the Minotaur Yazan. Maybe he could be questioned for useful information. Minotaur Chieftain, level 1. Boss, level 20 strength, 2000 agility, 1496 constitution, 1830 spirit, 788. As expected of the final boss, his strength is 2000, Wei Xiaosu noted. But he was not worried. The Minotaur Chieftain was strong, but compared to Paige, he was nothing. Paige was only level 12, but she was a first-level beast general. Her 4 main attributes all exceeded 2000, except for spirit. Paige, let's go. Wei Xiaosu rode on Paige's back, holding a black iron shovel, transforming instantly into a pig knight. In terms of combat power, orcs are stronger, but in numbers, skeleton monsters dominate. There are already over 10,000 skeleton mages. With over 10,000, the scene is endless. The entire Orc Nest is surrounded by layers of skeleton mages. If they encounter elite orcs, hundreds of skeleton mages rush forward immediately. When facing orc leaders or bosses, the skeleton mages surge like a tide, as if they don't cost anything. Some skeleton mages are also very powerful. For example, Xiaoing is terrifying. He can almost produce a 1.5-meter-long giant firecracker from beneath him every 3 seconds. The fuse on the firecracker sparkled with sizzling sparks. Xiaoing chuckled and threw the firecracker into the crowd. The fuse burned quickly, and then there was a loud bang. The ground shook slightly, and dozens of orcs were killed instantly. Even the elite and leader orcs were knocked senseless by the explosion. Of course, although Xiaoing had powerful area damage in battle, he didn't have teammates who could protect him from harm. The big firecracker just now killed dozens of orcs, but the mage who cast the spell was hit even more, leaving the ground covered with bones and debris. Wow, Xiaoing is really fierce, someone said. From a distance, Wei Xiaosu, riding on Peiqi's back, looked back at the huge explosion. He felt a shiver down his spine. When it came to quickly killing orcs, Peiqi was far better than him, and Xiaoing was even more impressive. In just 3 seconds, Xiaoing could pull out a big firecracker. Hundreds of orcs in the Orc Nest were quickly cleared out, leaving only a few boss orcs struggling to hold on. But Xiaoing, working with the skeleton mage, only needed a little more effort to wipe them all out. Xiaoing held a firecracker with an unlit fuse in his arms and raised it high to celebrate his victory. His look was so funny it was hard to watch. Skeleton Mage killed 4,817 times. Wei Xiaosu, is this what they call the legendary saying, kill 100 enemies, suffer 1,000 injuries? He glanced at Xiaoing, who was happily celebrating with his ABA chant, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If you say Xiaoing is weak, he managed to clear the entire battlefield in just 1 minute, killing hundreds of orcs. But if you say he's strong, he killed hundreds of orcs while losing nearly 5,000 of his own skeleton mages. What kind of trick is that? Fortunately, skeleton mages aren't very valuable. Even without Xiaoing, relying on ordinary skeleton mages to defeat orcs would probably result in even greater losses, more than 5,000. Ababa, ababa, ababa. Xiaoing excitedly danced for a few seconds, then looked up at Peiqi and Wei Xiaosu fighting the Minotaur chieftain in the distance. Suddenly, he became energized again. However, when Wei Xiaosu saw Xiaoing rushing toward him, he was so scared he shivered all over and quickly shouted, "Xiaoing, don't come over." Although Xiaoing seemed a bit unhappy, for the sake of his own life, Wei Xiaosu still forcefully ordered him to watch the battle. The Minotaur chieftain was very strong, wielding a huge, extremely sharp axe. Even Paige, with over 2,000 health points, could be easily overwhelmed. However, Paige's overall strength was slightly better, and with Wei Xiaosu's help, the Minotaur chieftain was finally defeated after 3 minutes, with Wei Xiaosu chopping off half of his head. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 20 Tier 1 monster, Minotaur Chieftain Boss. Experience 100,000. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 13. You receive a bonus of 10 to all attributes. A golden light shone from Wei Xiaosu, and his level increased by 1 again. Phew, finally leveled up. Now it takes more and more experience to level up. Wei Xiaosu sighed with relief. He was now level 13, and to reach level 14, he needed 1 million experience points. A level 20 Tier 1 Minotaur Chieftain boss only gave 100,000 experience points. To level up, he would need to defeat 10 Minotaur Chieftains. Just thinking about it was enough to make him despair. The dungeon boss respawns every 3 days. If I want to keep leveling up, it looks like I can't do the dungeon anymore. Wei Xiaosu shook his head with a bitter smile. He had cleared the entire dungeon alone today, so the next 3 days at the Orc Nest dungeon didn't seem very appealing. Next, Wei Xiaosu resumed his favorite activity, digging graves and burying bodies. Now, he could bury a corpse in less than 2 minutes. Truly terrifying. If someone asked him how he could build a grave so quickly, he would proudly say, "It's all about practice." However, this time, the workload was quite heavy. Even with Wei Xiaosu's current skills, it took him a full hour to finish this batch. But the effort paid off with a big harvest, 17 bottles of low-quality corpse oil, 11 pieces of low-quality graveyard incense, 10 bowls of low-quality graveyard food, and 22 pieces of equipment. Among them was even a Tier 1 boss-level item, an axe held by the Minotaur chieftain. Low-quality graveyard food. Item: slightly spoiled graveyard food. When eaten, it restores 1 point of mental energy per second for 60 seconds. 4 undead-type professions and undead creatures only. Compared to graveyard incense and corpse oil, graveyard food does not add any attributes or experience points. However, it can quickly restore mental energy in a short time. 4-way Xiaosu, a necromancer. As long as he has enough mental energy, he can keep fighting non-stop. Now there are 3 ghostly items: graveyard incense, graveyard food, and corpse oil. I wonder if there will be more ghostly items later, Wei Xiaosu secretly guesses. At first, he refused these ghostly items because their names sounded terrible. But gradually, he found that each one was very easy to use and worked really well. Frenzied Battle Axe, Boss, Level 20, Quality, Tier 1, Strength, 395, Effect, Slight Armor Piercing Effect, especially effective against alloy armor. Description: a huge axe made of tough alloy with strong destructive power. Wow, this weapon adds nearly 400 points to my stats and also has armor-piercing effects. That's incredible. Wei Xiaosu stared at the huge axe in his hand, feeling excited. The stat boost from this weapon is just average, but its special effect is very rare. Even weapons of the same level with higher stats can't compare. This is amazing. A Tier 1 boss weapon at level 20, market value around 50,000 to 100,000. But this frenzied battle axe could sell for at least twice that price. He happily stored the axe in his bag. After clearing this dungeon, he gained a lot. Of course, the drop rate in the dungeon is very low. His big haul was only possible because of the black iron shovel. Shushu. Suddenly, 2 streaks of breaking air sounded. 2 arrows shot out from a hidden corner, aiming straight at Wei Xiaosu's head and chest. Finally, it's revealed. Compared to the first time he was caught off guard, this time Wei Xiaosu was clearly prepared for a cold attack. A slight sneer appeared on his lips. In the next moment, he took a small step back and immediately hid behind Paige. Peichi's large body acts as a strong shield. The 2 arrows, which seemed powerful, got stuck on her ribs when they hit her. Dog-like thing. Thinking you can strike twice with the same tricks? Dream on, Wei Xiaosu grumbled as he stepped out from behind Peichi. He looked toward where the arrows came from, a sly smile crossing his face. He said, "Little calf, I knew you'd come. So, seeing my skeleton mage all dead, you dared to attack me?" Actually, from the start, the opponent had fallen into his trap, including the battle style, where Xiaoing kills 100 enemies but loses 1,000 himself. Almost all the thousands of skeleton mages had been defeated. The enemies hiding in the dark wouldn't miss such a rare chance. Even if Wei Xiaosu failed again, a small army of fewer than 100 skeleton monsters couldn't stop him from escaping. This was Wei Xiaosu's plan, and the Minotaur Yazan thought the same. So, the surprise attack arrived as expected. Summon. Skeleton Mage. As he finished speaking, countless skeleton mages emerged from the black mist. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. A vast sea of skeleton mages formed, surrounding the ambushers tightly, leaving no gaps. This can't be true. You're just a level 1 summoner. How can you have so many summoned creatures? Yazan's face twisted in anger, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although these skeleton monsters were weak, he could easily shoot dozens with a single arrow. But now, instead of dozens or hundreds, he was surrounded by thousands, nearly 10,000 skeleton soldiers. Besides these weak skeleton mages, there was Xiaoming, who was as strong as him, and Peichi, who was even stronger. If his escape route was cut off, only death awaited him. I won't die here. I won't be killed by a small human like you. Yazan clenched his teeth and drew his bow, shouting loudly, "Arrow of the earth, go!" In the next second, a yellowish arrow shot out instantly. It first soared 100 meters into the air, then suddenly changed direction and plunged straight down, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. This process happened in just a moment, only about 1 second. After the arrow hit the ground, suddenly, hundreds of light yellow arrows shot out from the ground within a 20-meter radius around Yazan. The power of these light arrows was very strong. The fragile body of the skeleton mage couldn't withstand them, and many were instantly defeated. Skeleton mages killed, 755. Wow, that's impressive. From afar, Wei Xiaosu saw this scene and raised an eyebrow, feeling amazed. The bull-headed man named Yazan was really strong. Among his peers, he was probably one of the best. However, Yazan was only at the top level among his peers, while Wei Xiaosu believed he was unbeatable at his level. In the distance, a large area that had just been cleared was quickly filled again with dense skeleton mages. Wei Xiaosu didn't give the enemy another chance and began directing his followers to fight back. Countless firecrackers were thrown out. Although they weren't very powerful, they still caused Yazan a lot of trouble. There were so many, and the firecrackers flying in the sky never stopped. Abba, abba, abba. Xiaoing watched the firecrackers flying everywhere and Yazan weaving through the skeletons, looking very excited. In the next second, Xiaoing rushed out directly. He kept chanting, Abba, 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 and, about 100 meters from Yazan, the fuse on the big firecracker in his hand was suddenly lit. Abba, Abba, Wu Xiaoing was very excited as he threw the firecracker in his hand. Boom crash! Xiaoming's firecracker exploded right next to Yazan, and a huge flame shot up into the sky, covering an area of several dozen meters. Skeleton mages killed, 666. Wei Xiaosu, looking at the white bones splashing everywhere, Wei Xiaosu felt very tired. If Yazan hadn't just cleared the nearby skeleton mages, this explosion might have killed over 1,000. Abba Abba, Xiaoming watched the soaring flames, spinning around happily and clapping his hands, looking funny and silly. Because Xiaoming's firecracker hit Yazan directly, Yazan had lost his fighting ability. What surprised Wei Xiaosu most was that this guy wasn't killed by the explosion. His vitality is really strong, Wei Xiaosu muttered with a slight smile, secretly impressed. He didn't order his skeleton minions to continue attacking. Since he could capture a living person, there was no need to kill the opponent. Moreover, dozens of students had died tragically in the dungeon today. If news of this spread, it would surely alarm the entire Qingyang city, or even the whole Tianfu province. If he could catch the main culprit, he would receive a big reward. But more than the reward, Wei Xiaosu hoped that the powerful figures would investigate why a wise life appeared in the dungeon. The entrances to the one-star trial dungeon are heavily guarded, so Wei Xiaosu was curious how Yazan managed to get in. Looking at Yazan, who was barely alive and his skin burned black, Wei Xiaosu felt very pleased. Foreigners deserve to die. After saying this, Wei Xiaosu stopped paying attention to Yazan. He casually ordered 2 of his minions to carry the unconscious Yazan and then headed back. He had been in the dungeon for half a day, killing most of the monsters inside. There was no point in staying longer. Soon, Wei Xiaosu arrived at the nearest dungeon exit. There, dozens of skeleton mages stood guard, along with the bodies of several students they had brought back. Has no one come in all this time? Truly, Wei Xiaosu shook his head, feeling a bit speechless. But he thought about it and found it normal. The Orc Nest was the hardest part of the one-star trial dungeon. Only the elite students from various schools dared to come in today to level up. Elites, Wei Xiaosu sighed bitterly. Among these people, he recognized 3 with rare professions, and there might be more he didn't know. Then take them all out, Wei Xiaosu said coldly, glancing at the still unconscious Minotaur Yazan. He waved his hand and ordered his skeleton minions to carry out the student bodies. With a flash of light, Wei Xiaosu quickly appeared at the dungeon entrance. The armed soldiers saw someone coming out and looked over with interest. Finally, someone is out. If you don't come out soon, I'll have to call for backup, one soldier joked. The last one in today, but the first to come out. How's the progress of the dungeon? Another soldier asked curiously. Just when they teased and asked questions, Wei Xiaosu looked sad and didn't know how to answer. Of course, he didn't need to answer because, in the next second, the teleportation array at the entrance of the dungeon started flashing with bright light again. 2 soldiers also shifted their attention from Wei Xiaosu and looked with smiles at the other students who would appear soon. Although they weren't powerful fighters, they understood one thing. Those who could enter the Orc Nest on the 3rd day of awakening were all human elites and the main force to fight against the alien races in the future. To be honest, low-level fighters like them could only guard one-star dungeons. If they went into secret realms to fight aliens, they would just be cannon fodder. However, when the light disappeared, dozens of skeleton mages, some carrying or behind dozens of students' bodies, appeared. The smiles on the soldiers' faces gradually froze. No way. How could this happen? The two soldiers immediately raised their rifles and shot precisely at each skeleton mage. Bang, 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 bang. The skeleton mages, though at level 1, couldn't withstand bullets. Under the soldiers' expert shooting, they were quickly turned into piles of bones. Wei Xiaosu watched all this, but didn't stop. After all, dozens of skeleton mages were just a small threat to him. He could ignore a few hundred firecrackers he threw, so he certainly wouldn't care now. That's strange. How could there be undead creatures in the Orc Nest? Yes. It smells like summoned creatures. The soldiers seemed to realize this only now. They quickly turned around and stared at Wei Xiaosu for a few seconds. One of them asked in a deep voice, "Student, can you tell us what is going on?" Faced with their suspicion and wariness, Wei Xiaosu sighed helplessly and explained everything from the beginning. This is what happened. In the end, I carefully set a trap and caught the culprit. Now he's badly injured. I think you know what to do. After Wei Xiaosu finished speaking, he greeted everyone and left. As for why the Minotaur Yazan appeared in the dungeon, he didn't bother to care. The people above would handle it. He was just a student, an ordinary, unremarkable student. After leaving the teleportation area, Wei Xiaosu went straight to the quest office. When he took out all the collected Minotaur horns from his storage bag, the staff responsible for buying was stunned. He had 255 pairs of ordinary Minotaur horns, 12 pairs of elite horns, 2 pairs of leader horns, and 1 boss horn, totaling 315,000 Chinese yuan. Haha, thanks. Happy cooperation, Wei Xiaosu said happily as he saw the deposit notification on his phone. The person in charge looked at the mountain of Minotaur horns on the table and then at Wei Xiaosu walking away, feeling stunned for a long time. Wow, I feel like I can take a few days off now. The manager's mouth twitched twice. If he guessed correctly, there probably weren't many monsters left in the Orc Nest. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu sat comfortably on the bus back to the city. He leaned against the seat, wearing headphones, and closed his eyes for a quick rest. However, at the very back of the bus, a man wearing a baseball cap and mask was silently watching Wei Xiaosu sleep, his deep eyes full of coldness. The bus sped along and soon returned to the city center. Wei Xiaosu chose not to get off at Qingyang No. 1 Middle School, but at a stop closest to the item trading market. Tomorrow, he had to go back to his hometown for 2 days, so he planned to sell his equipment first. These low-level items could fetch a good price now, each day a different price, so he needed to sell them quickly. As soon as he entered the trading market, Wei Xiaosu saw the cat-eared girl at the entrance, trying to attract customers. Today, she was dressed as a maid, with long, slender, fair legs covered in a mesh white stocking, looking very cute. Envy the Orc Summoner's second day. Wei Xiaosu secretly vowed that one day, he would also have a cat-eared girl like that. Just thinking about having such a beautiful summoned creature serving tea and water, massaging his shoulders and legs, made the corners of his mouth lift involuntarily. Brother, do you want a cat-eared girl? While Wei Xiaosu was happily watching the cat-eared girl nearby, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He turned his head and was speechless. The person was Zhang Taidan, the second-hand dealer who had taken all his equipment last night but didn't give him a single coin. No, Wei Xiaosu said firmly, hands behind his back, in a calm voice. I am a scholar, Zhang Taidan. Seriously, you're a scholar? If you hadn't been staring at her legs for 10 minutes, I might believe you. But as a professional second-hand dealer, or rather, a sales expert, Zhang Taidan wouldn't embarrass his customer. So he quickly changed the subject. Hey, little brother Xiaosu, do you have some good stuff to sell today? Yes, I do, Wei Xiaosu replied honestly. The deal last night was quite pleasant. He sold at market price, and finally bought a storage bag for 20,000 coins at a low price. So he still had a good impression of Zhang Taidan. Next, Wei Xiaosu calmly took out his pink storage bag and displayed the equipment he had gathered today. Compared to yesterday, his haul was more than 10 times larger, especially that giant axe. Even the usually calm Zhang Taidan showed a slight change in expression. Generally, equipment from level 5 to 10 sells best and often has a 50% to 100% markup, since many new professionals are reaching those levels. But that doesn't mean level 20 equipment is cheap. New professionals will eventually reach level 20, right? Even after the college entrance exams are over, the markup on equipment disappears, but level 20 gear won't lose value. Moreover, the biggest feature and selling point of this Berserk War Axe is its armor-breaking effect. The equipment's effects number in the tens of thousands, and its armor-breaking ability is definitely among the top 10. So, how much do you want for these? Wei Xiaosu asked. Well, Zhang tied in fondly the Berserk giant axe, looked at the other equipment, and finally gritted his teeth, naming a terrifying number. The giant axe for 100,000 coins, and the rest of the equipment together for 80,000. Total, 180,000. After hearing the other person's offer, Wei Xiaosu thought for a few seconds, but didn't increase the price because it was already fair. Then, Wei Xiaosu took out his phone and opened his WeChat payment QR code. To his surprise, the other person didn't intend to pay. What the heck? In broad daylight, under the bright sun, are you trying to sell something else again? Wei Xiaosu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked cautiously at Zhang Taidan in front of him. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhang Taidan took out 2 items from his storage bag. Brother Xiaosu, look. Don't look, just send the money. This is good stuff. Good stuff or not, just send the money, Zhang Taidan. This is a book on summoning spirits and a potion that can upgrade the level of summoned spirits. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. Don't look, don't want it, just send the money. Hey, wait. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu snapped out of his daze. Before he finished sending the money, his eyes fell on the 2 items Zhang Taidan was holding. When he saw the names and effects of the items clearly, he was overjoyed. How much for them? Skill book 50,000, evolution potion 150,000, Zhang Taidan said with a sneaky smile, clearly showing his scheming face. That's so expensive. Wei Xiaosu was shocked by the price, especially the 150,000 for the potion. It's ridiculously high. Make it cheaper. Brother Xiaosu, I consider you a friend. I only quoted 200,000 for both items. If you go somewhere else, you'll need to pay at least 250,000 to 300,000 to get them. Zhang Taidan shook his head, refusing to lower the price. Seeing the other person's firm attitude, Wei Xiaosu started searching for the approximate prices of similar items on his phone and even asked his teacher, Li Jing. In the end, he concluded that 200,000 wasn't too much. All right, I sold some equipment for 180,000 earlier. I'll take 20,000 off. I want these. Wei Xiaosu agreed through gritted teeth. Good. Zhang Tiedan's smile grew even more cunning. He casually took out his phone and skillfully opened his WeChat QR code to receive payment. WeChat received 20,000 yuan. Bro, you're really generous. Next time you have good stuff, just come find me. Wei Xiaosu, looking at Zhang Tiedan's departing figure, Wei Xiaosu always feels something is off. Last night, he sold a lot of equipment but didn't receive a single coin. Today, he sold even more items, 10 times the quality and quantity of yesterday, but still received no money. On top of that, he spent 20,000 yuan. What the heck? Talented people. Wei Xiaosu cursed for a while. His mood was complicated. He wasn't sure if he made a profit, the other person did, or maybe both of them did. Low-level undead evolution potion. Item: apply the potion to an undead creature. When absorbed, the undead will increase 1 rank, but cannot exceed the beast general level. Each undead can only be used once. Summon Skeleton Guard. G-level summons 1, Elite, Skeleton Guard. Its level increases with the summoner. Each summon consumes 10 mental points. A bottle of evolution potion and a skill book. Both are items that can instantly boost Wei Xiaosu's combat power. That's why he was willing to spend 200,000 yuan to buy them. Especially the Skeleton Guard. Just by its name, you know its defense must be poor. Whether used as frontline tank or to protect himself, it will definitely perform much better than fragile skeleton mages. After putting the skill and potion into his storage bag, Wei Xiaosu kept staring at the cat-eared girl in the distance. He watched for half an hour. She's so pretty, Wei Xiaosu sighed longingly. He made up his mind again. He must get a cat-eared girl in the future. His teacher once said that life should have goals and pursuits. Only then does life have meaning and motivation. Now, the soft and cute cat-eared girl became Wei Xiaosu's life goal, his pursuit. Leaving the trading market, Wei Xiaosu hailed a luxury taxi and quickly arrived at Guoku community. Back in his room, he eagerly took out the skill book and evolution potion. Learn, summon skeleton guard, as the skill book turned into tiny stars and merged into his mind. Wei Xiaosu instantly mastered the summon of the skeleton guard. This kind of low-level skill book is very simple to learn, with no complicated process or special requirements. It's very easy to learn. Summon. Skeleton guard. A cloud of black mist shot out from the palm of his hand and landed in the center of the living room. In an instant, the black mist dissipated and a brand new skeleton monster appeared. This was a tall skeleton, just over 2 meters high, holding a shield nearly as tall as itself. The shield was about 10 centimeters thick, looking very sturdy, and likely offered strong defense. Skeleton guard, level 1, elite, level 13, strength, 580, agility, 300, constitution, 1050, spirit, 188, skill, standout, G level, standout, G level. The skeleton guard can quickly leap toward a target and raise its shield to defend. The maximum jump distance is 10 times its level. Sure enough, it's a defensive type skeleton. That's great. Wei Xiaosu nodded happily. Then he took a small bone finger from his storage bag and gently pressed it between the skeleton guard's eyebrows. Suddenly, a black light shone, and the skeleton guard's rank began to rise continuously, from elite to leader, from leader to boss, and finally from boss to beast general level. The skeleton guard, originally just over 2 meters tall, now grew to over 3 meters. Its bones expanded significantly, especially the white bone shield, which now had over a dozen black golden patterns on it, making it look even more solid. The skeleton guard crouched in the center of the living room, but its head was almost touching the ceiling. Its huge body gave Wei Xiaosu a sense of endless security. This is much more reliable than a skeleton mage. With it guarding me, I feel much safer. Wei Xiaosu was very happy. Although he had the ability to transfer damage, he preferred not to use it unless necessary, because pain was real. Furthermore, Wei Xiaosu's own defense was very low. Using a game analogy, if his defense was 1 and the enemy's attack was 1,000, he would take 999 points of damage. While this damage wouldn't kill him, it would transfer to the summoned skeleton. For example, if the skeleton guard had 2,000 defense, the enemy's attack might normally be blocked. But when that 999 damage is shared, it could easily cause the skeleton guard to die. Skull guard, level 1, beast commander, level 13 strength, 1880 agility, 1050 constitution, 3888 spirit, 888 skill, standout, E-level, standout. E-level. The skull guard can jump quickly to a target and raise its shield to defend. The maximum jump distance is 100 times its level. Wow, 3,888 points in constitution. This is a pure tank. Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up, impressed by this terrifying toughness. Although both are level 1 beast commanders, the skeleton wild boar has only 2,100 constitution, while the skull guard has nearly 4,000, which is unbelievable. Moreover, this nearly 4,000 constitution only applies to the skull guard itself, not including the shield it holds. Although he hasn't tested it, the shield's actual defense must be even higher. From now on, call you Little Strong. The indestructible Little Strong. Wei Xiaosu chuckled happily and named the opponent. He waved his hand to recall Little Strong to the summoning space, then released Little Ming. He had already decided who would use the evolution potion. Currently, Peiqi and Little Strong are both beast commanders, but Little Ming is only a boss level. So, the evolution potion must be saved for Little Ming. Wei Xiaosu also highly appreciates Little Ming's battlefield AoE damage. One blast can wipe out a large group, which is extremely satisfying. He then applied a whole bottle of evolution potion onto Little Ming's bones. After about 3 minutes, the potion was absorbed, and Little Ming successfully advanced. Skeleton Mage, level 1, Beast Commander, level 13 Strength, 855 Agility, 1350 Constitution, 1220 Spirit, 3100 Skill, Super Big Cannon, E-level, Super Big Cannon. E-level throws an explosive super big firework at the target, causing massive damage. TSK, 3,100 points of spirit power. Next time in a team battle, I'll definitely get MVP. Regarding Xiaoming's efficiency in defeating enemies, Wei Xiaosu highly approves, especially when dealing with minor foes. Xiaoming's ability to gather and eliminate enemies surpasses that of all their team members combined. Of course, Wei Xiaosu would be even happier if Xiaoming could defeat 100 enemies at the cost of losing 1,000 himself. After recalling Xiaoming to the summoning space, Wei Xiaosu simply washed up and then returned to his bedroom. Soon after, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard of Guaku community, an old man with white hair and a beard sat calmly in a pavilion, holding a cup of hot tea. He watched a mysterious man about 10 meters away with great interest. The mysterious man wore a black cap and a mask, his gaze cold but cautious as he looked at the courtyard. He dared not make any unnecessary movements. The old man with white hair and beard was Su San, who lived in room 303 of Building 3. He took a sip of tea, relaxed, and then said lightly, "The Qian family actually sent you here. Isn't that a bit much?" The young master was seriously injured and might miss this year's college entrance exam. The mysterious man replied simply. Su San sneered upon hearing this. Relying on help because you're not good enough? Your family's young master is really useless. Unlike my young lady. Suddenly, Su San felt something strange about his words and quickly stopped speaking. He cursed inwardly. Wei Xiaosu, you dog. I heard from the family head that you even made my young lady cry. However, in terms of dignity and character, Qian Zihao is not even worthy to tie Xiaoming's shoes. Su San was too lazy to say more and coldly shouted, "Give you 3 seconds. Get out of here, or the Qian family will be waiting to bury you." Nothing happened overnight. By 5:30 a.m., Wei Xiaosu lazily got up with the help of his alarm clock to wash up. Today, he needed to go back home. His hometown was in Baoshi Village, Qinghe Town, Anzhou County, Xinjiang City. The straight-line distance was about 100 kilometers. To get there, he had to transfer 3 times, and the journey would take at least 5 hours. After a quick wash, Wei Xiaosu grabbed a bread and a box of milk and hurriedly left the room. Outside, the sky was still dark, and he could even see a faint crescent moon. The early bus to Anzhou County left at 6:30, and it was only just past 6. Wei Xiaosu walked calmly along the dim street. He turned on his phone, opened his reading app, and looked for a good novel to pass the time on the bus. This one seems interesting, though the title is ridiculously long. Something like Everyone Transforms. Infinite summons at the start. I alone am a disaster. Writers these days really had no sense for names, he thought. Still, since Wei Xiaosu himself worked as a summoner, the story caught his attention. He tapped on it, planning to read for a few minutes, but soon became completely absorbed. So much so that he didn't notice the faint sound of footsteps behind him. About 100 meters down a narrow alley, the person following him finally made a move. The man slowly drew a sharp knife from his waist. Under the moonlight, the blade glimmered coldly. He wore a cap and a mask that covered half his face, leaving only a pair of icy eyes visible. In the next moment, the stranger began to run swiftly. Yet strangely, his steps made no sound at all. The distance between them vanished in seconds. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he closed in, moving like a shadow. Then his wrist flicked, and the knife swept across Wei Xiaosu's neck. The man spoke coldly, "Remember this. Don't cross the wrong people next time. The Qian family isn't someone you can afford to offend." He turned his back, the knife in his hand still dripping red under the moonlight. His voice was calm, distant, and proud. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but the sound of a body falling never came. The man frowned. Something was wrong. He was certain his strike had been fatal. No one, not even a top-ranked summoner, could have survived that. Only a few medical professionals can survive a throat cut. For others, only strange and powerful alien creatures and monsters remain. Remember this in your next life. Until you're sure the enemy is truly dead, don't turn your back on them or show off. A faint voice came from behind the mysterious man. It was just a simple sentence, but it made his body break out in sweat, and a sense of danger swept over him. Suddenly, just as the mysterious man tried to escape, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he saw a sharp dagger pierce through his heart. I never thought that the dagger given to me by the school which is as powerful as a level 3 weapon, would kill a human. Wei Xiaosu spoke calmly, then gently stirred the dagger. The mysterious man immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His heart was shattered into pieces. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a level 3, 39th level human assassin elite. Experience 500,000. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Wei Xiaosu still felt a lingering fear. An elite level 3 assassin is truly terrifying. If he didn't have the ability to transfer damage, he wouldn't have had time to react and would have been killed instantly. Now, Wei Xiaosu believes he is unbeatable at his level, but against opponents 2 levels higher, he has no chance. Even with tens of thousands of skeleton summons, he wouldn't win. That was too close. If this guy hadn't been showing off and pretending to be strong, I might not have been able to kill him, Wei Xiaosu muttered quietly. Then, he checked his summoning space. That one attack had killed over 2,000 skeleton mages. A level 3 expert is indeed formidable. Qian family, Qian family. Wei Xiaosu repeated softly, his mind clear. He had just been badly injured by Qian Zihao in the dungeon, and now an assassin was sent to kill him. It's really ruthless. But, although he almost died today, he gained a lot from it, 50,000 experience points. His current experience bar has surged to about 13 levels and 68%, bringing him closer to level 14. Next, Wei Xiaosu habitually searched the corpse. Surprisingly, there were quite a few good items. First, the mysterious man's weapon was left behind, which shows that this delicate dagger was not his main equipment, so it did not disappear directly. Assassination dagger, boss, level 31, grade, tier 3, strength, 299, agility, 1899, effect, adds an extra 100 points to agility. A tier 3 boss level weapon, worth over 300,000. Wei Xiaosu happily stored it in his pink storage bag. Then, he found the mysterious man's storage bag, but it still had his mental imprint on it, so he couldn't use it directly. Tier 3 mental imprint. I can't break it for a short time. Wei Xiaosu felt helpless. No matter how talented he was only a tier 1 student. Storage bags can't hold other storage bags, so Wei Xiaosu could only put it in his bag and wait until he improved his strength to try opening it later. Finally, Wei Xiaosu looked at the mysterious man's body. On a dark, windy night, he felt it was not right not to do something. Moreover, when facing an enemy who wants to kill him, there's no need to be humane. If he had to say, it would be humane destruction. So, Wei Xiaosu took the mysterious man's body out of the alley, found a small grove, and skillfully dug a hole, then built a new grave. After a few moments, a small tree sprouted from the grave. The sapling quickly expanded and grew into a tree about 20 centimeters in diameter. Wei Xiaosu, who was not very experienced, was stunned by this scene. Tier 3 strong person, truly terrifying. Soon, the large tree growing from the grave began to stretch out dense branches. Black light gathered on the trunk, and glowing orbs gradually formed into fruit. 1, 10, 20. Wei Xiaosu watched the fruits falling from the branches, and he was completely shocked. Even the orc chieftain only produced 6 fruits, but at this moment, there were a full 28 fruits on the branches. Ecstatic, Wei Xiaosu quickly picked all the fruits. As expected from a tier 3 strong person's grave, the quality was surprisingly high. 10 low-quality grave head incense 1. 10 low-quality corpse oil 1. 5 low-quality grave head rice. For low-quality grave head grass, 1 piece of 10 yuan paper money. The incense and corpse oil are straightforward. They are used directly. Gaining 60,000 experience points and increasing my 4-dimensional attributes by over 100 points is a significant boost. As for the grave head rice, it's a good item that can quickly restore mental strength during critical moments. Naturally, I stored all of it in my storage bag. Regarding the grave head grass, I had never seen it before, but since there are no useless items in the Underworld tools, I was very curious about it. Low-quality grave head grass. Item: this is a poorly nourished grave head grass. Eating it can quickly heal your injuries. Only for undead-type professions and undead creatures. Wow, it's a healing item, I thought. Items that can heal injuries are usually very expensive. These 4 pieces of grave head grass are like life-saving treasures. But then, I suddenly paused. It seemed I didn't get injured, or even die easily. As long as my summoned creatures didn't all die, no matter how serious the injuries, they could recover instantly. So, this grass was useless to me. Of course, it's not that the grass has no use. Even though I don't need it myself, my skeleton minions, like Peiqi, Xiaoming, and Xiaoqiang, can use it. Normal skeleton monsters die and are gone, but these three are carefully raised by me. Losing them would make me feel sad. Finally, there are the 10 yuan paper bills. They don't have any special effects. They are just simple money. 10 yuan paper money, item worth 10 yuan, can be used to buy any underworld item. The description is brief. It's just money. In the Chinese Empire, there's the Huaxia currency, and other countries have their own currencies. The paper money I hold is probably a type of currency. But how do I use this money? I frowned slightly. The 10 yuan paper bill in my hand is dark red, with a blurry figure sitting on a throne printed in the center. Ding detected that you have the paper money. Would you like to open the underworld shop? Suddenly, a light blue screen appeared in front of Wei Xiaosu. He looked at the text on it and felt his breath quicken. Can I really use this? Wei Xiaosu was surprised but immediately shouted, "Open it." Instantly, the screen changed again and countless items appeared on it. There was not only text information but also video descriptions. The shop has 9,999 pages, with 10 items on each page. That means this underworld shop has at least nearly 100,000 items. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu saw some familiar items in the shop, such as low-quality graveyard incense, item selling price 1 underworld coin, / recycling price 0.5 underworld coins, low-quality graveyard grass, item selling price 1 underworld coin, / recycling price 0.5 underworld coins, low-quality graveyard food, item selling price 1 underworld coin / recycling price 0.5 underworld coins, corpse oil, item selling price 1 underworld coin / recycling price 0.5 underworld coins. In the past few days, he had obtained these 4 underworld items, and surprisingly, the shop was selling all of them, and the prices weren't cheap. Even more surprising, these underworld items could be bought and sold, although the selling prices were a bit unfair. Let's see what high-level items are sold on the last page. Wei Xiaosu became interested. He chose to open the last page, curious about what powerful items might be sold in this mysterious underworld shop. But just after a glance, he was stunned. How many zeros were there after the numbers? Undead Disaster, skill selling price 9 trillion underworld coins, Rebirth of the Cursed Land, skill selling price 8 trillion underworld coins, Sovereign Staff, equipment selling price 5 trillion underworld coins, Bone Spirit Set, equipment selling price 3 trillion underworld coins. Not to mention, Wei Xiaosu, who had mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, actually counted each zero carefully. The prices made him curse inwardly. It takes 9 trillion underworld coins to buy one skill. If I don't want to sell, just say so. A simple calculation showed that burying a level 3 expert would only earn 10 yuan in real money. If he wanted to gather 9 trillion underworld coins, he was afraid he'd never manage it before he died. Wei Xiaosu was deeply upset and no longer wanted to look at those expensive items. As a poor person with only 10 coins, he needed to face reality. The underworld shop actually has categories like props, equipment, skills, pets, and more. Wei Xiaosu, as a ghost summoner, wanted to buy a cat-eared girl. No problem, right? Open the pet category. With a thought, the shop changed quickly, and soon he was on the pet page. Frost Skeleton Dragon, pet price 1 million underworld coins. Lava Skeleton Dragon, pet price 1 million underworld coins. Apocalypse Knight, pet price 800,000 underworld coins. Headless Knight, pet price 500,000 underworld coins. The prices of pets weren't too high. 1 million coins could buy a skeleton dragon. At his current earning rate, it might take decades to save enough. Forget it, he couldn't afford it anyway. Why buy it? His mouth twitched slightly, but Wei Xiaosu still decided to start from the cheapest options. There weren't many pets, less than 100. Compared to the 100,000 items available, it was very few. But all the pets were expensive. Even the cheapest cost 50,000 coins. Zombie Small Fish, pet price 50,000 coins. He didn't find the cat-eared girl, which made Wei Xiaosu a little disappointed. But the zombie small fish seemed okay. From the video, It was a support pet that could boost the owner's four main attributes and sometimes had special abilities. 50,000 coins. If I work hard, I might be able to buy one in a year or two, Wei Xiaosu thought silently. Later, he browsed the underworld shop again, but couldn't spend his 10 coins on anything. Nothing at all. I never thought I'd be so young and already worried about how to earn more coins. This is so frustrating. Wei Xiaosu turned around and ran toward Guoku community. Soon after, he returned home, changed out of his bloodstained clothes, and hurried out again. By the time he reached the station, it was 6:20 a.m. Only 10 minutes before the first train, and he was about to miss it. After nearly 5 hours of wandering, Wei Xiaosu finally arrived back at his hometown, Baosher Village, in Qinghe Town. Although called Baosher Village, it is a very poor small village. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, even the large Huaxiao Empire could only barely provide water and electricity here. It's very difficult for the villagers to reach a comfortable standard of living. While changing buses in the county town, Wei Xiaosu bought some health supplements for his parents and many nice things for his younger sister. He believed she would like them. Baosher Village is small, with only about 20 households. Wei Xiaosu grew up here, so he knows everyone well. On the way, he greeted many villagers. As the only top student from Qingyang No. 1 High School in the village for the past 15 years, he was quite popular. He responded to greetings and exchanged a few words with others. By the time he got home, it was past midnight. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Wei Xiaosu's house is a small, simple house. Usually, it's not locked, so he simply walked inside with his belongings. Suddenly, a slightly childish voice came from the main room. A girl with a ponytail quickly ran out. It was Wei Xiaosu's younger sister, Wei Xiaoyu. Although she's only 14, Wei Xiaoyu is lively and clever, probably inheriting good genes from the Wei family. She's quite smart. Wei Xiaoyu is not tall, probably because she hasn't finished growing yet. Her face still has some baby fat, making her round and chubby. "Wei Xiaosu, you still remember to come back?" Wei Xiaoyu stared with big, dark eyes, hands on her hips, looking very cute. But for this little girl daring to call him by his name, Wei Xiaosu suddenly felt a bit itchy. He didn't ask why she was angry or glare at him. Instead, he put down his things, walked over, and gently pinched her chubby cheeks, pulling them slightly to the sides. "Little fish, you've lost weight. Your face feels different, less soft than before, like it's not as plump anymore," Wei Xiaosu teased with a smile. Wei Xiaoyu quickly pulled away from her older brother's hands, puffed out her cheeks, and looked at him angrily, clearly unhappy. But this was how the two siblings had been getting along for over 10 years. Wei Xiaosu was used to it. What made him a little sad was that Wei Xiaoyu's once round, chubby face was gradually becoming thinner, almost like an oval. Wei Xiaoyu is only 14 now. In a year or two, her round face might turn into a slender oval. That would be a real pity. "Xiaosu, you're back," said a woman in her early 40s, coming out of the kitchen next door. It was their mother, Kong Muqin. "Mom, Wei Xiaosu is pinching my face again," Wei Xiaoyu complained. "Stop messing around," Kong Muqin scolded with a tired look, giving Wei Xiaoyu a quick glare. "Have you finished your homework?" Hearing about homework, Wei Xiaoyu immediately looked timid. But then she grinned mischievously and said, "I want to see if my big brother brought me any tasty snacks." Without waiting, Wei Xiaoyu hurried over, hopping on her short legs toward a pile of gift boxes. A few seconds later, "All of these are health supplements." "Wei Xiaosu, did you buy me anything else?" Wei Xiaoyu pouted, feeling disappointed. After seeing no snacks, she glared at Wei Xiaosu in frustration. Wei Xiaosu smiled and said, "Mom, I bought a few boxes of health products for you and Dad. They're good for your health. You're wasting money, kid. We don't have much, and I have to spend on extra lessons outside to earn some living expenses. If you have money, keep it for yourself," Kong Muqin said with some annoyance, but her heart was warm. "It's okay. I got another scholarship yesterday, so I have enough money," Wei Xiaosu said happily. Then he looked at his little sister, who was glaring at him with puffed cheeks, and his tone softened. "Little fish, I am your brother, your real brother. Of course, I would bring you nice things." Hearing this, Wei Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes lit up. She ran forward, took Wei Xiaosu's arm, gently shook it, and said sweetly, "Brother, my dear brother, I knew you wouldn't forget your adorable little sister." Wei Xiaosu smiled and pinched Wei Xiaoyu's chubby face. Then he reached into the bottom of a health supplement box on the ground and pulled out a thick stack of books. Xiaoyu, this is the 3 years practice tests, 5 years college entrance exam I picked out just for you. Don't let me down and disappoint me. Wei Xiaoyu, Wei Xiaosu, you're being too mean to your sister. I'm going to fight you, Wei Xiaoyu shouted as she prepared to challenge Wei Xiaosu. The small living room was filled with laughter and joy. Time passed slowly in this happy atmosphere, and before long, more than half an hour had gone by. Kong Muqin took off her apron and looked at the wall clock with a frown. She asked curiously, "Why hasn't Dad come back yet?" "He's not answering his phone." "Mom, is Dad very busy with work lately?" Wei Xiaosu asked. "Yes," Kong Muqin nodded, showing a hint of worry. "Dad took a part-time job at a decoration company called Longting. He spends all day moving furniture and running back and forth between towns, often missing mealtime." Wei Xiaosu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, then suddenly smiled and said, "Mom, I'm going to find Dad. And I have good news to tell you both later." After saying that, Wei Xiaosu left the living room, rode his family's old motorcycle, over 10 years old, and sped off with a loud roar. The Longting Decoration Company is located in Qinghe Town, but it's just a branch. The main office is in Anzhou County, but that doesn't matter. It takes at most half an hour to ride from home to Longting Decoration. Wei Xiaosu wanted to go himself because he hoped his father would quit that job. He planned to cover their living expenses from now on. With his current strength and the special ability of the Black Shovel, he could get equipment much faster than others, dozens of times more efficient. Selling a few pieces of gear would be enough to support his family. Qinghe Town, Longting Decoration Company warehouse gate. Move faster. It's almost 1 o'clock. Are you guys still dawdling? Do you still want to go home and eat? You're useless. I pay you 200 yuan a day. Is it really that easy to earn this money? Under the shade of a tree at the warehouse entrance, a large, middle-aged man with a big belly was standing. He looked very angry and kept shouting rude words. "Manager Zhang, it's not our fault that we're slow. The customer asked for too many items, and many are fragile. We want to be quick, but it's hard, since it was noon and the sun was very hot." 3 workers carrying goods were already exhausted and gasping for breath. Their clothes looked soaked as if they had been in water. Seeing someone dare to talk back, Manager Zhang, who was very pregnant, got even angrier. He pointed at the worker who had just spoken and yelled, "Lu Chang, do you still want to work here? If not, just leave early. We have others who can take your place." "Old Lu, say less and get to work." "Yeah. Old Lu, listen to Brother Wei. In our small town, 200 yuan a day is a good wage." The 3 workers continued to work hard, moving various furniture onto a big truck. Some wooden pieces were easy, but when they tried to move a large marble dining table, they faced trouble. The marble table weighed at least 1,000 pounds. It was very hard for 3 people to lift, especially under the hot sun, making them even more tired. 1, 2, 3, lift. 1, 2, 3, lift. "It's too heavy, we can't move it. We need a break." The 3 tried several times but failed. Manager Zhang, who was very fat, kept shouting insults, but the table was just too heavy, and he couldn't do anything. "Come on, you useless workers. Make some space for me," Zhang snapped, glaring at them. Then he stepped in himself. The workers didn't dare say anything. They moved aside to give him space. Together, they all pushed hard and finally lifted the marble table. But just as they were about to put the table onto the truck using a makeshift ramp, Manager Zhang slipped. He lost his balance instantly. The heavy table, weighing over 1,000 pounds, started to tip over. Seeing Zhang about to be crushed, Wei Guohua quickly kicked his leg, pushing Zhang 3 or 4 meters away to keep him safe. But it was because of that kick that Manager Zhang was not crushed alive by the marble dining table. Bang! The dining table fell to the ground with a dull sound. Wei Guohua, Lu Chang, and Zhou Lei all changed their expressions and hurried over to check. Even Manager Zhang, who was kicked away, ignored his pain and ran over clutching his stomach. It's broken." Manager Zhang stared at the cracks on the table, feeling a surge of anger deep inside. He no longer cared about his stomach pain. Without hesitation, he stood up and kicked out again, aiming at Wei Guohua. If the previous kick had somehow saved the table, that would be fine. But now the table was broken. Could that kick have been for nothing? Good for nothings, all good for nothings. Zhang's face twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He pointed at the broken table and at Wei Guohua, who was curled up on the ground, and cursed. Do you know how much this table costs? 8,000 yuan. 8,000. Your monthly wages aren't enough to cover it. Seeing Wei Guohua being hit, Lu Chang and Zhou Lei quickly stepped forward to stop him. Lu Chang also looked at Zhang with a stern gaze, but his presence was much weaker. Manager Zhang, if Wei Ge hadn't saved you just now, you'd be under that table already. Zhou Lei added timely. It was clearly your slip that caused all this. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Manager Zhang couldn't admit it, nor dared to. His anger grew even more. Lu Chang, Zhou Lei, are you trying to rebel? You still have a month and a half of wages in my hands. Don't want it anymore? Hearing this, the two looked at each other, too afraid to respond. Seeing their reactions, Manager Zhang sneered proudly and spat on the ground. Then, seeing the broken table, his anger flared again. Useless fools, all useless fools, he muttered. With a kick, he knocked Lu Chang and Zhou Lei to the ground. Manager Zhang, you're going too far. Wei Guohua took a few seconds to recover and finally stood up. He immediately stepped in front of Lu Chang and Zhou Lei, facing Manager Zhang in a standoff. Too far. Zhang sneered. He was holding the wages of these three people for a month and a half. Was he afraid? After speaking, Manager Zhang kicked Wei Guohua to the ground and then kept stepping on him. Seeing that Wei Guohua did not fight back, Manager Zhang felt even more proud. A group of poor people, and they still think they can turn the tables? You three losers. The damage to this table will be deducted from your wages. At this moment, Wei Guohua was curled up on the ground, holding his head with both hands, letting Manager Zhang vent. If he really wanted to fight, he could have beaten Manager Zhang 3 or 4 times, but he couldn't fight back. He had 2 children at home, one about to go to college, and the other about to take high school exams. He needed money now. But suddenly, a loud shout came from the company entrance, loud and full of anger. Stop right there. In the next second, a blurry figure rushed into the company warehouse at incredible speed, shocking everyone. Wei Xiaosu, who usually never swore, couldn't hold back this time. The first thing he saw was his father, bent over on the ground, covered in footprints. His eyes instantly turned red. He knew his father worked very hard and was exhausted, but he never imagined his father would suffer such humiliation. Who are you? Manager Zhang was frightened by Wei Xiaosu's gaze. Although the boy looked only about 17 or 18, his intimidating presence made it clear he was not an ordinary person. Wei Xiaosu clenched his fists tightly, fighting back tears. He stared fiercely at the middle-aged man with a big belly and said each word clearly, apologize. Apologize to my dad right now. Your dad? Suddenly, Manager Zhang felt a bit more confident. He sneered and said, that useless old man. He broke. Bang. As soon as the word, useless, left his mouth, Manager Zhang felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he was thrown backward like a broken kite, flying more than 10 meters away. Blood spurted from Manager Zhang's mouth, and his face turned pale instantly. Although he hadn't trained much over the years, he was still a genuine level 1 professional. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Wei Xiaosu's eyes were cold. He slowly opened his palm, and a dark green flame quickly gathered into shape. It seems that sensing death approaching, Manager Zhang's overweight body suddenly trembled. No longer daring to hesitate, he kept shouting, I apologize, I apologize. Sorry, Wei Guohua. No, brother Wei, it's all my fault. I'll pay for this table. Compared to his earlier arrogant attitude, looking down on others like a dog, Manager Zhang now seemed like a completely different person. Xiaosu, forget it, Wei Guohua said, having been startled himself and only now regaining his composure. He quickly got up from the ground and advised, Dad, it's okay. Stop now. Don't hurt anyone. Seeing Manager Zhang spitting blood several times, Wei Guohua was worried about losing a life. He and his 2 co-workers had only been kicked a few times and suffered minor injuries, so they definitely didn't want to kill anyone. Dad, are you okay? Are you hurt? Wei Xiaosu released the faint green flames from his palms and turned to worry about his father's injuries. Dad's fine. Wei Guohua shook his head, then looked at Manager Zhang lying on the ground, afraid to get up, and scolded, Be gentle. What if you hurt him badly? Be careful, Or he might report you. It's not serious at all, Zhou said angrily. Exactly. I think he deserved it. People like that should be beaten, Lu Chang added, clutching his stomach and cursing. These two finally understood. Since Manager Zhang dared to hit them today, he might do even worse things tomorrow. Go away. Wei Guohua immediately glared at his two co-workers and said annoyed, Xiao Su is my son, not yours. What if you break him? After saying that, Wei Guohua looked at his son with suspicion and asked, Xiao Su, how did you become so powerful, Dad? I awakened a hidden profession and ranked first in the dungeon trial. Now I am a level 13 Tier 1 professional, Wei Xiao Su said softly. His voice was quiet, but enough for the people nearby to hear clearly. In today's world, no one was unaware of what Wei Xiao Su meant. Hidden profession, level 13 Tier 1. Zhou and Lu Chang looked at each other in disbelief. They saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. In their small town, a hidden profession appearing was like a sign of good fortune, almost like a blessing from heaven. Of course, compared to Zhou and Lu Chang, who focus on their careers, Manager Zhang was shocked by Wei Xiaosu's level. It's only been 4 days since the awakening day, right? In just 4 days, this young boy has already reached level 13 as a first-class professional. Is he cheating? Initially, Manager Zhang planned to find a chance to get back at him, but now he wouldn't dare think of doing so. If nothing unexpected happens, this boy will definitely get into a top university like Jing University or Magic University. Students who graduate smoothly from these two universities usually have at least a 5th-level profession. A 5th-level professional can guard a small town, which is a big deal. At this moment, Manager Zhang no longer pretended to be dead on the ground. He quickly got up, didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly ran forward. He took out a huazi from his pocket and handed a cigarette to Wei Guohua, saying, Brother Wei, you are a big person, and I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me. How about you work in the purchasing department in the future? The purchasing department? Wei Guohua's eyes lit up instantly. Usually, ordinary people can't get into the purchasing department. Not only is the salary higher, but it also doesn't require physical labor, which is 10 times better than working in the warehouse. Zhou and Lu Chang, standing behind, looked at him with envy. Why is there such a big difference between this son and others? Thinking about how his own son only knows how to play games and isn't motivated to improve, Zhou and Lu Chang felt very angry. Even the 7 wolves on their belts started to stir restlessly. Xiao Su, look, Manager Zhang has apologized. Don't pursue it anymore, Wei Guohua said, a very easy-to-satisfy person. It seemed he didn't care about Manager Zhang's earlier beating and kicking. Nowadays, money is hard to earn, and food is hard to come by. Wei Guohua understood this well. He needed a job. Whether he was tired or not didn't matter much. If the salary in the purchasing department wasn't better than warehouse work, he would choose the latter. Dad, you won't need to work anymore in the future. Mom too. I'll support you all, Wei Xiaosu said confidently. Go away, Wei Guohua scolded him with a look. You only earn a little money from weekend tutoring. Don't talk big. Wei Xiaosu knew his dad probably didn't believe him, so he was prepared. He took out his phone and showed the message from last night about collecting money from selling the Minotaur horn. At first, Wei Guohua didn't pay much attention, but when he saw the long string of numbers, he was stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 315,000, Wei Guohua shouted in shock. Dad, I have a hidden profession. I will earn even more money in the future. Let's go home, Wei Xiaosu said with a proud smile. Nearby, Zhou and Lu Chang looked at him with envy. Thinking about their own son who only plays games made them even more angry. Tonight, they must unlock the 7 wolves. Later, under Manager Zhang's eager persuasion, Wei Guohua signed a resignation contract. Manager Zhang also promised that his salary would be fully paid on the 15th of next month, with no deductions. Around 2 p.m., Wei Guohua and Wei Xiaosu returned home. Neither of them mentioned what had happened earlier. They only briefly discussed future plans. At the dinner table, Wei Xiaoyu was happily showing off meat. When he heard his older brother was making so much money, his eyes sparkled. He immediately put down his bowl and angrily said, Wei Xiaosu, pay back the money. Huh, humph. Wei Xiaoyu refused to give up. He reached out his small hand and said, last year, during the new year, Mom and Dad gave us each 200 yuan as lucky money. I clearly put it on the table, but the next morning, only 10 yuan was left. What did you say then? You said you went out on a date with two 100 yuan bills, and only one 10 yuan bill was left, and you lied that there would be 10 yuan every night. Wei Guohua, Kong Muqin. Wei Xiaosu stared blankly, confused. Wait, what about this? He doesn't remember it. Wait, could it be that the original body did it? Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched twice. He calculated the time and realized he had also traveled over during those days. He didn't care about the 200 yuan. And of course, he didn't notice where the 200 yuan from the date went. Repaying the money was impossible. The money the original body stole. Why should he pay it back? So, Wei Xiaosu shook his head seriously. That didn't happen. You were still young back then. You must have spent the money yourself? Wei Xiaoyu was stunned. His older brother was still as shameless as ever. Wei Xiaosu, pay back the money. Call me bro, no manners. I'll call you a big fool. You only know to bully your obedient, smart, cute, gentle brother. Wei Guohua, Kong Muqin. The older brother and younger sister started arguing at the dining table. Wei Guohua and his wife just shook their heads with a smile, but didn't stop them. After all, a warm family like this is worth working hard for. In the end, despite Wei Xiaosu's stubborn denial, the case of the missing New Year's money from 3 years ago still remained unsolved. The little girl looked unhappy as she held her bowl and ate heartily. Today, she wanted to turn her sadness into appetite, eating more meat, hoping to finish all of Wei Xiaosu's share. All right, the high school entrance exam is coming soon. If you get into Qingyang No. 1 middle school, I will buy you a computer. Computer? Wei Xiaoyu immediately put down her bowl in disbelief and looked at her older brother beside her. Really? Nonsense. When have I ever lied? Hee hee. Wei Xiaoyu sneered and stood up, then returned to her room. Soon, she came back holding a delicate, cute diary. She opened the diary and started reading aloud. March 1st, Wei Xiaosu promised to take me to the county park on the weekend, but he didn't. March 16th, Wei Xiaosu borrowed 5 yuan from me and hasn't returned it. April 12th, I helped Wei Xiaosu clean his room, and he promised to pay me 10 yuan, but he hasn't. May. Stop. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. He glared at his sister. All right, I promise this time. Our parents are witnesses. Hee hee. Wei Xiaoyu closed the diary happily, her big, watery eyes curved into a crescent moon. Time flew by quickly, and by noon the next day, Wei Xiaosu said goodbye to his parents and sister and set off again for Qingyang City. The college entrance exam day was getting closer, and Wei Xiaosu needed to work hard to improve his skills as much as possible. When he returned to Qingyang City, it was already 6 p.m. So today, he decided not to go to the dungeon, but took a taxi directly to the trading market. It was the familiar street and the familiar cat-eared girl. Today, she wasn't wearing her maid outfit, but a black, fluffy skirt. Wow, so cute. Envying the orc summoner on the 5th day, after admiring the cat-eared girl's looks for half an hour, Wei Xiaosu was reluctant to leave. He continued walking toward the trading market. Today, he came here mainly to buy some items from Zhang Taidan, not just to look at the cat-eared girl. Thanks to their 2 previous good experiences, Wei Xiaosu knew that Zhang Taidan also owned a shop of about 50 square meters in this market. After about 20 minutes, Wei Xiaosu arrived at his destination, a shop called Tian'an Specialty Store. There were still many customers inside, and 2 clerks were busy selling things. Zhang Taidan, meanwhile, was holding his phone and loudly cursing. Curious, Wei Xiaosu didn't say anything. He simply walked into the shop and secretly looked at Zhang Tian'an's phone. He's playing a game, probably Honor of Kings. Does he need to get so worked up? But before Wei Xiaosu could think more, he saw Zhang Taidan suddenly stand up from his chair and loudly curse at his phone. Lu Ban, stop playing. Go deliver food. You can even deliver for mate 1. Li Bai, why aren't you catching anyone? It's been 10 minutes. Are you gathering herbs in the jungle? Top lane. Top lane. I'd rather be walking a dog in top lane than defending. Support. Put down the interference. Put down the interference. The only difference between you and the minions is that you can type. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He never expected Zhang Taidan to have such a side. So this is the real Zhang Taidan. But dealing with bad teammates in a game can be really frustrating. Wei Xiaosu could understand that, especially since Zhang Taidan was cursing so harshly. His teammates must be even worse. However, Wei Xiaosu accidentally glanced at the top right corner of the phone, at the stats. Just that one look made him freeze. Wow, Zhang Taidan, playing Angela in the mid lane with a score of 0 to 18? How can you have the nerve to criticize your teammates? Then Wei Xiaosu saw a team fight at the mid lane high ground. Zhang Tiedan's Angela used her ultimate in a flashy, reckless way, sacrificing all his teammates in a wild play, and then the enemy pushed straight to destroy their base. Wow, what a bunch of trash teammates. Zhang Taidan looked angry and kept cursing. When he saw Wei Xiaosu standing nearby for a long time, he blushed. Little brother Su, how long have you been here? A few minutes. Tell me, is Li Bai gathering spiritual mushrooms in the wild area? Angelica is using her ultimate skill backwards, and the archer, Little Luban, can deliver even better than Mate 1. Angelica is using her ultimate backwards. Hey, little brother Su, can we not talk about using skills backwards? Your record is 0 to 19. Zhang Tiedan's face twitched. He didn't dare to continue this topic and quickly asked, Little brother Su, since you're here, is there something you need? Yes. Wei Xiaosu didn't tease him anymore and nodded slightly. I need a summon spellbook for the Necromancer. Do you have one? That thing is pretty useless, no one buys it, and the profit is low. I'm running a high-level shop, so… Zhang Taidan looked annoyed. 2,000 yuan per book. Whatever you have, I want as many as possible. Wei Xiaosu was tired of his excuses and directly stated his purpose. All right, Zhang Taidan grinned and rubbed his hands happily. For your request, little brother Su, I'll definitely get it for you. Wait a moment, I'll make a few calls. He then took out his phone and started calling. After making about 5 or 6 calls, he finally returned, giving an okay sign with his hand. Half an hour, I'll deliver 12 copies. Only 12? Wei Xiaosu frowned slightly. Bro, I can only get you 12 because they're low-level summoned beasts, mainly necromancer type. If you want more, I'll try to find a way. All right, just keep an eye out for me. No matter how many, I'll buy them at 2,000 each, Wei Xiaosu said confidently. Taidan, do you have any good training techniques? Ones that can improve your rank? Wei Xiaosu asked again. Hearing this, Zhang Taidan smiled proudly. Of course, I have high-level techniques. Just wait a moment. After saying that, Zhang Taidan ran to a shelf, searched for a minute, and then returned with 3 books. These 3 cultivation manuals are good. They can help improve your rank. Want to take a look? Wei Xiaosu reached out to take the manuals, and his insight skill activated instantly. Intermediate breathing technique, cultivation method. G rank gradually improves physical quality and has a chance to break through the current rank. Intermediate respiration technique, cultivation method. G rank gradually improves physical quality and has a chance to break through the current rank. Advanced meditation technique, cultivation method. F rank gradually improves physical quality and has a chance to break through the current rank. These 3 manuals, 2 G rank and 1 F rank, are quite good in quality. The school's free meditation technique is only a basic G rank, which can only strengthen the body but cannot help break through to a higher level. How much are they? Wei Xiaosu asked. G rank is 100,000. F rank is 200,000. That's so expensive. Wei Xiaosu gasped. The price was really too high. A few nights ago, he bought a summon skill book for elite skeleton guards for only 50,000 yuan. But these manuals are ridiculously costly. Seeing Wei Xiaosu hesitate, Zhang Tiedan's eyes flickered. After thinking for a few seconds, he pretended to grit his teeth and said, Bro, don't say I'm not a good friend. If you buy this advanced meditation technique, I'll give you the 12 skill books I just contacted for free. The 12 skill books only cost about 24,000 yuan, and they're mostly useless junk. Zhang Taidan thought that even if he gave them away for free, he wouldn't lose much. All right, I'll take it, Wei Xiaosu said decisively. He understood a simple truth. Only by becoming stronger could he have more chances to earn small amounts of money. Although he usually wouldn't spend more than 2 yuan on ham in his instant noodles, he could pay tens of thousands for items that boost his strength. Half an hour later, Wei Xiaosu successfully obtained the 12 skill books and the advanced meditation technique, but he paid a hefty 200,000 yuan. After saying goodbye to Zhang Taidan, Wei Xiaosu didn't even look at the cat-eared girl and took a taxi straight back to Guoku community. As he entered the community, He happened to meet Su San, who was about to leave. He greeted him, "Uncle Su, going out so late?" Su San looked very surprised, then smiled and asked, "I haven't seen you these past 2 days. Where did you go?" "I went back to my hometown. I just got back today." "Good, Xiao Su. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Watching Su San walk away, Wei Xiao Su felt that today Su Bo seemed a bit different from usual, as if he was surprised to see him here. Of course, Wei Xiao Su didn't think much about it. He was eager to go home, learn the new skills he had just acquired, and test how they worked. At home, after closing the doors and windows, Wei Xiao Su took out the 12 skill books and the advanced meditation technique. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to start by learning the summoning skill. Congratulations! You have successfully learned G-rank skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. Talent skill, Immortality, SSS. Activated, Skill Effect 1. Congratulations! You have successfully. After finishing learning all 12 skill books, he still hadn't triggered a level up, which made Wei Xiao Su a little disappointed. Raising a summoned creature's level is not easy, but although leveling up is hard, the number of summoned creatures can increase without limit. Originally, with 0.1 mental power, he could summon 2 skeleton mages. Now, with the same 0.1 mental power, he could summon 13 skeleton mages. In terms of quantity alone, that was already terrifying. Wei Xiao Su currently has over 1,600 points of mental power. If he summoned all skeleton mages at once, he could summon 200,000. If he stored them in the summoning space in advance, he could summon up to 400,000 at once. For 100,000 skeleton mages, just thinking about it makes his scalp tingle. When the number exceeds 10,000, it feels endless. How terrifying would 400,000 be? With these 400,000 skeleton mages, as long as I can break through defenses, I can defeat anything, Wei Xiao Su chuckled. Then he started learning the advanced meditation technique again. Since it was an F-rank quality skill, it was more difficult to learn than G-rank skills and couldn't be used immediately. But with Wei Xiao Su's physical talent and intelligence, mastering an F-rank technique would take at most an hour. Sure enough, when he fully mastered the advanced meditation technique, about 40 minutes had passed. The advanced meditation technique is indeed a level F skill. Whether it's the speed of mental energy recovery or the enhancement of the body, it is about 3 times better than the free meditation method provided by the school. Of course, Wei Xiaosu doesn't care much about the slight physical improvements brought by this skill. After all, applying a bottle of corpse oil is enough to match what he gains from several days of hard meditation. His main goal in learning this skill is to use its effects to help himself level up, not to increase his 4-dimensional attributes. I feel it. Haha. Wei Xiaosu is very excited. After running the technique for just 2 cycles, he has a strong feeling that his body is about to undergo a transformation. The effect is so obvious that Wei Xiaosu decides not to sleep. He plans to stay up all night to level up as soon as possible. Since meditating doesn't make him feel tired even if he doesn't sleep, staying awake is fine. And so, time slowly passes. Wei Xiaosu's practice becomes faster and more skilled. He can clearly feel the changes in his body. Strength 0.2, Constitution 0.3, Spirit 0.8, Agility 0.2. Almost every half hour, his 4-dimensional attributes fluctuate. The changes are small, but they add up over time. In half an hour, he can increase about 1.5 attribute points. In an hour, about 3 points. That doesn't seem too little. By around 4 in the morning, late at night, suddenly, black energy begins to surge from Wei Xiaosu's body. The black mist spreads, enveloping him completely. Next, the black energy starts to contract and merge into his forehead. When the last strand of black mist disappears, Wei Xiaosu's aura suddenly changes. Congratulations on breaking through to the elite level. You receive double attribute points as a reward. Strength 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 200, Agility 100. Ha! I did it. I didn't expect I would succeed in breaking through to the elite level in just one night. Haha. Wei Xiaosu is overjoyed. Qingyang City, Su Family Villa. At this moment, in a study on the 2nd floor of the Su Family Villa, Su Dong is sitting opposite an elderly man over 70 years old, with white hair. The old man is none other than Su San. Although Su San is only the head steward of the Su family, He has grown up in the family since childhood and has served 3 generations of family heads. He is one of the most senior members. Therefore, even though Su Dong is the current head of the family, he still respectfully calls him third uncle. Third uncle, are you saying Wei Xiaosu has come back? Su Dong asked in surprise. Because just yesterday, Su San told him that Wei Xiaosu had gone missing, and even the bodyguard from the Qian family who was following him disappeared. At that time, they wondered if Wei Xiaosu had met with an accident. But unexpectedly, Wei Xiaosu appeared lively and well. This is very strange, Su San said with a strange expression. He paused for 2 seconds before adding, Wei Xiaosu really is back, but the bodyguard from the Qian family is gone. Su Dong's brow furrowed even deeper. He didn't really want to get involved in this matter. Wei Xiaosu had nothing to do with him. Since he dared to offend the Qian family, he should be prepared for revenge. All right. Third uncle, you should continue to protect Wei Xiaosu until he finishes the college entrance exam. Based on his grades, getting into Beijing University or Magic University won't be difficult. When that time comes, the Qian family won't dare to target a student from Beijing University or Magic University. That's no problem, Su San nodded. He was already protecting Wei Xiaosu. This was just continuing his task. Family head, Mississippi, Su San hesitated for a long time but couldn't finish his sentence. His meaning was very clear. Su Dong saw this, and his face twitched slightly. He waved his hand. Third uncle, don't guess blindly. You know Xiaoqing's personality. She was beaten by Wei Xiaosu. Cough. I mean, she lost to him for 3 years straight. She just wants to find her pride and win once. I see. Su San nodded understandingly, but then shook his head with some disappointment. He sighed. What a pity. Xiaosu is a good kid. Kind, honest, smart, talented. Su Dong. The next day, just as dawn broke, Wei Xiaosu finished meditating. A few hours earlier, he had successfully broken through to the elite level using advanced meditation techniques, then spent over 2 hours stabilizing his realm. Breaking through to the elite level, Wei Xiaosu clearly felt many benefits. First, his 4-dimensional attributes increased by 500 points at once, which was a big boost. Next, the attribute points gained from leveling up also doubled, giving him dozens of extra points out of nowhere. In the future, each level up would grant twice the attribute points he received before. First, have breakfast, then go to the dungeon to kill monsters and level up. Afterward, Wei Xiaosu took a quick shower, ate some food, and changed into clean clothes before leaving the house. Downstairs, Su San, practicing Tai Chi, saw Wei Xiaosu come down and greeted him proactively. Xiaosu, you're going out so early. Yes, Wei Xiaosu nodded with a smile. Brother Su, your Tai Chi is even better than on TV. You're really impressive. Haha. Xiaosu, you really know how to talk. Do you have a girlfriend? Su San suddenly turned the conversation 180 degrees and asked a tricky question. Huh? Not yet. Wei Xiaosu looked confused. Weren't we talking about Tai Chi? Why did it turn to girlfriends? No girlfriend, no girlfriend. Su San's face smiled like a sunflower. He waved his hand and said, Go on, go on. Young people should be busy with their lives. Okay? Wei Xiaosu nodded repeatedly and hurriedly ran off. Goodbye, Brother Su. After leaving Guoku community, Wei Xiaosu finally relaxed. He felt that if he stayed to chat with Su San any longer, the other might start pulling on a red string. Next, Wei Xiaosu officially entered the final sprint before the college entrance exam. There were only 3 one-star dungeons in Qingyang City, so his usual routine was to clear a dungeon every 3 days, then rest and meditate for a day, and occasionally visit the cat-eared girl. Of course, it wasn't that he wanted to rest. Mainly, the boss respawn interval in the dungeons was 3 days. Clearing 1 dungeon a day meant he had a day off. Although he could kill ordinary monsters in the dungeon, doing so was slower than meditating at home. Time passed quickly, and less than a day remained before the final college entrance exam. Wei Xiaosu sat cross-legged on his bed, the advanced meditation technique running non-stop inside him. After about 20 days of effort, he finally broke through again, reaching the leader level. Ha! Finally, just before the college entrance exam, I broke through to the leader level. That's great. Wei Xiaosu was extremely excited. Then he waved his hand, and his attribute panel appeared. Name: Wei Xiaosu, leader, class, Undead Summoner, 1st tier. Level: 16, 12.6%, strength, 1277, agility, 1312, constitution, 1386, spirit, 2135, main equipment, death's woe, summoning space, 213, 500/213, 500, skills, innate skill, eternal glory, SSS level, summon skeleton mage, G level, 30, ghost fire technique, G level, summon skeleton guard, G level. After more than 20 days of effort, Wei Xiaosu not only reached level 16, but also successfully advanced to the leader level. Additionally, Zhang Taidan found him a skill book for summoning skeleton mages, so he gained quite a lot. Now, with just 1 point of spirit, Wei Xiaosu can summon 300 skeleton mages. With 2,000 points of spirit, he can summon 600,000, an astonishing number. As Wei Xiaosu's strength grows, his control range over his undead minions also increases. It started at just a few kilometers and now extends to 100 kilometers. As long as the distance between him and his minions is less than 100 kilometers, he can easily command any skeleton. Yesterday at 4 a.m., when no one was around, he entered the Orc's Nest again. This time, he didn't move from the entrance, but directly commanded hundreds of thousands of skeletons to wipe out the entire Orc Nest. Fortunately, he prepared in advance and didn't let anyone see what happened. Otherwise, his name might be on the headlines today. Today, I will rest well. Tomorrow, the exam begins. I must be the top scorer this year, Wei Xiaosu said confidently, clenching his fist. He didn't just want to be the city's top scorer, but also the provincial top scorer. If he achieved that, he would receive a large sum of money from the government and a big house. Then he could move his parents and Little Fish to the city center. If Little Fish got into Qingyang No. 1 high school, it would be much easier for her to go home later. June 7th. The college entrance exam officially began. In Qingyang City, there are 4 high schools, plus districts, counties, and towns, totaling 34 high schools with 34,141 students taking the exam this year. However, 1/3 of these students only took the cultural classes exam. So, the actual number of vocational students being assessed is around 20,000. Even so, 20,000 is a very large number. Just in Qingyang City alone, so many students are taking the exam. The entire Tianfu province probably has hundreds of thousands of students participating. When it comes to university admissions for vocational students, they don't only look at grades or levels. Although these are the most important, scores from cultural classes, professional courses, and practical tests also matter. The total score for the vocational exam is 1,000 points, 200 for grades, 300 for levels, 200 for cultural classes, and 300 for practical tests. It is said that being skilled in arts can bring peace to the country, and being skilled in martial arts can help defend it. But being talented in both arts and martial skills is what society truly needs today. That's why grades and levels only make up 50% of the total score. On the first day, students took the cultural classes exam, which is Wei Xiaosu's strong point. The full score is 200 points. He feels confident he can score around 167 points. On the second day, the practical test began. Checking grades and levels is simple. Every 5,000 students gather in a large sports hall, where a senior magician sets up a magic formation. In less than half an hour, all 5,000 students' grades and levels are checked. Grades are worth 200 points. A level 1 is worth 10 points, and level 20 is full marks. Wei Xiaosu is currently at level 1, grade 16, so he automatically earns 160 points. For the level boundary, which is worth 300 points, a normal level gives at least 100 points. Reaching elite level earns 200 points, and becoming a leader earns full marks. If a genius breaks through to the boss level, they get extra applause from everyone. Wei Xiaosu scored full marks of 300 points for his level, and combined with his grade, his total is 460 points, which is quite high. Finally, the practical test is next. For combat-related professions, it's straightforward. All students need to do is defeat monsters within a set time. Their scores depend on how quickly they defeat the monsters and how strong the monsters are. Qingyang No. 1 school is considered the top school in Qingyang City, so it was among the first to test at the testing base. The design of the testing base looks a lot like a football stadium, with stands above and a large combat area below. Wow, Is this the real combat testing base? I wonder what kind of monsters we'll face this year. No matter what monsters they are, I'll fight and defeat them. One by one, or even in pairs. Awesome, you're amazing. Everyone was very excited when they entered the testing base. The test is worth up to 300 points, so if you perform well and score high, getting into a good university is possible. The team leader this time was still Principal Wang Wei, but 2 city officials also came to observe. This year, Xinjiang #1 school has been in the spotlight. The appearance of 3 hidden professions made Wang Wei very proud, and he kept bragging about his teaching skills all month. When everyone was near the combat area, Wang Wei turned around and looked at the more than 100 students behind him. He loudly said, "Students, this is your last test of the year, a real combat assessment. The rules are simple. Based on your abilities, choose how many monsters to fight. Our proctors will score you based on your performance. This year's monsters are goblins, minotaurs, and slimes. Their levels range from 10 to 20, and their strength varies from normal to boss level. Now, Class 1 students, get ready." The first student to take the test is Lu Ming. Today, Wang Wei didn't use his usual 3-minute speech skill. He explained the rules in less than a minute. Then, Lu Ming from Class 1 began his test. Lu Ming is a warrior, at level 10, peak of the 0th rank. Not very high, but still good. Even students who usually perform poorly are quite talented compared to other schools. Levels 10 and 11 are a big step. Once you pass that, your strength increases a lot. I choose 10 level 10 Minotaurs and 1 level 10 Elite Minotaur. Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, the selected Minotaur appeared in the fighting area. Lu Ming is a warrior who prefers a straightforward, strength-based fighting style, so he is more willing to face Minotaurs that also rely on strength. An ordinary level 10 Minotaur is not a big problem for Lu Ming. The real challenge is the elite level 10 Minotaur. Although Lu Ming is confident in himself, he still does not dare to be careless. Ultimate equipment, Crimson Eye armor, come out. Lu Ming shouted softly. In the next second, a set of bright red armor appeared on him, protecting him firmly. Then, Lu Ming took a long sword from his waist. This sword is a level 5 boss quality sword that his family spent a lot to buy, costing 50,000 Huaxia coins. Such a large amount of money took his parents half a year of saving to afford, so he must pass the practical test and achieve a result that makes his parents proud. However, when Wei Xiaosu on the viewing stand saw Lu Ming draw the sword from his waist, he was clearly stunned. From any angle, that sword looked very much like the slime sword he had sold. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. The weapon he sold for 10,000 Huaxia coins had gone through many hands and now appeared again. But then, a casual remark from a classmate beside him made his heart stop for a moment. Wow, I recognize that sword. The 50,000 value slime sword with a 105-point attribute boost. Lu Ming is so rich. He bought such an expensive sword. I'm so jealous. My weapon only boosts attributes by 46 points. It's not even comparable. No wonder he dares to challenge elite monsters of the same level. He's confident. Wei Xiaosu, how much? 50,000. He remembered clearly that the price Zhang Taidan paid him was only 10,000. Wow, Zhang Taidan, you're really something. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched wildly. Now he finally understood why the other person sold him a storage bag at less than half price the first time they met. Turns out, he was getting ripped off. 66. This guy's strength is probably comparable to a level 1 student. In the testing field, an orange-red figure holding a long sword quickly moved among the orcs. Every time he attacked, he either severely injured or directly killed his opponents. Lu Ming, a level 0, level 10 peak student, was just one step away from reaching level 1. His understanding of skills and his use of agility made his real combat power comparable to a true level 1 expert. Normally, ordinary profession awakeners find it hard to defeat elite monsters at the same level. But Lu Ming, an ordinary warrior player, could fight against elite monsters, which was quite rare. After a few minutes, Lu Ming first defeated 10 ordinary orcs, then fought one-on-one, cutting off half of an elite orc's head with his sword, winning the test. Lu Ming defeated 10 level 10 ordinary orcs and 1 level 10 elite orc. Time, 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Score, 161 points. Wow, I got 161 points. That's amazing. This guy is really impressive. An ordinary profession dared to challenge elite monsters, and he won in just 3 minutes. By the way, defeating a level 10 elite only gives 161 points. To get a full score, you'd probably need to defeat a boss. Don't worry, Su Xiaoqing will definitely challenge a boss later. We'll see how many points she gets then. The assessment continued. Besides Lu Ming, the highest score among students with ordinary professions was only 103 points. Compared to that, Lu Ming's score was truly extraordinary. Soon, it was Su Xiaoqing's turn. Today, she wore a white sports outfit and light makeup, looking as stunning as ever. After entering the field, Su Xiaoqing instinctively looked back at the position of Class 2 and quickly found the familiar figure she often saw in her dreams. Wei Xiaosu, this time, you're definitely going to lose, Su Xiaoqing said with a slight smile, full of confidence. This month of hard training had been tough, but her gains were enormous. Her strength had now reached an astonishing level. At level 20, peak stage, with boss-level strength, plus the Holy Light Angel Sword, and a full set of level 20 boss equipment. Even if her opponent is a beginner at level 3, she can still fight them. Wealth is also part of strength, so Su Xiaoqing wouldn't pretend to refuse to use equipment to compete with Wei Xiaosu. The next second, Su Xiaoqing made a gesture, and a large golden sword slowly formed in her hand. She held it, and her entire body was covered in silver-white armor. The full set of level 20 boss equipment costs 2 million Chinese yuan. For ordinary students, that's a huge amount, but for the Su family, it's just a small sum. 5 level 20 goblin bosses, Su Xiaoqing said loudly. As she spoke, the crowd immediately became noisy. Huh? Did I hear that right? 5 level 20 goblin bosses. What is my goddess planning? Is she crazy? Hidden professions are indeed strong, but they usually can only fight single monsters like bosses. Su Xiaoqing not only challenges bosses, but 5 at once. On the stands, Wei Xiaosu was also shocked. Level 20 bosses are the top challenge in the testing arena. She was actually going to fight 5 at once. What is she doing? Insight technique. Wei Xiaosu's eyes flashed as he tried to see Su Xiaoqing's level and strength. But he was quickly disappointed. Unable to view. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Su Xiaoqing's level is more than 10 levels higher than his. Second, she is wearing a device that blocks such scans. No way to see. If Su Xiaoqing dares to challenge 5 bosses at once, she must be at least level 20, right? Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu gasped. Although he is now level 16, the experience needed to go from level 1 to 16 is less than what is needed to go from 16 to 20. Wei Xiaosu has almost exhausted the 3 1-star dungeons in Qingyang City, but he can only reach level 16. There's still a long way to go to level 20. Yeah, I haven't seen Su Xiaoqing for almost a month. I haven't encountered her in the dungeons either. Did she go somewhere else? Wei Xiaosu frowned. While he was thinking about the reason, Su Xiaoqing in the testing area had already started fighting 5 bosses. The 6-winged angel is indeed a powerful hidden class that ranks in the top 20. Its physical strength and skills are both very impressive, especially the golden giant sword, which is extremely sharp. When it collided with the goblin boss's weapon, it was cut in half after just a few turns, shocking everyone. Holy light sword slash. Su Xiaoqing suddenly leapt about 4 or 5 meters high, and then the golden sword in her hand burst out a dazzling light. Die. A golden sword energy over 10 meters long swept down. The 5 goblin bosses, who had lost their weapons, could not resist and were instantly beheaded. Silence. Quiet. Su Xiaoqing defeated 5 level 20 goblin bosses in 1 minute and 41 seconds, earning 300 points. When Su Xiaoqing's final score was announced, the entire base finally erupted into lively discussion. In the control room of the testing base, Wang Wei was also smiling happily as he talked with 2 Education Bureau leaders. Old Wang, you really got lucky this year. Impressive, very impressive. With this kind of result, even in places like the capital or Magic City, which are full of geniuses, you could rank in the top 100, Old Wang. If Su Xiaoqing can bring back a city top scorer, your position might move up a bit. Wang Wei's face turned bright red, and he was very excited. If Su Xiaoqing could become a city top scorer, combined with her past achievements, he might move up a step. But if she became a provincial top scorer, He wouldn't be the principal of #1 middle school next year. He would be a leader in the education bureau. He didn't expect that Su Xiaoqing could improve so much in just a month. This was not only her talent, but also her hard work. Wang Wei was so excited that he forgot to be modest and just smiled foolishly. The two leaders also felt very happy. It was rare to have such a genius in Qingyang City. After the college entrance exam results came out this year, even their education bureau would likely receive praise from higher authorities. How could they not feel good? Old Wang, it seems you have two hidden professions as well. We will wait and see. Okay, Wang Wei nodded. Although they are not as good as Su Xiaoqing, scoring around 200 to 250 points should not be a problem. When the full score was announced, Su Xiaoqing stood proudly. Her silver armor disappeared instantly, and she returned to her elegant and calm appearance. She looked again at the second class seating in the stands, finding that familiar figure. You lost. Su Xiaoqing made a hand gesture toward Wei Xiaosu in the distance, showing her pride without hiding it. After Su Xiaoqing single-handedly defeated the 5 big bosses, the rest of the tests felt a bit lacking. Even some rare profession assessments were far behind Su Xiaoqing. Soon, the students from Class 1 finished their tests, and it was Class 2's turn. Wei Xiaosu was scheduled to be the first to go. Old Wang, is that Wei Xiaosu who awakened the undead summoner profession? Yes, Wang Wei nodded gently, still smiling. I believe in him. Even if he can't defeat 5 level 20 bosses at once like Su Xiaoqing, he won't be far behind. Oh, so you think he's stronger than that Windblade swordsman? Yes. Although the Windblade swordsman ranks higher, a profession's strength also depends a lot on the person. Qian Zihao was once seriously injured by Wei Xiaosu in the trial dungeon. It's only been a few days, and his injuries are almost healed. Really? Clearly, the two leaders from the Education Bureau looked surprised. The Undead Summoner is a hidden profession that ranks low, far behind the Windblade Swordsman, who is dozens of places higher. Wow, Old Wang, your class really opened my eyes. How many bosses do you think Wei Xiaosu will challenge? Wang Wei seriously considered this for a few seconds before replying. Based on the last time I saw him in action, if he continues to level up steadily this month, he should be able to challenge 2 or 3 bosses. Yes, that's good. While a few leaders were chatting casually, Wei Xiaosu had already gone down to the battle arena. He initially planned to start selecting monsters for assessment, but suddenly had a different idea. He turned around and looked toward the direction of Class 1. Sure enough, Su Xiaoqing was also watching him intently, with a bright, focused gaze. Besides Su Xiaoqing, another person was also staring at him closely, Qian Zihao, who had recently recovered from his injuries. Wei Xiaosu didn't have much to say about Qian Zihao. He hadn't forgotten the incident from over 20 days ago, when a third-rank expert from the Qian family tried to assassinate him. Although Wei Xiaosu's current status and strength still far surpassed that of the Qian family, he kept this grudge firmly in mind. However, whether it was his status, position, or strength, all needed time to grow. During this process, Wei Xiaosu was worried that the Qian family might take aggressive actions again. For example, taking revenge on his family. Right now, Wei Xiaosu had hundreds of thousands of summoned skeletons. He could confidently say that even a 4th or 5th rank expert might not be able to kill him. His main concern was that his enemies might target his family. In Qingyang City, the only family with enough influence to challenge the Qian family, and that Wei Xiaosu was familiar with, was the Su family, led by Su Xiaoqing. If he could get the Su family to help watch over his family, he could leave Qingyang City more peacefully and pursue his dream university. However, Wei Xiaosu's relationship with Su Xiaoqing was quite awkward. They weren't enemies, but they weren't friends either. Asking for her help would require some kind of favor. Then, Wei Xiaosu slightly grinned and said, Su Xiaoqing, can you do me a favor? If you help me, I will keep winning this test, and I will win big, really impressively. Su Xiaoqing, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, everyone was confused. Is Wei Xiaosu really asking for help like this? Does he dare to be even more arrogant? Wow, this guy is so shameless. Wait, are we sure it's the genius student asking our goddess for help? Or is it our goddess asking the genius for help? I really want to know what's going on. The genius is so shameless, and he's not allowed to bully goddess Xiaoqing. Listening to the rising voices of criticism in the base, Wei Xiaosu smiled confidently. You guys don't understand anything. If I said I was letting water, Su Xiaoqing would definitely turn around and leave, let alone help. Sure enough, the next second, Su Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes suddenly sharpened. She clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. If you can also score full marks and the assessment is tougher than mine, then I agree to your request." Don't, goddess. What if that shameless person makes such a demand? Wow. Are you serious? Do you really believe Wei Xiaosu can get full marks or even surpass Su Xiaoqing? If it were another undead summoner daring to compete with a six-winged angel goddess, I'd definitely spit on him. But this is who? Our school's top student. Has he ever lost? You're making a lot of sense. I can't even argue back. It's over. If goddess Xiaoqing loses and Wei Xiaosu makes such a demand, Wei Xiaosu. Hearing the increasingly off-topic chatter, Wei Xiaosu was speechless. But since Su Xiaoqing had already agreed, and publicly at that, based on his understanding of her, she definitely wouldn't go back on her word. So, Wei Xiaosu turned to the operator in the control room and the assessment teacher and said, 100,000 normal slimes, all at level 20. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire base erupted again. Strangely, the assessment teachers in the control room didn't release any monsters. Isn't that just nonsense? 100,000 normal slimes. Their strength is no less than 10 bosses. For students who currently lack area damage skills, they'd rather face 10 bosses. 100,000? Are my ears broken? I must be deaf. Although they're all common level, if they all appear at once, even Su Xiaoqing probably can't handle it. Of course. Do you know what it means when an army of ants can kill an elephant? 10,000 slimes just stand there, letting you hack at them. You'll get exhausted just trying. Seeing that the control room still had no response, Wei Xiaosu felt helpless and had no choice but to speak again. Teacher, I'm not joking. If something happens, I take responsibility. The leaders, Wang Wei and two important officials from the Education Bureau, looked at each other in surprise. They had thought they heard wrong earlier, but now Wei Xiaosu repeated himself clearly. It was obvious they hadn't misheard. Old Wang, are you confident? Well, Wang Wei was also at a loss. What kind of challenge is this? Facing 100,000 slimes? Not to mention a beginner at level 1, even at level 2. If caught, they'd be doomed. But before Wang Wei could explain further, Wei Xiaosu's voice sounded a third time. Teacher, 100,000 isn't a lot. If the space were bigger, I'd want 200,000. Wang Wei, the leaders, Xiaoqing, everyone. Who would have thought? The genius student is actually a real boss. A few minutes later, the leaders in the control room finished their discussion and agreed to Wei Xiaosu's request. Suddenly, slime-like creatures appeared all over the field. They wriggled forward toward Wei Xiaosu, like an endless green tide. At that moment, not only the students clenched their fists, but the officials in the control room also focused intently, ready to help at any moment. Compared to others' nervousness, Wei Xiaosu was very relaxed. Just 100,000 slimes? If he used his full strength, he could clear the battlefield in 10 minutes. Of course, since it was just a test, there was no need to go all out. Whether to get full marks or beat Xiaoqing, he thought using only about 1/10 of his power would be enough. Looking at the approaching green sea, Wei Xiaosu remained calm and even took a moment to pose confidently, showing his most handsome side. Then, Wei Xiaosu stretched out one hand, opened his fingers, and began to speak in a cool tone. Life and death, endless reincarnation. We live, they die. Come forth, my most loyal undead servants. Destroy everything in front of you, and make them feel the terror of the undead. Everyone. Su Xiaoqing, Wang Wei. Winky-faced. No one expected Wei Xiaosu to act so seriously in such a formal setting, and to make such a fool of himself that it was almost laughable. But soon, everyone was stunned by what they saw. That awkward display of bravado might have been real after all. In the scene, as Wei Xiaosu finished speaking, countless skeletons began to appear in front of him, behind him, and all around. In just a moment, a vast ocean of white skeletons appeared across the green sea. The sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed loudly throughout the base, even making some timid people turn pale. How many skeleton monsters are there? Not sure, but definitely over 10,000. That can't be true. Summoning 10,000 level 1 skeleton monsters. Can a high school student really do that? Let's not talk about how the genius summoned so many level 1 skeletons. I want to know, how does the genius dare to challenge 100,000 level 1 top-tier slimes? Yeah, all the slimes are level 20, but the skeleton monsters are only level 16. With such a difference in number and level, how can the genius win? Similarly, two leaders from the Education Bureau frowned slightly. While they were impressed that this student could summon 10,000 level 1 skeletons at once, they couldn't imagine how to fight against 10 times that number. Bang, bang, bang on the battlefield. The skeleton mages kept throwing firecrackers into the slime swarm. Explosive flames about the size of a basketball kept rising one after another. After so long of training, the power of the skeleton mages' firecrackers had increased tenfold. When fighting slimes, just 3 firecrackers could kill them instantly. Most importantly, these firecrackers caused area damage. Even though each explosion was only the size of a basketball, in such a dense group of monsters, the damage radius was quite large. Ugh, 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 the slime is fighting back. Its spit is highly corrosive, capable of turning even hard bones into a thick, watery substance. But since these are just ordinary slimes, it takes at least 10 seconds to completely corrode a skeleton mage. With a ratio of 10,000 to 100,000, the numbers are too different. The skeleton mage's firepower quickly can't keep up with the slime's rush. When the slimes get close, the skeleton mage's losses increase rapidly. Wei Xiaosu looked at the slime swarm surrounding him, but a smile appeared on his face again. He had been waiting for these slimes to gather together. Right now, the slime density was very high. They pressed against each other, even stacking like a human pyramid, with at least hundreds per square meter. Wei Xiaosu moved his mind. A black light flashed beside him, and immediately, a larger version of the skeleton mage appeared, about 2.5 meters tall. Wow, what did the divine scholar summon this time? Does anyone have insight skills? Check what level that enlarged skeleton mage is. I have it. Let me see. I can't see clearly. What's wrong, buddy? Is that an elite or a boss? Boss? That's a boss-level skeleton mage, a beast general. Wow, how did the divine scholar do that? When Xiaoing appeared, the crowd was again shocked. Especially the two leaders from the Education Bureau in the control room and Wang Wei. The three of them immediately stood up from their chairs, staring in disbelief at the enlarged skeleton mage. Is that a beast general-level skeleton mage? Old Wang. Is this the student you said was slightly weaker than Su Xiaoqing? Wang Wei. Currently, Wei Xiaosu has 3 beast general-level summon creatures: Skeleton Boar, Peiqi, Skeleton Mage, Xiaoming, and Skeleton Guard Xiaochang. In this battlefield, Xiaoming's role is definitely the most important. Seeing Xiaoming excitedly dancing after appearing, Wei Xiaosu skillfully crouched down and covered his ears. Huh? What is the divine scholar doing? He's crouching on the ground and covering his ears. Could there be some secret behind this? However, before everyone could understand what was happening, they were surprised to see the large skeleton mage, which was twice as big as before, reach out and pull out a straight, huge object from his pelvis bone. Abba, abba, abba. Xiaoming hugged a giant firecracker with both arms, feeling very happy. This firecracker was at least 1 meter wide and 4 meters long, taller than Xiaoming himself. Wow, that long and thick thing is. A firecracker? Wait, aren't you curious about how that skeleton mage managed to pull out a firecracker bigger than his own body from his pelvis? No idea. Cover your ears quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Abba, Xiaoming suddenly jumped 5 or 6 meters high, then excitedly threw the huge firecracker he was holding several hundred meters away. Then, boom, a loud explosion immediately sounded, and some students who hadn't covered their ears in time were temporarily deaf. Soon after, everyone saw a terrifying mushroom cloud rise in the battlefield. The slime and skeleton monster at the center of the cloud instantly vaporized, leaving no remains. Even those on the edges were burned to charcoal by the intense heat. Congratulations! You have killed 5,017 level 21st tier slimes. Mirrored. No rewards. Warning, 724 skeleton mages have been defeated. Almost immediately after the explosion, Wei Xiaosu received a notification. Just one firecracker had taken the lives of over 5,000 slimes. But this was all part of Wei Xiaosu's plan. He chose slimes instead of goblins and minotaurs because slimes are small and soft-bodied. In the same area, slimes can be dozens or even hundreds of times more numerous than other species. Art. This is the art of explosion. Wei Xiaosu felt the hot air blowing toward him, but his heart was full of pride. The power of that explosion was comparable to some small missiles. Not to mention first-tier slimes. Second or even third-tier slimes would also have to die. Aba boom. Aba, boom boom. Xiaoming excitedly shouted, repeatedly and tirelessly pulling out huge firecrackers from beneath his waist, regardless of whether it might harm his fellow creatures. He threw them out directly, just doing whatever made him happy. Under Xiaoming's intense attack, the number of slimes began to drop sharply. In less than 10 minutes, only a few hundred scattered survivors remained in the arena. Of course, the 10,000 skeleton mages summoned earlier, even if not killed by slime sprays, were blown to dust by the firecrackers. None of them survived. Xiaoming, there are only a few hundred slimes left. Don't lose them. I'm almost overwhelmed, Wei Xiaosu shouted, covering his chest. Aba, Xiaoming looked at the firecracker he was about to throw and then at his master. In the end, he reluctantly reinserted the thick firecracker back beneath his waist. Although Xiaoming was just a fragile, weak mage, within his own level, a few hundred slimes could be easily crushed by him without using firecrackers. When the last slime was stomped and burst by Xiaoming, the test finally ended. With the test over, all the mirror images of the slime corpses disappeared completely, leaving only a field of destruction. Wei Xiaosu killed 100,000 level 20 slimes in 25 minutes and 11 seconds. Score: 300 points. Normally, if the actual time taken exceeds 5 minutes, a significant portion of points would be deducted. But clearly, Wei Xiaosu was an exception. When the full score was announced, the entire audience erupted in excited exclamations and discussions. 10,000 to 1. That was a victory. He really did it. How is that possible? Su Xiaoqing looked conflicted and distressed. She had worked so hard, even risking her life to reach the real secret realm, facing life and death multiple times just to get here. But she still lost, completely. Compared to Su Xiaoqing's silence, another person who was very interested in Wei Xiaosu suddenly shouted excitedly. No way. This is impossible. Qian Zihao's eyes widened, bloodshot. The last time Wei Xiaosu was seriously injured, he believed it was because he was too careless. If he had taken it more seriously, he thought he could have defeated his opponent. However, a recent scene completely shattered his confidence. Not only him, but even Su Xiaoqing was far better than him. Qian Zihao's eyes nearly bulged with anger. His gaze at Wei Xiaosu was full of hatred. Finish, Wei Xiaosu waved his hand, recalling the small Ming, who was calling out, ABA, back into his summoning space. He looked up at the students in the stands and couldn't help but smile slightly. Everyone was around 17 or 18 years old. Showing off was something everyone loved, including Wei Xiaosu himself. Under the surprised, shocked, admiring, and envious looks of the students, Wei Xiaosu returned to his class. Then, the test continued. But the next students participating faced challenges that were at least 10 times easier than before, making it less interesting to watch. Wei Xiaosu even started to feel a bit sleepy. It wasn't until Qian Zihao went on stage that Wei Xiaosu finally perked up a little. Insight technique. Wei Xiaosu's eyes immediately glowed, but unfortunately, the opponent had a shield item that prevented him from seeing their level or realm. Soon, Wei Xiaosu understood. This opponent had been seriously injured by him and had been lying in bed for over half a month. He had only recently started to get out of bed, so his level and realm were probably not very high. The monsters Qian Zihao chose to challenge confirmed this idea. I choose 10 ordinary goblins, 5 elite goblins, and 1 goblin leader, all at level 20. Qian Zihao, having a hidden profession and wearing top-quality gear, was not much worse than ordinary students with regular professions. After a tough fight, Qian Zihao defeated all the monsters, even with some minor injuries, earning a total score of 220 points. A hidden profession, but only scoring 220 points. This was quite a surprise. In previous years, the lowest scores for hidden professions were above 250, so Qian Zihao became somewhat of an unusual legend. The entire assessment finished around 7 p.m. Most results, except for the academic scores, which would take 2 more days, were already known. I have now scored 760 points, and my academic results should also be good. Getting into a top university is definitely not a problem. Wei Xiaosu feels very excited. If he tells his parents this news, they will surely be so happy they won't be able to sleep. Wei Xiaosu, come here. Suddenly, a familiar voice reaches Wei Xiaosu's ear. He doesn't need to look. He knows it's Su Xiaoqing. But this time, Wei Xiaosu doesn't refuse. Instead, he nods and walks over. When they reach a quiet place, Su Xiaoqing looks at him with a complicated expression. After a few seconds of silence, she asks, "You won. Tell me, what's the matter?" Although they don't meet often, they understand each other well. Su Xiaoqing knows Wei Xiaosu's personality. If he asks her for help, it must be a problem he can't solve himself, and she can help. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu takes a deep breath. He looks around to make sure no one is nearby, then quietly says, "Qian Zihao is trying to hurt me." At first, Wei Xiaosu thought that if he told Su Xiaoqing this secret, she would be very surprised. But he never expected that she would nod secretly. "Yes, I know. The person sent to hurt you is Wang Tao, a level 39 assassin from the Qian family." Wei Xiaosu. What? What? When Wei Xiaosu hears Su Xiaoqing say this, he is completely shocked. Why does she know this secret? And she knows more than he does, even the assassin's name. It seems Su Xiaoqing notices Wei Xiaosu's surprise. She snorts proudly and explains, "On the day of the trial mission, you injured Qian Zihao. I guess this would happen. The Qian family always acts like this. So, have you been paying attention to this all along?" Wei Xiaosu is very smart. Even if Su Xiaoqing didn't say it directly, he guessed something. But Su Xiaoqing, proud like a swan, doesn't want to reveal her initial request to her father. So she changes the subject and asks, "Are you asking me to step in and help you settle things with Qian Zihao?" That's not necessary. Wei Xiaosu no longer asked about the assassin, since the other person's grave was overgrown and hard to see. There was no point in talking more. After the college entrance exam, I will definitely leave Qingyang City, maybe even leave Tianfu Province. I plan to study at the highest university in the Empire of Huaxia. But my family is still here, and I worry that the Qian family might act rashly and harm my loved ones. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqing looked thoughtful. She hadn't considered this before. She only cared about Wei Xiaosu, not his family. If I remember correctly, your family lives in a very remote village. If the Qian family really has bad intentions, that place is very dangerous. Su Xiaoqing frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then she suggested, "Let your parents move to Qingyang City. I can promise to send experts to protect your family until you are able to handle this yourself." That was great news. Wei Xiaosu was happy and said, "Okay, I'll have them move here in a few days. Where should they rent a house?" "I suggest, rent a house." "No need. Do you own property in Qingyang City?" "Probably. Every year, the top student in the province gets a 3-bedroom apartment as a reward." That day, the conversation suddenly died. Su Xiaoqing's face twitched. Without saying a word, she turned and left. But she remembered her promise to Wei Xiaosu, so she spoke softly, "Let's leave it at that. Contact me later." "Okay, thank you so much this time." Wei Xiaosu smiled slightly, feeling a big weight lift from his heart. After today, Wei Xiaosu took a 3-day break. He didn't go to the dungeon to train anymore. His daily routine was eating, sleeping, playing games, and occasionally watching a few hours of Cat-Eared Girl. Recently, the Cat-Eared Girl didn't seem very enthusiastic about her work, as if she had something on her mind, but he didn't ask. However, Zhang Taidan told him that the Cat-Eared Girl also has a name, Lily. It's a very nice name. Also, her owner isn't a lazy, fat otaku. He's actually a beautiful woman in her 40s. Wei Xiaosu has seen her a couple of times. So, day 33 of Envying the Orc Summoner. Today is the 4th day after the college entrance exam. Wei Xiaosu was early at the computer, waiting for the results to be announced. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Wei Xiaosu eagerly entered his name and other details, then clicked search. Name: Wei Xiaosu, School, Qingyang No. 1 High School, total score, 975, Qingyang City rank, 1, Tianfu Province rank, 1, haha, 975 points, first in the whole province. I need to tell my parents right away. Seeing his scores on the screen, Wei Xiaosu was so excited that he jumped up from his chair. Although he had 30 extra points from a special challenge, he earned those honestly, so he truly deserved to be the top student in the province. The vast sky is my love. Under the gentle green mountains, flowers bloomed. Suddenly, his phone rang on the table. Wei Xiaosu picked it up and saw it was a call from home. Hello. As soon as he answered, Wei Xiaoyu's excited scream came through. Wow, Wei Xiaosu, you're the top in the province. You actually scored the highest in the whole province. That's amazing. Of course, just a provincial top scorer, nothing special. Shut up, you shameless. Wei Xiaoyu said disdainfully, but then quickly added happily, I've decided. I want to get into Qingyang now. One high school too, and then go shopping at the computer market over there. Wei Xiaosu. All right. I get it. You're reminding me not to forget your computer. Don't worry, your big brother keeps his promises. After that, Wei Xiaosu talked with his parents for half an hour before hanging up. But then, his phone kept ringing all night. It was people from the admissions office asking for his opinion, and more than half of the universities planned to send representatives to visit him personally. Among these were prestigious schools, including local universities in Tianfu Province, such as Tianfu Vocational University, Tianfu Heavy Industry University, and Tianfu Aerospace University, all extending their invitations. Tianfu Vocational University was the only one among these that didn't offer academic courses. They only admitted vocational students, and even nationwide, it was considered one of the top 10 highest-ranking institutions. Wei Xiaosu only considered for 2 seconds before silently rejecting the idea in his mind. Since he had already earned the title of top student in the province, the best options for him were only Jing University and Mo University. The next day, visitors came one after another. Principal Wang Wei and the head teacher of Class 2, Li Jing, came to visit Wei Xiaosu. They all had a pleasant chat. Wang Wei was still the same person, but recently he looked much younger. His energy was like that of an 18-year-old. His slightly raised smile was even more charming than a smile from a popular singer. Finally, based on the suggestions of Wang Wei and Li Jing, and Wei Xiaosu's own wishes, he chose to attend Mo City Vocational University. Of course, this didn't mean Jing University was worse than Mo University. It was because Jing University was located in the capital of the Chinese Empire, where many officials' children studied, making the environment more complicated. Wei Xiaosu was not the type to make friends with the children of high officials, so he chose Mo University instead. Besides choosing the university, Wei Xiaosu also received a 4-room apartment of 185 square meters. It was much larger than the usual 3-room apartments. The community was called Shugao Shangyuan, a high-end neighborhood well known in Qingyang City. The government was very efficient. As soon as he applied, the house was ready. The location and decoration were excellent. The entire apartment was worth 2.8 million yuan. Looking at the keys and property certificate in his hand, Wei Xiaosu felt very proud. Through his own efforts, he had finally helped his parents leave their poor mountain village and enjoy a better life after working hard all their lives. Time flew by quickly. It had been a month since the college entrance exams ended. Wei Xiaosu's family had moved from Baosher village to Shugao Shangyuan half a month ago. Additionally, Wei Xiaoyu also performed very well in her middle school entrance exam and was accepted into Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. Her new school start date was coming soon. Today, Wei Xiaoyu was studying in the garden downstairs, holding her high school textbooks under Wei Xiaosu's strict request. Wei Xiaosu, I want to play on the computer. No, you're too much. You're shameless. You don't keep your promises. How am I not keeping my promises? I bought you a computer, didn't I? Haha. I got the computer, but I haven't played for more than 2 hours in total over the past half-month. Wei Xiaoyu was very resentful. She puffed out her cheeks, with a small round face that looked very cute. However, as her older brother, Wei Xiaosu was completely immune to her cute tricks and stubbornness. He said, hurry up and learn. I already taught myself up to the 2nd year of high school at your age. You're still far behind. Humph. Wei Xiaoyu snorted coldly and kept focusing on her homework. Just then, an old man with a white beard came from afar, holding a frosted thermos cup. From a distance, he started greeting them. Hey Xiaoyu, you're working so hard today, still doing your homework. The visitor was none other than Su San from the Su family. When Wei Xiaosu saw Su San approaching, he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Su, out for a walk. Half a month ago, Wei Xiaosu learned about Su San's identity from Su Shaoqing. He knew that Su San would help take care of his family in the future, so he was very respectful to him. Of course, his attitude towards Su Shaoqing had also changed a lot, especially after learning from Su San that it was because of Su Shaoqing that he moved into Guiku community to protect him. Xiaoyu, seeing the little girl still buried in her homework and not responding to Su San, Wei Xiaosu became serious and asked, "When a friend comes from afar, what should you do?" Wei Xiaoyu looked up slightly, pouting her lips. "Welcome with open arms." Su San, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little girl had quite a bit of resentment. Usually, she was quite sharp-tongued, but she was still polite to elders. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did your brother bully you?" Su San, though slightly choked, was not angry. After all, she was just a 14-year-old girl. "Yes," Wei Xiaoyu nodded heavily. She said, "I want to play on the computer. Wei Xiaosu won't let me. He's a liar." Wei Xiaosu covered his face in frustration and finally waved his hand helplessly. "Go ahead and play." "Huh?" Wei Xiaoyu, who had been complaining, was momentarily stunned. "Brother, is that true?" "Yes, go and play." After saying that, Wei Xiaoyu grabbed her textbooks and ran off quickly. Before leaving, she also turned back and said to Su San, "Grandpa Su, I finished my homework. I'm going to play on the computer now." Wei Xiaosu, Su San, what a realistic little girl. She keeps calling her older brother and Grandpa Su, making both of them unsure of what to say. After the little girl runs away, Wei Xiaosu finally asks, "Grandpa Su, is there something you need?" "Nothing. What could I need?" Su San unscrews his thermos cup, tilts it slowly, and soon, a dark brown liquid with ice cubes is poured out. Watching Su San happily sip the dark brown drink with ice, Wei Xiaosu's eyelids twitch and reminds him, "Grandpa Su, you should drink less soda. It's not good for your health." "Who cares?" Su San is indifferent. He takes another sip and says, "I'm a level 6 expert. Drinking soda won't kill me." Wei Xiaosu, "Oh, since you're here, I have one more thing to say." Su San covers his cup to keep the cold air inside, then looks serious and says, "My young lady has gone to the magic capital." "Really? So early?" Wei Xiaosu is surprised. There's still a whole month before school starts. Su San sighs and glares at Wei Xiaosu, saying, "It's because of you, you little brat. During the test, you didn't bother to hold back." Wei Xiaosu, seeing you just makes me angry. "I'm leaving now." Su San's quick change of mood makes Wei Xiaosu almost laugh. "Goodbye, Grandpa Su." The entire August passed quietly with Wei Xiaosu and Wei Xiaoyu arguing. By the end of August, he was preparing to leave for the magic capital. At the train station, on the day of departure, Wei Xiaoyu cried the hardest, her round face covered with tears. Although she often calls Wei Xiaosu by his name, it doesn't mean their relationship is bad. It's actually a sign of closeness. The magic capital is so far away, maybe half a year at most before they can visit home again. The siblings have never been apart for more than half a month, so they feel sad. "Xiaoyu, don't cry. I'll be back. When I come back next time, I'll bring you a gift." Wei Xiaosu comforts her, gently patting her head. Then, can the gift be something other than the college entrance exams or mock exams? Wei Xiaosu, "Big brother, you need to call me often when you're in the Magic City. Although you often trick me out of my pocket money, steal my snacks, make me wash dishes, and not let me watch TV or play on the computer, you do have your good points." Wei Xiaosu, Wawawa. As she spoke, Wei Xiaoyu started crying again. Since they were young, the two of them had been very close. Now that they were apart, at least for several months, she felt very sad just thinking about it. When Wei Xiaosu was sent onto the train, the little girl's eyes were swollen from crying. At the farewell, she clung tightly to his clothes, unwilling to let go. "Big brother, remember to call me. Remember to come home during the holidays." And, unknowingly, Wei Xiaosu's eyes also turned slightly red. He bent down slightly, gently pinched the chubby face of the little girl, and said with emotion, "Next time you come back, you'll have a slim face for sure. It probably won't feel as soft as now. All right, I'm leaving now. Xiaoyu, be good at home and study hard at school. If there's any trouble at home, go talk to Grandpa Su next door, okay?" After saying that, Wei Xiaosu stood up and stepped into the train carriage. He sat by the window, waving to his parents and Xiaoyu outside. "Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu, I'm leaving." Wei Xiaosu, Take good care of yourself. If you have trouble, go find Xiaoqing. She has money, the little girl shouted loudly. Wei Xiaosu. He was feeling quite upset inside, but her words almost made him lose his composure. The Magic City. Whether before or after crossing over, this city is truly the second most important city in the Chinese Empire. Located on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, it is the central point of the northern and southern coastlines of the Chinese Empire at the mouth of the Yangtze River. To the north is the Yangtze River, to the east is the East China Sea, to the south is Hangzhou Bay, and it also has the Huangpu River. Its excellent geographical location has greatly promoted the city's shipping industry. From the moment Wei Xiaosu stepped off the train, he deeply felt the bustling prosperity of this top-tier city. Compared to his hometown Xinjiang City, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, beneath all this endless prosperity, the number of powerful professionals was also countless. If it weren't considered impolite or even provocative to casually use insight on others, Wei Xiaosu would have wanted to check each one. Even without using insight, he could faintly sense the strength of those people through his sharp mental power. I never expected that in Xinjiang City, the rare 3rd and 4th level experts are so common here, almost as if they don't cost anything. Wei Xiaosu looked around, feeling more and more amazed. His current ability allows him to identify 3rd and 4th level experts just by sight, which is already his limit. But he thought there might be even more powerful experts here. After leaving the train station, Wei Xiaosu took a taxi to Modu University. The place was very crowded. It took him a lot of effort to find a hotel with a vacancy and check in. However, he didn't stay long at the hotel. After a few minutes of rest, he eagerly went out again. Modu University is not in the city center, but in the suburbs. Still, because of the university's presence, the surrounding area is just as developed as the city center, or even better in some places. Walking among the crowd, enjoying the city's night view, breathing the cool sea breeze, and sampling local snacks, he felt very relaxed and happy. Wei Xiaosu took out his phone and made a video call to his family. He wanted to share his happiness, especially with his little sister. Xiaoyu, I miss you so much. I found some delicious food, and I want to share it with my most adorable sister first, Wei Xiaosu said with a mischievous smile, pointing at the table full of food and describing each dish. Xiaoyu, this is a special Xingjianbo from Modu. This is a soup dumpling. This is Granny Hong's squid. This is Fuyang's rolled bun. This is Old Musie's chicken. And, Xiaoyu, Wei Xiaosu, I want to have a duel with you. On the other end of the call, Xiaoyu was completely frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and angrily pounded her fist on the phone screen. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, when you get into Modu University, I'll take you to eat all over Modu. Wei Xiaosu, don't make promises you can't keep. After a lively exchange for a while, Wei Xiaosu ended the call. Looking at this unfamiliar city, he felt a bit of joy in his heart. First day missing Lilith. Around 11 o'clock, Wei Xiaosu returned to the hotel. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. One night without dreams. The next morning. Today is September 1st, the official start of school at Magic University. Wei Xiaosu left early, but when he arrived at the school gate, it was already crowded with people. This year's class at Magic University has just over 2,000 new students, but there are also more than 3,000 parents. Since it's Magic University, students come from all over the country, and most are accompanied by their parents. In fact, if his family still had a little fish, Wei Xiaosu might also be with his parents right now. Why can't parents come into the school? Someone was saying. Exactly. My dog child went to middle school and high school with my help, but now I can't get in. Let us in quickly. I want to see if my child's roommate is reliable. Hearing the parents' complaints, Wei Xiaosu was quite surprised. It was the first time he saw a school not allowing parents to accompany students on the first day. But since he didn't have parents with him, he didn't mind much. He pushed through the crowd and entered the school. About 10 meters from the gate, there were many long tables set up, with senior students sitting around them. New student? Wei Xiaosu just squeezed in when he heard someone talking to him. He quickly replied, Yes, senior. Here is my admission letter. Okay. The senior took the letter, looked at it for a few seconds, and confirmed his identity. Listening to the noise behind him, Wei Xiaosu asked curiously, Senior, is it not allowed for parents to enter Magic University? That's not true. Except for today, Other times are fine. Really? Why? Wei Xiaosu was even more curious. The senior glanced at the noisy group of parents outside and sneered coldly. This is a vocational school, not a kindergarten. To become a strong professional, you first need to learn independence and self-reliance. All right. Lu Yang, you should say less. If I remember correctly, your dad was also stopped outside last year, right? Lu Yang. The atmosphere was a bit tense. The senior called Lu Yang twitched his face a few times, then glared at the person beside him and scolded. Wang Qi, can't you let me act a bit cool in front of the junior? All right. Why don't you take Junior Wei Xiaosu to handle the enrollment procedures? Hearing this, Lu Yang immediately shook his head lazily and said, I didn't sleep well last night and don't feel like moving. Why don't you go? I don't want to move either. Wang Qi also leaned back lazily in his seat, turned to look at the others, and asked, Who wants to go? A few people looked at each other, all seeming sleepy and unwilling to get up, slouching in their chairs. But just then, Lu Yang, who had been lazy moments before, suddenly jumped up from his seat. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly said before anyone else could, Hey, junior sister, come over. I'll take you to handle the enrollment. Wei Xiaosu, such treatment. Is the gap really this big? Confused, Wei Xiaosu also turned to look behind her. She saw a girl in a light, flowing dress with long, black hair reaching her waist walking in. The girl had rosy cheeks and a charming smile, like a peach blossom in bloom. When she approached, she slightly bowed to more than 10 senior students, appearing graceful and confident. Hello, seniors. My name is Nanji. Nanji, meaning south of a beautiful lady and gardenia flower in bloom. Please take care of me. As soon as the stunning girl Nanji spoke, her melodious voice, like a aureole, rang out. Lu Yang took the lead, quickly took the notice from Nanji's hand, glanced at it briefly, and said, Junior sister, my name is Lu Yang. I'll take you to handle the enrollment. Wei Xiaosu. The words, by the way, hurt Wei Xiaosu a lot. He is also very handsome, you know? What about the senior girl? The one who promised to wear black stockings to greet us new students? Why is it all just old men? Hey, senior, wait a moment. Can you also send me off? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. When they turned around, they saw a chubby man running towards them. He looked to weigh at least 200 pounds. Seeing how big this chubby guy was, everyone froze. An unspoken question popped into their minds. How did this guy get into the magic university? Senior, this is my admission letter. The chubby man panted as he reached Lu Yang and stopped. Lu Yang looked at the chubby man with suspicion, then glanced at the letter in his hand and muttered, Is your name Pei Qian? Hee. Yes, senior. Wow, what kind of parents would dare name their child Pei Qian, meaning losing money? Lu Yang couldn't help but gasp and instinctively took a step back, looking cautious. Pei Qian, all right, you two can follow us, Lu Yang said carefully, as if afraid that the name, Pei Qian, might cause trouble. So, Lu Yang, after kindly leading Nanji and also bringing Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian along, moved on. Hey, hello, classmate. My name is Pei Qian from Jiangzhou City. What's your name? Pei Qian, walking a few steps behind Lu Yang and Nanji, asked. My name is Wei Xiaosu from Qianyang City. Wei Xiaosu found this chubby guy quite interesting, so he answered directly. Hearing this, Pei Qian immediately responded with an, Oh, and pretended to be familiar, saying, So you're brother Xiaosu. I've heard a lot about you. Wei Xiaosu slightly twitched his lips, thinking, What do you mean heard a lot? If you don't know, just say you don't know. Why pretend to be familiar? Brother Xiaosu, what is your profession? What level are you at? Pei Qian asked happily. Guess. Pei Qian chuckled again, took a small storage bag from his waist, took out 2 chocolates, and handed one over. He said, How about we use our insight skills on each other and see, without others' permission, using insight magic suddenly is very rude, especially since we are classmates and will see each other often. I think we can try it. Hey, Xiaosu, you used to be the school's handsome guy, right? So cool, unlike me. I think we should give it a try. Great. Let's do it. After saying that, both of their eyes glowed at the same time. The next moment, a faint blue light screen appeared in front of him, visible only to himself. Name, Pei Qian. Occupation, blood sacrifice priest. Hidden profession. Level, first tier 11. This chubby guy also has a hidden profession? but I've never heard of it. Wei Xiaosu was very surprised and confused. He turned off the light screen in front of him and looked at the other person again, still unable to believe that this chubby guy, who gets out of breath after just a few steps, also has a hidden profession. In the past 300 years, there have been over 1,000 types of hidden professions. Wei Xiaosu couldn't claim to know all of them, but he remembered all the names. However, no matter how he tried to recall, he couldn't remember a hidden profession called blood sacrifice priest. This probably means it's a brand new profession. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaosu was shocked. He looked carefully at the chubby guy beside him and muttered, "Blood sacrifice priest. Pei Qian, is this a brand new hidden profession?" Hee. Pei Qian chuckled twice, then touched the back of his head awkwardly and replied, "Yes, it's the first hidden profession among humans. But so far, it's not very strong." Then Pei Qian said, "Xiaosu, your profession is pretty good too. Summoner of the undead. That must be very cool." Well, Wei Xiaosu was speechless. Summoning a bunch of skeleton monsters. Does that really make you look cool? The two chatted casually, and soon, under Lu Yang's help, they finished the enrollment process. Later, Lu Yang took the three of them to the dormitory area. Although boys and girls are still separated, the dorms are in the same zone, so Lu Yang didn't have to run back and forth. When I arrived at the dormitory entrance, Lu Yang pointed to an old man standing at the door helping new students check in. He said, "That is your dorm manager. You can ask him where you are assigned to stay." After saying that, Lu Yang suddenly grinned and said, "The dorm assignment rules here are a bit different from what you might know. We assign rooms based on strength. Only the strongest can enjoy the best living conditions. There are 5 areas for new students' dorms. Area 1 is the villa zone with 10 spots. Area 2 is a 1-bedroom apartment with 100 spots. Area 3 is the dorm building, but with single rooms, totaling 300 spots. Area 4 has double rooms, with 600 spots. Area 5 is 4-person rooms, which can hold up to 1,200 new students." After explaining the dorm areas, Lu Yang suddenly straightened up, crossed his arms, tilted his head slightly, and proudly said to the girl beside him and the 2 younger brothers who came along, "I am Lu Yang, your senior. When I entered the school last year, I was assigned to a double room in Area 4. Pretty impressive, right? Wow, senior, you're so amazing." Nanji eagerly widened her big, watery eyes and looked at him with admiration. Pei Qian also nodded repeatedly. "No wonder you're a senior. Living in a double room is so lucky. If I could get a double room, I'd be so happy." Exactly. Being in a double room means the senior's strength was among the top 600 new students last year. That's impressive. Wei Xiaosu also gave a thumbs up and praised him. Seeing the 2 younger brothers so respectful, Lu Yang chuckled. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to check in. Wow, a top-tier 3rd realm great general. Not bad, not bad. You definitely have the strength to challenge higher ranks." Clearly, Old Qian still has a good impression of Lu Yang. However, he also knows that Lu Yang is showing off today mainly because of his confidence, so he just casually responds with a few words. Then, Old Qian turns his gaze to Nanji, who is slightly behind by half a step. When he sees her face, he is momentarily stunned and thinks to himself that this girl really is quite beautiful. "Come here, young lady. Please give me your notification letter and ID card," Old Qian says with a smile. Nanji respectfully steps forward and hands over her notification letter and ID card with both hands. Old Qian takes them and enters her basic information into the computer. Soon, the dormitory area assigned by the school appears on the screen. "Wow, so you're Nanji, the genius from Kyoto." On her first day here, Old Qian looks at the information on the screen, his eyes shining. He mumbles, "This girl has good taste. Our magic university is no worse than Kyoto University. Choosing us was the right decision." After saying that, Old Qian takes a set of keys from his drawer and says, "New student area, Villa number 004. "Thank you, Grandpa Qian," Nanji replies politely, taking the keys with both hands and smiling sweetly. This simple exchange between the old man and the young girl surprises the 3 people behind them, especially Lu Yang. As an elder, he naturally knows what Villa No. 004 represents. And, wow, Kyoto's top genius. "Old Qian, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Lu Yang asks, unwilling to believe it. But this time, old Qian's expression turns serious, and he scolds him with a hint of annoyance. You little brat, do you think I could be wrong? Lu Yang. Suddenly, Lu Yang's face falls. He knows he's out of luck. Only super geniuses live in Villa number 004. Future powerful figures who might grow into ninth realm experts. He's not someone he can envy. However, Lu Yang isn't discouraged. He's also a genius. At just 19 years old, he's already a third realm peak great general. Even if he's not as good as Nanji, he should be stronger than the two younger students behind him, right? Yes, that's right. As a senior, he still cares about his reputation. Cough, cough. Old Qian, please also handle the arrangements for these two younger brothers, Lu Yang says. Old Qian nodded gently and took the notices and IDs from the chubby Pei Qian and Wei Xiaosu one by one. After a few seconds, Old Qian looked away from the computer and turned to Lu Yang sitting opposite him. For no clear reason, a look of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Pei Qian, room 085 in dormitory area 2, Wei Xiaosu, room 066 in dormitory area 2, Lu Yang? Lu Yang. Lu Yang, CCCCC. So you tried to show off, huh? Now you're in trouble. Old Qian secretly chuckled. Well, since you're new, you might not know yet that the quality of the dorm area doesn't really determine your future success. You just started a bit higher, but you shouldn't look down on those living in area 3, 4, or even 5, understand? Lu Yang forced himself to stay calm, acting like an experienced person giving advice. Senior is right. Senior's words are good. Senior's advice is wise. Lu Yang. All right, go to your dorms now. Lu Yang's face suddenly darkened, and he turned to leave. Nanji, Pei Qian, and Wei Xiaosu looked at each other and all secretly smiled. Of course, they didn't mean any harm to Lu Yang. They just found it a bit funny. Each of them took their keys and headed to their respective dorm areas. Nanji lived in a villa district, so she couldn't stay with Wei Xiaosu and the others. Xiaosu, what do you think Nanji's job and strength are? How can she live in Villa Area 004? That's so impressive. Listening to Pei Qian's admiration, Wei Xiaosu also found it hard to believe. He was the top student of Tianfu province, but was assigned to Area 2, Room 066. That means, among this year's new students, at least 65 are stronger than him. No wonder this is a top professional school. Of course, part of this was because Wei Xiaosu was hiding his true strength during the assessment, but he felt that even if he showed all his power, he might not make it into the top 10. In Jing University's top genius, Nanji ranked 4th. So what level are the top 3 at? I don't know. Wei Xiaosu shook his head. He didn't know what kind of job Nanji had or her strength. Usually, the other person would have tools to block piercing spells, so even if he used insight magic, he couldn't see through. Soon, Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian went to the new students' dorms in Area 2. It was called a dorm, but when Wei Xiaosu entered his room, he was completely shocked. The room's decor looked like a hotel, but it had separate spaces like a bedroom, bathroom, living room, and study. The whole room was about 150 square meters. Most importantly, it was beautifully decorated. Wow, no wonder this is a magic university. It's so luxurious, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in amazement. There are 100 such rooms, and even 10 villas. He couldn't imagine how fancy the villas must be. Next, Wei Xiaosu took out all his daily supplies, bedding, and other items from his storage bag. He arranged them neatly in convenient places. After about an hour and a half, the room felt like home. Xiaosu, are you done? The school said all new students should gather at the back playground in half an hour. Suddenly, Pei Qian's cheerful voice came from outside. Wei Xiaosu quickly replied, Done. I'll come out soon. He looked around his new home again, feeling very satisfied. Before school started, his parents worried that his personality might not get along with roommates. But now, he had no roommates at all. He left his room and saw Pei Qian's funny-looking chubby face. He asked, Usually, the orientation for new students is tomorrow, right? Why is it happening today? Pei Qian was standing in front of Wei Xiaosu, but he was very restless, constantly looking around. Finally, he pointed to a spot ahead on the right and said, That's Nanji. She's over there. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu also looked in the direction Pei Qian was pointing. Sure enough, it was Nanji. At this moment, Nanji was busy dealing with a few boys around her. Even if they couldn't hear exactly what was being said, they could roughly guess. TSK. Nanji is really beautiful, and her personality is so friendly. I even want to go talk to her, Pei Qian said with admiration. But then he sighed and added, however, she's the top genius in the city, and she's ranked 4th among new students at Magic University. I guess I don't stand a chance. Listening to the self-deprecating words of the chubby guy, Wei Xiaosu nodded in agreement. He had seen only 2.5 girls as pretty as Nanji. The first was Su Xiaoqing. The second was Lily, the girl with cat ears. The half was his own younger sister, Xiaoyu, who hadn't fully grown up yet. Wow, Xiaosu, look over there. That girl is so beautiful, and she has such a cool aura. I really want to be her loyal admirer. Pei Qian's eyes lit up as he stared at a stunning figure suddenly appearing about 10 meters away. Seeing Pei Qian so excited and surprised, Wei Xiaosu also became curious. If this chubby guy was willing to say he wanted to be her loyal admirer, she must be just as attractive as Nanji. But when Wei Xiaosu looked in the direction Pei Qian was pointing, his face froze. His eyes started to twitch, and he thought silently, "Don't come over, please don't come over." Yes, that elegant and charming beauty, who had Pei Qian completely captivated, was Su Xiaoqing, also from Qingyang City. In terms of looks, Su Xiaoqing and Nanji were quite similar. But Su Xiaoqing had a cold, commanding aura, while Nanji was more easygoing and cute. They appealed to different audiences. However, shouldn't a big nerd like Pei Qian prefer Nanji? What's going on with him? She's coming, Pei Qian said excitedly, grabbing Wei Xiaosu's sleeve and whispering, "Look, she's definitely the most beautiful girl in our class. She's actually walking over here. Yeah, she's coming again," Wei Xiaosu muttered helplessly, with a resigned look on his face. But Pei Qian, caught up in his excitement, didn't notice Wei Xiaosu's words about, again. He kept staring carefully at Su Xiaoqing from top to bottom. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu felt that the chubby guy next to him seemed a bit. He scowled and muttered, "Can you stop looking like a pig guy all the time?" But instead of getting annoyed, Pei Qian cheerfully replied, "A gentleman appreciates beauty but doesn't indulge. Feelings come from the heart, but they should stay within reason. I admire beauty, not?" Wei Xiaosu was confused. "Chubby guy? Do you want me to translate that?" "Basically, you're saying you're attracted to beauty, but you have limits." Pei Qian didn't respond. When Su Xiaoqing appeared, she didn't just catch Pei Qian's attention. Many boys around couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw her. Soon, people started debating whether Nanji was cuter or if Su Xiaoqing looked more like a confident, mature woman. "Wow, Xiaosu, look. She's really walking toward us." Pei Qian was stunned. They had been far apart earlier, only able to guess her direction, but now they were just a few meters away, and it was obvious. Before Pei Qian could go over to get to know her, Su Xiaoqing stopped in front of Wei Xiaosu and Pei Qian. She asked, "Wei Xiaosu, where do you live?" Pei Qian was stunned. He was shocked beyond words, eyes wide like glass marbles, muttering to himself, "Is she being so direct? Asking where I live right away? Could it be?" A look of envy appeared in Pei Qian's eyes. But neither Wei Xiaosu nor Su Xiaoqing paid him any attention. Wei Xiaosu knew what she meant and answered directly, "Room 066 in Zone 2. As if he had expected it, Su Xiaoqing simply nodded and replied, "I'm in room 81 in Zone 2. There are so many geniuses at Magic University. I want to surpass you first, then others." Wei Xiaosu was speechless. "Well, let's work hard together." Unlike before, Wei Xiaosu didn't mock her but encouraged her instead. After all, he owed her a big favor, and that debt wouldn't be repaid anytime soon. Of course, the main point is that during summer vacation, after truly meeting Su Xiaoqing, he realized she was just a young girl who had recently turned 18. She was somewhat shy and aloof, often speaking coldly, which made her seem unfriendly. However, she was actually kind-hearted. Later, Su Xiaoqing didn't say much. She simply came to ask for Wei Xiaoshu's dorm number to compare their standings. What surprised Su Xiaoqing was that Wei Xiaoshu didn't rank in the top 10 at Magic University as she had expected. She still remembered the day of the assessment, where he fought alone against 100,000 slimes. That terrifying test result only placed him at 66th. Su Xiaoqing left after less than a minute, watching his back. Next to her, Pei Qian looked on with envy. "Do you know him?" "Yes, we were high school classmates." "Wow. While they were talking, the new students had already gathered, but those who hadn't trained yet were still unevenly arranged. On the stage, a tall, muscular man with a buzz cut suddenly shouted, "Quiet." When he yelled, "Quiet," everyone's eyes turned to the stage. Seeing his fierce gaze, no one dared to speak. The man looked over the entire playground. When he saw more than 10 students running toward them, he immediately roared, "The assembly time is up. Record the latecomers' names and deduct 10 points from their credits. Please, teacher, we only arrived a few seconds late." "Why deduct points?" "Yeah, teacher, please forgive us. I just crouched for a moment, and that's late. And I get points deducted?" But the tall man ignored their pleas. He only looked at the 2,000 students who had already formed lines. "Hello, students. My name is Wang Guowei, the Dean of the Close Combat Department. Today, I will host a welcome ceremony for everyone." Wang Guowei, calling himself the Dean of the Close Combat Department, didn't use a microphone, but his voice sounded as if it was in everyone's ears, loud and deafening. During the enrollment process, Senior Lu Yang mentioned during a casual chat that there are 5 deans at Magic University, all of whom are high-level professionals. Level 1 to 3 professionals are called beginner professionals, levels 4 to 6 are intermediate professionals, and only levels 7 to 9 are considered high-level professionals. It is said that the Close Combat Department's dean is the strongest among all deans. Now, it seems the rumors are true. Since the Great Catastrophe, Magic University has been established for 187 years. We have trained a total of 355 high-level professionals, among whom 15 have completed 9 transformations and become 9-tier warriors, the strongest force of humanity. Your senior students have fought monsters repeatedly, risking their lives for humanity and even for you. This has helped create the relatively peaceful and stable society we have today. Of these 355 high-level professionals, fewer than 100 are still alive, and only 7 are 9-tier warriors. Since you chose Magic University, you should understand that coming here isn't for leisure. It's to quickly improve your strength in the most scientific way, to contribute more to the country and humanity. Many might think entering Magic University is the start of your peak life, but I believe it's actually the beginning of your tragedy. Get stronger, survive, and keep getting stronger. Of course, the school isn't entirely free. The effort you put in determines what you gain, just like in the past. However, each student will start with 100 free points. These points can be exchanged for treasures, as long as you have enough. Alright, I don't like to waste time. Now, let's begin the teacher assignments. Please welcome the mentors from our 5 colleges to the stage. Clap, 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 the enthusiastic applause followed. Then, dozens of male and female mentors stepped onto the stage. Some were in their 20s, others in their 30s, but they all shared one trait, an aura that was especially intimidating. Without exception, all the strong mentors exuded a powerful presence, some intentionally releasing their energy. This immediately made the students on the playground feel an overwhelming pressure. Freshman mentor of the Close Combat Department, Lu Hai. Freshman mentor of the Support Department, Lu Qian. Assassination Academy, new student mentor, Zhou Tong. Remote Department Academy, new student mentor, Zhang Ming. Summoning Department Academy, new student mentor, Wang Xiaoman. The voices of dozens of mentors began echoing across the training ground, lasting for a long time. Below, Wei Xiaosu felt the powerful aura emanating from these mentors and was completely stunned. Each one of them had an aura comparable to, or even surpassing, that of Su San. This means that none of these mentors are below the 6th rank. It's almost unbelievable. Moreover, judging by their looks, they are all quite young. Su San took a lifetime to reach the 6th rank, but how many years have these mentors trained? Then, mentors from each department started selecting their students. Wei Xiaosu was chosen by a new student mentor from the Summoning Department, Wang Xiaoman. As for the chubby Pei Qian, he left with an assistant mentor named Wang Bing from the Support Department. Wei Xiaosu was also taken to Wang Xiaoman's classroom. This year, mentor Wang Xiaoman only selected 26 new students. The number is small, but among the 2,000 new students, the total number of summoners is just over 100. For the new students, this is actually good news. The fewer students a mentor takes, the more attention they receive. The classroom at Magic University is different from the one seen before. There are no desks, only dozens of mats. Wang Xiaoman is a person who doesn't like wasting words or time. On the first day of school, she started teaching about summoning beasts. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period, Wei Xiaosu hadn't hunted any monsters, but his strength had increased by at least 10% compared to before. First, he used the 100 points given by the school and, on Wang Xiaoman's advice, exchanged for a cultivation manual called Yoming Xuango. It greatly improved his physical qualities and also enhanced the attributes of undead summoning beasts, achieving 2 goals at once. After practicing for many days, Wei Xiaosu's total 4-dimensional attributes increased by over 500 points. His skeleton minions also gained about 100 points, which was a big gain. Originally, according to the normal training schedule, their batch of new students would have a practical combat test in a month. However, this process was brought forward due to an unexpected incident. Ruins. A brand new ruin suddenly appeared in a desolate area about 200 kilometers from Magic Capital. Although it was still late at night, Magic University was brightly lit. Under the decision of several leaders, all students were to observe and learn around the ruin. Of course, freshmen like Wei Xiaosu and even the older students were not allowed to enter the ruin. No one knew if there was any danger inside or what level the ruin was. Ruins are different from dungeons or secret realms, but there's no doubt that they contain the most treasures. Every time a ruin opens, experts from all over the country come to explore. Foreigners also try to sneak in, hoping to find treasures inside. At 3 a.m., thousands of students, led by their mentors, arrived at the edge of the ruin. The ruin was just a black mist about 3 or 4 meters in diameter, not fully opened yet. Wei Xiaosu stood among the crowd, looked into the distance, and asked his mentor, "Teacher Wang, do we have a chance to enter the ruin?" Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman shook his head seriously. The strength of ruins varies, but for your batch of freshmen, even the weakest ones are dangerous enough to threaten your lives. So, your purpose here is just to observe and learn. Is that so? Wei Xiaosu asked again. Then, what exactly is a ruin? How is it different from a dungeon or a secret realm? In response to Wei Xiaosu's question, Wang Xiaoman paused for a moment, then waved his hand to gather all his students around him and began explaining. Simply put, a ruin is a one-time dungeon. A one-time? Yes, a single use. The students looked confused, not quite understanding what their teacher meant. After all, they had never learned about ruins before. Wang Xiaoman was patient and explained slowly. As everyone knows, secret realms are real big worlds, sometimes even our blue star itself. In other intelligent races' words, they are called secret realms. A dungeon, on the other hand, is just a fragment projection of a secret realm. The monsters inside have no intelligence, only the most basic instincts. Due to some unknown influence, when these monsters die, they reappear. That is a dungeon. So, dungeons are just projections of relic fragments. But where do the real relic fragments go? Exactly. These relic fragments drifting in the endless void are the remnants. Listening to mentor Wang Xiaoman's explanation, Wei Xiaosu was completely stunned. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else looked equally shocked. Those who can get into the Magic University are not just simple warriors, so their minds work quickly. They understood the most frightening part of her words, such as relic fragments. If Blue Star is just one of countless secret realms, then how terrifying must the power be that can turn a planet like Blue Star into fragments? Teacher, do you mean that someone can destroy a planet with brute force? Wei Xiaosu asked first, unable to contain his shock. This was too overwhelming for him. In videos, he had seen 9th-rank experts who could easily destroy a city, but compared to destroying a planet, it was like comparing a pebble to a mountain. Maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? Wang Xiaoman shook her head with a bitter smile. Her strength might seem strong to these students, but to true peak experts, a single slap could kill a large group. The hidden truth was known only to a few. Most people only knew a little bit. And this little knowledge was because relics sometimes appeared on Earth. Many relics restrict entry based on a person's strength. For example, beginner relics only allow those at levels 1 to 3 to enter. Intermediate relics require levels 1 to 6. Advanced relics are open to levels 1 to 9, meaning all human professionals can access them. Teacher, There are quite a few relics opening on Blue Star, right? Why have I never heard of any relics appearing in certain places? Some students asked. In response, Wang Xiaoman glared at them and said, Li Muzi, did you not listen carefully? I told you, relics are like one-time dungeons. Since they are one-time, how could they still exist afterward? Li Muzi. Seeing Li Muzi look a little embarrassed, and knowing she is a girl, Wang Xiaoman decided not to criticize her further. Instead, she continued explaining, ruins are similar to dungeons, but they are much larger. The smallest ruin on Blue Star was only accessible to level 1 to 3 professions, but its size is comparable to one of our provinces. Wow, the smallest ruin is as big as our province. Are there many monsters inside the ruins? And what about treasures? Faced with these questions from her students, Wang Xiaoman answered each one. She explained that there are many monsters in the ruins, but because the ruins are so vast, the monster density isn't very high. As for treasures, they are said to be 100 times, or even hundreds of times, more valuable than those in similar level dungeons. With enough strength or luck, a single trip into a ruin can make any 9th level expert very excited. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu became curious and asked, Teacher, how do ruins eventually disappear from Blue Star? Wang Xiaoman nodded with satisfaction at Wei Xiaosu's deep question. She replied, ruins contain many treasures, such as spiritual herbs, equipment, tools, skills, and even extremely rare special items. But none are as precious as the core energy core in the center of the ruin. This core keeps a fragment of the secret realm drifting in the void universe and is an absolute treasure, even in the lowest level ruins. Once someone obtains the energy core of a ruin, the entire ruin will collapse quickly and disappear. The people inside will be sent back to Blue Star. So, whether a ruin disappears depends on whether someone has obtained the core treasure. Each of these treasures is enough to make 9th level experts fight desperately. Gasp! Everyone took a deep breath. Even the lowest level energy core in a ruin can drive 9th level experts crazy. What about mid-level or high-level energy cores? What kind of incredible treasures are they? Teacher, how many entrances does each ruin have? And what is the state of a ruin when it is open? There are many students and many questions, but as long as the questions are about key points, Wang Xiaoman will do her best to answer each one. This question is very well asked. Since the ruins come from traveling through the void universe, there is not just one entrance. About 100 years ago, a high-level ruin appeared on Blue Star, and it had exactly 38 entrances spread across the world. Of course, if the ruin is of medium or low level, the number of entrances would be fewer. It can vary. As for how the ruins open, over the past 200 years, no matter what level they are, when they open, a thick fog appears. Anyone covered by this fog is automatically transported inside the ruin. The fog doesn't last long, usually about 10 minutes at most. So, people who want to enter the ruin need to go to the entrance early. Everyone nodded after hearing this, feeling it was quite amazing. However, despite their curiosity about the ruins, no one actually wanted to go inside. Even the lowest level ruins are beyond the reach of this group, whose average strength is only at level 1. Excuse me. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu interrupted the discussion. He was staring intently in a certain direction and asked, Teacher, do those black clouds look like the sign of a ruin opening? Wang Xiaoman. Then, the small group, including Wang Xiaoman, all turned their heads to look in the direction Wei Xiaosu pointed. But what they saw made everyone stunned. The thick fog, black as ink, was rushing toward them very quickly. If nothing is done, the fog will cover all of them within 10 seconds. Why is the ruin entrance over here? Are the people above us blind? They even got the direction of the entrance wrong, Wang Xiaoman said angrily, her face turning pale. She shouted, Run now. Don't let the fog take you into the ruin. Hurry up. Actually, without Wang Xiaoman shouting, everyone started running away from the fog in the opposite direction. But the sudden appearance of the fog and the many students around made the escape route crowded. There are nearly 5,000 students from Magic University alone, plus students from other universities in Magic City, making the total over 20,000 people. There are also about 10,000 soldiers nearby maintaining order. So, the total is over 30,000 people. Fortunately, everyone is a professional. Even the weakest have more than 3 times the physical strength humans had before the Great Disaster. There were no stampede incidents. Still, with over 10,000 people running in the same direction, it's amazing if they could run fast. As expected, the black fog covered everyone in less than a minute. Then, the fog quickly disappeared. The dense crowd was now only about 1/3 of the original number, with most people remaining in place. Why is the entrance to the ruins opening toward us? Why? It's over. Except for a few third-year students and some second-year students, everyone else has been teleported inside the ruins. Quickly report the situation here. The ruins are at beginner level, and only level 1 to 3 professionals can enter. That's a small mercy, but for new students this year, even beginner ruins are like. Without at least level 3 strength, the death rate inside the ruins is over 60%. When someone mentioned a 60% casualty rate, the noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked serious, and the personnel who had initially explored the ruins looked even more angry, wishing they could punch the others into 2 small cakes. The team leader for this exploration was still Wang Guowei, the dean of the Melee Combat College. His face was cold, and his aura was extremely fierce. Even experts like Wang Xiaoman, who was at the peak of intermediate professionals, felt a faint sense of fear. Something's wrong. This kind of reconnaissance technology for the ruins entrance has never failed in the past 200 years. And it was a whole team, dozens of people. It's impossible that everyone made a mistake. Wang Guowei seemed to have guessed something. His eyes were sharp like an eagle. Suddenly, he leapt into the air and flew toward a certain direction. This is a special ability of advanced professionals, flying. Once they complete the 7th transformation and reach level 7, they can float and fly without relying on external objects, using only their own power. Wang Guowei's speed was very fast. In no time, he landed at the initial discovery site of the ruins. But when he saw the bodies of the staff scattered on the ground, he fell silent. Conspiracy. This was definitely not an accident, but a huge plot. Who could be responsible? Is it some people from our country? Or from the Eagle Nation? Or could it be from another race? Wang Guowei clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. He swore he would find the person behind this and make them pay. Staring at the thick black fog approaching from behind, Wei Xiaosu's heart was in his throat. He cursed the staff who had done the initial exploration of the ruins. This was such a trap. This was a matter of life and death for tens of thousands of students, including some of the most talented geniuses from Magic University. If all the top students from Magic University were lost in the ruins, it would be a shocking scandal for the entire Chinese Empire. Wei Xiaosu really wanted to run out of the fog, but in less than a minute, he was completely caught in it. The moment he was enveloped by the black fog, Wei Xiaosu felt his vision blur. The classmates who had been running with him disappeared instantly. When his sight cleared, he found himself in a completely new world. Under his feet was soft yellow sand, and in the distance, he could see faint patches of green. If he guessed correctly, this place was similar to a desert environment on Blue Star. Wow, I've really been transported here. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened. His current level was only a beginner, at level 19, and even if he was a genius, rushing into the ruins was extremely dangerous, almost certain death. He looked around, feeling quite upset that he didn't see a single classmate, teacher, or even a soldier. As teacher Wang Xiaoman had said, even a beginner-level ruin could be as large as the biggest province in the Chinese Empire. Compared to such a vast area, it was normal not to see anyone for 10 or even 20 days. Please, let this not be a mid-level or high-level ruin, Wei Xiaosu silently prayed. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind behind him. Instinctively, he ducked his head. A sharp, long object swept past his head, cutting a few strands of hair that hadn't fallen yet. Whoa! Wei Xiaosu was greatly startled. If he hadn't instinctively pulled back just now, his head would have been pierced through. Turning around, he saw clearly what was attacking him. It was a very strange-looking insect. This insect was nearly 2.5 meters tall, over 4 meters long, and covered in a hard exoskeleton. At a glance, Wei Xiaosu recognized what it was. Is this the cannon fodder insect from the Galaxy Fleet movie? Wei Xiaosu was shocked. There is no Galaxy Fleet movie in the Blue Star world, so probably only Wei Xiaosu, who came from Earth, could recognize it immediately. This insect was a childhood nightmare for Wei Xiaosu. Huge size, tough exoskeleton, and sharp front limbs. Even with a machine gun, it would take at least 3 to 5 seconds to break its shell and kill it. Its casual strike could pierce a soldier wearing body armor. Insight technique. Insect, level 2, elite, level 30, strength, 1500, agility, 2096, constitution, 2030, spirit, 488. What the heck? Seeing the four-dimensional attributes of this cannon fodder insect, Wei Xiaosu felt terrible. As a peak level 2 elite monster, only the top 10 among the new students could probably withstand it in a one-on-one fight. Of course, he was an exception, but if he didn't summon his minions, he would definitely kneel in a one-on-one fight. Summon. Wei Xiaosu didn't dare delay. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of skeleton guards and skeleton mages. Kill it for me with a command. Dozens of skeleton guards led the charge, raising their shields to face the enemy. Even though they were 10 levels higher than their powerful opponent, they remained fearless. The skeleton guards had a constitution of 1200 points, and although their shields didn't show stats, they were at least twice as tough as their own constitution. The insect wanted to strike again and kill the human in front of it, but it was suddenly startled by dozens of skeleton monsters appearing around it. During that moment of distraction, the skeleton guard had already moved in front of Wei Xiaosu, preventing it from directly harming its master. At the same time, the skeleton mage began throwing firecrackers. Perhaps because the attacking insect was too large, the skeleton mage did not transform into a teammate assassin, but instead accurately hit the enemy with each throw. However, the power of the firecrackers was still too weak to break through the insect's tough, iron-like shell. Only if multiple firecrackers exploded at the same spot could it be effective. The attacking insect let out a sharp, piercing cry and started swinging its front limbs to fight back. Its sharp, blade-like limbs cut into the skeleton guard's shield. In just 2 hits, the heavy shield was sliced in half. Without its shield, the skeleton guard was quickly pierced and its body exploded, with no chance to defend itself. So strong, Wei Xiaosu said, watching the insect wreak havoc, his brow furrowed. Although there was an 11-level difference between them, Wei Xiaosu thought that even if he upgraded the skeleton guard to level 30 in the second tier, it probably wouldn't be a match for the attacking insect. At best, it would last a little longer. Bang, 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 firecrackers kept being thrown and exploded on the insect's body. While a single firecracker couldn't break its shell, dozens or hundreds of explosions eventually created spiderweb cracks on its tough armor. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu finally relaxed a little. As long as ordinary skeleton mages could break through defenses and skeleton guards could barely withstand the attack, his overwhelming numbers would give him an unbeatable advantage. If all the monsters in this relic are this strong, then I should be able to fight recklessly, he thought happily. The relic was full of treasures, including a core that could drive even 9th-tier experts crazy. If he could get it, it would be like a peasant rising to become a lord. Soon, the insect's back shell was shattered, creating a large hole. Firecrackers shot through the hole and into its soft, bloody flesh. With a series of muffled explosions, the insect didn't even have time to scream before it was completely blown to pieces, scattering fragments everywhere. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 30, Tier 2 monster elite attack insect. Experience 1,500. Lost 18 skeleton guards and 2 skeleton mages. The battle damage ratio is pretty good, Wei Xiaosu nodded happily. Right now, he didn't have many things, just a lot of little skeletons. If he could exchange 20 skeleton minions for 1 attack bug, it didn't seem too hard to accept. Hey, there's actually equipment. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu saw part of the attack bug's corpse with a large sword over a meter long. He bent down to pick it up and checked its attributes. Indeed, it was impressive. Battle Blade, Elite, Level 30, Rank, Tier 2, Strength, 300, Effect, attacking high armor, items, or city walls grants an additional 100 strength boost. Description: break city walls, break armor, destroy everything indestructible. The attribute bonus of this battle blade is almost as good as the fierce giant axe he got from the dungeon before. If he sold it, it could easily fetch a few thousand coins. Feeling pleased, Wei Xiaosu stored the battle blade in his pink storage bag. Then he summoned his black shovel and started his usual work. Although digging holes and making graves was something he could do with his eyes closed, the attack bug's large size meant it took twice as long to dig a single hole. Quite frustrating. After 3 minutes, the first tall mound appeared in the endless yellow sand. Wei Xiaosu's eyes shone with anticipation as he stared at the mound. The next moment, a small sapling sprouted from the top of the grave, quickly growing bigger, longer, and thicker until it became a strange gravehead tree about 2 meters tall and 10 centimeters thick. However, Wei Xiaosu wasn't interested in the gravehead tree at all. His eyes were now fully focused on the 3 fruits hanging from it. Who knows, maybe the monster corpses in this ruins will yield some special good stuff. With this hope, Wei Xiaosu quickly reached out and plucked the 3 fruits. Then he received a prompt. Due to the influence of the damaged Gaia consciousness, the Death's Woe Effect 1 is now unlocked. There is no limit on the number of times the same type of monster can be defeated. Obtain 1 piece of Netherworld Coin 1. Obtain 2 pieces of Netherworld Coin 1. Obtain 1 piece of Netherworld Coin 1. Wei Xiaosu, looking at the 3 ghost coins in his hand, Wei Xiaosu felt a bit dizzy. The monsters he buried in pits numbered not 1,000, but several hundred, yet none of these monsters ever produced ghost coins. Even the boss monsters in the 3 one-star dungeons in Xiaoing City do not drop ghost coins from their graves. The only time ghost coins appeared was when he buried a human. Although Wei Xiaosu was very excited when he first obtained a ghost coin, his interest in them gradually waned, even though the treasures in the ghost coin shop were very tempting. Wei Xiaosu considers himself not a saint, but he would never hunt his own kind just to gain power. He would rather not have that kind of strength. However, just when he thought there was no hope of buying treasures from the shop, his heart suddenly pounded, and a strange excitement filled his mind. Without killing my own kind, I can get ghost coins. Haha, I came to the right place, Wei Xiaosu said, stroking the ghost coins in his hand, unable to hide his joy. He needs to kill more monsters. Wei Xiaosu doesn't understand Gaia consciousness, but he knows that the limit of burying the same type of monster 10 times is gone. At least, in this ruins, it's gone. Attack bugs, come on. No matter how many there are, I will kill. I will bury that many. Then, Wei Xiaosu randomly chose a direction and started exploring the ruins. Along the way, he encountered 14 attack bugs, all of which he killed, earning a total of 101 ghost coins. About an hour later, Wei Xiaosu suddenly heard noisy sounds ahead. He could faintly hear people talking, which made him feel excited. Someone. This is great. At this moment, Wei Xiaosu was eager to find others. Only when he found more people could he judge what level the ruins were. If it was a mid-level or high-level ruin, his first priority would be to hide and survive, rather than hunting monsters for ghost coins. But if it was a beginner-level ruin, Wei Xiaosu thought that as long as he didn't waste too much, he could probably walk freely inside. After all, the strongest monsters were only at level 3, and with his army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons, he wouldn't likely fail. He climbed over a few sand dunes and soon found a ravine in the sand dune, where he saw 5 bodies of students lying there. From the students' uniforms, it seems they are from another university in the city. At this moment, the bodies are very gruesome. Some have huge holes in their chests, others are cut in half at the waist, and some are missing heads. Bright red blood flows on the ground, looking very shocking. Are people starting to die now? Wei Xiaosu looked at the bodies in silence. His good mood from collecting spirit coins disappeared instantly. Facing death is very uncomfortable, especially seeing the bodies of his peers. These lively lives, perhaps just 10 minutes ago, were dreaming about their futures. At such a young age, they were like flowers, but due to an accident, they were frozen in time on this day. All of them are level 1 students. Wei Xiaosu used his insight skill on each body on the ground. Soon, he understood their strength levels. There were no enemies above level 3, which was a good sign for now. Wei Xiaosu felt very sad for these students from other schools who were killed. He walked to their bodies and took their storage bags from their waists. In less than a minute, he used his stronger mental power to easily erase the spiritual marks on the storage bags. As expected, there was nothing valuable inside. Compared to the items inside, the storage bags seemed even more precious. Run. Run fast. God, what kind of monsters are these? They're too strong. These are peak level 2 elite monsters. We can't fight them. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard some panicked and urgent voices coming from ahead. He looked up and saw 4 people running toward him. They were also wearing school uniforms, but different from the ones on the ground. All of them were still level 1 in strength. The running group saw Wei Xiaosu and froze for a moment. One of them immediately shouted loudly, "Run! There are monsters behind us." In just a few seconds, they could run the few dozen meters. Seeing Wei Xiaosu still standing still, some looked anxious, while others showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. As the saying goes, when you encounter a fierce beast in the wild, you don't need to run faster than the beast. You just need to run faster than your companions to survive. The same idea applies to these people now. Some of them want to stay and fight with Wei Xiaosu, but they think that if someone stays behind to attract the monster's attention, their chances of survival will be higher. So, they all leap past him quickly. Sure enough, it's a tough bug. Wei Xiaosu watches the huge insect getting closer. His face shows no emotion, just a wave of his hand. The nearby skeleton guards and skeleton mages rush forward. Thanks to his previous experience fighting the tough bug, Wei Xiaosu now commands more smoothly. In the end, only 5 skeleton guards are lost, and he successfully defeats the enemy. Did he really kill that Tier 2 peak tough bug? He's too strong. Summoners are really terrifying. It's not that summoners are strong, he's strong. Don't forget, I am a summoner too. They look at each other in silence, recalling the awkward scene when someone's summoned beast was suddenly killed not long ago. No one speaks. Just as they want to turn around and talk to Wei Xiaosu, hoping to form a team to stay alive, they suddenly see more than 10 huge figures rushing toward them from afar. Their pupils shrink in fear, their faces turn pale, and they dare not stop. They turn and run away immediately. Great, more are coming. Wei Xiaosu also notices the approaching dozen or so tough bugs. But he shows no worry. Quietly, he picks up a black iron shovel and digs a hole in the ground by himself. There are 13 tough bugs this time. Wei Xiaosu doesn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 skeleton monsters appear. However, summoning takes a lot of energy. He only summons 50 skeleton guards, and the rest are skeleton mages, which are almost like cannon fodder. When they clash, the skeleton monsters suffer huge losses. The impact of the tough bugs is terrifying. Just a head-on collision kills more than 10 skeleton guards and over 100 skeleton mages. Even so, Wei Xiaosu just glances calmly, too lazy to give commands. He lets his skeleton minions fight freely, while he himself keeps digging big holes on the ground. Soon, the attacking insects also started dying, and their bodies were quickly carried out by the skeleton mages. All right, just throw them into this pit. In front, the skeleton monsters and attacking insects were fighting fiercely. Behind, Wei Xiaosu was leisurely digging a grave. With this process, it was like a smooth assembly line. Gained 2 pieces of Netherworld coins 1. Gained 2 pieces of Netherworld coins 1. Gained 1 piece of Netherworld coins 1. After confirming, Wei Xiaosu realized that the attacking insects only dropped Netherworld coins, and quite a few at that. The highest one dropped 7 coins, the lowest 4. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to save up 50,000 coins. Burial of about 10,000 attacking insects should get me 50,000 coins. Then I can buy the pet zombie fish. Wei Xiaosu felt a little excited, but not much. After all, burying 10,000 insects, how long would that take? While fighting and working at the same time, about 10 minutes later, the last attacking insect was also thrown into the pit and buried by Wei Xiaosu. Looking at the dozens of high mounds of graves around him, he felt quite a sense of achievement. Building over 10 graves is pretty tiring. Wei Xiaosu took a bottle of mineral water from his storage bag and took a sip. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the dense, terrifying white shadows in the distance. Wow, what is that? Attacking insects? Why are there so many? So many attacking insects gathering together looked like a silver-white wave surging toward him. Seeing the endless sea of insects, Wei Xiaosu's scalp tingled. 10,000, 20,000, or even 100,000. This is going to kill me. Wei Xiaosu cursed silently, then without hesitation, summoned Peiqi. He quickly jumped onto Peiqi's back and shouted, "Run now." After that, Peiqi made a few grunts, seeming a bit displeased with Wei Xiaosu's order to run. It looked like it wanted to rush into the insect sea and fight fiercely. But Wei Xiaosu needed to keep Peiqi for himself, so he reached out and slapped Peiqi's pig head, scolding, "Idiot, stop dawdling. We can't beat them." This started the little brother of wisdom. Although it is very useful most of the time, sometimes it can be really frustrating. Peiqi was unhappy, but in the end, she had to submit to Wei Xiaosu's dominance and turned around to run away wildly. I have to say, Peiqi, as a beast general, is really fast. She can almost reach 5 seconds for a 100-meter dash, and that's without sacrificing her fighting ability. If she ran with full force, her speed could probably improve even more. After a few minutes, Wei Xiaosu finally put some distance between himself and the sea of insects behind him. But for some reason, even though they were several kilometers apart, the insects still seemed to be far behind him. Are you guys really holding a grudge that much? Wei Xiaosu looked surprised. If the insect swarm was caused by him killing a dozen attack insects, then it meant a serious problem. These insects are intelligent. Brain bugs. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu remembered a disgusting bug that looked like a giant maggot. These bugs are very smart and can absorb the brains of other intelligent creatures, including humans, then analyze and remember their memories. This is a bug-like superpower. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened more and more. If they were just ordinary monsters, even second or third-tier monsters, he would be confident to defeat them easily. Because, throughout history, humans went from weak primates to dominating the Earth, not because of their strength, but because of their brains. So if the bugs also have a mastermind controlling everything from behind the scenes, their terrifying power would multiply many times, even dozens of times. After running for another 2 minutes, Wei Xiaosu suddenly saw 4 figures walking slowly ahead. They seemed to be whispering to each other. Maybe because Peiqi was making too much noise while running, the 4 people, already very tense, were startled and immediately looked back. They also drew their weapons and summoned beast-like creatures that looked like wolves. Hey, isn't that the genius from Magic University? Wow, is that also his summoned beast? Awesome. TSK. I believe this summoned beast speed is 3rd tier at least. My wind wolf and their skeleton pig are just trash compared to each other. In the eyes of the 4 people, everyone was filled with shock and envy. As expected of a student from the Magic Academy, so impressive. Although they were all the same age, in terms of strength, he could defeat all of them easily. Wei Xiaosu rode Peiqi and quickly reached them, but he didn't stop or slow down at all. He shouted, "Run quickly. There's a bug tied behind us." What? A bug tied? The group looked at the figure rushing ahead, confused about what was happening. But in the next second, they sensed something was wrong. The ground beneath their feet started to tremble slightly, like an earthquake, making it hard to stand upright. Is it an earthquake? No, that's not right. Look over there. Run. When they saw the bug tied behind them, their faces turned pale. The swarm was dense and endless. How many bugs are there? It's not just an uncountable number of bugs. Even if one of them came over, they wouldn't stand a chance. These were elite monsters at the peak of Tier 2, far beyond what these first-tier beginners could handle. Lu Yu, let your wind howl wolf carry me and escape. Yeah, Lu Yu. Only your wind howl wolf is fast enough to outrun the bug tide. Take us with you. Considering we're classmates. The 3 were about to ask Lu Yu, the only summoner in their team, to have his wind howl wolf help them escape. But before they finished speaking, Lu Yu jumped onto the back of the wind howl wolf and ran off without looking back. The 3 stared in shock at Lu Yu fleeing, then cursed angrily. Lu Yu, I'm not done with you. Do you have any conscience? With so many attacking bugs behind us, you're just sending us to die. Hearing the curses behind him, Lu Yu sneered inwardly. His summoned beast was a fast wind howl wolf, but he had only just reached Tier 1. He could only summon 1 wind howl wolf at the moment. And if 1 wolf carried 4 people at once, it wouldn't be fast enough. They would still end up dead. Furthermore, he was just a classmate of these people, and their relationship was only SOSO. There was no reason for him to put himself in danger. The 3 saw Lu Yu getting farther away, already tens of meters behind, and their running speed was much slower than his. Then, one of the 3 suddenly took out a long bow, with a sinister look on his face, and said, "If you're going to die, then let's all die together." After saying that, he pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape, and then loosened his grip. The arrow shot out with a sharp whistle. Thud! Ah! Accompanied by a scream. Liu was hit in the left shoulder by the arrow and was thrown off the back of the wind-swift wolf by the strong impact. Ayu! You all deserve to die. Liu, clutching his bleeding shoulder, struggled to crawl up from the ground. Just as he was about to climb back onto the wind-swift wolf, he saw the three of them rushing toward him. Liu die. Another person, holding a long sword, cut off Liu's arms and legs as he passed by, causing him to scream in pain on the ground. Swift. Wind wolf. Kill. Kill them. Liu knew he was doomed, but before dying, he wanted to drag these three down with him. The wind-swift wolf was only a Tier 1 elite summon, with most of its strength and speed. Facing three people at once, it was quickly killed in less than 10 seconds. But in those brief 10 seconds, the swarm of bugs behind them had moved even closer. Haha, you all deserve to die, Liu roared wildly. Soon, Liu was swallowed by the bug swarm, leaving no bones behind. The remaining three were caught up in just a few seconds, torn into tiny pieces by the endless bugs. Outside the magic city, at the entrance to the ruins. The entrance was already brightly lit. Around it, signs prohibited unauthorized entry. Just half an hour ago, tens of thousands of students and soldiers had been pulled into the ruins. It was a major event, like the sky falling. School leaders, city officials, and even higher-ranking figures gathered here. Each person radiated a terrifying aura, making others feel cold with fear. At the center of the ruins entrance, one person stood out, Wang Guowei, the dean of the Magic Combat College. Principal, leaders, the cause of the accident has been found, Wang Guowei said with a grim face, feeling quite guilty. He was the leader of the team, and this accident happened under his watch, so he bore at least 60 to 70% of the blame. Next to Wang Guowei was an old man who looked to be over 60. Although he appeared thin and frail, especially compared to the strong and sturdy Wang Guowei beside him, he seemed small. However, the faint red aura around the old man was like a ticking bomb ready to explode, making people feel nervous. Tell me, the old man said calmly, but his tone carried a fierce anger that couldn't be hidden. Wang Guowei knew the old man's anger wasn't directed at him, but he still broke out in a fine sweat on his forehead. He's a high-level professional too, but the gap. Wang Guowei thought bitterly. He had no doubt that if the old man decided to attack him, he wouldn't last even a minute. This old man was none other than the current president of the Magic University, Yayun Zhou, the famous fire dragon mage known worldwide. Secretary Wang, Secretary Xie, Principal, and Director Zhang. This incident wasn't an accident, but a conspiracy. Wang Guowei, being the lowest in status and strength among them, spoke very carefully. He first looked at their expressions, then continued. Does everyone remember the 510 incident that happened over a month ago in Xinjiang City, Nanhai City, Songming City, and more than 10 other cities? The 510 incident. The others frowned at his words. The 510 incident refers to what happened on May 10th, the day Wei Xiaosu encountered the Minotaur, Yazan, in the dungeon. That day, not only in Xinjiang City, but also in Nanhai City, Songming City, and a total of 18 cities, similar alien creatures appeared. No one knew how these creatures infiltrated the dungeons, but they caused huge casualties among the students doing their trials that day. Hundreds of students were killed, including many talented seeds from Jing University and Magic University. Wang Guowei saw that everyone remembered that incident, so he continued, now I have enough evidence. Both of these events were caused by the same group of people. Who is it? Have they been found out? Tell us quickly. The three of them spoke in unison. If this matter wasn't handled well, their positions might become unstable. Of course, for powerful people like them, while authority is important, reputation matters even more. No one wants to leave a permanent stain in history. It's the Sun and Moon God sect. Wang Guowei took a deep breath and revealed a name everyone knew well. It's those underground rats again, Yayun Zhou snorted coldly. He wasn't surprised by this answer and had already guessed it. The Sun and Moon God sect is a heretical group that appeared 100 years ago. They worship foreign gods and are traitors among humans. Remember this. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a Zhongshan suit with slightly graying temples, spoke. Though he wasn't the oldest here, when he spoke, even the hot-tempered Yayun Zhou kept quiet and listened carefully. His name is Xiamu. He is the secretary of the Magic City Municipal Committee and a very important figure in the city. First, eliminate all the Sun and Moon God sect hideouts where their secrets are recorded. Tomorrow at noon, broadcast their members' execution live nationwide. Second, contact the island country, the Barbarians Nation. There are 3 entrances to the relics this time. The other 2 are within their borders, and their relic entrances haven't opened yet. Negotiate for a few entry permits, and send top-tier experts to protect the students as much as possible. Yes, Secretary Xia. I'll handle it immediately. Relics. Wei Xiaosu, riding Peiqi, raced across the endless desert toward the setting sun. The faint screams of pain behind him made his heart heavy. Another person had died, and surely more would die soon. Out of the 30,000 people brought into the relics, how many could leave safely? Wei Xiaosu didn't know. He didn't even know if he could survive himself. Compared to the endless swarm of insect creatures, his skeleton army was as fragile as paper, easily pierced with a gentle poke. The insect sea behind him had already been left far behind, but to be safe, Wei Xiaosu ran hard for 2 hours before slowing down. During those 2 hours, he found over 100 bodies, some students, some soldiers, and many familiar faces. Although he felt sad, he followed his principle of not wasting anything and collected all valuable items from these people. For example, he took 37 storage bags. As for their bodies, Wei Xiaosu could only feel helpless. Along the way, he also encountered a dozen attack insects. For these disgusting bugs, he killed them first and then buried them, using very cruel methods. Wei Xiaosu looked up and around, quickly spotting an oasis. From afar, it looked like endless green. Without hesitation, he directed Peiqi to head toward the oasis. The desert's wide view made it risky. If another swarm of insects appeared, he wouldn't even have a place to hide. As the saying goes, you can't see the mountain for the trees. And although he was aiming for the oasis and riding a vehicle instead of a horse, the distance was still incredibly far, making him want to complain. It was just too far. Fortunately, Peiqi was fast enough. After another hour, the true appearance of the oasis finally came into view. At first, from a distance, Wei Xiaosu thought the oasis stretched endlessly. But when he got closer, he realized it wasn't endless at all. Rather, it was vast beyond measure, a super green area comparable to a desert. Looking at the dense forest several hundred meters ahead, Wei Xiaosu felt that calling it an oasis was not quite right, more like a primitive forest. But he wanted an oasis, not that strange forest. Soon, Wei Xiaosu reached the edge of the forest. He looked at a tree with a diameter of about 1 meter and fell into deep thought. That was a tree with a 1 meter diameter, over 30 meters tall, a truly huge creature. And this was just at the edge of the forest. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the giant trees in the center of the forest might be. Wei Xiaosu remembers seeing on a forum that the largest tree in the world is called the 100-horse tree. It has a shocking diameter of 17.5 meters and a height of 55 meters, making it the true king of trees on Earth. But let's set that aside for now. Wei Xiaosu looked seriously at the forest, thinking about whether he should go in or not. Once inside the forest, he wouldn't have to worry about being chased by countless attack bugs. The thick plants and trees provide the best natural protection. But what if there are dangers in the forest too? In the desert, the open view allows bugs to spot him from far away, and he can also see them early. But in the forest, his view is heavily blocked. He can't see several kilometers ahead, not even 100 meters, which would be a blessing. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu notices something moving slowly on the trunk of a big tree. He isn't sure if he's seeing things, so he jumps down from Peiqi's back and quickly walks over to get a closer look. Sure enough, right in the middle of the trunk, about 2 meters above the ground, there is a soft, 30-centimeter long worm crawling slowly. This worm has 6 compound eyes on its head, making it look very strange. Its color is very similar to the tree bark. If it weren't moving, he might not notice it passing by. Insight technique. Wei Xiaosu casually uses his insight technique. He doesn't think this worm is a monster, as it looks harmless. But the strange thing is, when he activates the insight technique, a light blue screen appears before his eyes. Poisonous larva, level 0, level 2, strength, 2, agility, 3, constitution, 4, spirit, 6. Wow. What kind of trash is this? Looking at the screen, Wei Xiaosu curses softly. Then, a faint smile appears on his face. Over the past few hours, he has encountered hundreds of human corpses, but none of them were higher than level 2. Now, with this poisonous larva here, he is about 70 to 80% sure that this ruin is of the lowest level. Although the beginner ruins restrict entry to those above level 3, the monsters inside are also limited to level 3. Wei Xiaosu feels that as long as his luck isn't too bad and he is surrounded by countless insect swarms, he will hardly be killed. Haha. Useless larva, die. Wei Xiaosu pulls out his big iron shovel, grips the handle tightly, and swings it forcefully. With a loud, the soft, chubby, poisonous larva is smashed to pieces. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated a level 2, level 0 monster, poisonous larva. Experience 1. Wei Xiaosu. Just 1 point of experience? Is this enough to deal with a beggar? He needs over 1,000,000 experience points to level up now. If he only gains 1 point each time, he would be exhausted in this forest and still not level up. Ugh. Wei Xiaosu spits on the smashed larva and prepares to leave. But suddenly, he glances at his shovel and then at the larva's corpse stuck to the tree trunk. After a moment of thought, he decides to dig a hole and bury it. The poisonous larva is small, so Wei Xiaosu digs quickly. In less than 5 seconds, he creates a unique, oval-shaped, hollow pit. Then, he uses his shovel to pry the larva's body off the tree trunk and casually tosses it into the hole, filling the dirt, setting a small stone marker, done in one smooth motion. Soon, a tiny sapling grows from the grave. Yes, a very small sapling, with only one fruit hanging on it, trembling slightly. Wei Xiaosu feels a bit disgusted. He can even guess what's inside, definitely a low-quality, cursed item. But, you have obtained 1 piece of Netherworld coin. Wow, it's actually a Netherworld coin. Wei Xiaosu stares at the $1 coin in his hand, stunned. Although it's only $1, it came so easily, defeating a harmless bug with a shovel, and then getting a coin? This is a big win. Wei Xiaosu's breathing quickens. He quickly focuses, carefully observing the tree trunk in front of him and the surrounding branches and leaves. Sure enough, within 10 seconds of careful scanning, he spots another poisonous larva. Sound of a slap, a shovel crushed a poisonous larva, causing it to burst. Wei Xiaosu excitedly shook off the slime on the shovel and then built a new grave beside the previous one. Gained 1 piece of Netherworld coin 1. No problem. The monsters in this ruins only produce Netherworld coins. Although each poisonous larva only yields 1 coin, it's easy to deal with. As soon as he finds one, a quick shovel strike solves the problem. Simple and fun. Everyone, go catch these bugs for me. After earning 2 coins, Wei Xiaosu decided not to hunt for more himself. He had little else, just some younger brothers working for him, and he could use their help with small tasks. He waved his hand, and over 1,000 skeleton mages set out in a mighty march. Wei Xiaosu's order was simple. Catch the poisonous larvae, no matter what, but bring back the bodies. Watching the skeleton mages march into the forest, Wei Xiaosu didn't delay. He kept swinging his iron shovel, digging small, round pits one after another. Gained 1 piece of Netherworld coin 1. Gained 1 piece of Netherworld coin 1. There were more poisonous larvae than Wei Xiaosu expected. He realized that his digging speed was slower than his brother's hunting speed. 10 graves, 100 graves, 1,000 graves. More and more graves were built. For the first time, Wei Xiaosu's collection of Netherworld coins exceeded 1,000. At this rate, if he stayed up all night working, he might gather 50,000 coins by tomorrow. Hard worker, hard-working spirit. Working makes you a superior person. Keep going. As the sunset faded, the last rays of the sun disappeared. In the endless desert, a young man with a long sword stood tall. His deep eyes looked at the dozen or so bodies lying on the ground nearby. He took a deep breath. The young man took a white cloth from his pocket, wiped the blood off his sword, then sheathed it without looking at the bodies. He turned and walked away. Great magic geniuses, just SOSO. The young man's name was Bai. He was a new student at the Magic University and ranked among the top 100 geniuses. But what no one knew was that his true strength could easily place him in the top 10. Besides having the status of a new student at the Magic Academy, he also has a secret, undisclosed identity, one of the core contenders for the Holy Son of the Sun and Moon God sect. The Sun and Moon God sect is, in simple terms, a type of religion among the myriad races. During the Great Disaster years, when countless races invaded, the human race struggled to defend itself. However, humans were not considered a strong race. Because of this, some weak individuals dared not face the terrifying invading races, but they had the courage to fight their own kind with knives and swords. They were truly a bunch of worthless. The sect leader is indeed powerful. I never expected him to successfully change the key parameters of the relic's opening, like the direction and range, right under King Wei's nose. This time, if I can kill 90% of the top geniuses of the Magic Academy, I will firmly secure my position as the Holy Sun and no longer be just a backup candidate. Bai became more and more excited as he thought about it. Becoming the Holy Sun would give him a chance to enter the divine realm. With good luck, he might even see the legendary Sun and Moon gods. He even imagined himself bathed in divine light. Nanji, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam, and Pei Qian, who ranked 85th, are the targets the Pope has ordered me to kill. The relic is so huge, I don't know if I'll run into them, Bai muttered to himself. He knew a lot about these two. As for Nanji, she was the only one among the top 10 in the entrance exam who didn't belong to a combat profession. So, if he encountered her, he would definitely kill her. As for Pei Qian, his profession was unique, blood sacrifice priest. In 300 years of human history, no one had seen this profession before. No one knew its skills, or if it had any hidden cards. So, if he met Pei Qian, he would also target him for elimination. Among the top 10 of the Magic Academy, I don't think I can beat anyone except Nanji. If I encounter them, I should be cautious. While thinking about his next move, Bai headed toward the endless forest not far away. The monsters in this relic are very difficult to deal with, even for him. To avoid trouble, he thought it might be safer to enter the forest. And since he thought this way, others probably would too. So, there's a good chance that the number of people in the forest wouldn't be less than in the desert. Huh? What is this thing? Suddenly, Bai noticed that in the normally flat desert, a strange raised object had appeared. He quickly moved closer to look, and he was stunned. It was an oval-shaped bump about 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. On one end of the bump, there was a piece of stone. Although there were no carvings on it, as a Chinese person, or rather a person from Blue Star, he could tell immediately what it was. A grave? Bai's confusion deepened. Who would bother to build a grave in the middle of the desert? Besides, this grave was only 50 centimeters long, so it couldn't possibly hold a person, right? Could it be part of an ancient ruin? He wondered. As soon as the thought appeared, he couldn't shake it off. Let's dig it up. There might be treasures underneath. Without hesitation, Bai drew his sword and carefully dug away the sand covering the grave, worried he might damage anything valuable inside. After a minute, Bai stared in shock at the corpse of a bug he had unearthed, lost in thought. This was ridiculous. Who would bother to bury a bug and put up a monument? That's just nonsense. He swung his sword and turned the bug's body into powder, muttering curses under his breath, then continued forward. As he got closer to the forest, he noticed more and more small graves appearing around him, probably thousands in total. At first, Bai was stunned. Then he became alert. If there were only 1 or 2 small graves, maybe some bored fool had made them. But now, with thousands of graves standing densely around him, he couldn't believe a single person could do this. He slowly drew his long sword, and a faint sword aura appeared around him. He was ready to fight at any moment. Huh, what's that? Suddenly, Bai saw a few white figures flash between the graves. Because of the light, he couldn't see clearly what those white shadows were, but he knew. Something was definitely not right. The sky is getting dark. I must find a place to rest now. This area is at the border between desert and forest, so it's relatively safer than other places, but still, Bai's eyes sharpened. He believed that no one should sleep peacefully beside him. Since he chose to stay here overnight, he needed to clear the surrounding dangers first, such as those white shadows. A few minutes later, Bai arrived at the spot where he had seen the white shadows earlier. To his surprise, he didn't find the shadows again, but instead discovered dozens of dead bugs. These bugs looked very disgusting, making his brow furrow. He then swung his sword. instantly destroying the pile of bugs. Just as he was about to finish, he suddenly saw about 10 long objects flying toward him. They had burning fuses on top, like firecrackers he played with as a child. Sword Energy Shield. Although Bai didn't feel threatened by the long objects, he still activated his defensive skill. A transparent shield filled with sword energy appeared about 1 meter in front of him, blocking all unknown attacks. Bang! 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 The long objects exploded upon hitting the shield, sparks flying everywhere. Despite multiple explosions, the thin shield remained intact. Is that all? Feeling the shock waves from the explosions on his shield, Bai relaxed a little, and a faint smile appeared on his face. If this was the extent of their power, he had nothing to worry about. He then withdrew the shield and charged with his sword toward the dozen or so white figures nearby. Wow, I'm really happy today. At the border between desert and forest, Wei Xiaosu carried a shovel on his shoulder, humming an old song from his homeland. His mood was extremely cheerful. Although it was getting dark and visibility was less than 200 meters, that was not a problem. He looked around at the dense graves, thousands of mounds he had dug in just a few hours. He had made a huge profit. Even if he couldn't find other treasures in the ruins later, the large amount of ghost money alone made him very happy. Got another one. Wei Xiaosu skillfully placed the corpse of a poisonous larva into a pit, filled it with soil, and set up a small monument, all in one smooth motion. He picked a fruit from the tree at the grave's head and once again received a 1 yuan ghost coin, which made him very happy. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, at a short distance from him, the sound of several firecrackers exploding rang out. Huh? What's going on? As soon as he spoke, Wei Xiaosu received a notification from the Heavenly Path system. 15 skeleton mages have been defeated. Could it be that he encountered attack bugs? Wei Xiaosu instantly became alert. If they were attack bugs, it would make sense that they managed to take down 15 skeleton mages in a short time. Xiao Chong, Peiqi, come with me to check, Wei Xiaosu whispered. It was already getting dark, so he wasn't sure how many attack bugs were over there. If there weren't many, he might try to fight them. But if it was a bug tide, he would have to run away quickly. It's better not to get too close. I'll cast a ghost fire to check the situation first. Thinking this, Wei Xiaosu stopped advancing and quickly formed a ball of eerie green ghost fire in his hand. The power of ghost fire was no longer keeping up with Wei Xiaosu's current level, so its only use now was probably just to light the way. Go! He pushed his palm forward, and the ghost fire shot out swiftly. Wherever it passed, the surrounding 10 meters were illuminated. But about 50 meters away, Wei Xiaosu suddenly saw a figure flash by. A sharp sword light immediately cut the ghost fire into tiny glowing sparks. Huh? Not attack bugs? Wei Xiaosu was stunned. Then he relaxed. As long as it wasn't attack bugs, everything was manageable. Also, in that brief moment when the figure flashed past, he seemed to see that the person was wearing a school uniform from Magic University. Hey, hello there. We might have some misunderstandings. Those skeleton monsters are my summoned creatures. I'm a student from Magic University, Wei Xiaosu shouted loudly into the night. Even though he had defeated 15 skeleton mages, it wasn't really anyone's fault. Just looking at those skeleton mages, anyone would want to cut them down. Are you still a necromancer? Are you Lu Jiadong or Wei Xiaosu? A voice quickly responded from the dark distance. Among the new students at Magic University, there are 2 hidden classes that can summon skeleton monsters, Lu Jiadong's Necromancer and Wei Xiaosu's Summoner. However, the Necromancer mainly focuses on himself and is not fundamentally different from other elemental mages. At most, early on, the Necromancer has a small ability to summon skeletons. Hearing the question, Wei Xiaosu was surprised. He didn't expect his reputation to be so big. I'm Wei Xiaosu. Who are you, classmate? Wei Xiaosu asked loudly. From afar, Bai Yi, who was hiding, let out a breath when he heard it was Wei Xiaosu, not Lu Jiadong. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Lu Jiadong is a necromancer from a noble family, trained from a young age, with terrifying strength. In the first ranking of this year's new students, Lu Jiadong was 5th, a truly powerful and tricky person. Bai Yi, though proud, was not stupid. His strength was only enough to be in the top 10, and there was a big gap compared to Lu Jiadong. But now he faced Wei Xiaosu, ranked 66th, who is a necromancer in the lowest tier among hidden classes. Isn't this giving himself an easy target? Killing a talented hidden class student is more valuable than killing 10 or 100 ordinary students. So it's you. I'm Bai. Nice to meet you, classmate. Bai stepped out from his hiding spot, his coldness gone. Bai. Wei Xiaosu felt this name was familiar, but couldn't remember it at first. He probably wasn't in the top 50, since he had checked everyone in the top 50. But since he had some impression, it meant Bai Yi's rank was definitely within the top 100, making him a genius. But it's okay if they don't know each other. Both are students of Magic University, so they naturally feel closer. Soon, the two met in the dark. Wei Xiaosu held a ball of ghostly green fire in his palm, illuminating their faces like demons from. What are you doing? As soon as they met, Wei Xiaosu noticed a glow flickering in the other's eyes, indicating that the person was definitely using insight technique. Using insight magic without the other person's permission is very impolite, so the brief sense of closeness Wei Xiaosu just felt instantly disappeared. Don't get the wrong idea, Bai said gently with a smile. There are rumors that some creatures are good at changing forms. Since we're inside the ruins, I have to be more careful, but soon, Bai Yi's smile disappeared because his insight magic failed. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu felt proud. When he was touching the corpse earlier, he had obtained a shield badge that blocks insight magic from anyone below level 7. As long as he doesn't turn off the effect himself, others can't succeed. An eye for an eye, Wei Xiaosu's eyes started to glow. But as expected, his insight magic also failed. Enough, Bai Yi shrugged. He drew his long sword from its sheath and said calmly, Fortunately, the leader already gave me a list. Wei Xiaosu, the undead summoner. The last time I checked, you were a level 19 tier 1 boss. In just 3 days, you probably haven't become a tier 3 boss, right? Skybreaking slash. Bai Yi attacked instantly. Sharp sword energy shot straight at Wei Xiaosu's neck. If it hit, it would definitely be deadly. Luckily, Wei Xiaosu had been alert. Xiaochang was always guarding nearby. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, Xiaochang raised his shield to block Wei Xiaosu. Boom! The powerful sword energy hit the thick shield, making a dull sound. The huge impact even knocked Xiaochang back, causing him to be thrown several meters away. Wei Xiaosu didn't have time to react further. Xiaochang pushed him, and they were knocked back more than 10 meters. Oh, not dead? Bai Yi, who had just finished a slash and was about to sheath his sword, was surprised to find his sword energy was blocked. It seemed only the strange-looking skeleton monster with a shield was slightly injured. What are you doing? Wei Xiaosu, clutching his sword chest, glared angrily. Hey, buddy, we don't have any beef, right? Why are you trying to kill me? This point puzzled Wei Xiaosu greatly. They didn't know each other before, had only met a few times at school, and had no real grudges. Could it be that he was angry because Wei Xiaosu was wearing a shield badge that made his insight skill ineffective? Is this person crazy? Yes, we have no grudge. Bai didn't seem to care much about Wei Xiaosu. The sword strike just now was a casual move. Even if Wei Xiaosu caught it, it didn't matter. After all, he also had a hidden profession. If he had been defeated in one strike, it would be boring. Bai Yi's eyes showed a playful look. Since he rarely met someone with a hidden profession, he said a few more words. Have you heard of the 10,000 Races sect? What? The 10,000 Races sect? When these words appeared, Wei Xiaosu's curious eyes immediately turned cold and deep. If he didn't understand why the other person attacked him before, now he understood everything. That's right. I am a member of the 10,000 Races sect, a candidate for the Sun and Moon God sect saint. If I can kill you today, I believe I will become a true saint after I leave. Bai Yi's smile looked a little crazy. Wei Xiaosu didn't know much about the 10,000 Races sect. For example, he had never heard of the Sun and Moon God sect. The reason the 10,000 races are called that is because they have many different civilizations. The Sun and Moon God sect probably worships one of these races. But no matter which race they worship, these creatures of the 10,000 Races sect are all despicable. They often attack civilians, disrupt order, and even kill wise people and talented young geniuses. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath, calmed himself, and muttered, Your group of traitors from the 10,000 races are really strange. If you're afraid of death, why do you dare to kill in the dangerous ruins? But if you're not afraid, why don't you face the 10,000 races? On the battlefield, you're so scared you're trembling. Do you think it's nothing to be human and not afraid? That's why you slaughter your own people without hesitation. Just a bunch of cowards who only bully the weak. Wei Xiaosu cursed. Maybe he hit a nerve about the 10,000 races sect, because Bai Yi's calm expression suddenly disappeared. He looked at Wei Xiaosu and said softly, "Do you know what happens if you anger me? I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead." After speaking, Bai Yi held his sword with both hands and swung a powerful sword energy toward Wei Xiaosu across from him. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, Wei Xiaosu could still feel the sharpness of the sword energy. But he was not unprepared. Xiao Chong raised his shield and continued to face Bai Yi's attack head-on. The sword energy hit the thick shield with a loud bang. Xiao Chong was knocked back again, but at that moment, a wild boar, as big as an elephant, roared and charged forward. Peiqi's defense was not as strong as Xiao Chong's, but her quick speed was the fastest among all Wei Xiaosu's summoned beasts. Wild Charge. When the skill was activated, Peiqi's speed, which was much faster than her size, caught Bai Yi off guard, and she hit him hard. However, Bai Yi quickly raised his long sword to his chest, just in time to block Peiqi's horn above her head, preventing her from piercing his heart. But Peiqi's strength was enormous. Bai Yi was not a power-type fighter, so he was immediately knocked into the air. Before he hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Wei Xiaosu shouted arrogantly. He realized that this guy must have hidden his true strength during the college entrance exam. Otherwise, with his ability to injure Xiao Chong with a single sword, he would definitely be in the top 10 of the freshman list. But not just the top 10, he hadn't even seen him in the top 50. The only explanation was that the opponent had held back during the exam. Held back? Haha. When I took the exam, I was basically swimming in the sea, Wei Xiaosu said, then made a gesture. Suddenly, a humanoid skeleton monster over 2 meters tall appeared, shouting, "ABA, ABA," as it emerged. "Xiaoming, it up!" At his command, Xiaoming immediately pulled out a firecracker longer and thicker than himself from his pelvis and excitedly threw it far away. It. Bai Yi struggled to get up from the ground, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He regretted not using his full strength from the start, which allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity and seriously injure him. Watching the huge firecracker flying toward him from the sky, Bai Yi gritted his teeth and quickly responded, "Sword Energy Shield." Previously, he used a Sword Energy Shield to easily block attacks from a dozen skeleton mages. However, this time, he had an uneasy feeling, because he saw Wei Xiaosu riding a wild boar and running in the opposite direction. What does this mean? He was clearly in the advantage now. So why was he running? A firecracker flew toward him very quickly. Before he could think more, the large firecracker hit the surface of his sword energy shield. Then, boom, a huge mushroom cloud instantly rose into the sky. Bai Yi felt a tightness in his chest and spat out more blood. The bright light from the explosion shone through the shield directly into his eyes. He felt sharp pain and then couldn't see anything. The sword energy shield couldn't withstand the blast. First, small cracks appeared, and after 2 or 3 seconds, it shattered into harmless sword energy and disappeared. Oh no, how is this possible? How can you have such a summoned beast? I can't lose. Sword energy shield, activate. Bai Yi, badly injured, struggled to summon a second sword energy shield. But this time, the shield was so fragile like thin paper. It didn't last even a second before breaking into invisible sword energy and fading away. Without the shield's protection, Bai Yi's clothes were burned almost completely. His skin quickly developed blisters, then dried out from the heat, looking terrible. TSK. The explosion's power has become even stronger. Xiaoming, did you eat dynamite? That's so fierce. Wei Xiaosu, riding Peiqi, looked at the explosion a kilometer away and couldn't help but comment. Although he often complained that Xiaoming killed 100 enemies but lost 1,000 himself, it also showed how terrifying Xiaoming's attack power was. The explosion from that firecracker was definitely comparable to a missile. Bai Yi was only at level 28 of the second stage and was heavily injured after being hit by Peiqi. How could he withstand it? Sure enough, after the huge fireball that lit up half the sky disappeared, Wei Xiaosu received a kill notification. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated a level 28, second stage human Skybreaker Swordmaster, boss. Experience 850,000. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to level 20 in Tier 1 and received a 10 bonus to all attributes. The second job transfer quest for the Undead Summoner randomly generated 1. Own at least one summoned beast of boss level or higher. 2. Reach the boss level in your realm. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second job transfer quest. Your level has increased to Tier 2, level 21, and you have received a 20 bonus to all attributes. Ding! Your talent skill, Eternal Glory, has been upgraded to Effect 3. Ding! The quality of the Fallen One's Grief has been upgraded to boss level. Your realm has advanced to Tier 2, level 21, and Effect 3 has been unlocked. A series of notifications dazzled Wei Xiaosu. When he entered this relic, he was already at Tier 1, level 19. Along the way, he defeated many attack insects and also killed a hidden profession player named Bai Yi, gaining a huge amount of experience. When he successfully reached Tier 1, level 20, the job transfer quest automatically started. Since he seemed to meet the requirements for the second transfer, he completed the quest instantly. His level increased by 1, and the attribute points gained doubled again, now adding 20 points per level. But these weren't the most important things. The key was that his talent skill gained another effect, and the weapon Fallen One's Grief also had this effect. Feeling the boost in his body's strength after the second transfer, he finally understood why the gap between him and Bai Yi was so huge. Even a beast general, who specialized in defense, could barely withstand the sword energy attacks, especially when Bai Yi wasn't even trying seriously. Strength, agility, and stamina increased by about 1.1 times, and mental power by 2.1 times. This is an epic level boost, Wei Xiaosu said, punching the air. He felt he could now fight several versions of himself from before. With his second transfer successful, his skeleton minions also followed suit, each becoming Tier 2. Peiqi's size grew again, now roughly the size of 2 African elephants, about 2 floors high. Especially the single horn on Peiqi's head, which became longer and thicker. If Peiqi had charged Bai Yi again with a wild charge now, Bai Yi might not just be seriously injured, but could be killed outright. Besides Peiqi, Xiaoqiang and Xiaoming also changed, but their size differences weren't very noticeable. The biggest change was actually in the shield Xiaoqiang was holding. After reaching level 2, Xiaoqiang's shield color changed from white to dark gold. It looked much stronger than before, and the 2 sword energy scars caused by Bai Yi had already healed automatically. However, what Wei Xiaosu looked forward to most was Xiaoming. His skill power was truly extraordinary. Aren't skeleton monsters supposed to be weak? At the same level and rank, they should be weaker than other creatures. But with Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu saw a different scene. His explosive attacks every 3 seconds made him feel nervous and excited. Open the character panel. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Leader: Class: Undead Summoner. Second job: Level: 21, 0%. Strength: 2488. Agility: 2732. Constitution: 2616. Spirit: 6666. Main equipment: Death's Wound. Summoning space: 313,617/1,222,200. Skills: Innate Skill, Eternal Glory, SSS level. Summon Skeleton Mage, G level, 30. Ghost Fire Technique, G level. Summon Skeleton Wild Boar, G level. Summon Skeleton Guard, G level. In terms of attributes, Wei Xiaosu is now not much weaker than other professions. The biggest reason is the corpse oil. Although each bottle of corpse oil adds only a small amount of attribute points, over the past 2 months, the 4 basic attributes increased by about 100 points due to corpse oil. At first glance, a 100-point increase in each attribute seems small, but after changing jobs, the boost is based on the original attributes, doubled. This means that the 100 points gained before can become 200 or more after the job change. In terms of 4 basic attributes, I should now be on par with ordinary warrior-type professions, Wei Xiaosu muttered. This is almost unbelievable. If others knew, they would probably shout that he's a freak. Although he has a hidden profession, the high growth of the undead summoner mainly depends on spirit. People often call it fragile, so he can't compete physically with warrior-type professions. Currently, Wei Xiaosu's four-dimensional attributes are no longer inferior to those of ordinary warrior classes. Even without summoning beasts, he is confident he can challenge warrior-type fighters. Corpse oil is a good thing. The earlier you use it, the better the effect, Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Once he saved enough money to buy a pet, he definitely planned to buy more corpse oil to improve his physical strength. Next, Wei Xiaosu focused on his innate skills. He was eager to find out what his third innate skill, Effect 3, was. Innate skill, Immortality, SSS level, Effect 1. With extremely strong soul power, you have mastered the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You can learn the same undead summoning skills without limit, and the summoning effects can stack infinitely. There is also a very low chance to upgrade the skill by one level. Effect 2. With extremely strong soul power, you will truly become immortal. Any damage you receive will randomly transfer to your summoned beasts, including those in the real world and within the summoning space. Effect 3. With extremely strong soul power, you can freely control the death energy inside the corpses of the dead, causing them to explode. The explosion's power depends on the corpse's strength and life, but it cannot detonate corpses of higher level than yourself. This technique is also called corpse explosion. Art of explosion. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but gasp. He never expected his innate skill to have an offensive effect, and from the description, it seemed quite powerful. Perhaps because of Xiaoming, Wei Xiaosu was very interested in explosion-type skills as well. Just hearing the name, corpse explosion, sounded much more impressive than Xiaoming's firecrackers, so it should be more powerful, right? Looking around, Wei Xiaosu found a corpse of a toxic larva. With a thought, a nearly invisible mental force quickly enveloped the corpse. In the next second, a soft, "bow" sound was heard. The toxic larva's corpse exploded, leaving no bones behind, completely unusable for a second time. Wei Xiaosu stepped forward, squatted down, and looked at the small 10-centimeter crater on the ground, lost in thought. Is this really called corpse explosion? It's barely better than a normal skeleton mage's firecracker. Moreover, the most important thing is that bodies exploded by the corpse explosion technique cannot be dug a hole and buried. It's really frustrating. Of course, the explosion's power is small because the toxic larvae are weak. Wei Xiaosu understands this well. What really bothers him is that the corpse explosion technique conflicts with the shovel's effect. After using the corpse explosion, the bodies are definitely gone. Without bodies, how can he bury them? Forget it, I'll see how it goes. When to use the corpse explosion is up to me. Having made up his mind, Wei Xiaosu stops worrying and takes out his shovel to check. The Grief of the Departed, Leader, Level 21, Rank, Tier 2, Strength, 300, Agility, 300, Constitution, 300, Spirit, 300, Effect 1. Dig a hole and bury a corpse. After 60 seconds, you will get a small sapling full of strange fruits. Note: only creatures you personally kill can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2. Dig a grave and open a coffin. The more you walk the path of evil, the stronger you become. Any corpse in a grave you dig that recognizes you will revive and become your most loyal servant. Note: corpses whose former strength exceeds your own by 100 times cannot be revived. Effect 3. In a small garden, dig, plant seeds, and grow small flowers. In a large garden, dig, plant big seeds, and grow big flowers. After purchasing seeds from the Underworld currency shop, you can activate farming mode with the Grief of the Departed. Description: he is dead, but not completely dead. He is alive, but not fully alive. Death is not the end. The undead are. What? Wei Xiaosu stares at the new effect on his shovel, feeling a bit stunned. This is supposed to be an action-packed battle anime. So why are we suddenly talking about planting fields? And are there seeds in the Underworld currency shop? He hasn't noticed them before. Quickly, Wei Xiaosu opens the Underworld currency shop. After typing seeds in the search bar, hundreds of different seeds appear. Dead oil tree seeds 1 item. Selling price 1 nether coin / recycling price 0.5 nether coin. Grave incense seeds 1 item. Selling price 1 nether coin / recycling price 0.5 nether coin. There are many seeds, but that's not the point right now. Wei Xiaosu is curious. If there are seeds for grave grass, what kind of tree is the dead oil tree? And can grave incense also be grown from the ground? This seems very unscientific. He turned off the nether coin shop and kept this in mind. After leaving the ruins, he planned to find some land to try planting and see if it would work. For now, he needed to continue his main work, but before that, he decided to let his dear classmate join in. Wei Xiaosu returned to the explosion area. It was now a large pit over 10 meters wide, blown out by Xiao Ming's firecrackers. The yellow sand and gravel had turned black from the heat. In the center of the pit, a human-shaped charred corpse was lying peacefully, its face unrecognizable. I'm always too soft, too kind, taking on all problems myself, he thought. A gentle song floated in the night. Wei Xiaosu felt like a great saint, someone who would be killed or crushed, yet he responded with kindness, refusing to watch the other person's body be left to decay. He dug a grave and buried them, despite the pain. People like him, good-hearted, are rare. Usually, if he traveled to the end of world, he'd be called a saint for sure. Finally, Wei Xiaosu carefully placed a stone tablet at the grave, completing the process flawlessly. After a moment, a small tree sprouted from the grave. It grew quickly and bore over 100 fruits. Wei Xiaosu stared in amazement at the dense cluster of fruits hanging on the branches. He thought, no wonder his hidden profession is so powerful. Even after death, he can have such great energy. It's happening. Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up as he quickly reached out to pick his loot. Obtained 10 nether coins 1. Obtained 10 nether coins 1. Gained S-rank skill, Summon Void Sword Fighter. 1. There are a total of 108 fruits, of which 107 are ghost coins, with a total income of 875 yuan. This means 100 easy points are equivalent to 875 deadly larvae. But the biggest gain wasn't from these ghost coins. The real treasure was the skill book that appeared in the last fruit. Summon Void Swordman. S-rank consumes 1,000 mental points to summon a skeleton Void Swordsman. The summon limit is 1. Unless it dies, you cannot summon a second. Learning requirements. Mental power over 100,000 and a realm above king level. Undead summoners have no learning restrictions. Looking at the description of the skill book, Wei Xiaosu was confused. Luckily, he is an undead summoner, so there are no learning restrictions. Otherwise, who knows when he could use this skill book? A Void Swordsman is a hidden class that ranks among the top 100, much stronger than his undead summoner. Previously, Bai could casually injure the small, strong enemy known for its defense with a single sword strike. This shows how powerful it is. If the opponent hadn't underestimated him and fought seriously, Wei might not have won easily. He would have had to summon a skeleton army to wear down the enemy. According to the skill book, the skeleton Void Swordsman can only be summoned one at a time, which is quite a big limitation. But if the summoned skeleton swordsman is at least half as strong as Bai, it wouldn't be a loss. Even at half strength, it would be comparable to Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoming, 3 beast generals. Plus, hidden classes tend to grow faster and have stronger skills, becoming more powerful in later stages. Without hesitation, Wei Xiaosu chose to learn the skill. As he thought about it, the skill book turned into tiny black smoke and merged into his mind. Learning an S-rank skill is a long process. Wei Xiaosu felt a lot of information rushing through his mind, and he had to organize and classify it all. The higher the level of the skill book, the higher the requirements. Originally, this skill needed 100,000 mental points and a king realm. But because Wei Xiaosu is an undead summoner, he can ignore any conditions and learn it directly. Still, the process is difficult. After about 10 minutes, beads of sweat appeared on Wei Xiaosu's forehead, but fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Congratulations. You have learned the S-rank skill, Summon Skybreaker Swordman. Ha ha, I did it. Wei Xiaosu laughed loudly. Being able to learn an S-rank skill at level 2 is probably very rare worldwide. Summon Skeleton Skybreaker Swordman. Wei Xiaosu extended his hand, and thick black mist gathered in his palm. Then, the mist flew away and landed on an open space about 10 meters away. The black mist gathered and then dispersed. When it cleared, a strange-looking skeleton monster appeared in the desert. It was about 2 meters tall, looking very ordinary. But this skeleton held a 3-foot-long bone sword in its right hand. The sword's blade shimmered with faint black energy, and the words, Skybreaker, were carved on it. Just looking at it, It gave a sharp, intimidating feeling. What surprised Wei Xiaosu most was that the skeleton had a cloak on its back. The cloak was white, but in the center, there was a black character that looked like handsome, which was really eye-catching. Wow, so flashy. Wei Xiaosu felt his eyelids twitch. This thing was even more showy than him. Was it trying to outdo him? Without hesitation, Wei Xiaosu frowned and pulled the cloak off the skeleton's back, then casually put it on himself. Surprisingly, it looked pretty cool on him. Skybreaker Swordman. Am I handsome? Wei Xiaosu shook the cloak on his back and stood proudly. The skeleton's hollow eye sockets flickered with faint green light. After a moment, it spoke in a hoarse voice like an old man. Handsome, huh? Wei Xiaosu had only said it casually, but to his surprise, the skeleton actually answered him. Do you really think I look handsome in this cloak? Handsome, not bad, not bad. I like you, kid. Handsome, can you change the word? Handsome, Wei Xiaosu. Once again, just like Xiaoing, this skeleton was really good at showing off. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, feeling that the skeleton's intelligence was truly low. However, on the other hand, he now cares about the combat ability of the skeleton minions. As for intelligence, having some is enough. Void Breaker Swordman, Level 2, Boss, Level 21, Strength, 2871, Agility, 3255, Constitution, 2275, Spirit, 2130, Skills, Void Origin, S grade, Void Sword Chi / E grade, Sword Chi Shield, E grade. The Void Breaker Swordman starts as a boss level and comes with 3 skills. Especially Void Origin, which clearly is a talent skill similar to his own SSS grade skill, Immortality. It seems that Void Origin is the talent skill he gained when awakening at level 100. With an S grade talent skill, Wei Xiaosu can even imagine how powerful the Void Breaker Swordman could become in the future. Whether it's Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, or Xiaoming, they all share one thing in common. Their initial forms are too weak, often called poor bloodlines, with low potential. For example, right now, Wei Xiaosu really doesn't know how to further improve their levels. Beast General level seems to be their peak. But the Void Breaker Swordman is different. He started at boss level and has an S grade talent skill. Even without Wei Xiaosu's help, he can grow and break through on his own. His future achievements are limitless. Boss level's 4-dimensional attributes are comparable to Beast General level. Plus, with powerful skills, no wonder he can hurt Xiaoqiang with a single sword. Wei Xiaosu sighed again. Next, I need to hunt some monsters, or I won't be able to use the White Bone Finger to help the Void Breaker Swordman improve his level. Since the Void Breaker Swordman is now boss level, using the mysterious White Bone Finger 3 times can elevate him to king level. A second-tier king level summoned beast. No, I've never even heard of such a thing. From now on, you can call me Little Handsome, Wei Xiaosu said, pointing at the Void Breaker Swordman. Then he took off his cloak and handed it back to Little Handsome. Little Handsome, who had just looked upset, immediately became excited. It skillfully wrapped the cloak around its neck, and with a flick of its hand, the cloak floated without wind. Yes, a little bit of Little Handsome. Roar just then, Wei Xiaosu suddenly heard a loud, sharp, and piercing roar coming from the dense forest behind him. The sound was intense and seemed to shake the soul. Sure enough, a monster is coming. Wei Xiaosu frowned, pulled out his iron shovel for protection, and quickly jumped onto Peiqi's back, aiming for stability. Although his fight with Bai Yi was brief, Xiaoming's fireworks were loud enough. The explosion created a huge mushroom cloud that rose high into the sky, and even from several kilometers away, it was clearly visible. Wei Xiaosu was prepared for a monster to come looking for him. He believed in the principle of fighting if he could, and running if he couldn't. He was confident in Peiqi's speed. Soon, a blurry black shadow appeared in Wei Xiaosu's sight. Although they were about 100 meters apart, the terrifying aura it emitted was unmistakable. Dark Fire Technique. Looking at the large black shadow emerging from the forest, Wei Xiaosu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly formed a green fireball in his hand and threw it toward the shadow. He didn't expect the fireball to hurt the large shadow, but wanted to use the firelight to see what it was. However, less than halfway to the shadow, it let out a sharp roar again. The roar was even more intense than before, sending out shockwaves that instantly destroyed the fireball. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu's face turned pale with fear. He hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Shuai, help me!" Actually, Xiao Shuai didn't need Wei Xiaosu to call. As soon as the sound wave attack was launched, Xiao Shuai had already rushed in front of Wei Xiaosu. Then, it saw Xiao Shuai's bone sword moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, a shield made of sword energy formed around them. Xiao Shuai was only a boss-level creature, so the sword energy shield could barely cover Wei Xiaosu, Peiqi, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Ming. As for the thousands of ordinary skeleton mages, Xiao Shuai could only say he was helpless. Almost immediately after the shield formed, an invisible sound wave struck it. In an instant, ripples appeared on the shield. The entire shield was trembling slightly. Xiao Shuai's skull face was full of fierce and crazy expressions. Clearly he was fighting hard. Pop, 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 pop outside the shield. Over 1,000 skeleton mages were completely powerless against the shock of the sound wave attack. They turned into a pile of broken bones instantly. Seeing his workers being killed instantly, Wei Xiaosu felt little emotion. They were just cheap skeleton mages. What really hurt him was that the toxic larva corpses brought back by the workers were also shattered by the sound wave. This is a huge loss. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, and a sudden surge of anger rose in his heart. But despite his anger, he remained clear-headed. The huge monster in the dark was only 100 meters away. Its roar alone had killed skeleton mages 100 meters away and even made Xiao Shuai's sword energy shield struggle to hold. He didn't think the opponent was a weakling he could easily control. After about 3 to 5 seconds, Wei Xiaosu was surprised to see small cracks appearing on the sword energy shield released by Xiao Shuai. Shuai Shuai, Xiao Shuai let out a deep roar. The green flames in his eye sockets flickered more frequently. Sword energy surged from inside him and quickly merged into the shield, repairing the cracks. A few more seconds passed, and finally, the sound wave attack ended. But by then, the cracks on the sword energy shield were as numerous as a spider web. If the attack continued for a few more seconds, the shield would shatter completely. Shuai 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 Shuai, Xiao Shuai, holding his long sword, crouched on the ground, gasping heavily. He had almost used all his strength to repair the shield. Wei Xiaosu patted Xiao Shuai's shiny head and handed him a bowl of graveyard rice, saying happily, "Xiao Shuai, have a bowl of rice." Graveyard rice could quickly restore mental energy, and since maintaining the sword energy shield consumed mostly mental power, eating it would help Xiao Shuai recover faster. Summon Skeleton Mage, Wei Xiaosu was not someone who would just take hits without fighting back. No matter how strong the opponent was, and with sound wave attacks being a ranged damage method, he didn't believe the opponent could cast such attacks repeatedly in a short time. As his words fell, countless white skeletons began to appear around him. Thousands, tens of thousands, even 50,000. The number of skeleton mages kept increasing, quickly surrounding the mysterious, huge black shadow. Without Wei Xiaosu giving any orders, each of his firecrackers was thrown toward the enemy. The explosion of the firecrackers finally allowed Wei Xiaosu to see the shape of the monster from a distance. It turned out to be a giant spider 3 stories tall. This terrifying big spider had 3 pairs of compound eyes, 4 pairs of long legs, and was covered in sharp black spines. Its pincer-like mouth was slightly open, and just looking at it was enough to make people feel scared. Wei Xiaosu was also quite shocked. He had been afraid of this kind of creature since he was young. He kept his distance from bugs with many legs or no legs at all, and he definitely didn't want to get close to this spider plus. But even though he was scared, Wei Xiaosu seized the fleeting opportunity and quickly used his insight technique. In the next second, a faint blue light shield appeared in front of him, displaying the attribute information of the black giant spider. Poisonous spider, level 3, boss, level 36, strength, 3680, agility, 4396, constitution, 4120, spirit, 1488. Wow, it's actually a level 3 boss. No wonder it's so strong. Wei Xiaosu felt a bit of a headache. Since entering this ruins, he had been fighting above his level. First against the attacking insects, then the 100E, and now a more powerful spider appeared. From the name alone, he could guess that this creature was likely grown from a poisonous larva. A mere poisonous larva. What makes it so powerful when it grows up? Boom, 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 the skeleton mages kept throwing firecrackers. Because Wei Xiaosu had advanced to level 2, His subordinates also leveled up to level 2. Now, the power of the skeleton mage's firecrackers was more than double what it was when fighting the attacking insects, comparable to ordinary grenades. However, despite their growth, the enemies they faced were even more abnormal. The attacking insects were just level 2 elites, but the poisonous spider was a level 3 boss. The two were simply not on the same level. Thousands of firecrackers, each comparable to a hand grenade, exploded. Even from 100 meters away, Wei Xiaosu could feel the intense heat wave. Watching the flashes of fire light up the night sky, Wei Xiaosu's face remained very serious. Even with such a strong attack, he wondered if it could kill or seriously hurt the enemy. Roar! Tired of the loud explosions, the venomous spider let out a sharp roar. In an instant, sound waves spread out in circles. The thousands of skeleton mages facing the sound waves disintegrated immediately. But that wasn't the end. The venomous spider's body suddenly started to release dark, green poisonous fog. The fog drifted with the wind. When the skeleton mages touched the green fog, even their hardest bones began to melt quickly. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu wanted to curse loudly. This venomous spider only had area of effect attacks. Was it made just to fight him? One after another, the skeleton mages fell into the green poison fog. Wei Xiaosu was furious. He looked down at Xiao Shuai, who was happily eating his graveyard meal, and kicked him annoyedly, saying, "Eat your fill and get ready. We're about to fight." Then Wei Xiaosu looked at Xiaoming, who was eager to join the fight. Xiaoming always got excited whenever there was a battle, no matter if the enemies were strong or weak. "Xiaoming, give it a good hit," Wei Xiaosu ordered. Then he said to Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong, "After Xiaoming's firecracker explodes, you two go and finish it off." The plan was simple, or rather, there was no real plan. The venomous spider's defense was too strong. Ordinary skeleton mages couldn't break through, so Xiaoming had to do it. "Abba, abba, abba," Xiaoming received the order. Excited, he spun around happily. Then he reached between his legs and started digging and rummaging. Before, Xiaoming used one hand, but this time, he used both hands. Wei Xiaosu was very surprised by this. "Xiaoming, what are you digging? Why are you digging for so long?" Wei Xiaosu waited 3 seconds. Seeing that Xiaoming still hadn't pulled out the firecracker, he asked anxiously. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoming pulled out something incredible from between his legs. "Wait, are you telling me this thing is a firecracker?" Wei Xiaosu suddenly fluffed up his fur. The firecracker was still the same kind, with the familiar red color that everyone likes. The top of the firecracker had a long fuse hanging from it. It was about twice as big as before, but otherwise, there was nothing wrong. However, the problem was with the bottom of the firecracker. It was actually a rocket booster, 2 of them. Can that even be possible? Wei Xiaosu twitched his mouth and suddenly remembered he had forgotten to check Xiaoming's skills after his upgrade. He quickly opened the skill menu, but what he saw made him freeze in surprise. Xiaoming, level 2, Beast General, level 21, Strength, 1855, Agility, 2050, Constitution, 2120, Spirit, 4150, Skill, Rocket Firecracker, D level. Rocket Firecracker, E level fires a super firecracker that explodes, causing huge damage. It really is called a rocket firecracker. Abba, abba, abba. Xiaoming carefully placed the rocket firecracker down, then somehow pulled out a matchstick and pretended to light the fuse on top of the firecracker. Wei Xiaosu clearly remembered that when the firecracker was thrown, the fuse would automatically ignite. So, was Xiaoming just playing around? But at this moment, who still has the mood to play? Wei Xiaosu impatiently reached out and patted Xiaoming's smooth head, scolding, "Stop dawdling. That thing is coming over." Abba Xiaoming looked a little wronged, but he still followed Wei Xiaosu's wishes and launched the rocket firecracker. Boom! The bottom of the large firecracker started to spit out flames, and the intense heat scorched the surroundings. The powerful made the firecracker shoot up quickly, and the bright light lit up half the sky. Roar! The venomous spider, just after dealing with the surrounding skeleton mages, was about to launch a deadly attack on Wei Xiaosu. Suddenly, it looked up in shock, staring at the strange object in the sky that was spewing fire from its bottom. Normally, at its level, it would have some ability to sense danger. But strangely, it couldn't feel any threat from that strange object in the sky. The rocket firecracker was very fast. Unlike traditional rockets that rise slowly, it took only about 3 seconds from launch to hitting the target. Boom! The rocket shell exploded just over 10 meters above the toxic spider's head, instantly creating a mushroom cloud that rose 50 or 60 meters high. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaosu was again shocked. He didn't have time to say much. He grabbed Peppa Pig's head and shouted, "Run quickly." At first, Wei Xiaosu thought that since they were 100 meters apart, they should be safe. But looking at the power of the explosion, safety was a joke. If they didn't run, they would soon be buried with the spider. Peppa Pig was so scared by the terrible explosion that she kept squeaking. She turned around and ran. Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui followed closely behind. Only Xiao Ming didn't move at all, even looking very excited. Xiao Ming happily jumped and clapped his hands. He didn't seem worried about the coming explosion. Instead, he enjoyed it very much. But Wei Xiaosu didn't care about that now. His only thought was to run as far as possible. He was just a fragile undead summoner, not as strong as the toxic spider. If he didn't kill the enemy with the explosion, he would be the one to get hurt first. That would be embarrassing. The flames from the explosion spread quickly in all directions. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In the end, Xiao Ming was swallowed by the flames. Wei Xiaosu looked back at this scene, feeling a jolt in his heart. Just when he thought he might lose Xiao Ming, his reliable fighter, he suddenly saw another firework shoot up from the flames. Wow, why can it be immune to damage? Wei Xiaosu stared in shock at the second firework flying toward the toxic spider. Before he could think more, he suddenly felt his body lift into the air. At the same time, he felt a tightness in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the flames behind him didn't catch up, an invisible shockwave hit him and a few of his followers first, causing heavy injuries. Most of Wei Xiaosu's strength was in his summoned beasts. If it weren't for the oil of the corpse boosting his attributes, he might have been seriously injured or even killed this time. Run. Keep running. Wei Xiaosu didn't have time to wipe the blood from his mouth. He shouted for his followers to keep moving with him. But as soon as he finished, the shockwave from the second rocket explosion struck again. Boom! The powerful shockwave knocked Wei Xiaosu and his followers into the air. Wei Xiaosu spun about 10 times in the air, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Another burst of fresh blood sprayed out, and Wei Xiaosu was heavily thrown to the ground. This time, without his command, Xiao Shu rushed forward, quickly swinging a bone sword, forming a protective sword energy shield just in time. A shockwave and flames began hitting the shield repeatedly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, cracks appeared on the sturdy shield. Fortunately, they were about 150 meters away from the explosion center, so the explosion's power was greatly reduced. It didn't break through the shield's defense. Xiaoming, come back quickly. Wei Xiaosu, clutching his painfully aching chest, cursed silently. I didn't expect I'd get hit by a teammate one day. He was afraid that if he hesitated for half a second more, the other person would keep launching rockets. If the monster died or not, he wouldn't know, but he would definitely be dead. Abba. After receiving the order, Xiaoming reluctantly put back the third firework he had just taken out into his pelvis. Then, he took small steps and started running toward Wei Xiaosu. Seeing that Xiaoming returned unharmed, with his white bones faintly glowing, Wei Xiaosu was furious when he looked at himself and his 3 little brothers, all battered and disheveled. Why didn't you say something earlier? The fireworks' power got so much stronger, and you didn't tell me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wei Xiaosu pulled out a shovel and started hitting Xiaoming randomly. Peiqi, Xiaoqiang, and Xiaoshuan nearby silently nodded in approval. Xiaoming, battered and bruised, sat on the ground feeling wronged. He picked up a finger that had been knocked off and drew circles in the sand. Wei Xiaosu also looked back into the distance. The power of the 2 explosions was definitely significant, but he still hadn't received any indication that the deadly spider was killed. That meant the other side wasn't directly killed by the firework. But that made sense. Xiaoming, although a beast general level, was higher than the deadly spider, but their levels were very different. Plus, Xiaoming's attack was an explosion, an area of effect damage, so it couldn't kill the deadly spider outright. That was understandable. Come on, everyone eat 2 pieces of graveyard grass to heal your wounds. We'll still need you later, Wei Xiaosu said, pulling out a large bundle of green graveyard grass from his storage bag and distributing it to his little brothers. At the border between the desert and the forest, 3 young boys are gathered here, fighting against dozens of large insects. If Wei Xiaosu were here, he would recognize these insects immediately. They are elite monsters at the peak of the second tier, called breaker insects. One of the boys holds a giant axe, another wields a long sword, both fighting up close. The third stands 50 meters away from the battle, constantly waving his staff, summoning fireballs about the size of basketballs, which he then throws at the breaker insects. The boy with the axe is named Zhou Xiaoing. The one with the sword is Li Qing, and the magic user is Zhang Hai. All are students at the Magic Academy. However, these 3 are not freshmen. They are second-year students, and all have reached the 3rd tier of power. But they are not hidden profession users, nor do they have rare professions. They have just recently broken through to the 3rd tier, so facing a pack of dozens of breaker insects puts them in great danger. Zhang Hai, use Fire Dragon technique. Fireballs won't kill the breaker insects, Zhou Xiang shouted loudly. Use what? Zhang Hai, protected at the back by the others, cursed loudly. I've already killed dozens of breaker insects. My mental energy is almost gone. How am I supposed to use magic now? As he said, in the distance, there are dozens of charred bodies of breaker insects. Zhang Hai, a powerful fire mage, fights with a wild, aggressive style. But now, after the battle, his mental energy is nearly exhausted. He can't use his most powerful skills anymore. Zhou Xiang cursed as he chopped off a breaker insect's front limb with his axe. Not only Zhang Hai, but even Li Qing and Zhou Xiang feel their bodies growing more tired. If they continue fighting, they might only have a dead end. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupts behind them, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. This sudden change surprises not only the 3 boys, but also the breaker insects, which seem momentarily stunned. Zhou Xiang and Li Qing each attack to force back the insects nearby, then turn to look behind them. They see a huge mushroom cloud, dozens of meters high, illuminating half the sky. Seeing that distant mushroom cloud, the 3 of them all show expressions of surprise and joy. There's fighting over there too, Zhou Xiang shouted. The explosion is so powerful, 10 times stronger than my Fire Dragon technique. Zhang Hai was also very surprised. This secret realm only allows people of up to level 3 to enter. That means someone at the same level as him used a power 10 times stronger than his, which is incredible. Zhang Hai isn't a genius, but he's a top student at the Magic University. Less than a month after starting his 2nd year, he broke through to level 3. His strength isn't weak. Seeing the 2 still in shock, the clearest-headed Li Qing shouted, "Stop daydreaming. Hurry and run toward the explosion. Someone powerful is fighting monsters there. We might get saved if we go. Okay, let's go." The 3 quickly agreed and headed toward the explosion. Behind them, a dozen attack bugs also reacted and started chasing after them. On the other side, Wei Xiaosu grabbed some grass from a grave and swallowed it roughly. His injuries quickly started to heal. They weren't fully healed, but they weren't serious anymore. With a few hours of rest and meditation, he would be fine. But now, he wasn't feeling very happy. Looking at the distant fading flames and the thick smoke, he couldn't help but complain. The law of smoke being harmless must not apply to me. When Wei Xiaosu watched anime before, he noticed a silly rule. No matter how fancy or powerful an attack looks, if it produces a lot of smoke, the enemy is probably unharmed, and they might even mock you for your weak skills. Roar. Sure enough, before the smoke cleared, a sharp roar came from within. Wei Xiaosu's face changed. He quickly summoned a large number of skeleton mages. These skeleton mages can't break through defenses, but as cannon fodder, they can delay the enemy. Over 1,000 skeleton mages charged into the smoke again. Wei Xiaosu didn't know what was happening inside the smoke, but his skeleton minions kept dying. Less than a minute after summoning them, all of the over 1,000 had been killed. Roar. Angry roars sounded again. Then, a huge shadow emerged from the smoke. Wei Xiaosu's eyes fixed on the large shadow, feeling that something was wrong. Wait, this deadly spider, it seems to have grown bigger, Wei Xiaosu muttered to himself, feeling confused. He clearly remembered that the deadly spider was only about 3 stories tall, but now, from a quick glance, it looked about 50% larger than before. Something was definitely wrong. Could it be that it used some skill to temporarily boost its strength? Wei Xiaosu secretly guessed. Then he ordered, Xiao Chong, Xiao Shui, go and test its strength. Although the deadly spider was a powerful level 3 boss monster, it couldn't have taken 2 rockets from Xiao Ming without getting hurt. So, he sent Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui to check if its fighting ability had weakened. If it had, they would kill it immediately. If not, they would plan an escape route. Xiao Shui was very fast and had long-range attack skills. From afar, he saw a brilliant sword light cut through the night sky, heading straight for the large shadow. The sword light was extremely fast, crossing over 100 meters in just a second and hitting the shadow directly. However, Wei Xiaosu was caught off guard. Xiao Shui's strike seemed to vanish into the air, leaving the target unharmed. But because the sword light briefly illuminated the shadow, Wei Xiaosu quickly took action and used his insight technique. Insight technique, Deadly Spider Queen, level 3, Beast Commander, level 40, Strength, 6680, Agility, 7396, Constitution, 7620, Spirit, 2488. Wei Xiaosu it. Evolved? He originally thought the spider had just used a skill to temporarily increase its power, but unexpectedly, it had actually evolved and broken through, becoming a Deadly Spider Queen. Its level had also reached the peak of level 3. It was unbelievable. Xiao Chong, Xiao Shui come back. Wei Xiaosu was shocked. A level 3 peak beast commander monster. This was no small threat. Fortunately, he noticed early. If Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui had rushed in close, it would have been a one-sided fight, like a fish caught in a net, with no way out. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Chong and Xiao Shu quickly turned around and ran back. Wei Xiaosu also didn't hesitate and began releasing a large amount of mental energy, shouting, "Summon!" This time, Wei Xiaosu directly summoned nearly 10,000 skeleton mages. The dense skeleton mages surrounded the poison spider queen in multiple layers. However, his goal was not to trap her, but to buy time for himself and a few capable fighters to escape. Using a crowd tactic might work against other monsters, but with the Spider Queen, it was a losing battle. More enemies meant more danger. Wei Xiaosu now suspected that the reason the other could evolve and break through was because he had killed thousands of his skeleton monsters. It was frustrating and hard to find a reason to argue. Roar! The Spider Queen opened her large mouth and let out a sharp roar. Circular sound waves spread out from her as the center, now truly covering all directions in a 360 degrees attack compared to a few minutes ago. Clatter, many skeleton mages fell, but more skeleton warriors quickly rushed forward to fill the gaps. Whoosh boom, explosive shells were thrown and detonated, but even Xiao Ming's rocket shells could only cause minor injuries. These ordinary skeleton mages couldn't possibly harm her. The Spider Queen let out another sharp scream. Suddenly, her 2 long front limbs stabbed into the ground ahead. Then, countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground within a 30-meter radius around her, trapping hundreds of skeleton mages like candied fruit on a skewer. I hate creatures like you who rely on area of effect attacks the most. Wei Xiaosu cursed as he climbed onto Peiqi's back. He quickly led Xiao Chong, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Shu to escape. He didn't dare to stay any longer or enter that unknown forest. As the old saying goes, avoid forests, whether before or after a great disaster. The dangers in forests are the greatest. He had previously thought the forest might be safer than the desert. What a foolish idea. Roar, roar behind him. The roar of the Spider Queen never stopped. She saw Wei Xiaosu escape and wanted to chase him, but there were too many skeleton mages nearby. Even though her skills were all area attacks, with over 10,000 skeletons, she couldn't kill them all in just a few seconds. Wei Xiaosu didn't need much time. Give him a minute or even half a minute, and he could successfully escape her sight. It was late at night now, with very poor visibility. Even though the Spider Queen was a level 3 beast general, she definitely couldn't catch him now. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu saw about a dozen strange black shadows flying quickly toward him from a few hundred meters ahead. Peiqi, slow down a bit. Little Handsome, go see what's happening up front. Wei Xiaosu patted Peiqi's pig head, signaling it to slow down a little, then sent Little Handsome to check the situation. Little Handsome nodded and lightly stepped forward. In an instant, he disappeared into the darkness. The broken space swordman also followed a quick route, so his speed was not much different from Peiqi's. There's a monster up ahead. Be careful, it's a skeleton monster. Oh no, we're doomed this time. Less than 10 seconds after Little Handsome rushed out, Wei Xiaosu heard some panicked voices from afar, and soon, sounds of fighting came through. He even saw distant fireballs forming in the night sky. But when facing fireball attacks, Little Handsome simply swung his sword and shattered them, not taking any damage. Huh? People, under the brief illumination of the fireballs, Wei Xiaosu saw clearly what was happening in the distance. There were 3 teenagers dressed in wizard robes, and behind them, a dozen fierce-looking attack bugs followed closely. Phew, only a dozen or so, not a swarm of bugs. Wei Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Peiqi's pig head and said, "Charge forward, crush those bugs. No, don't kill them directly, tread on them." Having been bullied badly by the Spider Queen earlier, Wei Xiaosu was furious. Now, seeing the lone attack bugs, he was determined to get his revenge. Peiqi is very fast, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Wei Xiaosu opens his palm, quickly forming a bright green ghost fire to light the way, and shouts, "Don't be afraid, I will help you." The 3 people who were about to attack Xiaoshu when they heard someone speak and saw a young boy illuminated by the ghost fire were stunned. Although they didn't fully understand the situation, they immediately stopped. Xiaoing holds a giant axe, takes a deep breath, and says, "Big boss, my name is Xiaoing. I'm a second-year student in melee combat. From your appearance, you should be a summoner, right? I don't remember there being a necromancer among summoners. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly work with the big boss to eliminate the dozen or so bugs behind you," Li Qing says to Xiaoing. Then he looks confused at Zhang Hai nearby and curses, "Hai Zi, what are you doing? Why did you extinguish the fireball?" Zhang Hai's face twitches slightly. He stopped casting fireball because he saw the battle situation nearby. He points behind the 2 and calmly says, "Look over there." "What? What's going on?" SSS. In the next second, Xiaoing and Li Qing both gasp in shock. They are frightened by the battle scene ahead, or rather, what they see is not a battle but one-sided destruction. There are 18 attack insects chasing the 3, all of which are elite monsters at the peak of Tier 2. But what do they see? A humanoid skeleton wielding a bone sword swings its hand, releasing a sword energy that cuts out. Each strike perfectly slices through an attack insect's leg without harming its life. There is also a wild boar larger than an Asian elephant. This skeleton boar is even more ferocious. It doesn't use any skills or tactics, just charging through the swarm, smashing half of an insect with a kick or piercing its body with its horn. It is brutal but doesn't directly kill the insects. Most confusing of all, about 20 meters away from the battlefield, a young boy is tightly holding another humanoid skeleton. In the skeleton's arms, there is a large object that looks like a firecracker. "Xiaoming, stop. Don't do it. Listen to me. You really can't it up now. If you do, we'll all be doomed." "Xiaoming, you're going too far. You're not even listening to me. Do you want a beating? Come. If you dare to things up, I dare to dig a hole and bury you. Do you believe me?" Xiaoing, Li Qing, Zhang Hai. This big shot. What exactly is he doing? Xiaoming, feeling wronged, carefully put the firecracker back between his legs, then squatted down and drew circles on the ground. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu finally relaxed. Xiaoming, now at level 2, really shouldn't be allowed to use firecrackers casually. Their power is too frightening. Within 30 meters, the explosion's flames and high heat can easily kill other level 2 experts. The shockwave can also seriously injure level 2 experts 100 meters away. That's what makes Xiaoming so terrifying. Without Xiaoming causing trouble, Wei Xiaosu also felt a bit restless. He took out his black shovel and quickly rushed forward. With his current strength, fighting a single attack insect alone is no problem. He swung his shovel with a loud clang. One of the attack insects was hit directly on its head, and its tough shell cracked instantly, revealing dark green blood. The attack insect let out a sharp, painful scream. It swung its sharp front limbs to fight back, but Wei Xiaosu knew its plan. He had already moved to the side, easily dodging its attack. Then he jumped up, gripping his iron shovel tightly, and struck down with force. Thud. No matter how tough the insect's shell was, after being hit twice by Wei Xiaosu, it couldn't withstand the force. It burst open with a loud bang. Looking at the dead insect lying on the ground, Wei Xiaosu felt a deep sense of achievement. In just half a day, he had managed to fight and kill an opponent. His progress from level 1 to level 2 was truly remarkable. Of course, in terms of fighting strength, compared to Peiqi, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Shui, he was still weak. Especially Xiao Shui, who was considered unbeatable at level 2. That guy could easily split a tough attack insect in half with a single sword wave. In the midst of a fierce attack by many attacking insects, Xiao Shu skillfully dodged and moved around. He kept changing his sword moves, and in less than 30 seconds, he had defeated more than 10 insects. The reason it took so long was because Wei Xiaosu's initial order was to carefully torment these bugs. Otherwise, even a second-tier elite monster would be easily defeated with a single sword strike by Xiao Shu. When the last attacking insect was defeated, Xiao Shu sheathed his sword. He stood tall among the corpses, with a cape that had the character, Shui, handsome, flowing in the wind. He looked quite like a top swordsman, if he weren't just a skeleton. Boss is awesome. Are those your summoned creatures? So powerful. Boss, do you have a boyfriend? Wei Xiaosu. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you think I have a boyfriend? Ridiculous. Wei Xiaosu held back the urge to slap the speaker and said, "It's not safe ahead. I suggest you change your location." Huh. Zhou Xiang looked confused. With the boss's strength, what part of this ruins could be unsafe? Boss, we saw the explosion and came here. Did you cause that explosion? Li Qing asked. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu also felt embarrassed. Explosions tend to attract attention from others or monsters, especially at night. The mushroom cloud over 10 meters high could illuminate everything within several kilometers. Roar, just as Wei Xiaosu was about to speak. A sharp, piercing roar suddenly came from behind the group. When Wei Xiaosu heard this familiar roar, he couldn't help but shiver. Geneva, you're here again? Wei Xiaosu's face darkened instantly. He looked ahead and saw a huge black shadow rushing toward him at an incredible speed. The speed was so fast it was almost despairing. With 7,400 points in agility, even if it wasn't a speed-focused monster, its agility bonus was not high. Still, it was much faster than Paige. Xiao Ming, fire. Wei Xiaosu shouted while running toward Paige, giving Xiao Ming the command to attack. The two were at least a kilometer apart. Even if Xiao Ming's cannon exploded, it wouldn't affect Wei Xiaosu, so he dared to let Xiao Ming use his weapons freely. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The skeleton wild boar relies on speed to survive. As a second-tier elite, no one among the three can match its quickness. Thanks, boss. Long live the boss. You're awesome, boss. The three of them expressed their gratitude and then, without hesitation, jumped onto the skeleton wild boar's back, letting it carry them away into the distance. Boom! Boom! The explosions behind them continued. Rockets soared into the sky and then landed, bursting into colorful mushroom clouds. But even the power of the rockets couldn't really hurt the Spider Queen. After a few seconds, she broke through the explosion barrier, leaping high to strike it deadly at Xiao Ming. If that hit landed, Wei Xiaosu had no doubt Xiao Ming would be instantly killed. The two were simply not on the same level. But at that moment, black mist started to emerge from Xiao Ming. After 3 seconds, the mist disappeared, along with Xiao Ming's figure. Xiao Ming wouldn't vanish without reason. It was because Wei Xiaosu used a special ability to recall him. Unlike summoning, this reverse summoning takes about 3 seconds, so it's hard to use during battle. Phew, the timing was just right. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath. Sending Xiao Ming to cover the retreat was a smart move. He could recall Xiao Ming before the Spider Queen charged forward. This way, they bought more time, and Xiao Ming wouldn't be directly killed. Roar the Spider Queen missed her attack, but was furious. She kept her 4 compound eyes fixed on the fleeing figure in the dark and continued to chase with her 8 legs. Run separately, Wei Xiaosu shouted from afar. Without waiting for the others to agree, he directed the skeleton wild boar to run in different directions. Together, their target was too big. Even Peiqi, who was faster than the Spider Queen, couldn't keep up. The ordinary skeleton wild boar was even less capable, so they had to split up to escape. Plus, if they ran in different directions, maybe the Spider Queen would see their numbers and go after the others. However, Wei Xiaosu soon realized he was overthinking. The Spider Queen had no interest in the three of them. She only glanced faintly and kept moving without stopping, relentlessly chasing Wei Xiaosu. As the distance between them grew closer, Wei Xiaosu cursed under his breath, but could only keep waving his hand and shouting. Summon. This time, Wei Xiaosu truly spared no effort. Dense skeleton mages appeared around him as if they were free of charge. In just a few breaths, the skeleton mages filled the desert within several kilometers. Wei Xiaosu looked back behind him with a grim face and shouted, "Come on, you dog-like thing. 10,000 skeleton mages to cover my back. I don't believe you can catch me." Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the sound of firecrackers exploding filled the air without end. Each flash of light from the explosions revealed terrifying images of a huge creature ruthlessly slaughtering. Wei Xiaosu only glanced twice before feeling a shiver run through his body. He grabbed Peiqi's pig head and shouted, "Run, run, run. Hurry up. This is too scary." However, what Wei Xiaosu didn't know was that just as he summoned the 100,000 skeleton mages to cover his escape, the Spider Queen, who was desperately chasing him, suddenly stopped and began slaughtering among the skeletons. According to her strength, the Spider Queen only needed to charge forward. These low-level second-tier skeleton mages couldn't stop her at all. At most, they would delay her a little. But now, it was clear that the Spider Queen had lost interest in Wei Xiaosu. She started to let the endless skeleton mages rush toward her and bathed in the explosions, fighting fiercely and causing chaos. If anyone nearby had been watching, they would see her size gradually increase with each kill. Her aura grew more terrifying. 15 meters, 16 meters, 20 meters. Soon, about one-third of the 100,000 skeleton mages had been killed by the Spider Queen. Strangely, she didn't continue fighting. Instead, she stopped and lay on the sand as if resting, motionless. At this moment, the Spider Queen's height had skyrocketed to 25 meters, and her length exceeded 30 meters. Her four terrifying compound eyes gleamed with an unshakable excitement. The remaining tens of thousands of skeleton mages were not spared by the Spider Queen. She allowed the firecrackers to explode on her body, and every 10 minutes, she would harvest hundreds or even thousands of them before lying on the ground to rest again, repeating this cycle. Finally, "They aren't chasing us anymore." Wei Xiaosu jumped down from Paige's back and couldn't help but rub his sore backside. That guy's bones were so hard that sitting on him for dozens of miles was really uncomfortable. Wei Xiaosu took a quick look at his divine prompt, which showed there were still 100,000 skeleton mages. In just a short time, more than half had been lost. Even he, a big spender, felt a little sad about it. "This is strange, very strange," Wei Xiaosu thought as he walked. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. At first, the Spider Queen was just a level 3 boss-level poisonous spider. She was very strong, but Wei Xiaosu was confident he could defeat her. However, the unexpected happened. She killed over 1,000 skeleton mages, was hit by Xiaoming's rocket launcher once, and then, strangely, she broke through to the beast general level, specifically the peak of level 3. So, is it because she killed over 1,000 skeleton mages, or because of the rocket launcher? Wei Xiaosu pondered. But this was probably a question with no answer, at least not for now. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Let's rest well tonight and figure it out at dawn. Since entering the ruins, Wei Xiaosu had either been fighting or on the way to fight. He was exhausted. First, he summoned many skeleton mages to guard the surroundings. Then he kept Paige, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Shu close to protect him at all times. What? Xiaoming. Of course, he was locked in the small black room. Wei Xiaosu didn't want to fall asleep and suddenly get blown up by a firecracker. "I'm so hungry." Wei Xiaosu relaxed for a moment, and his stomach started growling. He didn't have any food with him. The storage bag he got from the corpse only had a few bottles of water and some biscuits, no extra food. After all, everyone was just here to see the sights. Who would have thought they'd get tricked into coming into the ruins? So, besides the foodies, no one thought to pack food in their storage bags. Should I save a few packs of cookies for tomorrow's journey, or just sleep now? If I sleep, I won't be hungry, Wei Xiaosu quietly thought, resisting the urge to eat. Soon after, exhausted and sleepy, Wei Xiaosu fell into a deep sleep. The skeleton monsters around him continued to follow his orders and guarded his safety. The next day, at dawn, Wei Xiaosu woke up. He looked up at the sky and stared at the rising sun for a few seconds, feeling confused about what the sun in the ruins really was. If the ruins are just a fragment of a world, then the sun shouldn't appear. There would be eternal darkness inside. But whether it's this ruin or any other ruins he's explored before, they all have day and night cycles, even changing seasons. It's very strange. His stomach growled again. Wei Xiaosu patted his flat stomach, feeling a mix of emotions. He still had 3 packs of cookies and 2 bottles of mineral water. If he ate sparingly, he could last 2 or 3 days. Luckily, he wasn't a fighter by profession, or his strength would weaken a lot if he was hungry. His workers didn't need to eat, so he could keep his fighting power at its peak. After eating half a pack of cookies, Wei Xiaosu still felt very hungry, but he knew he couldn't eat more. No one knew if there was other food in this ruin. If there wasn't, he'd have to rely on these cookies until someone took the core of the ruin. Peiqi, let's go. Wei Xiaosu climbed onto Peiqi's back and kept moving forward. The forest behind him was too dangerous. Until he could kill the Spider Queen, he wasn't planning to turn back. He and his pig walked across the vast desert. From sunrise to sunset, a whole day passed. Along the way, he saw many dried-up corpses, some of students, some of soldiers. The number was so large it made him numb. But what surprised him was that he hadn't encountered a single monster all day. That was really strange. Wei Xiaosu didn't think too much about it. Those attack insects couldn't be eaten, and they always appeared in groups. If another wave of bugs came, he'd have to run for his life again. The afterglow of the sunset shone on Wei Xiaosu. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and drank the last small sip of water from his mineral water bottle. He originally thought he could survive in the desert for another 2 or 3 days, but now he realized he was too naive. The conditions in the desert are much worse than elsewhere, especially when it comes to water consumption, which is terrifying. Am I really going to die here? Wei Xiaosu put the empty water bottle into his storage bag. Looking at the remaining half of a biscuit, he felt no hunger at all. Water. I must find drinkable water. Wei Xiaosu licked his dry lips and whispered to himself. Maybe there was still hope, or perhaps heaven heard his plea. Just as Wei Xiaosu was beginning to feel hopeless, he suddenly saw a patch of green at the edge of his vision. It was just a small spot about the size of a fingernail, not as vast as the forest behind him. But even this tiny green patch, seen from such a distance, indicated that its actual size must be quite large. It's an oasis. Wei Xiaosu immediately thought of this possibility. Finding an oasis in the vast desert is incredibly lucky. Not only can it provide water, but there might also be edible food. Peiqi, go to the oasis, Wei Xiaosu said excitedly, his words a little unsteady. The sun was about to set, and the temperature in the desert was starting to drop. He could barely hold on for one more night. But if, after sunrise tomorrow, he still couldn't find water, he would surely die. Peiqi seemed to sense his owner's anxiety and unease. As it ran faster, it tried to keep its body from shaking too much, so as not to make the weak owner even weaker. As Peiqi ran, the small green spot in the distance, initially only the size of a fingernail, began to grow larger. After about half an hour, Wei Xiaosu was finally sure that it was an oasis, and a very large one at that. Great, we're saved. Wei Xiaosu looked at the huge green area at least 10 kilometers away. The heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Chew, suddenly, just as Wei Xiaosu was a few kilometers away from the oasis, a sharp bird call sounded overhead. He looked up at the sky and saw that, somehow, more than 10 strange-looking birds had gathered above him. These strange birds were almost 2 meters long, with wingspans reaching an astonishing 6 meters. They had gray-brown feathers, looking like enlarged eagles from Blue Star. Insight technique, Sand Sea Giant Eagle, Level 3, Leader, Level 34, Strength, 2810, Agility, 1414/8888, Constitution, 2568, Spirit, 1741. Still a Level 3 leader monster. Wei Xiaosu was a little surprised. The highest level among these giant eagles was 38, and the lowest was 31. They were definitely a powerful force not to be underestimated. Chew. The giant eagles seemed to realize Wei Xiaosu was not easy to deal with, or perhaps they thought Peiqi was too difficult to handle. They screeched twice, circled a few times, then flew away. Such speed. If only I had flying minions too, I wouldn't be so helpless. Wei Xiaosu watched the giant eagles fly off, marveling. With a flying agility of 8,888 points, even the Spider Queen couldn't compare. But flying summons are rare, especially of the undead type, which are even scarcer. The only ones Wei Xiaosu knew of were the Frostbone Dragon and the Lavabone Dragon. Peiqi, ignore those strange birds. Keep moving forward. Wei Xiaosu gently patted Peiqi's pig head and refocused. The Frostbone Dragon and Lavabone Dragon cost 1 million spiritual coins in the Underworld coin shop. He couldn't afford to buy them even if he sold himself. Half an hour later, the sun in the sky was only a faint glow. Wei Xiaosu finally reached the oasis, looking at the huge green area not far away. He hesitated. Having experienced the forest behind him, he now had a psychological shadow over green places and ruins. He was very afraid that another Spider Queen might jump out of this oasis. If that happened, he would have nowhere to run. Summon Little Chong. After some careful thought, Wei Xiaosu decided to send the strongest little creature, Xiaoqiang, to explore first. If there was no danger, he could go in later. If there was danger, he would change position and continue exploring. This oasis was a must-visit. If he didn't go in, he would surely die of dehydration tomorrow. Hope everything goes well. Wei Xiaosu quietly prayed as he watched Xiaoqiang's back. Time passed slowly as Wei Xiaosu waited. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoqiang safely returned from the oasis. Xiaoqiang, a beast-level summoned creature, was quite intelligent, just unable to speak. As soon as it returned, it started gesturing wildly, probably indicating that there was no danger in the oasis and that there was water or something similar. Really water? Wei Xiaosu was overjoyed. He licked his dry lips, feeling both surprised and relieved. Then he waved his hand. Let's go in. Wei Xiaosu didn't summon many skeleton minions. He even recalled Peiqi, since Peiqi was too large and might scare away any hidden dangers. So, he only brought Xiaoqiang and Xiaoshui. As they entered the oasis, they had walked less than 100 meters when Wei Xiaosu suddenly saw a rabbit running across the grass in the distance. A rabbit? So this ruin isn't full of bugs after all. Seeing the rabbit, Wei Xiaosu's spirits lifted. Although water was his main goal, catching a couple of rabbits wouldn't take much time. Besides, cookies tasted better than rabbits. Xiaoshui, it's your turn. Go. Wei Xiaosu crouched behind a tree and ordered. Xiaoshui nodded softly, then leapt out swiftly. Its speed was incredible. Catching a small rabbit like this should be easy. But in the next second, Wei Xiaosu froze. Xiaoshui was about to catch the rabbit when, suddenly, the rabbit's hind legs kicked hard, and it vanished in a flash of white light. Wei Xiaosu, Xiaoshui, the person and the skeleton stared at the spot where the rabbit had disappeared, both lost in thought. Where's my rabbit? My big rabbit. Wei Xiaosu was stunned. The corner of Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched slightly, so he had to give up and keep moving forward. However, after a few steps, he spotted another rabbit. This one was enormous, a giant rabbit. Wow, such a big rabbit. Wei Xiaosu hid behind a tree, quietly watching the rabbit that was as big as a cow from about 10 meters away. This time, Wei Xiaosu was smarter. He didn't rush to attack, but first used his insight skill, remembering how he had previously been hurt by that strange, super fast rabbit that even little Schwa couldn't react to. Giant rabbit, level 3, boss level, level 32, strength, 2510, agility, 1814, constitution, 3568, spirit, 741. Wow, it really is called a giant rabbit. Wei Xiaosu felt unexpectedly proud, as if he could guess the name just by hearing about it. This giant rabbit had very high stats, especially its constitution, which was 3568. Its defense must be incredibly high. But for Wei Xiaosu, this giant rabbit was the best target to hunt. At least it was easier to deal with than that slippery little rabbit. Little Schwa, attack now. At his command, little Schwa drew his sword and charged again. Maybe he felt embarrassed after missing earlier in front of his owner and colleagues, so this time he used his strongest move. A flash of sword light shot out instantly, carrying a fierce killing intent. It struck the giant rabbit directly, cutting through a big tuft of white fur, which flew everywhere. And then, nothing happened. Wei Xiaosu suddenly jumped out from his hiding spot, staring in disbelief at what he saw. It all felt unreal. That was little Shua's sword attack, the strongest attack on their side, bar none. But even so, the terrifying sword energy only cut off a tuft of fur from the giant rabbit. How could that be? A sword energy that can easily cut through the tough shell of an attack bug can't even cut through a rabbit's flesh? That's so unbelievable. Wei Xiaosu opened the giant rabbit's status panel again. Everything looked normal. Its constitution was only 3568. While strong, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. Little Shuai also froze in place. He looked at his sword, then at the giant rabbit nearby, still calmly eating grass. The whole skeleton felt uneasy, especially when he noticed that the giant rabbit's eyes seemed to carry a hint of mockery. This hurt little Shuai even more. After 2 failed attempts, how can he still hold his head up in front of his colleagues? His teeth clenched tightly, making a grinding sound. The next moment, he gathered his strength again. He unleashed his strongest sword energy attack. In an instant, a black sword energy about 10 meters long shot out from little Shuai. As it passed, everything was destroyed. Trees, flowers, even rocks, all shattered. As the strongest single-target attacker among Wei Xiaosu's skeletons, little Shuai was proud. His foundation was much stronger than the other named skeletons. If he couldn't defeat the giant rabbit today, he would lose face. The giant rabbit seemed to sense the danger. It lifted its head for the first time, looking at the incoming sword energy. Its small eyes showed a serious expression for the first time. Then, the white fur on the giant rabbit's body began to turn golden very quickly. Under the sunset, the giant rabbit looked even more divine. The sword energy hit the giant rabbit successfully. Black and gold blended together, creating a spectacular sight. But soon, Wei Xiaosu behind them noticed something was wrong. Little Shuai's sword energy seemed powerful enough to split mountains and break stones, but the golden giant rabbit was unharmed. It was even absorbing the energy. At first, the black sword energy had the upper hand, but soon it showed signs of exhaustion. The dark black color started to fade and become transparent. When its power was greatly reduced, the golden giant rabbit swallowed it bite by bite. Wow, is this even possible? Wei Xiaosu shivered all over. He couldn't understand. He just wanted to catch a rabbit to fill his stomach. Why did he keep encountering these terrifying monsters? Boss, sorry to bother you. Wei Xiaosu didn't know if the golden giant rabbit could understand him, so he turned and ran away. Little Shuai was now completely convinced. He didn't dare stay any longer. He hurriedly followed, fleeing the battlefield in a panic. As for the golden giant rabbit, it just looked calmly at their fleeing figures. It had no intention of chasing after them. It continued to lie on the ground, eating grass. Phew, luckily, it didn't chase us. Wei Xiaosu hid behind a tree, still feeling scared. The golden giant rabbit definitely seemed strange, and even the 4-dimensional attributes detected by his insight magic might be false. Since the other party didn't chase him, Wei Xiaosu decided not to run anymore. He looked up and was surprised to see that his head was covered with fruit that looked like peaches. Gulp with Wei Xiaosu's current state. Every time he saw something edible, his stomach would uncontrollably make noise as if protesting. He looked up carefully and stared for a few more seconds. Finally, he confirmed that it was really fruit. Only now did he notice that at his feet, under the tree, there were many chewed fruit pits. This meant that the fruit, which looked like peaches, was edible and not poisonous. Wei Xiaosu almost cried with joy. Although he was a bit disappointed that he couldn't eat the rabbit meat, being able to eat peaches was also good. Feeling both thirsty and hungry, Wei Xiaosu didn't ask his helpers for help. He started climbing the tree with his hands and feet. But just as he had climbed less than halfway up, suddenly, a half-human-height monkey jumped from the top of the big tree onto a branch below. The monkey had golden fur all over, very similar to the golden snub-nosed monkeys on Blue Star, but its fur was even more dazzling. Chirping and chattering, making noise, the monkey looked very excited, watching Wei Xiaosu from above, shouting something in an agitated manner. Although Wei Xiaosu couldn't understand what the monkey was saying, he guessed that it was probably insulting him, and quite badly. Being scolded by a monkey made Wei Xiaosu very angry. But because of his bad experiences with the little rabbit and big rabbit earlier, he was much more cautious this time. Insight magic. Wei Xiaosu whispered. Golden Silk Demon Monkey, Level 3. Leader. Level 35. Strength 2610. Agility 3714. Constitution 2468. Spirit 2041. The attributes were pretty good. Level 3 leader, not very strong, but not weak either. However, Wei Xiaosu was truly scared by the monster in this oasis. The giant rabbit he had encountered before seemed normal, but when they fought, it turned out to be much stronger. He was worried that the monkey in front of him might also be a hidden expert. While Wei Xiaosu was thinking about how to deal with the situation, the monkey on the tree casually plucked a peach and threw it at his head. Bang! Ow! Wei Xiaosu was stunned. He couldn't believe a monkey had hit him. How could he tolerate that? He reached up and touched his head, grimacing in pain. He pointed at the culprit and scolded. Hey, you little monkey, if you have the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one. The golden silk monkey on the tree chattered excitedly, clapping its hands and making noise. Then it plucked another peach and threw it at the humans below. This time, Wei Xiaosu was prepared and dodged skillfully. He realized that the monkey on the tree wasn't using all its strength. With a strength attribute of 2610, if it had gone all out, he would have been badly hurt. Since there was a guardian monkey on the tree, Wei Xiaosu decided not to risk climbing up. He loosened his grip on the tree trunk and quickly jumped back to the ground. Then, he looked up at the golden silk monkey on the top of the tree and crossed his arms, shouting angrily. Come on, you little monkey. If you have the guts, keep throwing peaches at me. After that, he quietly signaled to the little handsome guy beside him and threw a storage bag, asking it to pick up the 2 peaches that had fallen to the ground. Wei Xiaosu wasn't sure if the golden silk monkey could understand him, but tone could cross language and even species. Just now, he clearly felt that the monkey was insulting him, and the insults were quite rude. Sure enough, when the golden silk monkey saw the annoying human below daring to insult it, it got furious and started shouting loudly. It kept plucking peaches and throwing stones at the ground, aiming at Wei Xiaosu. Unfortunately, all the monkey's attacks missed. After collecting dozens of peaches and throwing them all, it still failed to hit Wei Xiaosu even once. Chirping and chattering, the golden silk demon monkey was almost furious. A hint of anger appeared in its golden eyes. Then, it leapt onto a nearby branch and reached out to pick a peach. Come on, you little monkey, keep throwing things at me. Wei Xiaosu kept provoking, even picking up a peach from the ground and eating it. Honestly, these peach-like fruits are sweet and tasty. When eaten, a warm feeling spreads through the body, as if it's more than just an ordinary fruit. Chirp chirp, the golden silk demon monkey got even angrier. It no longer held back and threw the peach with great speed. The whole peach turned into a blur of motion. Wei Xiaosu, who had been watching carefully, tried to dodge but couldn't because the peach was too fast. Just at that moment, Xiaoqiang behind him used a skill called Stand Tall. Although Xiaoqiang isn't very fast normally, when using this skill, it pushed its speed to the limit. A white shadow flashed by, and when it reappeared, it was holding a shield in front of Wei Xiaosu. Bang! Almost at the same time, the blurred peach hit Xiaoqiang's heavy shield. The peach shattered instantly, but the impact knocked Xiaoqiang over and pushed it into Wei Xiaosu, causing both to fall. The golden silk demon monkey crossed its arms, looking proud as if to say, "See how powerful I am." But this monkey didn't really want to kill anyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just thrown a peach. Wei Xiaosu understood this and slowly got back to his feet. He clutched his sore chest and looked up in disbelief at the proud monkey, muttering, "What is going on? Why are all the monsters in this oasis so strong?" Whether it was the rabbit before or the monkey now, their basic stats seemed normal. But their fighting ability was terrifying, almost like they could fight above their level. Wei Xiaosu's little helper, Xiao Shuai, could also fight above his level. But he couldn't compete with monsters of higher levels who could also fight above their level. That would be impossible. Fine, you're impressive. Wei Xiaosu nodded politely to the monkey in the tree, indicating he was giving up. Then he walked to an open space across the peach tree and sat down. He was already very tired. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to fight. So he simply took out a peach he had just picked and started eating. The peach tasted really good. Eating it also made a strange warm feeling spread through his body, making him feel very comfortable. When the whole peach was eaten except for the pit, Wei Xiaosu noticed something strange. The bruise on his chest from being bumped by Xiao Chong had completely healed. Even his weak body was quickly recovering to its best condition. This effect was 10 times stronger than the grass on his grave. Wow, that's amazing. Wei Xiaosu was truly surprised. Recovering from injuries was one thing, and even his grave grass could do that, just slower. But the special effect that made his weak body recover to peak condition so quickly was really extraordinary. Thinking about the dozens of such peaches still in his storage bag, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help feeling excited. With these peaches, he could forget about the grass on his grave and just eat them. Of course, this depended on him being able to get more peaches like these. Feeling the changes in his body, his injuries were fully healed, and his weak body was almost back to normal. The only thing left that the peach couldn't fix was hunger. But there was nothing he could do about that. After all, a peach the size of half a fist couldn't possibly fill him up. So Wei Xiaosu opened his pink storage bag and took out a pack of Oreo cookies. He tore open the package and took out a cookie, slowly savoring its taste. These past 2 days, he had been either chasing monsters or being chased by monsters. It was rare to have such a peaceful moment, so he wasn't in a hurry. Chirp chirp, gobble gobble. The golden silk demon monkey on the tree trunk was still celebrating its victory, but suddenly a tearing sound caught its attention. That strange tearing sound was something it had never heard before. It also saw the human below holding a dark round object and putting it into his mouth. It looked like it was very tasty. Wei Xiaosu was happily eating Oreos and didn't notice the golden silk monkey in the tree. With little Chong and little Shuai watching him, he didn't bother paying attention to the monkey. Suddenly, a peach fell from the tree and landed right in his arms. He was surprised, but also felt lucky. He looked up instinctively and froze. The golden silk monkey was pointing at the fallen peach and chattering loudly, occasionally glancing at the Oreo package, seeming to want it. 2 different species, speaking different languages, surprisingly communicated at that moment. Wei Xiaosu looked at the peach in his left hand and the cookie in his right. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face. "Wanna eat?" "Chatter chatter." "Okay, 1 peach and 1 cookie," Wei Xiaosu said, then threw a cookie toward the monkey. The monkey caught it quickly, spread the cookie in its paws, looked at it from different angles, sniffed it, and after confirming it was safe, took a small bite. The monkey chewed slowly, and its golden eyes widened. Then it excitedly jumped on the tree trunk, chattering nonstop. Chatter chatter, squeak squeak. After finishing the remaining cookies, the monkey felt completely satisfied. Since it was born, the best food it had ever eaten was this cookie. It had no special powers, but it was delicious, and it had completely captivated it. "Want more?" Wei Xiaosu saw this and felt very happy. He waved the cookie in his hand, clearly indicating his intention. The golden silk monkey was not an ordinary creature. It was very intelligent, even smarter than humans, so it understood Wei Xiaosu's meaning instantly. Chatter chatter. The monkey made a strange call and started jumping from branch to branch. It plucked bright red peaches and threw them to Wei Xiaosu without hesitation. "I'm finally going to get rich." He had heard that there were treasures everywhere in the ruins. Wei Xiaosu originally thought it was all a lie, but now he realized it was true. The ruins are very dangerous, full of hidden threats. One wrong move could be deadly. But if you are strong enough or lucky enough, exploring the ruins can bring countless treasures. Wei Xiaosu even suspects that there are even more valuable treasures in the Endless Forest. If someone told him that the legendary relic's core was inside, he wouldn't find it strange. Of course, Wei Xiaosu has no plans to go back to the forest where the Spider Queen lives, at least not now. While Wei Xiaosu was thinking, the golden silk monkey on the tree had already dropped all the peaches, 53 in total. With the ones he had before, that made 96 peaches a huge gain. "I only have 2 bags of cookies left. The rest, consider it IOU," Wei Xiaosu said, taking out his last 2 bags of cookies from his storage pouch. That made 2.5 bags. Even if he traded 1 cookie for 1 peach, it wouldn't be enough. But he really had no more cookies left. Besides, now the peaches are in his hands. How could he give them back? The golden silk monkey didn't seem to mind. 2.5 bags was 2.5 bags. He decided to eat first. The monkey stuffed cookies into its mouth, piece by piece. The rich milk aroma and the special taste of the cookies made it feel like its soul was soaring. Wei Xiaosu, watching from below, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Seeing a creature eat cookies as if it were eating rare delicacies was quite ridiculous. If he had a big bowl of Master Kong beef noodles, the monkey would probably be so excited it would die on the spot. After giving all the cookies to the monkey, Wei Xiaosu took out a peach to eat. It was a bit luxurious, but he couldn't keep starving himself. After finishing the peach, the monkey also finished all the cookies. Both of them were very satisfied. Wei Xiaosu leaned against the tree trunk and looked at the monkey. "I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me." The monkey grinned at him but didn't say anything. The past few days had worn Wei Xiaosu out physically and mentally. After instructing Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui to guard his safety, he fell into a deep sleep. A moment later, the golden silk monkey secretly looked at Wei Xiaosu, who was sleeping soundly. Its golden eyes flickered, then it jumped a few times and quickly disappeared into the night. Little Shui and Little Chong only gave a brief glance at the departing golden silk demon monkey. Their task was to protect their master's safety. The fact that the biggest nearby threat had left made them feel relieved. Especially Little Shui, who is smarter, felt more pressure. Before the demon monkey left, he kept his hand on his sword handle, ready to draw at any moment. A night without dreams. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wei Xiaosu woke up. He stretched comfortably, feeling refreshed and alert. His tiredness from the past 2 days had completely disappeared. The magical peach and enough sleep had brought his energy back to its best state. Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard a monkey's call above his head. He looked up and saw the golden silk demon monkey staring at him with bright eyes. The monkey seemed excited too. Maybe after a night together, it had become braver. It jumped down from the tree and landed steadily about 1 or 2 meters in front of Wei Xiaosu. This sudden move startled Wei Xiaosu. The little monkey, though small, was very strong. Little Shui and Little Chong immediately stepped in front of Wei Xiaosu to protect him. But it was clear they were overthinking. After landing, the monkey reached out its hand and revealed a strange seed the size of a glass bead in its palm. "Is this for me?" Wei Xiaosu asked cautiously. The monkey nodded and then looked at Little Shui and Little Chong with a dismissive expression, as if to say, "If I really wanted to fight, these 2 little skeletons wouldn't be able to stop me." Seeing that the monkey had no intention of attacking, Wei Xiaosu relaxed. He thought, if the monkey truly had bad intentions, it wouldn't have waited until he woke up. So Wei Xiaosu stepped forward and took the strange seed. As soon as he held it, a faint blue light screen appeared in front of him, visible only to him. Fairy Peach Tree Seed. S-Rank, a magical seed capable of growing an S-Rank fairy peach tree. The description was simple but impressive. This little monkey actually gave him such a precious treasure. When did their relationship become so close? Silently, he took out a pink storage bag and put the seeds inside. The biggest gain from this relic trip was definitely this. "Thanks, little monkey. See you if fate allows." Wei Xiaosu looked like a mischievous uncle who tricks children with candies, then turned to leave. Chirp, the golden silk demon monkey was also stunned. It took out the rare fairy peach tree seeds it had been keeping. That annoying human didn't even share any tasty treats with it. Can I tolerate this? In the next second, the golden silk demon monkey transformed into a streak of golden light and charged at Wei Xiaosu. Such a close distance and such speed, no wonder it was so fast. Even Xiao Chong's skill, spring forward, which can instantly reach a target, wouldn't be fast enough. Bang! Wei Xiaosu was originally excited about gaining the fairy peach tree seeds, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He was thrown forward like a cannonball. Handsome, Xiao Shu, seeing his master attacked unexpectedly, was furious. He drew his long sword and launched fierce, terrifying sword beams at the golden silk demon monkey. Both sides relied on agility, moving so quickly that Xiao Shu, the bodyguard, couldn't get involved. In the end, he had to turn and run toward his master. Ugh, that hurts so much. Wei Xiaosu was kicked dozens of meters away unexpectedly, feeling like his internal organs were shifting. But he was also surprised. Although that mischievous monkey kicked him away, he wasn't seriously hurt. This meant the monkey had held back. Otherwise, that kick would have been deadly, or at least left him injured. Of course, killing Wei Xiaosu was impossible. His summoning space still had hundreds of thousands of workers. He wouldn't die until all his workers were gone. Xiao Shu, Come back, Wei Xiaosu shouted loudly into the distance. Hearing his voice, Xiaoshu launched another sword to force the golden silk demon monkey back. Then he leaped a few times and returned to Wei Xiaosu's side. Chirp! The golden silk demon monkey followed closely, but under Xiaoshu's fierce gaze, it stopped about 50 meters away. Then, the golden silk demon monkey stretched out its hand and chattered nonstop. Although I couldn't understand it, Wei Xiaosu felt that the monkey was asking him to return the seed of the fairy peach tree. But that was clearly impossible. Returning the seed? Never in this lifetime. Maybe I should just kill this hairy monkey. Wei Xiaosu started to consider the possibility of taking him out. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt it would be difficult. The only one who could keep up with the golden silk demon monkey's speed was Little Handsome. But in a one-on-one fight, Little Handsome could only fight evenly, maybe even slightly worse. But Wei Xiaosu could be more ruthless. He could summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton mages to surround the area. No matter how fast the monkey was, it would just wear itself out. Still, that would cause a big commotion and might attract other unknown dangers. Who knew if there were even more powerful beings in this strange oasis? Wait, could this hairy monkey be trying to trade the seed for cookies? Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu had a funny thought. Considering yesterday's experience of trading the fairy peach for Oreo cookies, he thought this was probably the same situation. Wei Xiaosu grimaced. He really regretted not buying more cookies before entering the ruins. After a few seconds of thinking, Wei Xiaosu said, I can't give you the seed back, but I promise I will bring you something tasty if I get the chance. Chirp chirp, the golden silk demon monkey bared its teeth at Wei Xiaosu, clearly not trusting the human's empty promises. Hey, you little bee monkey. Wei Xiaosu was about to start another argument with the monkey, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt a wave of deathly dread. Little Handsome, Little Chong. Wei Xiaosu's face changed as he shouted loudly. In an instant, Little Handsome activated his defensive skill, a sword energy shield, and Little Chong held his shield in front of him. Almost at the same time, a dark red beam of light shot toward him with unstoppable power. The dark red beam first struck the sword energy shield, but in just 1 second, the shield shattered completely. The dark red light beam continued to be powerful, hitting Xiao Shuai's shield. Although it couldn't break the shield immediately, the strong impact caused Xiao Chong, Wei Xiaosu, and Xiao Shuai behind him to be knocked back and fly away. A deep roar sounded from afar. Unlike the sharp cry of the Spider Queen, this roar resembled the growl of a fierce beast. The powerful impact sent Wei Xiaosu flying backward, smashing through several large trees about the size of buckets along the way. Splash! Wei Xiaosu spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly weakened. Not only he, but Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong also suffered serious injuries. Especially Xiao Chong. He faced the terrifying dark red shockwave directly, and even his shield was shattered into pieces, which was very frightening. Chirp! The golden silk demon monkey's eyes were full of fear. It was about to turn and run away, but it seemed to remember something. It quickly rushed toward the fallen Wei Xiaosu, grabbed his arm, and started to run wildly. Summon. Retreat. Wei Xiaosu didn't resist or struggle. He let the golden silk demon monkey drag him away. Before that, he endured the pain and recalled Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong back to safety. What was that thing? Just as Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chong disappeared, another dark red shockwave struck again. This shockwave targeted the place where they had just been. Boom! The dark red shockwave hit the ground and exploded into a towering fireball. The explosion's power was so great that it made him feel shocked. Roar! The monster, which had missed its attack, seemed very angry. It was surprised that the two humanoid skeletons disappeared so suddenly, but it wasn't interested in knowing how. After a deafening roar, the monster finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a colorful tiger with a single horn on its head. The tiger was huge, at least over 5 meters tall, a true giant beast. Insight technique. Demon Tiger King, level 3, Beast Commander level 40, Strength, 7380, Agility, 7855, Constitution, 8620, Spirit, 3488. Hiss! Wow! When Wei Xiaosu saw the attribute panel of that colorful fierce tiger, he froze. It was another level 3 peak Beast Commander level monster. And based on the data on the panel, this tiger is even stronger than the Spider Queen. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Wei Xiaosu's face darkened like a pot. Why is my luck so bad? Just escaped from the Spider Queen's chase, and now I meet an even stronger Tiger Demon King. This is terrible. Roar the Tiger Demon King behind him had no intention of letting Wei Xiaosu go. After a brief hesitation, it quickly charged forward. So fast, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in shock, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Let me go? You can't outrun me. Wei Xiaosu broke free from the golden silk demon monkey. Then, dark energy spread from his hands, and in an instant, a large skull pig appeared. Run! Wei Xiaosu jumped onto Peiqi's back, then pulled the golden silk demon monkey up. Normally, Peiqi's speed is similar to the monkey's, but Peiqi has a speed boost skill. Wild Charge. Wei Xiaosu commanded Peiqi to activate the skill. It was originally used to attack enemies, but now it's only for escaping. When the skill activated, Peiqi's speed doubled, finally matching the relentless pursuit of the Tiger Demon King behind. But that's not enough. Peiqi's skill lasts only 5 minutes. When time runs out, the Tiger King will catch up instantly. I have to use a crowd tactic again to buy time. Wei Xiaosu felt tired. Summon. While running wildly, he activated the skill to summon skeleton mages. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the blink of an eye, dense groups of skeleton mages appeared where Wei Xiaosu had run through. Over 100,000 skeleton mages appeared simultaneously, stretching as far as the eye could see. Roar the Tiger Demon King was startled by the sudden appearance of many skeleton mages, but when it sensed the faint aura emanating from those skeleton monsters, it immediately became angry. It thought of itself as the mighty Tiger Demon King, the true ruler of the oasis. Just moments ago, it even considered fleeing, which was a huge shame. Then, the Tiger Demon King opened its terrifying mouth, and a dark red glow began to gather. After 2 or 3 seconds, a shockwave shot out instantly, crushing all the skeleton monsters in front of it. Just as the Tiger Demon King was about to continue chasing along the path it had cleared, it froze and stood still. In its tiger eyes, there was confusion and shock, but mostly there was excitement. If Wei Xiaosu were here, he would definitely see that the Tiger Demon King's expression right now was exactly the same as when the Spider Queen unexpectedly broke through yesterday. The Tiger Demon King looked at the endless sea of skeleton mages and roared with excitement. Then, surprisingly, it ignored Wei Xiaosu and the golden silk monkey, who were trying to escape, and instead charged into the skeleton army to fight wildly. Soon, the Tiger Demon King felt its energy reaching a limit. It stopped fighting and collapsed onto the vast desert, letting the skeleton mages' attacks land on it. It was extremely satisfied. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaosu and the golden silk monkey were running wildly. After Peiqi's skill effect wore off, he finally had time to look back. When he saw that the Tiger Demon King was no longer behind him, he finally let out a long breath and muttered, There's a Spider Queen to the south and a Tiger Demon King to the north. Sure enough, there was no safe zone in the ruins. His current strength was nothing more than that of an ant to a regional overlord, unable to cause any waves. But what puzzled Wei Xiaosu was why the Tiger Demon King suddenly attacked him. That was very strange. What was even more strange was that the golden silk monkey actually saved him and ran out of the oasis with him, which was very bizarre. The golden silk monkey also exhaled a long breath, looking exhausted. It patted its chest and chattered, not knowing what it was saying. Hey, why are you running out with me? Wei Xiaosu asked suspiciously, narrowing his eyes and staring at the little monkey beside him. The golden silk demon monkey immediately started chattering loudly, seeming very unhappy, but Wei Xiaosu didn't understand a word. Communication between these two species was really frustrating, especially since one couldn't speak at all, which made it even more annoying. But in the next second, Wei Xiaosu had a bright idea. He thought of a way to communicate normally, and this method was completely safe and beneficial. Namely, a contract pet. A pet can be seen as a special kind of summoned creature. The level of a summoned creature depends on its master, but a pet does not have this restriction. Of course, there are pros and cons. If a pet dies, it is truly gone forever, unlike a summoned creature that can be revived. Usually, summoners don't bother contracting pets. Instead, they prefer to train their summoned creatures more. Ha ha ha, little monkey, come here. Let's make a deal. Wei Xiaosu said mischievously, chirping and chattering. The golden silk demon monkey was originally scolding Wei Xiaosu loudly, but when it saw the mischievous smile on his face, it became a bit timid. Little monkey, Wei Xiaosu signaled Peiqi to stop, then turned around on Peiqi's broad back and continued smiling. How about we make a trade? Chirp. The golden silk demon monkey took a few steps back, looking very cautious. Although it couldn't understand what kind of deal this sneaky human was talking about, it saw from his expression and eyes that he had bad intentions. Wei Xiaosu jumped down from Peiqi's back, crossed his arms, and looked up at the sky with a smile, showing his white teeth. Little monkey, have you ever tasted braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, mushroom chicken noodles, pickled vegetable beef noodles, golden soup beef noodles, or spicy pepper beef noodles? Wei Xiaosu listed dozens of flavors of instant noodles in one breath. Not only the golden silk demon monkey, but even he himself felt his stomach protesting. Although the golden silk demon monkey had never seen these so-called instant noodles, it could imagine how delicious they must be. After all, this annoying human said that instant noodles are 10 times tastier than cookies. Seeing the monkey's interest, Wei Xiaosu quickly seized the opportunity and said, Little monkey, let's make a contract. You become my pet, and I will take you away from here. Later, you'll enjoy good food and drinks with me. How about it? Chirp. The golden silk demon monkey also jumped down from Peiqi's back, seeming very excited. Did it agree? Wei Xiaosu was surprised as well. He thought it would take some convincing, but this mischievous monkey was easily fooled, or rather, persuaded. Overall, he was quite surprised. Wei Xiaosu only learned how to make a pet contract last week, and now was the time to put that knowledge into practice. He took out a small knife, cut his finger and the monkey's finger, and each of them dripped blood. Then he began to use a secret method to establish a contract. Of course, forming a pet contract requires the pet's consent, so it's usually impossible to force one. Under the temptation of dozens of flavors of instant noodles, the monkey didn't cause any trouble. The contract was smoothly signed without any issues. Congratulations! You have successfully signed a master-servant contract with Golden Silk Demon Monkey. As your pet, it will unconditionally obey all your commands, and you must provide it with various flavors of instant noodles. Ha ha! When the contract was successfully signed, Wei Xiaosu burst out laughing happily. If anyone knew he had obtained a monkey capable of fighting beyond its level just with some instant noodles, they would probably be so jealous they'd cry. Golden Silk Demon Monkey, Level 3, Leader Grade, Level 35, Strength 2610, Agility 3714, Constitution 2468, Spirit 2041, Skills, Danger Sense, A, Sharp-Eyed, A, Stick Mastery, A, Danger Sense. A can sense any imminent danger in advance, Sharp-Eyed. A can see through all illusions, magic, and disguises, revealing the truth. Stick Mastery. A can easily learn to use any stick-type weapon and unleash 200% of its power. Impressive. Just a leader-grade monkey, and it already has 3 A-level skills. Looks like it's destined for greatness, Wei Xiaosu exclaimed in shock. All 3 skills are very useful, especially the third one, which made him think of a certain monkey from mythological stories. Foul human, when will you give me the instant noodles you promised? Suddenly, a child's voice echoed in Wei Xiaosu's mind, but he was not surprised because he knew where the voice came from. Don't worry, don't worry. Instant noodles are very precious, but no matter what our relationship is, after I go out, I will sell everything I have just to get you a few packs, Wei Xiaosu said with great righteousness. All right, I guess you still have some conscience. The golden-haired monkey nodded happily. Then, Wei Xiaosu had another idea and asked, Do you have a name? No, from now on, let's call you Great Sage. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Great Sage? Sounds good, but that's not important. Just remember, I am the Great Sage, and my instant noodles are what matter. Wei Xiaosu's plan worked perfectly, and he felt very happy. He reached out and patted the soft head of the Great Sage, then asked, By the way, Great Sage, do you know where that Tiger Demon King came from? Why did it attack us? The Great Sage hesitated, seeming to have something difficult to say. Could it be because of you? Wei Xiaosu looked at it in shock. Sure enough, maybe it couldn't bear Wei Xiaosu's gaze or thought there was no point hiding it, so it spilled everything. The seed I gave you earlier was something I secretly borrowed from the Tiger Demon King last night, the great sage mumbled softly. Wei Xiaosu's face twitched. Borrowed. That clearly means stolen. Although he was internally criticizing, Wei Xiaosu still gave the great sage a big thumbs up and praised. Good job. Next time we go out, I'll add some ham sausage to the instant noodles. 2 sticks. The great sage. Wow W. Then, the two, riding on Peppa Pig, started wandering aimlessly in the desert. Wei Xiaosu didn't know where to go or how to leave the ruins, but he couldn't stay in one place forever. Along the way, he saw many bodies of people. Most were badly damaged, some missing heads, some dismembered, and others reduced to white bones. Wei Xiaosu sighed in his heart, but he had become somewhat numb. The only thing he could do was kill more monsters, hoping to avenge them. Of course, Wei Xiaosu himself was very inexperienced. He needed at least 30% more experience points to use the mysterious white bone finger to improve Xiao Shuai's level. Fortunately, there weren't many bugs in the desert. He was lucky enough to encounter a small bug swarm, about 10,000 attacking insects. This battle was intense and dramatic. Wei Xiaosu used all his remaining resources and finally won with difficulty. Xiaoing was once again named the MVP and best teammate of this battle. Because of this large-scale encounter, Wei Xiaosu's level rose to 29, and he also used extra experience points to help Xiao Shuai advance 3 levels in a row. Levels: Boss, Beast General, Lord, King. Xiao Shuai, second stage, King level. Level: 29 Strength, 10,111 Agility, 14,055 Constitution, 11,285 Spirit, 10,035 Skills, Space-Breaking Origin, S level, Space-Breaking Sword, Chi/B level, Sword Chi Shield, B level, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, B level. Reaching level 29 with all 4 attributes over 10,000 is quite a miracle. Not only did the attributes increase significantly, but his 2 original skills also upgraded from E level to B level, greatly boosting their power. Especially the Sword Chi Shield, which became so strong that even Xiaoming's cannonball couldn't shake it at all. It's incredibly solid. Besides the 2 skills improving, Xiao Shuai also mastered a new skill called 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. We won't discuss its power now, but when used, the swords made of energy that fill the sky are truly impressive and cool. Thanks to Xiao Shuai, Wei Xiaosu felt a bit safer in this dangerous ruins. As long as he avoided bug swarms or dominant monsters in certain areas, he had little to fear. Of course, by now, Xiao Shuai's 4 attributes already outclassed the Queen Spider and the Tiger Demon King. But after past experiences, Wei Xiaosu no longer fully trusted those 4 attributes. Time quickly passed. Unknowingly, Wei Xiaosu had been wandering in the desert for a full 3 days. His skin was now dark and dry, his clothes tattered, his face covered in dust, and his hair was a messy nest. His shoes were especially worn out. A couple of days ago, during a fight with a tough insect, he accidentally poked 2 holes in the top of his shoes. It was quite sad. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope. On the evening of the 7th day after entering the ruins, he suddenly saw a figure moving behind a distant sand dune. Besides the first 2 days, Wei Xiaosu hadn't seen any other people for 4 days. Humans are social creatures, and not seeing anyone made him feel very lonely and uncomfortable. Wei Xiaosu called back Peiqi, Xiao Shuai, and Xiaoqian from his summoning space. Then he walked on foot toward the distant sand dune. Saint, meanwhile, was lying on his head, bored, looking around. After about 10 minutes, Wei Xiaosu climbed over a sand dune and finally saw a large group of people behind it. Not just a few, not dozens, but over 1,000 people. Most of these people were injured, some lying on the ground, barely breathing. Without quick help, they probably wouldn't survive long. About 70% are students from the Magic Academy, and the remaining 30% are soldiers, Wei Xiaosu muttered as he looked at them. It's really a tragedy. Suddenly, he saw 3 familiar skull boars among the crowd. When he looked closer, he realized those were his own skeleton unicorn boars. Next to these 3 boars were familiar faces: Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, and Zhang Hai, people he had saved a few days ago. Honestly, these days' experiences made Wei Xiaosu feel like everyone below level 3 might die, except for him. But surprisingly, Many people had survived. He couldn't help but think they were very lucky. While Wei Xiaosu was watching, Zhou Xiang also looked over and saw him. Recognizing him instantly, Zhou Xiang shouted happily, "Wow, it's the boss. The boss is here." Though a bit dirty, if cleaned up, it's definitely the boss, Li Qing said, turning his head in surprise. "Look at the boss's head. Does he have a monkey on it?" "So cool," Zhang Hai whispered excitedly. After confirming Wei Xiaosu's identity, the three of them immediately ran over, leading a skeleton unicorn boar. They saw him as their savior, first helping them deal with over a dozen attacking insects, then bravely attracting the terrifying spider queen away. They would remember this kindness for a lifetime. Of course, if they knew that Wei Xiaosu actually wanted to use them as bait, thinking a dying comrade is better than a poor one, they might not have been so excited. Zhang Hai was the first to reach Wei Xiaosu and asked excitedly, "Boss, did you come alone?" Looking at these three lucky guys, Wei Xiaosu felt a bit speechless. He also couldn't understand what the Spider Queen was thinking. She didn't chase anyone else, only him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. "I'm afraid one person might scare you to death," Wei Xiaosu replied irritably. Zhang Hai. The three looked at each other, sensing that this big shot was full of resentment, but they had never offended him. That didn't make sense. Seeing their confused faces, Wei Xiaosu was too lazy to argue further. After all, it was his own plan to set a trap, but he ended up trapping himself. No one to blame but himself. So he asked, "What are you all doing gathered here?" While more people meant more strength, too many could also trigger a monster counterattack, like the overwhelming tide of insects he faced on the first day. "Boss, yesterday someone found the core formation eye of this relic not far from here," Zhou Xiang explained. Core formation eye? Wei Xiaosu's eyes lit up instantly. It was like heaven opening its eyes. He had finally found the location of the core formation eye. He couldn't stay in this broken relic any longer. "Yes, boss. The person who discovered the core formation eye is a top-tier expert from Bangzi country, but he has already died. Even a top-tier expert can't get the core formation eye alone. The monster guarding the core formation eye is a mother insect, commanding over 1,000,000 various bugs. The lowest level are second-tier elite attacking insects, and there are even some powerful third-tier tank insects. Yesterday, over 10,000 of our people from Huaxia, more than 40,000 from Bangzi, and another 40,000 from the island nation attacked the mother insect together. But the battle was devastating, and in the end, they failed to seize the core formation eye." Listening to the explanations from the three people, Wei Xiaosu's expression also became strange. This time, the entrance to the ruins was actually open in both the Korean and Japanese countries at the same time. Isn't there over 10,000 people? Why are there only just over 1,000 here now? Could it be? But before Wei Xiaosu could finish speaking, Li Qing shook his head and explained, "That's not the case. We are fewer in number, and we have fewer experts, so we're kind of lazy. It's mainly the Korean and Japanese teams going ahead, so the casualties aren't high. Now, we've divided into 10 areas, keeping an eye on the bugs' movements. Also, although the bugs are several times more numerous than us, our human side has many more level 3 experts, hundreds of times more. Especially the Korean and Japanese teams. They probably got information from our Chinese country, so they are well prepared. Almost everyone is level 3. The battle yesterday was just a close call, with both sides suffering injuries. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu nodded secretly. Although level 3 is called an expert, it's just an early-stage professional. Even small countries like Korea and Japan can easily gather tens of thousands of level 3 experts. Wow, 70 or 80,000 level 3 experts, and they still couldn't take the core position in one go. That mother bug is quite something, Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Although he was also following a fierce attack style, if those 70 or 80,000 level 3 experts came after him, even with 1,000,000 skeleton minions, he might be wiped out completely. "Boss, tomorrow morning we'll launch the second attack. When that happens, we just follow behind Korea and Japan and cheer 666. Just don't be impulsive," Li Qing kindly reminded. After all, they were just a group of unlucky students, with an average strength below level 2, and very few level 3 experts. Participating in such a big battle could be deadly if they weren't careful. Wei Xiaosu nodded gently. He wasn't a proud person and agreed with Li Qing. Currently, in the ruins, China is weak, so there's no need to fight for the core position. Even though everyone is now friendly and working together against the enemy, if China's people get hold of that thing, it could instantly become the target of everyone's anger. Out in the world, the Chinese Empire wouldn't fear any organization or force, but in this ruins, they are indeed the weakest. Wei Xiaosu touched his stomach and asked boldly. Lately, he had only been eating peaches, and his mouth was almost full of peach pits. Even though peaches are rare treasures, eating only them is quite tiring. Yes, said Zhou Xiang first when he heard the boss wanted food, then took out a huge roasted rat from his storage bag. This. A few minutes later, Wei Xiaosu let out a full burp, smelling something delicious. Although it looked exactly like a rat, it tasted like beef. He ate happily this meal. To thank the 3 loyal followers for the rat meat feast, Wei Xiaosu gave each of them a fairy peach, making them very excited. Wei Xiaosu's arrival didn't cause any change at the temporary camp. Besides Zhou Xiang and the others, he didn't know anyone else there. I wonder how Nanji, Pei Qian, and Senior Liu Yang are doing. Have they encountered any danger? Wei Xiaosu lay on the ground, looking up at the dark, deep sky, whispering to himself. Then, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He sighed longingly. Su Xiaoqing, I hope you're safe too. Night fell deeper. Wei Xiaosu released little Shua to protect himself, and then fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. In a daze, he seemed to hear shouting and yelling, which made him frown. Something's wrong. The insect army is coming. At first, Wei Xiaosu was annoyed by the noise disturbing his sleep, but when he heard about the insect army, his mind suddenly became clear. He quickly jumped up from the ground and looked into the distance. Fire, sword flashes, and lightning kept exploding in the dark night. So many insects, so many that he couldn't see the edge. Wei Xiaosu grabbed the still sleeping great sage and scolded him angrily. What are you sleeping for? Get up and fight. He wasn't planning to run away alone tonight. At least before everyone else was dead, he wouldn't allow himself to escape. Or even if he managed to escape tonight, it would only be delaying death. Even a united force of 100,000 couldn't take the core stronghold. What could he do alone? So tonight's battle was unavoidable. It was a fight of races, a fight for life and death. Little handsome, let's go. Wei Xiaosu took out his iron shovel and quickly joined the battle. These elite attack insects, only at level 2, could be easily dealt with by Wei Xiaosu in just a few moves. For Little Handsome, a single sword strike could wipe out a group. However, most of the temporary battlefield was occupied by level 1 students and soldiers, who were clearly weaker than the attack insects. No, there are at least 10,000 attack insects. In this chaos, Xiaoming definitely can't fight. With just me and Little Handsome, we might not be able to kill all the insects before everyone is overwhelmed. Wei Xiaosu chopped off the head of an attack insect with his shovel, looking very grim. Just as he was thinking of a plan, suddenly, a student nearby accidentally got caught by the sharp front limbs of an insect, which cut through his body. Blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. I don't want to die. Before the student could finish speaking, the insect struck again, piercing through his head. It then stepped on the corpse and roared happily, celebrating its victory. Zhang Hai, F you, I'll kill you. Wei Xiaosu watched in shock as the scene unfolded nearby. The student who was killed was none other than Zhang Hai from their team. After Zhang Hai was killed, Zhou Xiang and Li Qing went berserk. They started attacking the insects around them desperately. 1, 10, 20. Both Zhou Xiang and Li Qing, also at level 2, were much stronger than the insects. But even their strength had limits. Facing countless enemies, they were soon on the verge of collapse. Just when they thought they would die, suddenly, a sword light flashed. It swept through a 10-meter radius around them, killing all the insects into pieces. Zhou Xiang, Li Qing, retreat to the back and rest. Leave the rest to me. Wei Xiaosu's voice was calm but cold. Big brother, you want to avenge Haizi? Tears streamed down their faces. Their close friend had been killed. They only hated that they weren't strong enough to destroy the monsters in front of them. After speaking, the two followed Wei Xiaosu's instructions to move to the back for repairs. But suddenly, the ground beneath them began to sink. Before they could react, a blazing fire column ignited them. Ah, big boss, help! A sharp, painful scream rang out immediately. Wei Xiaosu, who had just left less than 2 seconds earlier, turned back instantly. In that moment, he saw a scene that made his soul burn with anger. Dreaded tank bug. The giant insect emerging from the ground was a monster known from movies, called the tank bug. This bug is about 4 times larger than a typical attack insect. Its entire body is covered with a black shell, making it invulnerable to weapons. The most frightening part is that it can spit fire at extremely high temperatures, capable of melting spaceship alloys in a very short time. Roar the tank bug let out an excited roar. Killing Zhou Xiang and Li Qing was just a small task for it. Tonight, its mission was not only to kill these two, but to wipe out all humans at this temporary base. You really deserve to die. Wei Xiaosu's voice was cold, and his eyes were as icy as winter frost. In recent days, he had seen many die, but this was the first time he saw someone he knew die right in front of him. Their last moments, full of regret, fear, and screams, hit him like a heavy hammer, making him feel terrible. Die for me, Wei Xiaosu shouted angrily. Then he transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the huge tank bug. Compared to the bug's size, he looked tiny, almost like one of the insects himself. Especially when Wei Xiaosu's furious strike landed, only a few scratches remained on the hard black shell of the tank bug. He realized the gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Why is it so hard? Wei Xiaosu was shocked that his attack failed. He quickly retreated and used his insight ability to analyze the situation. Tank bug, level 3, boss level, level 40, strength, 6380, agility, 3855, constitution, 7620, spirit, 1288. It's a level 3 peak boss monster, still relying on strength and defense. Wei Xiaosu cursed. Roar immediately, the tank bug let out a deafening roar. Although its last attack didn't break its shell, it was really painful. In the next moment, the tank bug opened its large mouth again, faint light appearing inside. But just at this critical moment, a brilliant black sword light suddenly appeared, rushing toward the massive body of the tank bug with unstoppable force. Clang! Clang! The sword light struck the tank bug. In just a moment, the black shell that Wei Xiaosu couldn't break before started cracking. The terrifying sword energy easily shattered its defenses. Roar the tank bug was injured by the sword energy, and its fiery attack was interrupted, giving Wei Xiaosu a chance to escape. Little Shua, take it down, Wei Xiaosu shouted. Actually, he didn't need to give the order, because Little Shua had already launched a second sword energy, targeting the same spot. The tank bug relied on strength and defense, so it couldn't dodge the sword energy. In the next second, the sword light burst out, with cracking sounds, and along with the tank bug's screams, the sword light broke through its defenses, destroying its internal organs. Boom! The huge body of the tank bug fell heavily to the ground. This newly appeared level 3 peak boss monster was defeated before it could show its true power. Well done! Wei Xiaosu gave a thumbs up to Little Shua, who was still holding a pose nearby. Although Little Shua was only level 2, its high realm made it powerful. A level 2 king could easily defeat a level 3 boss. Pretty impressive, right? Looking at the corpse of the tank bug, Wei Xiaosu's hands itched again. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time to dig a hole and bury it. After all, the tank bug was too big. Even if he was skilled, it would take him at least half an hour to deal with it. Hey, by the way, I can use storage bags to put away the bodies. One bag isn't enough, so I'll use several. Wei Xiaosu suddenly brightened his eyes, then took out 10 storage bags and handed them to Xiao Shuai. He said, cut this big bug into small pieces and pack them in the bags. I have a big use for it. Xiao Shuai, while posing dramatically, Xiao Shuai's skeleton was stunned. It looked in disbelief at the 10 storage bags being handed to it, almost crying with frustration. But it had to follow its owner's orders. Besides, among those present, only it could cut the tank bug, so it couldn't even find a substitute. Wei Xiaosu ignored Xiao Shuai, who was busy, and led Dasheng, Xiaoqiang, and Peiqi to continue fighting on the battlefield. They couldn't handle the tank bugs, but ordinary attack bugs weren't much of a challenge. Tank bug, there's a tank bug over there. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly in the dark. Just after the shout, a burst of fierce flames erupted from afar, lighting up the sky within 100 meters. Along with the flames, there were countless screams and wails. Wei Xiaosu looked up with a frown. He didn't have time to think much and quickly led a few high-level workers to rush forward. With Xiaoqiang and Peiqi helping, they couldn't defeat the tank bug, but holding out for a while was no problem. As soon as Xiao Shui had a moment to spare, defeating any tank bug would only take 2 swings. However, just as Wei Xiaosu approached the tank bug, he saw a tall, rugged man about 2 meters tall running over. The man wore a Magic University uniform, clearly also from the Magic University. That's Senior Lu Taizhu. Great, we're saved. Senior Lu Taizhu, do you think you can handle it? No problem at all. That tank bug, I must kill it. The student called Lu Taizhu stared at the rampaging tank bug, but there was no time to say much. Everyone, take the injured to the back. I'll deal with this bug. After speaking, the rugged Lu Taizhu drew his weapons, a pair of large, black iron hammers. The hammers had no decorations, but looked extremely fierce. Disgusting bug die. Lu Taizhu held a giant hammer in each hand, stomped his legs the ground, and leapt 10 meters into the air. Roar the tank insect seemed to sense the threat Lu Taizhu posed. It stopped attacking the ordinary students and focused all its attention on this human. Bang bang roar, 2 heavy hits sounded, accompanied by the tank insect's mournful cry. Clearly visible, its back was deeply dented. Lu Taizhu's double hammer strikes were powerful and forceful. Even though they didn't break the shell, the immense strength caused significant internal injuries. However, the tank insect was not easy to deal with or kill. The strength difference between them was small, so it would take some time to determine the winner. Phew, lucky. Senior Lu Taizhu is really strong, able to face a tank insect alone. Now I don't have to take risks, Wei Xiaosu said calmly. Just as he relaxed, suddenly, a patch of sandy ground nearby collapsed. With a roar, a third tank insect crawled out. Wow, Wei Xiaosu cursed silently. He couldn't continue to slack off now. It was a 2-on-1 situation. Without his help, Lu Taizhu probably wouldn't last a minute. Senior Lu Taizhu, I'll help you, Wei Xiaosu shouted. Then he turned to his friends and said, Xiaoqiang, Peiqi, go hold back the tank insect that just came out. I'll go help Lu Taizhu and try to take down one. Run now. This isn't something you can handle. Lu Taizhu refused without looking back. He was the only level 3 expert at this gathering point, so there was no need to guess who was coming. Roar the tank insect, dazed from Lu Taizhu's hammer, cheered excitedly when it saw its companion arrive. This annoying human was really tough. It even felt that it might not be his match. If they kept fighting, it might end up losing. But now, with backup, how could they lose in a 2-on-1? So, the tank insect started attacking recklessly, trying to hold Lu Taizhu back and prevent him from escaping. Another one is here, Lu Taizhu's face darkened. Just one tank insect required all his strength. Now another one appeared. How could he win? Do you want to escape? Lu Taizhu's attack was pushed back again. He steadied himself and thought about fleeing, but when he saw his classmates still fighting the monster in the distance, he let out a long sigh. Fine. Only mad warriors die in battle. There are no cowards who run away. After saying that, Lu Taizhu surprisingly started howling at the sky. Then, blood-red energy gathered around him. Mysteriously, wounds appeared on his skin, and blood flowed non-stop. In just a few breaths, Lu Taizhu looked like a bloodied person. His eyes turned bright red. He held a giant hammer and laughed wildly. Haha, everyone must die today. Watch me smash you all into meat pies. In the next moment, Lu Taizhu transformed into a streak of red light, moving at least twice as fast as before. His strength, speed, and body became much stronger. He had been evenly matched with the tank bug earlier, but now he was crushing it easily. Wow, he's a berserker. That's a rare class, and one of the top 3 rare high-level classes, Wei Xiaosu said in shock. Berserkers have a special skill called Frenzy. When activated, their power instantly doubles. If they understand the skill deeply, it can increase their strength tenfold. But this kind of sudden boost also has a cost. Today, Lu Taizhu might not die in battle, but he could be bettered in for a month afterward. Seeing this, Wei Xiaosu didn't dare go near Lu Taizhu anymore. Instead, he turned to the tank bug fighting Xiaoqiang and Peiqi. The berserker's frenzy skill made him too aggressive, and Wei Xiaosu was worried he might accidentally be mistaken for a monster and get crushed by Lu Taizhu. The tank bug was indeed very strong, but defeating it wasn't easy, especially since Xiaoqiang's defense was so high. As long as he didn't face the fire attack head-on, it wasn't very dangerous. Moreover, Wei Xiaosu's goal wasn't to kill the tank bug, but just to hold it back. Whether Lu Taizhu kills the other one or Xiao Shui comes to help, this encounter would be considered a win. Die for me. Not far away, Lu Tiezhu's continuous attacks finally broke through the tank bug's tough shell. Then, with one more strike, he smashed its head, killing it completely. When the giant tank insect fell, Lu Tiezhu's breath suddenly grew much stronger. His fierce skill had already reached the second level, allowing him to boost his strength for a short time after killing an enemy. Kill all these bugs. Lu Taizhu turned his head toward Wei Xiaosu. In his crazy, bloodthirsty eyes, there was a rare hint of surprise. Then, Lu Taizhu transformed into a red streak of light and rushed toward the last tank insect. Junior, you're really good. I'll handle the rest. Okay, Wei Xiaosu replied wisely. Since he couldn't use his powerful summon, Xiaoming, he really had no good way to deal with the tank insect. With his strength once again increased, Lu Taizhu found it much easier to fight the tank insect. In less than a minute, he smashed the creature's head into pieces. Junior, thank you this time. If you hadn't helped hold back one of the tank insects, I might have been killed, Lu Taizhu said gruffly. Wei Xiaosu waved his hand and said, No need to thank me, senior. It's also thanks to you. Otherwise, many people would have died just now. Anyway, thanks a lot. If I survive, let's meet again when we have time. Now I need to go kill those bugs. After saying that, Lu Taizhu turned to charge into the monster swarm. But just as he turned around, Wei Xiaosu suddenly spoke. Senior, can you do me a favor? Lu Taizhu looked confused. I heard that berserkers have loud voices. Can you help me tell everyone something? Lu Taizhu. All right, his voice really is loud, especially now that he's in a berserk state. With one shout, no one within several kilometers can miss it. Next, Wei Xiaosu repeated what he wanted to say, and Lu Taizhu looked at him in shock. Really? Can it work? Lu Taizhu wasn't too sure. Trust me, Senior Lu Taizhu. I promise no one else will die, Wei Xiaosu said confidently. Finally, Lu Taizhu gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Then, he took a deep breath, roared at the sky, and shouted, Everyone listen up. I am Lu Taizhu. Cease fighting now and run south. Don't worry about the monsters chasing you. Soon, skeleton monsters will help delay your escape. Remember, skeleton monsters are allies. Skeleton monsters are allies. In the originally noisy battlefield filled with constant shouts and fighting, suddenly everything fell silent. Everyone was confused. If they tried to run, how could they outrun the bugs? Plus, they had injured people with them. And what was the deal with the skeleton monsters being allies? But soon, everyone understood. Black mist started to appear on the battlefield, and one by one, pale skeleton monsters emerged from the fog. Seeing this, the crowd was first stunned, then cheered happily. Senior Lu Taizhu hadn't lied. They really had skeleton monsters to help them. Everyone began to fight and retreat at the same time, carrying the injured and rushing south. The bugs trying to chase them were stopped by the skeleton monsters. Before long, only the skeleton monsters and the attacking bugs remained on the battlefield. Wei Xiaosu took a deep breath and smiled, saying, Xiaoming, let's show our art now. Ababa. Xiaoming had been waiting for this command. Excited, it loaded its rocket launcher and started another round of wild, indiscriminate shooting. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and huge explosions swept across the entire battlefield. Neither the skeleton mages nor the attacking bugs could survive such powerful blasts. After 3 minutes, the crazy Xiaoming was stopped by Wei Xiaosu. Lu Taizhu stood there blankly, staring at the scorched earth in silence for a long time. There were over 10,000 attacking bugs, completely wiped out in just 3 minutes. Was he crazy, or was this world crazy? What puzzled him even more was that his junior, standing beside him, could summon tens of thousands of skeleton monsters and use them as bait. That was a bold move indeed. Senior Lu Taizhu, the situation here is under control. Should we go help the other strongholds? Wei Xiaosu asked. No need, Lu Taizhu replied directly, surprising Wei Xiaosu. He explained, other strongholds have many third-tier experts, but our stronghold only has me. Well, and you, Junior. If we leave, what about everyone else? If more bugs come, they'll be doomed. Wei Xiaosu knew that their base was the weakest, so they stayed on the outer edge near the core, with an average strength of level 1, a few at level 2, and 1 at level 3. With such strength, trying to rescue others might result in losing themselves before saving anyone. But in the next moment, Lu Taiju looked over again and said, Junior, your strength is good. You can go support other bases. I need to stay here to protect the safety of the other students. Okay, Wei Xiaosu thought for a moment and agreed. He said goodbye to Lu Taiju and left with a few capable fighters. He wanted to leave for 2 reasons. First, to kill more bugs and save more students. Second, to gain experience points. He was now at level 29 with 88% experience. Just a little more, and he could reach the peak of level 2. If he completed the job of changing his class, he would become a level 3 expert. Lu Tieju's base was the farthest from the core, over dozens of kilometers away in a straight line. Meanwhile, the main human army had already moved deep into the core area, watching carefully. Wei Xiaosu rode Peiqi and hurried quickly. About 15 minutes later, he found another base. This one was in much better shape. He saw more than 10 level 3 experts there. Attack! Wei Xiaosu gave the order and joined the battle immediately. Especially Xiao Shui, who started targeting the tank bugs. Whenever a tank bug appeared, Xiao Shui rushed over and killed it instantly. Soon, the level 3 experts at this base also noticed Xiao Shui. At first, they worried that it was another powerful monster coming from somewhere. But after Xiao Shui killed one tank bug after another, they relaxed. Xiao Shui, let's go. After killing all the tank bugs and freeing up the 10 or so level 3 experts, Wei Xiaosu led Xiao Shui and the skeletons away. As the saying goes, once the task is done, you should quietly leave. Hiding your presence is sometimes the best. Now I have 91% experience. It seems I really need to kill a boss to level up. Wei Xiaosu was very satisfied. Killing a tank bug gave about 0.5% experience. If he fought attack bugs, killing thousands might not even give a 1% increase. That's the difference. Of course, for lower-level players, killing tough insects is definitely more worthwhile. It's like Wei Xiaosu killing a tough insect and gaining only 10 experience points, while a lower-level player might get 100 or even more experience points for the same kill. Next, Wei Xiaosu used his old tricks again. He found several battle points where fights were ongoing. He still directed Little Schwa to focus on killing the tank insects. After more than an hour, he finally reached level 30. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 40 tier 3 tank insect boss, gaining 1.75 million experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased to tier 2, level 30. You receive a 20 bonus to all attributes. The third job transfer quest for the Necromancer, randomly generated 1. Have at least one summoned beast of at least the beast general level, completed. 2. Reach boss level in your realm, not yet achieved. The first 2 job transfer quests were completed instantly, but this time, it seems a bit more difficult. Having a summoned beast of beast general level is no problem. Little Schwa is already at king level. I guess I don't need to worry about the 3rd and 4th job transfers. But reaching boss level myself? Isn't that too hard? Earlier, I used points at school to exchange for a cultivation skill, Mystic Dark Technique. Theoretically, it can support me to reach general level. But since I started practicing that technique, only half a month has passed. Who knows how long it will take to break through? Wei Xiaosu felt a bit headache. His progress was actually fast enough. If he hadn't started practicing the Mystic Dark Technique so recently, he might already be at boss level now. Forget it. I probably won't reach boss level in a short time. I might as well kill more of those insects. Time passed second by second. Wei Xiaosu moved from the outermost base toward the core area, killing insects along the way. He had personally killed no fewer than 50 tank insects. His impressive achievements shocked everyone who had received his help. Whether they were level 1 beginners or level 3 experts, everyone remembered the freshman who could summon undead creatures. Morning arrived. After a whole night of fierce fighting, the insect army retreated. Wei Xiaosu saw firsthand how brutal war could be. Everywhere was scarred, with insect corpses and human bodies scattered everywhere. Finally, the professionals of the Huaxiao Empire announced their withdrawal from the competition, and the Korean and island nations also chose not to interfere. Wei Xiaosu failed to advance smoothly to the third level and was not interested in the core formation I. He followed the main force and retreated to the back lines. During the retreat, he finally found Nanji, Pei Qian, senior brother Liu Yang, and Su Shaoqing. Although everyone was injured, at least they were still alive, right? When the Huaxia Empire entered, there were over 30,000 people, but now only about 10,000 remain alive. Even if some haven't found the main force and are hiding in the wild, how many could there be? Hope those people can kill the mother insect and seize the formation I, Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Last night, the insect army launched a surprise attack. Human strength was weakened, but the original attack plan remained unchanged. In about half an hour, the final would begin. Wei Xiaosu found a quiet place to sit and cultivate. Whether they win or lose, improving his strength was always right. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. The core of the ruins. At this moment, two groups of people gathered here. Their numbers were not large, less than 50,000. The battle last night caused heavy losses. But these 50,000 people each radiated powerful energy, and none were below the third level. Many were not just beginners at the third level. Opposite them were vast swarms of giant insects, estimated to be at least 500,000 in number. A tenfold difference in numbers should have guaranteed victory, but now the situation was that humans were pressing forward, forcing the endless insect horde to retreat. Last night, the insect race lost over 50,000 tank insects. They thought a night raid could wipe out all human experts, but humans had prepared in advance, nearly destroying the high-level insect forces. At the front of the human team, two powerful figures were, enthusiastically, talking. One was a man from Korea named Jin Xianghe, and the other a woman from the island nation named Song Jingyan. Both were peak third-level experts. Xianghe, can you give me the formation I? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Similarly, Aoi Yun threw her crystal ball high into the sky. Instead of falling straight down as expected, the crystal ball hovered in midair, emitting a bright pink glow. Vaguely, above the crystal ball, a shadow of a fox appeared. The shadow was blurry and unclear. Aoi Yun didn't say much. She quickly formed hand signs, and in the next moment, the fox shadow on the crystal ball slowly lifted its proud head. Its enchanting eyes sparkled with dazzling light. Intimidate, Aoi Yun's soft voice sounded. Instantly, the fox shadow's eyes shot out two beams of pink light. After flying a short distance, the beams split into more, multiplying rapidly. 2, 4, 8, 16. In just a few seconds, half the sky was filled with that bright pink light, all targeting the endless army of insects. The pink beams seemed ordinary and harmless, but when they hit the tough shells of the attacking insects, the shells were easily pierced, as fragile as paper. In just a moment, at least 1,000 insects were destroyed. This method was truly terrifying. Ha ha. Every time I see Ms. Kuraishi act, it feels like watching a beautiful painting. It's so stunning. Jin Xianghe laughed and praised. That's not true. Compared to you, Xianghe, my skills are quite modest, Aoi Yun modestly replied. Jin Xianghe didn't say anything more about her humility. He clenched his axe tightly, his eyes sharp. Suddenly, he stomped hard, jumped dozens of meters into the air, and shouted, "Sweep the army!" Swish, he swung his huge axe forward. In the next moment, a giant shadow of the axe, about 100 zhang in size, materialized in the air. The axe, full of unstoppable power, fell into the insect army. Boom! The axe shadow hit the insect army. The closer attacking insects were shattered into powder by the fierce energy. No complete bodies remained where the axe passed. After sweeping over 100 meters, the axe shadow suddenly exploded, destroying hundreds of insects into fragments. Its destructive power was truly incredible. As expected of Xianghe, this time, you might reach the 4th level, Aoi Yun said calmly. It may seem like a question, but the answer is already obvious. Neither she nor Jin Xianghe has reached the peak of the 3rd-tier profession. They are just one step away from becoming mid-level 4th-tier professionals. Ha ha, Mist Songjing, you're flattering me. Aren't you the same? Jin Xianghe landed from the air, smiling broadly. Then, both of them stopped talking because the large army behind them had already begun charging toward the distant insect army. Although the insect army was 10 times larger, humans clearly had the advantage in strength, and much more so. Fireballs, lightning, sword light, summoned beasts, various professions working together, quickly pushed the insect army back. If nothing unexpected happened, they could probably wipe out the entire insect army by the morning. But in a hidden underground cave, a long, soft, white creature about 10 meters long and 3 meters high was controlling a strange object about the size of a ping-pong ball, guarded by a dozen humanoid insect guards. Almost there, just about to mature. Humans, enjoy your last celebration. Deep underground, this large white insect was extremely ugly. It could be called a giant maggot, but it was also the only mother insect in this ruin, with the power to control all the insect soldiers. At this moment, the ugly face of the mother insect showed a strong excitement, and its white, fat body trembled uncontrollably. Its eyes were fixed on a small bead in front of it, where a blurry insect figure could faintly be seen inside. My child, wait a little longer. The more killing you do, the stronger you will become. When you are born, I will have the power to open a new secret realm. In less than half a minute of the mother insect muttering to itself, countless insect souls penetrated the ground and entered this place, then were absorbed by the bead. Not only insect souls, but human souls were also drawn here, and in the end, all of them were destined to be absorbed by the bead. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of insects had been defeated and scattered by just a few 10,000 humans. Although some humans died occasionally, the casualty ratio was almost an incredible 200 to 1. After about an hour, the bodies of the insects covered the ground for dozens of kilometers around. There were attack insects, tank insects, and even a flying sickle insect, but without exception, they were all dead. Something's wrong. Very wrong. After another quick attack with a pink beam that killed hundreds of attack insects, Aoi Kumo frowned and stood still. She looked around, watching her teammates fighting the insects, but she felt that something was not quite right. Did you notice that too, Miss Kara? Suddenly, a deep male voice spoke behind Aoi Kumo. She didn't need to look. She knew it was the leader of the team from the other country, Kim Hyang-hyuk. Kim Hyang-hyuk, holding a large axe, came to her side with a serious face and said, "Do you feel that these insects are getting weaker?" Weaker? Aoi Kumo also frowned and looked upset. Actually, I think these insects are deliberately sacrificing themselves. Yes, they are intentionally sacrificing themselves. Sometimes, a few are killed by the insects in counterattacks, but the ratio is unbelievable, 200 to 1. How can that be? Exactly, Kim Hyang-hyuk sighed with a bitter smile. Just now, I saw a level 3 professional fight a tank insect one-on-one and kill it, only lightly injured himself. It's 2. They looked at each other in silence. If these insects were just ordinary monsters, it would be understandable. Low-intelligence creatures might not show their true strength out of fear or terror when facing powerful enemies. But both of them knew that behind these insects was a queen insect overseeing everything. The queen's intelligence was extremely high, even surpassing that of ordinary humans. So, none of the above explanations made sense. What is it trying to do? Why send an army to sacrifice itself? Why not fight to the death? Kim Hyang-hyuk and Aoi Kumo exchanged glances, sensing each other's unease. They weren't afraid of the queen insect's desperate counterattack because they were confident they could win. But now, instead of fighting back, the queen insect was letting hundreds of thousands of insects sacrifice themselves, which made both of them feel cold inside. Forget it. First, we must kill all these bugs, then quickly head to the mother bug's nest. As long as we kill the mother bug, no matter what tricks she has, they will be useless, Jin Xianghe said through gritted teeth. It has to be this way. I hope everything goes smoothly. After speaking, the two of them charged into the swarm again, moving faster than before, at least 50% quicker. Time passed second by second. Near noon, the army of hundreds of thousands of bugs was mostly wiped out, leaving only about 50 to 60,000 still fighting against the human experts. On the human side, besides Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun, everyone else was extremely excited. They had achieved a great victory, a thrilling and complete win. Out of tens of thousands versus hundreds of thousands, they won. The number of casualties was only a few thousand, and injuries were just over 10,000. Such results were rare, even over hundreds of years. Leave 10,000 people to continue attacking the remaining bugs. The rest of you, follow me to attack the mother bug's nest, kill the mother bug, and seize the core of the formation." Jin Xianghe raised his weapon, his voice echoing across the battlefield. At the same time, Song Jingyun's voice rang out. "Warriors of the Yamato Nation, the final battle has arrived. Follow me to attack the mother bug's nest and seize the core of the formation for the Emperor." Bug Nest. A giant mother bug looked at the glowing orb in front of her with tender affection. The orb, originally only the size of a ping-pong ball, had now expanded to a diameter of 2 meters. The blurry shadow inside the orb had also become clear. "Almost there, my child. You will be born very soon," the mother bug whispered as she guarded the orb, staring at the figure inside as if she had gone mad. Suddenly, continuous tremors and explosions came from the underground nest. The mother bug knew humans had arrived. There were some bugs in the nest, but not many. Only about 10,000. The mother bug seemed increasingly anxious. Although some spirits were still being drawn to the orb and absorbed, their numbers had greatly decreased. Just a little more, just a little more. The mother bug's huge, disgusting body twitched a few times. For the first time, her eyes moved away from the orb and looked toward the passage. Boom boom, the last attacking insect guarding the entrance was instantly killed. A man wielding a double-edged axe quickly rushed out. The man was Kim Hyung-rok, the temporary leader of the Korean team. He had just cleared this final entrance, but was ambushed by a tank insect. The tank insect opened its terrifying large mouth, and a pillar of fire shot out instantly. This was a fierce flame capable of melting steel. Nearly 90% of opponents at the same level were hit and died quickly. But Kim Hyung-rok was part of the remaining 10%. Instead of retreating, he charged forward into the fire. He gripped his axe tightly, roared loudly, and cut the fire pillar in half. His attack didn't stop. While splitting the fire, he also cut the tank insect into two. The black shell that once made Wei Xiaosu helpless now looked fragile, like paper. "Hey, disgusting bug, hand over the core, and I might let you die more peacefully," Kim Hyung-rok shouted loudly while standing on the corpse of the tank insect. The giant mother insect's deep eyes showed anger, frustration, and more than anything, uncontrollable excitement. "Soul, such a powerful soul. As long as I kill you, my children can be born faster." With a few shrill cries, the 12 humanoid insect guards beside her immediately rushed toward the cave entrance. Insight technique. Kim Hyung-rok whispered. Mother insect guard, level 3, boss level, level 40, strength, 7999, agility, 7999, constitution, 7999, spirit, 2999. "So strong," Kim Hyung-rok exclaimed. Although both were level 3 peak boss-level insect monsters, the tank insect was far weaker in comparison. Its four-dimensional attributes were completely crushed. Kim Hyung-rok didn't expect that these humanoid insects, barely over 2 meters tall, would be so fierce. After fighting the 12 mother insect guards for less than half a minute, he dared not underestimate them anymore. He quickly shouted, "All level 3 peak fighters, come help me." "Haha, Hyung-rok, you also call for backup?" Aoyun couldn't help but laugh when she saw Kim Hyung-rok get overwhelmed. Although she was laughing, she was very surprised by the strength of the mother insect guards. They were too powerful. Even though both are at the peak of level 3, besides Jin Xianghe and herself, most others probably couldn't match these insects. Song Jingyun was joking about Jin Xianghe, but her hands moved quickly. She summoned her magic pearl again, releasing beautiful yet deadly spells that spread wildly in the cave. Soon, the first mother insect guard was killed. They are indeed strong, but Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun are even stronger. Plus, many other level 3 peak experts are helping, so these insects didn't even have a chance to kill one person. However, when the mother insect guard fell, everyone saw a small glowing object float out from inside it. It quickly flew toward the mother insect and was absorbed by a large, 2-meter-wide pearl in front of it. "There's definitely something strange," Jin Xianghe frowned. Only fools would serve as a leader of a force. When he saw what was happening, he immediately thought of many things, like the insect's suicidal behavior. Earlier, neither he nor Song Jingyun understood the purpose of the mother insects. They had hundreds of thousands of troops, but didn't resist. Instead, they seemed to be seeking death. This was not something a high-intelligence creature would do. Now, it seemed they understood. Perhaps the real fools were the insects themselves. Something's wrong. That mother insect definitely has a scheme, Jin Xianghe said grimly to Cang Jingyun, who was nearby. He pushed back the approaching guards and said, "Help me hold these guards. I will destroy that strange pearl." Cang Jingyun felt a faint sense of unease. She didn't say much, just nodded. Then, powerful magic energy flowed into her magic pearl. The fox shadow on the pearl became clearer, especially the 3 fox tails behind it, which looked almost real. Cang Jingyun's profession is the 9-tailed fox, or rather, it is a family tradition of the Cang family. It ranks 18th on the hidden profession list, combining attack, defense, and control into a very strong profession. Every time she changes her profession, she gains an extra tail. Now, at level 3 peak, she has 3 tails. The divine skill she is about to use comes from the 3rd tail. 9 tails, enchanting gaze. As Yun Songjing's voice sounded, the shadow of the fox on the pearl slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze was both empty and full of charm. In just a moment, all the guards in the cave froze in place. If he had taken this chance to attack, Jin Xianghe could have easily killed several guards. However, he did not do that. Instead, he leapt over the guard in front of him and rushed straight into the depths of the cave. Less than a second after he charged forward, the guards behind him snapped out of their daze. They were furious and immediately turned to chase Jin Xianghe. There were 11 guards, all at the peak of the 3rd level, some among the best at that level. Songjing also used all his strength to barely hold them back for less than 2 seconds. But those seconds were enough for Jin Xianghe to break through their defenses and rush toward the deeper part of the cave. Sweep the army. Jin Xianghe swung his giant axe. His target was not the guards or even the mother insect, but a strange, semi-transparent pearl floating in midair. All the danger came from that pearl. If he destroyed it, the mother insect and her 11 guards would be powerless to stop him. "No, you can't do this. No." The mother insect let out a heart-wrenching scream as she saw the destructive shadow of the axe. She desperately commanded her guards to block the axe's attack. But they were close. Almost in a second, the axe's shadow struck the strange pearl. Boom! The giant axe, powerful enough to turn even a tank bug into ash instantly, paused when it hit the pearl. But it wasn't completely useless. Visible to the eye, cracks appeared on the strange pearl, and as the attack continued, more cracks formed. Finally, with a shattering sound like glass breaking, the entire pearl exploded. At the same time, the residual energy from the axe's shadow also detonated, creating a powerful blast wave that sent the mother insect, Jin Xianghe, and the 11 guards flying. Most of the energy was absorbed by the pearl, but the explosion in the underground nest was much more powerful than one on the surface, several times stronger. 9 tails, divine technique. Aoi Kumo saw the situation and acted again. A pink barrier appeared in front of everyone to block the blast wave. After the explosion, the large body of the mother insect wriggled on the ground. 11 guards quickly protected her side and no longer attacked. "Look at that! What is it?" Suddenly, someone shouted loudly from behind. Then everyone saw, after the dust from the explosion cleared, a strange insect-like figure that looked about 70% like the mother guard insect appeared. This insect was about 2 meters tall, all green, with an insect face, a mouth that curled outward, 2 fangs, and also had arms and legs. If you ignored the face, it looked more like a human. "Child, haha, my child, are you okay?" The mother insect let out a wild laugh. Its fat, swollen body started crawling toward the humanoid insect. However, looking at the bulky mother insect, the strange humanoid insect grinned and let out a deep laugh. "Heh, heh, heh, my great mother, who created me. I don't have enough energy yet, far from enough. So, why not let me eat you?" When that eerie voice echoed through the underground cave, both humans and the mother insect were stunned. Did they hear something just now? Or was it an illusion? "My child, what are you talking about?" The fat, bloated mother insect suddenly stopped, even seeming to step back slightly. "I am saying." The face of the humanoid insect became even more ferocious. It turned to stare at the mother insect and licked its lips. "Let me eat you. Only by eating you can I become stronger." The future of the insect race needs me, not you. As soon as it finished speaking, the remaining 11 guards immediately gathered in front of the mother insect under her command, blocking the strange humanoid insect that could attack at any moment. Why can't I control you? The mother insect tried to command the humanoid insect to obey her, but all her attempts failed. Ha ha, ha ha, the humanoid insect burst into loud, carefree laughter. It looked at the mother insect with a hint of mockery and said softly, "My lady mother, have you forgotten? In a bug clan, there can only be one intelligent life form. If a second appears, it will be driven out or killed. And now, I choose the latter. From today on, I am the king of the bug clan, the true king." After saying this, the strange humanoid insect, calling itself the bug king, suddenly attacked the mother insect, showing no concern even when surrounded by 11 guards. On the human side, Jin Xianghe had already retreated to the main army and was standing alongside Song Jingyun. Both of them looked very serious. They weren't happy about the ongoing chaos. Instead, they felt a strong sense of unease. Insight technique. Both of them used the insight technique at the same time and successfully obtained information about the Bug King. Soul-eating bug, Bug King, level 0, Lord rank, level 1, strength, 10,999, agility, 10,999, constitution, 10,999, spirit, 10,999. How can it be a Lord rank? And its four-dimensional attributes are ridiculously high, almost the same as mine. Jin Xianghe's eyes widened in shock as he cursed. Song Jingyun beside him was also stunned. Being born as a Lord rank was almost unbelievable. Only those with noble bloodlines or extraordinary talents could break through to higher levels early. It's like a third-tier expert is usually considered a boss level, fourth tier is a beast commander, fifth tier is a lord, and so on. But there are always some exceptions. They are rare and are super geniuses within their clans. From another perspective, the humanoid insect that appeared this time can also be considered a genius of the bug race. Being born as a Lord rank means he can continuously break through to the peak of the fifth tier without bottlenecks. I once had the chance to see a young dragon, born as a Lord rank, powerful beyond measure. But that was a dragon. Why can the bug race also produce beings of Lord rank? Jin Xianghe gritted his teeth as he spoke. Song Jingyun took a deep breath and said, "Fortunately, your attack earlier made him appear sooner. Otherwise, he would be stronger, and now his four-dimensional attributes are about the same as ours. Facing 11 guards, he would definitely lose." Not only Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun had insight, but the three-level experts behind them also noticed something unusual. Suddenly, the entire cave became noisy. While they were still shocked and amazed, the insect king in the distance had already begun his wild killing spree. Even facing 11 guards, he moved easily and, in less than 10 seconds, successfully took one guard's head. At the moment the guard was killed, a gray soul appeared. The insect king grabbed the struggling soul and eagerly absorbed it into his body. After devouring one guard's soul, blue light suddenly burst from the insect king's body. He had leveled up. Such a delicious soul. No wonder this is the strongest insect race mother can produce right now. A strong soul makes me incredibly happy, the insect king said excitedly, trembling all over. In the next moment, the insect king flashed again. The head of another guard exploded instantly, and a gray soul struggled as he caught it in his hand. So fast, such strong burst of power. Jin Xianghe stared in shock, his face full of fear. The insect king's four-dimensional attributes were similar to his, but the strength he showed was far beyond Jin Xianghe's. While facing the guard's attack, Jin Xianghe could only barely hold his own and needed help from others. But the insect king didn't need anyone's help and could find the guard's weaknesses within just a few seconds to strike and kill. "Xianghe, we're in trouble," Song Jingyun said with a serious face. "The insect king is still getting stronger. Mist Song, we have to act now." After speaking, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun ordered their subordinates to attack the insect king deep inside the cave. The mother insect and her guards became the protected targets. Interesting, very interesting. The insect king saw support coming and was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. A loud, crazy laugh from the insect king suddenly erupted. The ground where he stood collapsed instantly, and the insect king transformed into a blue shadow. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could see clearly, he broke through the guard's defenses and reached the mother insect's side. It was so fast, too fast to believe. At this moment, inside the cave, both the mother insect guard and the humans were all level 3 experts, especially Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun, who were even stronger than most level 4 experts. But just moments ago, when the insect king unleashed his speed, even they couldn't keep up. By the time he was standing next to the mother insect, everyone finally realized what was happening. My dear mother, thank you again for creating me. But you know, I am not perfect yet. Only by consuming your soul can I go further and restore the glory of the insect race. The insect king's face was twisted with madness. Then he swung his fist, punching through the fat body of the mother insect. You. The mother insect's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her body being pierced. She was ultimately a step too late, falling at the very point closest to success. It seemed the insect king had the ability to capture the souls of any life. Even after the mother insect died, she could not escape being devoured. Tasty, such a delicious and powerful soul. And since we share the same origin, it can perfectly fill the missing parts of my body. Not far away, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun, rushing over, looked at the scene with faces full of despair. They saw that after the insect king devoured the mother insect's soul, he was once again evolving. King. Level. No way. This can't be. Even the dragon race can't produce a juvenile king-level creature. If the opponent was still just a lord level, they might be slightly weaker, but could still fight and win with some effort. But unexpectedly, after devouring the mother insect's soul, the insect king directly advanced to the king level. That is the king level. Normally, only level 6 experts can reach this stage. As long as the insect king doesn't die, he is almost certain to become a level 6 expert. A person's strength mainly depends on their level and realm. The higher the level, the stronger they are. But can levels increase endlessly? Obviously, it is impossible. Otherwise, no one would be stuck at level 2 or level 3 for their entire life. For example, to advance from level 2 to level 3, one must first raise their realm to the boss level. Otherwise, their level will remain stuck at the peak of level 2, which is level 30, with no progress. However, realm advancement is an exception. Improving your realm has nothing to do with your level. For instance, the King of Worms was born as a Lord-level creature, so he only needs to gather experience and level up to smoothly reach levels 1, 2, and up to the peak of level 5. Of course, after devouring the soul of the mother worm, the King of Worms can level up endlessly to the peak of level 6. This is what makes him truly terrifying. However, ordinary insect soldiers do not follow this rule. Their levels follow their mother worm, so their realm is usually very low. This can be seen with Wei Xiaosu and his skeleton workers. They follow the same principle. Whether it is insect soldiers created by the mother worm or skeletons summoned by Wei Xiaosu, the ones that can be summoned in large numbers will always have a realm lower than their master. To surpass their master's realm, external help is needed. Is this the authority to control the insect race? TSK. Mother has really gone all out to create me. Over 1 million insects, and in just a few days, there are fewer than 20,000 left. The King of Worms closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Seeing his arrogance, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun prepared to strike at this opportunity, but unexpectedly, they were met with a counterattack from the mother worm's guards. He took the mother worm's authority. Jin Xianghe cursed as he was forced back by the guards. There are only 9 mother worm guards left. With so many of us, let's just kill them all, Song Jingyun said sharply. Although the mother worm's guards are strong, Jin Xianghe and Song Jingyun alone can handle them. Plus, they have many peak level 3 allies behind them. Killing the guards would take less than a minute. But things didn't go as planned. Just as everyone was about to unleash their ultimate moves to kill the mother worm's guards, the Worm King, who had his eyes closed nearby, slowly opened his eyes. His pale gold eyes swept over everyone. Then he burst into a mighty peak-level laugh. So this is the authority of the mother worm. Let me see what it can do. After speaking, the insect king casually pointed at the remaining 9 female guard insects. A faint blue light shot from his fingertip. In just a moment, the breath of the female guards began to rise sharply. From now on, you will be called the Insect King Guards. I grant you the strength of beast generals. Go to the battlefield and wipe out those weak humans. With a casual gesture, the Insect King transformed the boss-level female guards into beast general-level guards, doubling their strength. Moreover, the Insect King waved his hand, pulling the 9 guards back beside him, freeing them from the human attack. In the next second, the Insect King leapt up, breaking a large hole in the sand layer above, and disappeared instantly. Quick, get out. The brothers outside are in trouble, Qian Zihao said with a grim face. To consume the remaining insects. He had left over 10,000 people on the battlefield. But now, it was clear that the Insect King planned to pick the soft targets first, working with the 9 guards and other insects on the battlefield to trap and kill the 10,000 remaining experts. Also, the Insect King intended to raise his own level to the highest point in this relic, level 40. Only then could he be sure to swallow them all completely. Qian Zihao looked at where the Insect King had gone, his eyes wide with shock. That was a sand layer dozens of meters thick, yet it was shattered. Even he couldn't match that explosive power. Soon, Qian Zihao and Song Jingyun ordered everyone to start running out, calling others still hunting insects in the tunnels to join them. A team of over 30,000 people quickly left the nest, heading back to the original battlefield. However, when they arrived, they were horrified to find that the over 10,000 people left behind had all been killed. It had only been 10 minutes. Over 10,000 people, completely wiped out. Something's wrong. Look at those attacking insects. Aren't they bigger? Even the tank insects. What's going on? The attacking insects have advanced to the leader level, and the tank insects are at the beast general level. You might not know, but the female insect is already dead. She was killed by the Insect King she created herself. The others who had been hunting insects in the tunnels earlier didn't know what was happening. But once someone explained the situation, everyone's faces turned pale, and their hearts sank into despair. The human soul seems even more delicious. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately after, everyone saw a tank insect slowly approaching them, and on top of the tank insect's head, a blue figure was looking down at everything. He has reached the peak of the 3rd rank. How can it be so fast? Impossible to be this quick. Even if over 10,000 3rd-rank humans were killed, their experience points wouldn't make him reach the 3rd-rank peak so quickly. Qian Zihao clenched his teeth in anger. He tightly gripped his giant axe, jumped into the air, and shouted, "Sweep away the army." Yes, you are indeed very strong. Even if you're not invincible at the 3rd rank, you probably have few opponents. My mother was forced to create me, so she can't be completely useless, the Insect King said mockingly. Then, the Insect King extended his right hand and punched the illusion of the giant axe. Bang! Boom! With just one punch, the previously indestructible illusion of the giant axe instantly shattered. Before everyone could react, a blue figure flashed past. When everyone saw the blue figure again, he was already standing in front of Qian Zihao. The blue figure was the Insect King. In his hand, he was holding a human head with a terrified expression. If not Qian Zihao, then who could it be? The strongest human, Qian Zihao, was defeated in one move by the Insect King, unable to resist. On a sand dune in the ruins desert, a group of young students sat together, chatting casually. Little brother Su, our country China really lost big this time. Not only did no top experts come in as planned, but we also lost so many students and soldiers. The speaker was a chubby, simple-looking boy named Pei Qian, a new student at Magic University. Besides Pei Qian, there were Nanji, Lu Yang, Lu Taizhu, and Su Xiaoqing, all sitting together. Fate and destiny. I heard it was the dark hand of the sun and moon god sect. This time, we really got tricked, Lu Taizhu said with a sigh. Lu Yang, who was the most hot-tempered, couldn't help but curse. When I get out of here, I'll immediately take on the task to wipe out the 10,000 clans sect. I must kill some monsters to vent my anger. Upon hearing Lu Yang's insults, Nanji and Su Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea. Just as everyone was feeling angry, Wei Xiaosu suddenly spoke up, looking a bit embarrassed. He asked, if I want to quickly level up from a leader to a boss level, is there any way to do that? I think if I follow the normal training methods, it might take 10 days or more. It's simple, Nanji chuckled. Just train with a higher level technique. Brother Xiao Su, isn't it easy to reach boss level? Pei Qian, the chubby guy, added. Similarly, Lu Yang and Lu Taizhu also showed sneaky smiles. Seeing Wei Xiaosu struggle was very satisfying. Especially after everyone learned about Wei Xiaosu's achievements, it was even more so. But a leader at the peak of level 2 defeating dozens of tank bugs at the peak of level 3. Can a normal person really do that? If this wasn't real but a game, they would definitely report Wei Xiaosu for cheating, as it would ruin the game balance. Su family has a special skill training method, which is 2 levels higher than your current ghostly dark skill. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, Su Xiaoqing suddenly said seriously after everyone joked around. As soon as she finished speaking, the others looked suspiciously at the two of them, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Maybe Su Xiaoqing also felt their eyes were strange, so she cleared her throat and coldly said, "I'm already at level 3, but he's only at level 2. I don't feel comfortable with that." Wei Xiaosu, seriously, not feeling comfortable. Wei Xiaosu was speechless, but he had to admit, everyone gained a lot from this relic trip. Besides himself, Nanji, Pei Qian, and Su Xiaoqing all reached level 3. Although Wei Xiaosu was still the strongest in combat power, feeling like he was a level below everyone else was really frustrating. Are there any conditions or costs? Wei Xiaosu asked after thinking for a moment. Skills and techniques are usually not allowed to be shared freely. For example, the ghostly dark technique that he obtained from the academy is strictly confidential. If it is leaked, the consequences would be very serious. This is my Su family's technique. I am the future head of the Su family. I can give it to whoever I want, under whatever conditions, Su Xiaoqing said calmly, but her words shocked everyone present. Wei Xiaosu didn't hesitate. Since someone offered it, and he needed it, he accepted it. Keeping this favor in his heart was enough. Then, Su Xiaoqing began teaching Wei Xiaosu the cultivation skills and techniques. The others naturally left on their own. The Su family's cultivation method is called the Divine Storage Scripture. It was an A-grade technique accidentally obtained by the founder of the Su family during the early days of a great disaster. It cultivates very quickly and offers many benefits to the user. Thanks to this technique, Su Xiaoqing was able to jump from a beginner at level 0 to a level 3 boss in just a few months. Take your time to get familiar with it. I'll be leaving now, Su Xiaoqing said, taking a deep breath. Teaching cultivation techniques was quite exhausting. Having a skill book is the best. You can learn directly and get familiar with it. But what if you don't have a skill book? Then only someone who already masters the technique can teach you, which is very difficult. Thank you. Wei Xiaosu started to thank her, but he realized Su Xiaoqing had already left, making him smile wryly. Then, Wei Xiaosu began practicing the technique according to Su Xiaoqing's instructions. As expected of an A-grade technique, his cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than with the ghostly dark technique. With his natural talent and understanding, his progress was even faster. Practicing the ghostly dark technique takes at least 10 days or half a month to reach the boss level. But now with the Divine Storage Scripture, it might only take a few hours, Wei Xiaosu thought, feeling amazed. No wonder everyone says it's hard for someone from a poor family to succeed. He thought his talent was high enough, but compared to Su Xiaoqing, who had a strong background, he was still far behind. Moreover, the Su family is considered a wealthy family in Qingyang City, but in the entire Huaxiao Empire, they are just an ordinary family. Wei Xiaosu couldn't even imagine how powerful those who wake up and immediately cultivate S-grade, or even SS-grade skills and techniques would be. Stop thinking about it. I need to break through first, he decided. Wei Xiaosu shook his head, clearing his complicated thoughts, then entered a state of deep meditation. After about an hour, Wei Xiaosu clearly felt that he was halfway to reaching the boss level. With just one more hour of meditation, he could advance to boss level and smoothly become a third-tier expert. But suddenly, he felt the ground start to shake violently, and along with the tremors, there were screams from over 10,000 people. What's happening? Wei Xiaosu forcibly interrupted his meditation. He frowned and looked into the distance. His previously restless mood was instantly calmed by what he saw. Before he could think further, a few familiar figures rushed toward him. Su Xiaoqing, and others. Something's wrong. The joint army of the Stick Nation and the Island Nation has been defeated by the insect race. Thousands of third-tier experts have been wiped out. Fewer than 1,000 are fleeing everywhere. The queen insect has died, but a more terrifying insect king has appeared. Now it's a peak third-tier monster king. More bad news kept coming from their words. Wei Xiaosu felt like his worldview was being overturned. What was going on? Tens of thousands of third-tier experts were wiped out? What should they do next? Wait to die? Stop talking. We need to run now. Run? This is a relic. Where can we go? We're doomed. We're really doomed this time. The group looked around. Many people started fleeing in all directions, but the relic was only so big. Where could they run to? As expected, just as the crowd scattered and fled, tiny black dots appeared in the distant faraway sky. These dots moved very quickly, coordinating with the chasing insects behind them to encircle the fleeing people. This was the simplest trap, like catching fish in a net. Not only the insect king, but even someone with a little common sense would know how to do this. We're caught. Brothers, let's fight these disgusting bugs. But I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Are you scared? These bugs number no more than 10,000. We have over 10,000 people too. Can't we kill them? That brother, I'm not trying to be mean, but use your insight skill to look at these bugs' strength. Their average level is much higher than ours, and I heard there's a bug king too. Killing a peak level 3 bug is as easy as killing a chicken. How can we win? If it were just a normal bug attack, maybe we wouldn't be so overwhelmed now. Like last night's surprise attack, the situation wasn't much better. But everyone knew that was the bugs' last big push. If we could push them back, the daytime allied army could easily defeat them. Now, after more than 1,000 of our people ran back and spread the news of defeat, almost 90% of us lost our fighting spirit. Everyone just wants to run away, as far as possible. Yes, tens of thousands of level 3 experts, including 1 or 2,000 at peak level 3. With such a powerful lineup, how did we still lose? Not only do these people find it hard to believe, even Wei Xiaosu thinks it's a bit crazy. He just used his insight skill to check the 4-dimensional attributes of those bugs. They really did get stronger, but only a little. Even the weakest level 3 expert could easily defeat the attacking bugs, right? We can't run. Quickly, organize everyone to fight back. There are only about 10,000 attacking bugs. What's there to fear? Just kill them all. Wei Xiaosu quickly spoke. Right now, we don't have fewer people than the bugs, and we have more experts. Especially the 1,000 people who escaped from the front lines. They are all level 3, and their fighting power is definitely extraordinary. Senior Brother Taiju, help me pass a message. I will summon 1 million skeleton mages, but they are all just normal peak level 2. They probably can't kill the attacking bugs, but they can harass the monsters. When necessary, they can even be used as shields. Even if 1 million skeleton mages stand still and let the bugs attack, they'll be exhausted from fighting. When he said this, everyone present was stunned. 1 million? Summon all at once. Although they are all just peak level 2, the sheer number is overwhelming. Just like he said, even if all the skeleton mages stretch their necks for the bugs to cut, they'd be exhausted from the effort. Junior brother, you didn't hold back on me? Lu Taiju was both surprised and scared. Summoning over 1 million skeleton monsters at once. Are you telling me you're still struggling to break through a boss level? With the current situation, there's no way I can joke around. All right, then get ready. I'll call out now. Lu Taiju began taking deep breaths. He never expected that the biggest use of his berserker form would be just to act as a messenger. Fortunately, his injuries had healed thanks to the fairy peach treatment given by Wei Xiaosu earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to let his voice reach the entire gathering point now. Summon. Wei Xiaosu was the first to release the 800,000 skeleton mages and 50,000 skeleton guards he had prepared in the summoning space. Then he used his mental energy to summon an additional 150,000 skeleton mages, and that was it. Suddenly, 1 million skeleton monsters appeared on the battlefield, densely packed together like a wide ocean. The constant screeching of bones rubbing against each other sounded, a noise that usually made people's teeth ache. But now, to everyone, it sounded like the most beautiful music. All skeleton mages use firecrackers to distract the attacking insects and protect everyone. If faced with a deadly attack, help defend immediately. All skeleton guards Look for third-tier experts to cooperate with them in killing third-tier tank insects. If faced with a deadly attack, help defend immediately. There were so many summoned skeleton monsters this time that Wei Xiaosu couldn't command each one individually. He could only give broad orders for them to follow. If only there was a worker skilled in commanding armies. That would make things so much easier, Wei Xiaosu muttered silently. But he thought that was probably just a wishful dream. The undead are not very intelligent, and most of them don't have high IQs. His strongest subordinate, the little handsome guy, was a king level, but he could only say, handsome, so handsome, or too handsome, meaningless praise. With over 10,000, the scene seemed endless. Now, with over 1 million skeleton monsters gathered in one place, it was a magnificent sight. People who had been hopeless now saw hope. The third-tier experts who had fled from the front line also regained the courage to fight. But soon, after many attacking insects rushed into the skeleton horde, everyone saw how fragile the skeleton monsters were. It was a one-sided slaughter. The attacks from the skeleton mages couldn't even break the enemy's defenses. Yet, a single charge or strike from the attacking insects could easily kill several, even a dozen, skeleton monsters. It seemed that having more people didn't necessarily help. The humans protected in the inner circle had their fighting spirit almost completely vanish in an instant. If the skeleton monster was only at this level, they still couldn't win. However, there were experienced fighters present who quickly saw the true purpose of the skeleton monster. For example, the leader of the island nation team, Aoi Kumo. Yes, Aoi Kumo was still alive. She had led some remaining soldiers to escape here. She thought she was doomed, but now her eyes shone brightly. Maybe they still had a chance to win. Aoi Kumo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the attacking insect. A fierce killing intent flashed in her eyes. Then, she threw the precious pearl in her arms into the air. Her charming voice spread across the battlefield. Ninetales, ultimate deadly light. As a peak third-rank expert, it was easy for Aoi Kumo to make her voice heard over 10 kilometers. Plus, she was not just an ordinary third-rank expert. She did this to tell everyone that there was still hope in this fight. Sure enough, as her voice rang out, 6 people, including Wei Xiaosu, looked toward the distance. They saw a pink glowing pearl floating about 100 meters high. Next, thousands of pink and black intertwined rays shot out from the pearl. These rays carried a strong sense of death, and everyone knew how powerful they were. But the rays also had a weakness. They were slow. Almost all third-rank experts could dodge them, and even second-rank ones could prepare to avoid. The head of the attack insects, a peak third-rank monster, naturally could dodge the rays. But they soon realized that being surrounded by skeletons greatly limited their speed. They could only move at about 1 or 2% of their full speed. Puff, puff, puff. Finally, the rays hit. With screams and wails, over 1,000 attacking skeleton monsters were instantly killed, like chickens slaughtered. Oh my god, who is that? They killed 1/10 of the attacking insects with a single strike. So powerful. Ha ha, we can win. Kill. Kill those disgusting bugs. Aoi Kumo's incredible move truly inspired everyone. The previously low-spirited crowd immediately roared like they had been injected with adrenaline. Wow, is this a third rank? Pei Qian's whole body trembled with shock. People from the Songjing family on the island have actually come. Nanji's small mouth slightly opened, clearly surprised. However, besides her, no one else knew about the Songjing family on the island, and even Su Shaoqing looked confused. But now wasn't the time for chatting. The 6 of them quickly joined the fight, except Wei Xiaosu, who didn't go with them. Instead, he took Xiao Ming, Xiao Shui, Pei Qi, and Xiao Chong and headed in another direction, away from the others. Xiao Ming it up. Excited, Xiao Ming danced around happily. He pulled out a rocket launcher from his backpack, lit the fuse, and fired. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose, and the ground trembled slightly. With this rocket, the insect enemies suffered heavy losses. Ding killed 288 attacking insects, destroyed 1 tank insect. Ding lost 6,688 skeleton mages, 121 skeleton guards. After receiving the system notification, Wei Xiaosu remained calm. He confidently patted Xiao Ming's head and said, "Keep blowing it up." Ding killed 316 attacking insects. Ding lost 5,718 skeleton mages, 12 skeleton guards. Wei Xiaosu felt like sand got into his eyes and was a bit uncomfortable. He reached out and tapped Xiaoming's smooth head again, shouting, "Keep blowing. Keep killing them all." After more than 10 rockets, Wei Xiaosu's position had turned into a scorched wasteland. Only a few attacking insects and skeleton mages were still alive. He then ordered, "Xiao Shui, Pei Qi, it's time to harvest." Although the attacking insects and tank insects had become stronger than at the start, they couldn't withstand Xiao Ming's relentless bombing. Especially with the dense line of skeleton mages blocking their retreat, they couldn't even dodge, leading to even more casualties. But just when everyone thought victory was near, an unexpected change suddenly happened. A blue figure suddenly leapt from behind the insect swarm. He charged into the battlefield, and with a light punch, he could kill a human instantly. Even a third-tier expert would be defeated with a single punch. Oh, the Insect King is here. The first to notice the Insect King was Zhang Jingyun. The Insect King also saw her. He remembered her well. She was a human expert who had escaped from his hands. "Go die." The Insect King stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a stream of blue light, swinging his fist toward Zhang Jingyun. If that punch hit, even with her peak level of strength at Tier 3, she would be smashed to pieces. Nine Tails' divine control technique. But Zhang Jingyun was not a rookie in battle. Her reaction was very quick. Almost instantly, a faint pink shield appeared in front of her. Boom! The Insect King's attack was powerful and heavy. His fist sent Zhang Jingyun flying 100 meters away. Unfortunately, that thin-looking shield actually held up against the punch. Ugh! Zhang Jingyun's face hit the ground, rolling over more than 10 times before she finally stabilized herself. She then spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale instantly. Why is the gap so big? Zhang Jingyun looked at the approaching Insect King with despair. But just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for death, several shouts suddenly rang out. Angel Sword Light Slash. This move is so cool. Suddenly, 2 streams of sword energy, one gold and one black, flew from afar, aiming directly at the rushing Insect King. Boom boom, the sword energies hit the Insect King accurately. The sudden attack caught him off guard, and he was knocked back by the strike. Soon, several figures arrived beside Zhang Jingyun. It was Wei Xiaosu, Pei Qian, and 5 others. The ones who launched the sword energy were Su Shaoqing and Little Handsome. "Hey, do you speak Chinese?" Nanji glanced at Zhang Jingyun, who was lying on the ground, and asked. Huh. Zhang Jingyun was also stunned. These people, dressed in school uniforms and clearly students, dared to attack the Insect King? But she quickly reacted and replied, "Yes, a little. Good." This time, Wei Xiaosu spoke. He took out a fairy peach from his storage bag and threw it over, saying, "Eat this. It can quickly heal your injuries. Now, we need your cooperation in fighting to defeat the Insect King." Defeat the Insect King? Zhang Jingyun thought she must be crazy. How could she hear such things? Or was she hallucinating? "Are you all at peak Tier 3 strength?" Zhang Jingyun asked. After all, only at peak Tier 3 could they possibly block the Insect King's attack without dying, and maybe. However, what she heard next truly left her stunned. "Don't overthink it. Only I and he are at the peak of the 3rd level," Lu Yang said, pointing at the somewhat simple-looking Lu Taizhu. Then he helplessly shrugged. "But we are the weakest." Zhang Jingyun, stop talking nonsense. "The Insect King is coming," Wei Xiaosu whispered. Interesting, very interesting. The Insect King moved incredibly fast, instantly appearing a few dozen meters away from the crowd, and looked at them with curiosity. "I think your souls must also be very tasty. If I kill you and swallow your souls, then leave this relic, I can create a new insect empire." The Insect King's expression looked a bit crazy. He was laughing wildly and started attacking actively. Colorful Fairy Tower, power. Blood Sacrifice Transformation, power. Colorful Fairy Tower, speed. Blood Sacrifice Transformation, speed. Colorful Fairy Tower, defense. Blood Sacrifice Transformation, defense. Nanji and Pei Qian each summoned their weapons and began using enhancement skills. Their support teammates quickly applied buffs to their allies. Nanji's profession is the 7-colored fairy, ranked 10th on the hidden profession list. It is a very powerful support class. Her main equipment is the 7-colored fairy tower, which can grant buffs to teammates and herself. The strength of the buff depends on her own power. Now, Nanji has just reached the 3rd level, allowing her to boost strength, speed, and defense. The buff increases are about 30% of the target's stats, which is quite impressive. As for the chubby Pei Qian, his profession is also rare, appearing for the first time in hundreds of years. Blood Sacrifice Priest is quite unique. He has almost no exclusive skills, but can copy others' skills after obtaining their blood. For example, before the battle started, Nanji gave Pei Qian a drop of her blood, and now Pei Qian can use 3 different buff skills. Sigua 1. So powerful. The first to express amazement was Tsang Jingyun. She felt her strength surge dramatically and was momentarily overwhelmed. With a 60% increase in strength, speed, and defense, she now felt capable of fighting the Insect King. There are too many people blessing him. I can only hold on for 10 minutes. Don't waste time. Let's finish quickly. South Ji controls the colorful fairy tower in front of her, her face serious as she shouts. Wow, why do I feel like I can only last 7 or 8 minutes? Pei Qian feels terrible. Everyone is a genius, so why is there such a big gap? But at this moment, no one cares about his complaints. Instead, they all use their strongest moves to launch a deadly attack on the Insect King. Angel's Sword, Annihilation. With the buffs from South Ji and Pei Qian, Su Xiaoqing's strength now surpasses that of the strongest at the time, Jin Xianghe. The power of this sword is so great that even the Insect King dares not to take it head-on. Boom, the sword strikes down, and the place where the Insect King was standing instantly turns into a deep, long trench, about 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters deep, truly terrifying. After Su Xiaoqing, another black sword energy cuts through the air. The person who launched it is Xiao Shui. Although Xiao Shui's strength is only at the peak of Tier 2, his high realm makes his sword energy even more powerful than Su Xiaoqing's. But when facing the sword energy attack, the Insect King didn't dare to harden himself. Relying on his extremely fast speed, he easily dodged the attack. Not only Su Xiaoqing and Xiao Shui, but even Lu Yang and Lu Tieju's attacks, the Insect King chose to evade. This made everyone feel even more troubled. His speed is too fast. He's just delaying time, waiting for our blessings to wear off. Ninetales, Enchanting Gaze. Just when everyone was out of ideas about how to deal with the Insect King, suddenly, a charming voice sounded. Then everyone saw the Insect King's eyes turn blank instantly, staring blankly in place. Great opportunity. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. They all unleashed their strongest attacks, determined to kill the Insect King in one strike. Boom boom, several powerful skills hit the Insect King. In an instant, flames burst out, and dust filled the air. Phew, he should be dead, right? Lu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. The Insect King is indeed very strong. Any one of them facing him alone would be doomed. It's no exaggeration to say he's invincible at Tier 3. But these days, who fights one-on-one? Especially in life-and-death battles. Group attacks are the way to go. Even if he's not dead, he's badly injured. That's not a problem, Lu Taiju responded. Then he turned to look at the charming woman, Kurwa Yumi, behind him. His eyes were full of shock. It was incredible that this woman could control the Insect King. Moreover, her previous performance in battle was extremely terrifying. She could instantly kill over 1,000 enhanced attack insects with one move. That's not something an ordinary level 3 peak fighter could do. Her profession combines attack, control, and defense perfectly, with no weaknesses at all. Just as everyone was starting to relax a little, suddenly, a blue figure rushed out from the smoky dust. The blue figure was covered in blood, with several deep wounds showing bones. It looked quite miserable, but soon, everyone noticed something was wrong. Although the Insect King looked badly injured, its aura did not weaken. Instead, it was rising rapidly. Humans, you have angered me. The Insect King licked the blood from the corner of its mouth and roared fiercely. Great destruction technique. Run. Quickly. Wei Xiaosu immediately sensed danger and shouted. But the Insect King wouldn't let them escape. Almost immediately, powerful energy began to sweep around him, destroying everything. Ninetales, Divine Control Technique. Boom. Boom. This was a huge explosion 10 times more powerful than Xiaoming's rocket launcher. Wei Xiaosu felt the threat of death for the first time. Just as the explosion was about to hit, a faint pink film appeared in front of him. The explosion lasted about 10 seconds. After it ended, a giant crater about 100 meters wide appeared around the Insect King. The Insect King stood there, gasping heavily. Its aura had dropped significantly. But after using this move, the outcome was basically decided. Nearby, several injured humans lay on the ground. They were still breathing weakly, but clearly no longer a threat. Looking at the unconscious humans on the ground, the Insect King's face was grim. If not for a faint pink protective film appearing at a critical moment, these humans would have been turned to ash. 10 kilometers away, countless skeleton mages also turned into a pile of broken bones. It's estimated that at least 100,000 of them were destroyed. The Insect King rested for a little over a minute before slowly moving forward, planning to kill each unconscious human and then devour their souls. But just as he took a step, a black shovel suddenly struck his face. Bang! Caught off guard, the Insect King was knocked backward by the shovel. The attacker was Wei Xiaosu. Wei Xiaosu got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and muttered, "That was almost the end for me." Among the group, if we exclude summoned creatures, he is the weakest by far. His overall strength is only at the peak of the second tier, which is much lower than everyone else. If not for a thin pink membrane that helped block most of the damage, he might have really been finished. Even so, his skeleton mage sacrificed 100,000 points to help him absorb some of the damage. You actually didn't die? The Insect King was also stunned. His sneak attack earlier couldn't have hurt him, but now he was unsure about this human in front of him. Judging by his aura, this was just a second-tier peak professional, very weak. But surprisingly, this second-tier human managed to withstand his powerful destruction spell. Little Handsome, quickly recover from your injuries. Wei Xiaosu ignored the Insect King and directly took out a bundle of graveyard grass and 2 bowls of graveyard rice, throwing them over. Now that the Insect King's strength was greatly reduced, just slightly stronger than an ordinary third-tier peak, if Little Handsome could recover, there was still a chance to win. Everyone, die for me, the Insect King said. He wasn't stupid. He knew the strength of that skeleton. Although he no longer had the buff, his own power was also greatly diminished. He definitely wouldn't give his opponent a chance to heal. Before you kill Little Handsome, you have to get past me. Wei Xiaosu's eyes sharpened. He then pulled out a mysterious white bone finger and, without hesitation, inserted it into his own heart. The moment the finger pierced his heart, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but scream in pain. He had tried this before in private, but each time, it was an unbearable torment. As the finger reached his heart, chunks of sticky flesh began to fall from Wei Xiaosu's body, then quickly dried and turned to ash, disappearing into nothingness. During this process, it was clear that Wei Xiaosu's strength was growing rapidly. Not far away, the Insect King saw this and couldn't help but feel his eyebrows twitching wildly. This process was just too crazy. As expected, undead creatures are the most disgusting race in the world, without exception. Your aura is still getting stronger, but you're still far from enough, said the Insect King with a look of disdain and mockery. However, his movements were not slow. He wouldn't make the stupid mistake of waiting for his opponent to finish transforming before attacking. Die for me. The Insect King quickly charged forward, ready to smash Wei Xiaosu into pieces with a punch. But at that moment, a tall skeleton monster holding a shield suddenly stepped out of the black fog, raising his shield to block between the two. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The small skeleton, Xiaoing, was pushed back several meters by the force, but at least he blocked the Insect King's attack. Now, the Insect King's strength had greatly decreased. It was impossible to defeat Xiaoing in a short time. If the Insect King was at peak strength, he could finish the fight in just a few punches. Wei Xiaosu let out a loud roar. The flesh on his body instantly exploded and turned to nothingness. A skeleton appeared on the battlefield, with a blood-red soul fire burning in one eye socket. The blood-red soul fire flickered constantly, and a sense of undead kingly aura began to spread around. Ding! The effect of the mysterious white bone finger 2 has been activated. Your strength will double, but you will lose 1% of your current experience every minute. The system's prompt sounded in Wei Xiaosu's mind. Feeling the change in his strength, he was full of fighting desire. Although doubling his power wouldn't be enough to defeat the Insect King, He just needed to delay time. Once Xiao Shui recovered from his injuries, he could team up with Xiao Shui to launch a final. Maybe they could even defeat the opponent. Xiao Chong, get ready to fight. Transforming into a skeleton form, Wei Xiaosu held an iron shovel, preparing to fight alongside Xiao Chong. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong, especially with Xiao Chong. He saw that the green soul fire in Xiao Chong's eye sockets was flickering abnormally fast, seeming very excited. Wei Xiaosu took the opportunity to open Xiao Chong's attribute page. Just one look left him completely stunned. Little Strong, level 2, Beast General, excited, level 30 strength, 3,680, 50%. Agility, 2,150, 50%. Constitution, 5,666, 50%. Spirit, 1688, 50%. Skill, Standout, A-level. Excited, buff fighting alongside the Lord of the Undead, entering an unprecedented excited state, with all attributes increased by 50%. The 50% boost to all attributes surprised Wei Xiaosu. He had tried transforming with the Bone Finger before, but at that time, he didn't summon skeleton monsters, so he didn't realize there was such a team-wide buff. And this buff is really powerful. Originally, Wei Xiaosu was only about 50% confident he could hold off the Worm King until Xiao Shu recovered, but now he feels about 90% sure. Haha, I have the advantage. Victory is ours. Wei Xiaosu laughed loudly and ordered Little Strong to launch a fierce attack on the Worm King. However, as soon as they clashed, Wei Xiaosu was knocked back by a punch. Luckily, his bones are strong enough to survive. Just as the Worm King prepared to chase and land a heavy punch, Little Strong stepped in just in time, taking all of the enemy's attacks. After a few minutes of fighting, both Wei Xiaosu and Little Strong, who were battling the Worm King, had cracked bones, but as long as they didn't die, there was nothing to worry about. Almost there, Wei Xiaosu checked on Xiao Shu in the summoning space. He was badly injured earlier by the Worm King's special move, but now he had recovered about 80%. The combination of graveyard grass and graveyard food worked very well. Summon, Xiao Shu, a black mist appeared, and a flamboyant skeleton monster wearing a cloak and holding a bone sword appeared. Xiao Shu was also in an excited state, with all his attributes boosted by 50%, making him as strong as the weakened Worm King at this moment. No, this can't be. You're only level 2. You're only level 2. The Worm King was thrown into chaos. His punch was also flawed, and Xiao Shu seized the opportunity, cutting off one of his arms with a sword. At this point, the Worm King was doomed. Xiao Shu, now in an excited state, was incredibly powerful. Even against some strong level 4 opponents, he could fight and win. The Insect King waved his hand to block another sword strike from Little Shui, but unexpectedly, Wei Xiaosu, who had been waiting for an opportunity, directly grabbed his iron shovel and swept forward. The sharp shovel easily broke through the current state of the Insect King, cutting off about 1/3 of his head. However, the Insect King's life force was extremely strong. Even so, he was knocked back by a punch from Wei Xiaosu. But in the next second, a fierce black sword energy struck, and the large head was sent flying high into the air. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the level 40 Tier 3 Insect King, King level. Experience 16,660,000. When the system's kill notification sounded, Wei Xiaosu was stunned in place, overwhelmed by an indescribable divine feeling. The barrier that normally took a long time to break through suddenly vanished without a trace. As a large amount of experience points gathered inside his body, he naturally completed the breakthrough. Ding, congratulations on completing the second transformation quest. Your level has increased to Tier 3, level 31. You receive a bonus of 40 to all attributes. Ding, talent skill, eternal immortality, comprehension effect 4. Ding, the quality of the Fallen's woe has been upgraded to boss level, and your level has increased to Tier 3, level 31, with comprehension effect 4. The Insect King was dead, so Wei Xiaosu naturally reverted from his skeleton form. After all, he needed to consume 1% of his current experience every minute, and he didn't want to waste it. The skeleton frame began to grow flesh again. In less than 10 seconds, a handsome young man appeared once more. However, As Wei Xiaosu returned to human form, it was obvious that Xiao Chong and Xiao Shui looked disappointed. Hey, what are you two dogs looking at? Do I look not handsome now? Wei Xiaosu scolded irritably. Too lazy to pay attention to them. Wei Xiaosu opened his attribute panel. After reaching Tier 3, his attributes had also increased significantly. Name: Wei Xiaosu. Boss. Occupation: Undead Summoner. 3rd Tier. Level: 31, 41.75%. Strength: 4588 Agility. 5132 Constitution. 5116 Spirit. 12222 Main Equipment. The Fallen's Grief Summoning Space. 18/2 for 400 skills. Innate Skill: Eternal Glory SSS. Summon Skeleton Mage G. 30. Ghost Fire Technique G. Summon Skeleton Wild Boar G. Summon Skeleton Guard G. Summon Skybreaker Swordsman S. In terms of basic attributes, there has been a big increase, especially in Spirit, which has broken 10,000 for the first time and reached an astonishing 12,222. Most third-tier professionals have their top attribute around 7,000 or 8,000. Being over 10,000 is extremely rare and marks a super genius. Next, it's time to check out the effects of the SSS level innate skill and main equipment. Eternal Glory SSS. Effect 1. With extremely strong soul power, you have mastered the ultimate skill of the Undead Summoner. You can learn the same summoning skills without limit, and the effects can stack infinitely. There is also a very low chance to upgrade the skill level. Effect 2. With very strong soul power, you achieve true immortality. Any damage you take will randomly transfer to your summoned creatures, including those in reality and within the summoning space. Effect 3. With strong soul power, you can control the death energy inside corpses to make them explode. The explosion's power depends on the corpse's strength and life, but you cannot detonate corpses stronger than your level. This technique is also called Corpse Explosion. Effect 4. With strong soul power, you can increase your skill levels, but you need to spend skill points. Skill points can be obtained by spending cash, which is everyone's greatest desire. Spending cash can collect desires, which are converted into skill points to upgrade skills. Wei Xiaosu. What is this? Skills that require money to use? Wei Xiaosu felt a vague sense of unease, but after reading the description of Effect 4, he couldn't resist trying it. He began to control his thoughts to increase his current level. Ding upgrading, Summon Skeleton Mage, requires 30 skill points. Insufficient skill points to upgrade. Ding upgrading Ghost Fire Technique, requires 1 skill point. Insufficient skill points to upgrade. Ding. After several attempts, Wei Xiaosu summarized a pattern. Leveling up G-class skills costs 1 skill point, but the Summon Skeleton Mage is an exception, requiring 30 skill points. Perhaps because this skill has a 30-fold summoning effect, upgrading it also needs 30 times the skill points. As for the S-class skill Breakthrough Sword Warrior, upgrading it requires 100,000 skill points. Truly astonishing. How do I exchange for skill points? Wei Xiaosu thought to himself. Sure enough, the next second, a faint blue light screen appeared before his eyes, showing the exchange rate clearly. 1 skill point equals 10,000 Huaxia coins. Wow, that's so expensive. Wei Xiaosu felt a bit of pain. 1 skill point costs 10,000 Huaxia coins, so upgrading an S-class skill might need 1 billion coins? Although he didn't have a billion, he still had a few thousand yuan. His bank card still held over 30,000 yuan in cash. Wei Xiaosu hesitated, but decided to exchange for the sake of improving his strength. Ding, congratulations. You spent 30,000 Huaxia coins and successfully exchanged for 3 skill points. Now, besides the Skeleton Mage, he had 3 G-class skills, and 3 skill points were enough to upgrade all of them by 1 level. Ding, you spent 1 skill point to successfully upgrade Ghost Fire Technique, G level, to Ghost Fire Technique, F level. Ghost Fire Technique, F level consumes 1 to 100 mental energy to gather a ghostly flame, causing burning damage to the target. The more mental energy used, the greater the power. I didn't expect the F level Ghost Fire Technique to be 10 times more effective than G level. This is definitely worth it. At first, he felt a little regretful, but now he could only say that spending 10,000 yuan was totally worth it. Then, he eagerly upgraded the Summon Skeleton Boar and Summon Skeleton Guard to F level. Compared to G level, these two skills did not increase the strength of the summoned creatures, but they have the mental energy needed for summoning. Originally, it took 10 points of mental energy to summon one, but now it only requires 5 points. This is a major upgrade. Wei Xiaosu mainly kept summoning skeleton mages not because they were strong, but because they were cheap. Only 0.1 points of mental energy to summon 30 of them. Truly good value for the cost. Next, he tried to upgrade the skill level beyond F, which required 10 skill points, equivalent to 100,000 Huaxia coins. He felt sad because he had no money. I need to find a way to earn more money, Wei Xiaosu muttered. Although he used to think money was important, now he felt that without money, he couldn't survive. He was very satisfied with the fourth effect of his innate skill, so he eagerly opened the description of his main equipment. The Grief of the Departed, Boss, Level 31, Rank, Tier 3, Strength, 1000, Agility, 1000, Constitution, 1000, Spirit, 1000, Effect 1. Dig a hole, bury a corpse, and after 60 seconds, you will get a small sapling full of strange fruits. Note: only creatures you have killed can trigger Effect 1. Effect 2. Dig a grave, open a coffin. The more wicked you become, the stronger you get. Any recognized corpse in the graves you dig will revive and become your most loyal servant. Note: corpses whose former strength exceeds your own by 100 times cannot be revived. Effect 3. In a small garden, dig and plant tiny seeds, grow small flowers. In a large garden, dig and plant big seeds, grow big flowers. After purchasing seeds from the currency shop, you can activate farming mode with the Grief of the Departed. Effect 4. You can freely switch the form of the Grief of the Departed, currently available as Death Scythe. Description: he is dead, but not completely dead. He is alive, but not fully alive. Death is not the end. The undead are the true home. Hiss, can the spirit of the departed change form? Wei Xiaosu looked at the description of Effect 4, then had an idea. Sure enough, the black iron shovel in his hand instantly transformed. It changed from an ordinary shovel into a sickle that radiated deathly aura. What surprised him even more was that the Death Sickle had its own information page, including 4-dimensional attribute boosts and significant changes in its effects. Death Sickle, Boss, Level 31, Rank, Tier 3, Strength, 2000, Agility, 2000, Constitution, 2000, Spirit, 2000, Effect 1, 10% increase in 4-dimensional attributes. Effect 2, 10% ability to ignore defense. Effect 3, when killing enemies, it harvests their souls to nourish itself, providing a slight healing effect. Effect 4, can switch freely between the spirit of the departed form and the Death Sickle form. Description: it is dead, but not completely gone. It is alive, but not fully alive. Death is not the end, the undead are. The boost to the 4-dimensional attributes doubled, and effects 1, 2, and 3 are all very practical in battle, especially Effect 3, which, in a game, would be a true life-stealing ability. Haha, I won't need to use a shovel to fight anymore, Wei Xiaosu said, caressing the Death Sickle in his hand, unable to part with it. Forget the bonus effects for now. Just the appearance alone made Wei Xiaosu extremely satisfied. Do you know the Death God from the movies in Eagle Sauce Country? Yes, the kind of weapon in that form. Only more handsome and cooler. The entire Death Sickle is about 2 meters long, standing taller than Wei Xiaosu himself. Its crescent-shaped, sharp blade emanates wisps of black gas, and just one look makes it clear that this is an extraordinary weapon. Wei Xiaosu transformed the Death Sickle back into a black iron shovel and began cleaning up the battlefield. First, the corpse of the King of Insects could not be wasted. This was a peak Tier 3 corpse, and who knew what top-tier treasures might be gained from digging a hole and burying it. So, immediately, Wei Xiaosu put the corpse of the Insect King into his storage bag. Luckily, the body was small and didn't take up much space. Otherwise, he would have had to discard the body of a tank insect painfully. Looking at the 65 tank insect bodies and the Insect King's corpse in several storage bags, Wei Xiaosu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This trip to the ruins had yielded so much that he believed he was about to make a big leap in strength. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, just as Wei Xiaosu was about to check on his classmates' injuries, a small crystal bead about the size of a ping-pong ball caught his eye. The crystal bead was located where the insect king's body had been, partially covered by sand and stones. He almost didn't notice it. Is the insect king hiding some good stuff? Wei Xiaosu wondered. He wasn't sure if it was his own mistake or something about the ruins. But since the second day he entered, no monsters had dropped anything. No matter if they were small attack insects, tank insects, or even the insect king, nothing at all. But just as Wei Xiaosu picked up the crystal bead from the ground, several system prompts sounded in his mind, and a faint blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Core Array I Soul Fusion Treasure Pearl. The ruins will collapse in 10 seconds. All creatures inside will be forcibly teleported out to Blue Star. Wow, it's actually the Core Array I. Wei Xiaosu's heart started pounding faster. Each Core Array I in the ruins was a treasure that could excite even 9th-rank experts. He couldn't believe he had obtained it so casually. Knowing that treasures should not be exposed openly, Wei Xiaosu quickly looked around. Aside from a few unconscious classmates, there was no one else. Only then did he carefully place the pearl into his exclusive pink storage bag. He didn't have time to check the pearl's details. The 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Xiaosu saw the sky inside the ruins begin to with terrifying fissures, stretching across the heavens and the earth. He could clearly feel this small world collapsing at an extremely fast speed. Just like when he entered the ruins, Wei Xiaosu felt dizzy. When his vision cleared, he found himself back on the land of Blue Star. The entrance to enter and leave the ruins is the same, so Wei Xiaosu did not appear in the island country or the neighboring country, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, he noticed that the scene around him was a bit chaotic. As the ruins shattered, besides some bugs being thrown out, hundreds of thousands of skeleton mages were also released. That was hundreds of thousands of skeleton mages. Even experienced high-level professionals were shocked. Fortunately, Wei Xiaosu noticed in time and quickly used his summoning ability to recall all the skeleton mages. Otherwise, if the high-level professionals who didn't understand the situation had attacked, the loss would have been huge. Everyone, pay attention, kill the monsters. Suddenly, a resentful roar echoed in the air. Wei Xiaosu looked up toward the sound and saw it was the dean of the Melee Combat Academy, Wang Guowei. Wang Guowei floated in the air. His face looked calm, but the fierce aura emanating from him made all the students feel a chill. What a bunch of bugs. With Wang Guowei's strength, a quick glance was enough to estimate how many people had come out of the ruins. A few days ago, tens of thousands of people had been pulled into the ruins, but now, fewer than 10,000 remained. In the next moment, Wang Guowei transformed into a streak of light. When he reappeared, he was holding the head of a tank bug and flying into the air. Compared to the huge size of the tank bug, Wang Guowei looked like an ant. Yet, this tiny ant was enough to make the tank bug powerless to resist. Then, everyone saw a scene that made them tighten their butts. Wang Guowei slowly tore off the 4 large legs of the tank bug, then peeled open its shell, broke its antennae, and pulled out its teeth. After a moment, the large tank bug was left with only a body and a head, its miserable screams echoing endlessly. He casually threw the still-alive tank bug on the ground, letting other students go and kill it for loot. Soon, Wang Guowei set his sights on another tank bug, venting his anger freely. Bug King, you should be grateful I killed you. Otherwise, when you leave the ruins, even thinking about dying would be a luxury. Wei Xiaosu's eyelids twitched rapidly as he admired Wang Guowei's dismantling skills, all the while secretly muttering to himself. The remaining number of bugs was already small. After being slaughtered by powerful outsiders, they couldn't last more than 3 minutes, and all died. Then, the healing experts who had been waiting nearby began to treat the injured. Wei Xiaosu saw a student who was barely breathing, but under a senior healer's skill, he was revived in less than 10 seconds, full of life again. This healing power is really impressive, Wei Xiaosu envied. If he had such teammates, he might even dare to challenge the Bug King at its peak. Whether it's running dungeons or exploring secret realms, having a reliable support teammate can sometimes be more helpful than a combat-focused one, especially those who can heal a teammate from near death with a single spell. Such teammates are highly sought after. Help! Monkey killer! Wei Xiaosu! Save me! Suddenly, a child's voice for help echoed in Wei Xiaosu's mind. He immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I forgot about the Great Sage. During the final battle with the Bug King, Wei Xiaosu was worried that the little monkey, the Great Sage, might get caught in the fight, so he sent it to a safe spot to wait. After the Bug King was defeated, he completely forgot about the little monkey. Now, the monkey and Wei Xiaosu had a master-servant contract, so he could sense where the Great Sage was. He didn't hesitate and ran straight toward him. If he arrived late, the Great Sage might be mistaken for a monster and killed. Wei Xiaosu couldn't bear to think about it. Director Wang, hold on to the monkey. The one who caught the Great Sage was none other than Wang Guowei, who had been filled with resentment these days. Fortunately, after catching the monkey, he didn't immediately use his dismantling skills. Otherwise, Wei Xiaosu would have had to dig a grave for the Great Sage with tears in his eyes. When Wang Guowei heard someone calling him, he looked away from the monkey in his hand. Seeing Wei Xiaosu, he was quite surprised. Although he was the head of the melee department, he was also the leader of all departments, so he was well aware of the talents across various magic disciplines. Because he understood, he was surprised when he saw Wei Xiaosu. If he remembered correctly, before entering the ruins, Wei Xiaosu was only at level 1. But in just a few days, this kid had actually advanced to level 3. Is this monkey yours? Wang Guowei asked, holding the saint's hind leg. Seeing the saint's sad and hopeless expression, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but he still nodded. Dean Wang, this is my contracted pet in the ruins. Oh, Wang Guowei responded, then looked at the saint and casually threw it aside. Its bloodline quality is pretty good. Train it well. It could be a good helper in the future. After being thrown out, the saint quickly hid behind Wei Xiaosu, grabbing his pants with its small hands and only peeking out with its eyes to watch the human in front. It was so scary, much scarier than any tiger demon king or insect king, 1,000 times worse. Thank you, Dean Wang. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Usually, he would try to get closer to Wang Guowei, maybe make himself more familiar. But now, with that face full of resentment, Wei Xiaosu was afraid the other might get upset and hit him. Wait. Just as Wei Xiaosu was about to turn and run, Wang Guowei spoke again. Those tens of thousands of skeleton monsters just now, are they all your summoned creatures? Among the Magic University students, only 2 could summon undead creatures, and both were freshmen this year. The other was Lu Jiadong, a necromancer, ranked 5th among the new students, a super genius. But necromancers mainly studied death magic, and summoning undead creatures was just a minor skill. Even a super genius couldn't summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton monsters at once. So, after thinking it over, it seemed that only this seemingly harmless-looking young boy in front of him had this ability. Kind of, Wei Xiaosu said awkwardly, knowing he probably couldn't hide it anymore. In the ruins, he had summoned 1,000,000 skeleton mages, and many people had seen it with their own eyes. Denying it was impossible. It is, and it isn't. What do you mean by kind of? Wang Guowei suddenly snapped, his face almost dripping with black water, scaring Wei Xiaosu into trembling all over. Reporting to Dean Wang, I summoned all those skeleton monsters. Upon hearing the positive response, Wang Guowei's expression improved slightly. Although those skeleton monsters were weak, if there were enough of them, it wouldn't be hard to overwhelm a level 4 expert, even if they were stacked together. All right, you can go now. Later, follow your mentor back to the school. Wang Guowei waved his hand, signaling Wei Xiaosu to leave. Watching Wei Xiaosu's back, Wang Guowei nodded secretly. Being able to break through 2 levels in just a few days and summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton monsters shows that he is a talented person. As long as he doesn't die young, he will surely become a high-level professional in the future. Wei Xiaosu, that person is so scary. I was really frightened. It's all your fault. I almost got hurt. The Great Sage jumped back onto Wei Xiaosu's head, still trembling with fear. Hearing the Great Sage's complaints, Wei Xiaosu rolled his eyes. With Wang Guowei's strength, the shield badge on him probably wouldn't work, so the other person likely saw that the Great Sage was a contracted pet. Otherwise, with Wang Guowei's current anger, he would have already used his dismantling skills on the great sage. Nonsense. That's an 8th level expert. If I really wanted to crush you, it would be easier than crushing an ant. What? 8th level? The great sage was also startled. He quickly shut his mouth, afraid that the 8th level expert might overhear his whisper. Then, Wei Xiaosu found Lu Yang and others among the crowd, all of whom were only at level 3. Under the treatment of high-level professionals, they recovered quite quickly. Everyone was very curious about how the king of insects died. To keep it secret, Wei Xiaosu simply blamed Song Jingyun, and surprisingly, no one doubted his story. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Song Jingyun was a peak level 3 expert and ranked 18th on the hidden professional list as the nine-tailed fox. It was quite reasonable that she could turn the tide and defeat the king of insects. Finally, they chatted for a while, speculating about who was lucky enough to take the relic core. Although some suspected Song Jingyun, they realized that killing the king of insects and obtaining the relic core were not necessarily connected. Of course, if Song Jingyun had been there, she would have loudly claimed that the person who killed the king of insects would definitely get the relic core, because she had seen with her own eyes that the king of insects was created by the mother insect using the relic core, a super life form. Soon, under the school's arrangement, all students returned to the Magic University campus. Wei Xiaosu, exhausted, went back to his dormitory and quickly entered the bathroom. He hadn't showered in many days. His body was covered with thick layers of mud and blood scabs. Now, under the hot water, he felt incredibly comfortable. He spent nearly half an hour washing himself. When he came out, he saw Dashing holding a 1-liter bottle of Coca-Cola, gulping it down eagerly, looking like he had never tasted such happiness before. Wei Xiaosu's eyelids twitched at the sight. Burp, that was a whole liter of joy water. Dashing drank it all in one go. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched, and he scolded him with a bit of annoyance. You really didn't leave me any. Hee, this stuff is so good. Wei Xiaosu. I want more, Dashing said, tossing the empty bottle aside, looking satisfied but still wanting more. Do you know how expensive happiness water is? It costs 7 yuan a bottle. Do you think it's cheap? Wei Xiaosu looked genuinely distressed, gesturing with his hands. 7 yuan? Dashing seemed surprised and hesitated to ask for more. Instead, he weakly asked, how long would it take you to earn 7 yuan? Wei Xiaosu walked over to the locker, plugged in the hairdryer, and started drying his hair while sighing. As the saying goes, a hero is stumped by a penny. 7 yuan is 700 cents, which means 700 heroes. Do you think it's easy to earn that? Hearing this, Dashing shivered all over. What had he just done? He had gulped down the equivalent of 700 heroes. No wonder Wei Xiaosu was scolding him. If it were him, he might not just scold the monkey. I'm sorry. I should have left some for you. Dashing looked at the empty bottles on the table, feeling deeply guilty. Relax, relax. Your master isn't a stingy person. Don't worry. When I earn money in the future, I will buy you more happiness water, Wei Xiaosu said with a wave, drawing a big promise. Naive Dashing, hearing that Wei Xiaosu not only forgave him, but also promised to buy him 7 yuan bottles of cola, almost started crying from being touched. Hey, great sage, I have a few dirty clothes, socks, shoes, and so on. Can you help wash them? I've been so tired lately and need a good sleep. Wei Xiaosu yawned widely after drying his hair, then walked toward the bedroom while giving Great Sage some chores to do. Okay, I'll go right now. Washing a few clothes, socks, and shoes. Wei Xiaosu agreed to earn money to buy him some fun drinks. There was nothing more to say. Even if he had to wash every day in the future, he wouldn't mind. Watching Great Sage happily run to wash the clothes, Wei Xiaosu smiled and closed the bedroom door contentedly, then lay down on the soft bed and fell asleep. Wei Xiaosu slept very comfortably. When he woke up again, it was the next morning. He had slept for more than 10 hours. Getting out of bed and walking out of the bedroom, Wei Xiaosu immediately saw the clean clothes and pants hanging on the balcony, feeling very pleased. Great Sage, where's your monkey? Wei Xiaosu looked around but didn't see Great Sage, so he called out. Watching TV, came the voice from the living room. Wei Xiaosu was surprised at first, then went to the living room. Sure enough, he saw a monkey sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the TV. Wow, how can the monkey watch TV? Wei Xiaosu was shocked. He remembered he hadn't taught the monkey how to operate it. Great Sage didn't turn his head. He pointed to the instruction manual on the table, meaning it clearly. Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. He thought the monkey was quite capable. But when he saw that the channel was a shopping network, he suddenly felt nervous. Ahem, Great Sage, you're a kid. Why are you watching shopping shows? We can't afford to buy anything. Here, I'll turn on a cartoon for you. Worried about revealing his trick, Wei Xiaosu quickly grabbed the remote and changed the channel. It just happened to switch to the children's channel, playing a cartoon version of Journey to the West. Watch this. There's also a monkey in it, and he's pretty amazing, Wei Xiaosu said happily, then patted Great Sage's head and said, I need to go out for a bit. Stay at home, and I'll order some takeout for you. Remember to go pick it up. After leaving the dormitory, Wei Xiaosu took out his phone to check. There were several WeChat messages, all from Professor Wang Xiaoman. The main message was that after he rested, he should go to the academic affairs office to find her. Wei Xiaosu knew some things couldn't be avoided. He had to face them bravely. Soon, he arrived at the academic affairs office. Inside, not only was his mentor, Wang Xiaoman, but even director Wang Guowei was there. For some reason, whenever Wei Xiaosu saw Wang Guowei, he always felt uneasy, as if the other person could see through his secrets instantly. Teacher, Director Wang, Wei Xiaosu greeted respectfully as he entered. Xiaosu is here. Director Wang and I were just talking about you, Wang Xiaoman said with a gentle smile. She invited Wei Xiaosu to sit beside her and asked with concern, How have you been resting? Thank you for your care, teacher. I've rested well, Wei Xiaosu replied. Then he secretly glanced at Wang Guowei sitting nearby and asked, Teacher, is there something you want to talk to me about? Wang Xiaoman nodded softly. She smiled and said, In a few days, the school will start a new student training class. 20 students will be selected for special training. The instructors will be the department heads. If you are chosen, you'll earn 100 credits. Those who perform very well will get extra credits. Are you interested in joining? Wei Xiaosu initially thought Wang Xiaoman was asking about the core formation, and he was trying to figure out how to explain himself. But he never expected that she wouldn't mention the core formation at all. Instead, she talked about the training class. Joining the training class would give him 100 credits immediately, and the instructors would be department heads. That sounded like a great opportunity. The department heads are usually high-level professionals. Usually, to attend their classes, you need at least 10 credits. Now he heard that if he joined the training class, he could attend for free. Why hesitate? I'm definitely interested. But teacher, why are you suddenly starting this training class? Wei Xiaosu asked with confusion. It didn't seem likely that the school would invite several senior professionals to teach new students without reason. Wang Xiaoman was pleased with his question. She softly smiled and said, Of course, it's to prepare for this year's national exchange competition. The department heads will personally teach to improve your practical skills and bring honor to the school. National exchange competition? Is it that big? Wei Xiaosu was shocked. He had heard before that schools sometimes had exchange competitions, but usually only within the local area. This time, it seemed different. Wang Xiaoman didn't mind Wei Xiaosu's surprise and continued explaining. In 2 months, at the end of this year, well-known vocational schools across the country will hold a big exchange competition. In the past, there were similar events, but they were usually limited to each province. For example, our Magic University mainly competes with other local colleges in Magic City. But this time, our opponents might come from all over the country, even from Jing University. Jing University has always been considered the top vocational school nationwide. For this national exchange competition, our Magic University must beat them. That's why the school leaders want department heads to personally teach. Wei Xiaosu cherished this opportunity. After hearing Wang Xiaoman's explanation, Wei Xiaosu's heart filled with anticipation. He wouldn't miss the chance to compete against talented students from top universities nationwide. However, he was puzzled. Why was he selected? There are many first-year students, and even after the relic trip, losing nearly a third, most of the top talents are still alive. The special training class only has 20 students. Even if his ranking moved up 50 places, it still wouldn't make sense for him to be chosen. Seeing the doubt in Wei Xiaosu's eyes, Wang Xiaoman smiled and looked at Wang Guowei, who was sitting nearby playing on his phone. He said, It was Director Wang's special permission that let you join. Our summoning department only has you in the program. Hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was initially surprised, but he quickly guessed the reason. It was probably because of the number of skeleton monsters he summoned yesterday, which made Wang Guowei think he had enough strength to be selected for the special training. Thank you, Director Wang. Wei Xiaosu turned to Wang Guowei and expressed his gratitude. You're thanking too early. Wang Guowei looked up from his phone, glanced at Wei Xiaosu, and said calmly, each school can send at most 10 students to the national exchange competition. Since you only joined the special training class, whether you can represent the school is still uncertain. Wei Xiaosu, thanking too early. He wanted to complain, but given their strength, he held back. I will do my best, Wei Xiaosu said, then asked curiously, who else is in the special training class this time? Wang Guowei, as usual, was difficult to communicate with and didn't answer Wei Xiaosu's question. Instead, Wang Xiaoman smiled and replied, the ones approved to join include you, making a total of 5 people. The other 4 are Shi Ritian from the Melee Department, Lu Linlin from the Range Department, Li Mao from the Assassination Department, and Nanji from the Support Department. The remaining 15 spots will be recommended by the respective department mentors. There was nothing more to say. These 4 are top talents in their departments, especially Shi Ritian from the Melee Department. His name is full of jokes, but his strength is truly impressive. He is also ranked first among the new students this year. On the other hand, Wei Xiaosu being specially approved to join seemed a bit out of place. Although the summoning department has only about 100 students this year, there are students ranked higher than him. All right, go back and prepare well. The special training class will be officially announced and start in the next 2 days. Work hard. Wang Xiaoman had high hopes for her student, especially after seeing his performance in the ruins. Okay, the teachers and Director Wang. I'll take my leave now. Just as Wei Xiaosu turned to leave, Wang Guowei suddenly spoke behind him. There is a trial tower in the school. If you have time, you can try it out. Each level you pass will earn you credits. Thank you, Director Wang. I understand. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Wei Xiaosu let out a long breath. He felt especially good. Sometimes, showing some strength is necessary. Otherwise, why would the school spend so much money to train you? If his performance in the ruins hadn't been outstanding, he probably wouldn't have made it into the top ranks among the new students. There's even credit rewards for trying the trial tower? I didn't know that, Wei Xiaosu muttered as he walked back. Credits are a valuable thing. With credits, you can exchange for anything in the school, or even sell them for money. From what he heard, 1 credit is worth about 1,000 Huaxia coins. Of course, most people wouldn't do such a foolish thing as selling. For example, an A-level skill book costs 10,000 credits to exchange. Converted into Huaxia coins, that's 10 million. But if you really want to spend 10 million to buy an A-grade skill book from the outside world, it's just a dream. Not to mention 10 million, even 100 million might not guarantee someone will sell it to you. However, I don't seem to need credits much, so exchanging credits for money might be a good idea, Wei Xiaosu said to himself. Now he can use money to improve his skill levels. His need for money is endless. Even if he gets an A or S-grade skill, he might worry that the skill's effects don't match him. But he has no such worries because he can choose skills that suit him and upgrade from the lowest level upward, ensuring compatibility. Ding 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 suddenly, Wei Xiaosu's phone buzzed with a WeChat message. He took out his phone and saw it was from Zhang Taidan. Zhang Taidan, merchant dear brother Xiaosu. How have you been lately? Zhang Taidan, merchant I opened a branch in Magic University Commercial Street. Come visit when you have time. I'll help you rank up in the game. Looking at the 2 messages on the screen, Wei Xiaosu's mouth twitched. This unscrupulous merchant, who isn't even a good person, managed to open a branch in Magic University Commercial Street. How many people's hard-earned money has he tricked? Thinking about how he sold his slime sword for only 10,000 yuan, and the other person resold it for 50,000, made him grind his teeth in anger. Me, little golden player, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Ding ding ding. Zhang Taidan, merchant brother Xiaosu, don't falsely accuse me. I've already reached platinum level. Zhang Taidan, merchant by the way, I found 10 skill books for summoning skeleton mages and 10 for summoning skeleton warriors. Come pick them up when you can. These kinds of trash are hard to get. Even if someone drops them, they're just discarded. It took me a lot of effort to get them. Me, brother Dan, where's your new store? Send me the location, I'll come right away. Magic University Commercial Street. Wei Xiaosu followed the navigation on his phone. After about an hour, he found Zhang Tian's new shop, Taidan Specialty Store Branch 2. Looking at the store sign at the entrance, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Such a clearly poorly chosen store name, and yet they actually opened a branch. Unbelievable. Inside the store, Wei Xiaosu immediately saw Zhang Taidan behind the counter, playing a popular mobile game. A staff member came over to greet him, but he just waved his hand, signaling he was here to see the owner. "Brother Dan, I'm here," Wei Xiaosu greeted. Zhang Taidan, still focused on his game, only nodded and said, "Xiaosu, wait a few minutes. I'm about to win this round." Oh, hearing this, Wei Xiaosu was surprised. Has Zhang Taidan really improved his gaming skills after these months? He moved closer to look, and his face darkened. "You're playing as Zhou Zhou in the top lane, with a purification spell, and your record is 5-11-1. Is this what you call a big shot?" But then, the next moment, Wei Xiaosu saw the kill count ratio was 620. Well, all the kills were on his side. If you want to call him a big shot, well, forget it. No need to say more. He didn't bother to watch the terrible game anymore. Wei Xiaosu started wandering around the store, observing. Compared to Qingyang City, this branch was about half the size. But that's understandable. The rent on Magic City's commercial street isn't something Qingyang can compare to. Renting a 20 square meter shop here is already a big investment. Wow, the quality of the goods in this store is pretty good. Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but comment after a few minutes. Although the shop is small, it's well stocked, and the quality of the products is much higher than in Qingyang City. After all, it's Magic City, close to the university. If they sold low-grade products here, business wouldn't last long. "Xiaosu, I just won big. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Wei Xiaosu heard Zhang Tian's excited voice from behind. Before he could react, Zhang Taidan ran over holding his phone and said, "Look, I got MVP. I won." Wei Xiaosu looked at him with suspicion first, then glanced at the phone. Sure enough, he had really won. A top laner with a purification spell, and he got MVP? Who were the other 4 teammates? They must be some kind of gods. Looking at Zhang Tian's proud expression, Wei Xiaosu felt inexplicably annoyed, as if he had been cheated out of money and felt uncomfortable. All right, you're impressive," Wei Xiaosu said casually. He was a master at diamond level. A mere Platinum 5 player was not worth his attention. "Where's the skill book I asked for?" "Here it is." Zhang Taidan put his phone back into his pocket, then flicked a ring on his. Instantly, a bundle of skill books tied with a rope appeared. "Wow, Brother Taidan, is that a space ring?" Wei Xiaosu's eyes were fixed on the simple, old-fashioned ring. He didn't even bother to look at the skill books anymore. "Oh, you found out by accident," Zhang Taidan said with a guilty look, then turned the ring and added, "I just got it yesterday. It cost 2 million, paid in full." "Wei Xiaosu, are you serious about buying a car? And what do you mean, by accident? You clearly did it on purpose, right?" "But I have to say, space rings are really tempting. Compared to storage bags, space rings are smaller, don't take up much space, and have huge storage capacity. Even the smallest space ring is said to hold 100 cubic meters." "Brother Taidan, how much space does your ring have?" Wei Xiaosu asked curiously. Zhang Taidan waved his hand dismissively, looking like he didn't think it was worth mentioning, but then he still revealed its capacity. 215 cubic meters. "It's okay, I guess." "Wei Xiaosu, what do you mean big?" "That's what I call big. When I look at my storage bag, which only holds 10 cubic meters, I feel a bit embarrassed." "Oh well, never mind." Wei Xiaosu silently took the bundle of skill books, no longer wanting to talk about space rings. They were too discouraging. "Brother Taidan, why did you only get these few books?" Wei Xiaosu complained. "Hey, little brother Xiaosu, these are level 0, rank 1 undead summoning beast skill books. Their rarity is comparable to S-rank undead summoning beast skill books. I managed to get so many because I almost ran myself ragged. Of course, saying they are comparable to S-rank skill books might be a bit of an exaggeration, but at least most A-rank skill books are better than these junk skills. After all, these things don't sell well, so even if monsters drop them, no one would bother to pick them up. Thank you, Brother Dan, for supporting me with 20 skill books. I hope you keep up the good work in the future." Wei Xiaosu cheerfully put all the skill books into his storage bag. Zhang Taidan, having received what he wanted, Wei Xiaosu mischievously asked, "Brother Dan, do you want the treasure?" Hearing this strange question, Zhang Taidan was a bit stunned. If he remembered correctly, that seemed to be his usual catchphrase, right? But none of that mattered now. He just wanted to know what good treasures Wei Xiaosu had brought him, so he eagerly said, "What are you waiting for? Let's see what you've got." Wei Xiaosu didn't hesitate. He took out his pink storage bag. The bodies of the bugs inside had already been moved to other bags, so this one only contained equipment, items, and skill books obtained from the ruins. Although the monsters in the ruins no longer drop anything, he liked to loot everything anyway. With so many deaths, probably around 100,000, just looting casually would fill the entire bag. Wei Xiaosu handed the bag to Zhang Taidan and said, "All the stuff inside is yours, but the price can't be less than 1 million. Most of the items in the bag were equipment, followed by various items, and the fewest were skill books. He had estimated the market value beforehand. If he sold everything, it would definitely be worth at least 1 million. When Zhang Taidan heard about the 1 million deal, his eyes lit up. The mental energy on the bag had been erased, so he saw the items inside directly. A minute later, Zhang Taidan looked up with a suspicious gaze at Wei Xiaosu and asked cautiously, "Brother Xiaosu, tell me honestly, how much did you pay to get all this stuff?" Wei Xiaosu: "What the heck? Are you kidding me? Don't you remember the incident a few days ago when the Magic University students got caught in the ruins?" "Oh, I know. Hearing Wei Xiaosu say that, Zhang Taidan finally nodded in relief, then thought for a few seconds and said, "I'll give you 1.2 million, and I'll also give you those 20 skill books. From now on, if you find good stuff, remember to come find me." "Wow, as expected of my egg. My good brother Zhang. Don't worry, if I find any good stuff in the future, I'll just bring it to you." Originally, he only offered 1 million yuan, but unexpectedly, he managed to get an extra 200,000 yuan. For Wei Xiaosu now, this was a big surprise. He was really short on money. After Zhang Taidan transferred everything from his storage bag into his ring, Wei Xiaosu skillfully took out his phone and opened WeChat's payment QR code. "Come on, brother Zhang, it's your turn to perform." Zhang Taidan didn't take out his phone and didn't seem to plan to pay. Watching this scene, Wei Xiaosu felt nervous. "Brother Zhang, Brother Egg, don't talk. Just scan the code," Wei Xiaosu said, his face darkening. Memories of painful past experiences flooded back. Each time he thought he'd make a big profit, but in the end, he not only lost money, but also had to pay out thousands. It was frustrating. Was he being tricked? Maybe not. Although he didn't get any money, he did get some real good items. How should he see this? In the past, Wei Xiaosu thought money was not so important. But now, things were different. He needed money, lots of it. "Xiaosu, listen to me. I really have some good stuff here." Zhang Taidan started to speak again. "Brother Egg, please scan the code." Wei Xiaosu interrupted quickly, worried he might keep talking and cause himself to lose more money or end up paying extra. Zhang Taidan. WeChat received 1.2 million yuan. Seeing the 1.2 million yuan in his WeChat balance, Wei Xiaosu felt satisfied as he left Tiedan's shop. He had fallen into the same trap once, then twice. There was no way he would fall into it a third time. Dream on. This time, with 1.2 million, he planned to keep 200,000 for emergencies. The remaining 1 million would be exchanged for skill points, exactly 100 points. It sounded like a lot, but when he actually used them, he knew it wouldn't be enough. After leaving the shopping street, Wei Xiaosu went to a nearby park, found a quiet spot, and started thinking about how to spend his skill points. He now most wants to improve his skeleton mage. As his level and realm increase, the skeleton mage is gradually falling behind his pace. For example, in the ruins, the skeleton mage's only role was as cannon fodder because its attack was too weak to even kill the weakest insect monsters. Now he faces a tricky problem. Should he upgrade the skill level first or increase the number of summons first? Currently, the skeleton mage can be summoned 30 times at once, which requires 30 skill points to upgrade. He has 10 skill books, and if he combines all of them, the summon count would increase to 40 times, needing 40 skill points. But what if he upgrades first and then increases the number? Would different levels of summoning skill books still stack? Probably no problem, right? Wei Xiaosu carefully reread his talent skills, then gritted his teeth and decided to upgrade the level first, then try to increase the summon count. Ding, congratulations. You spent 30 skill points and successfully upgraded the Summon Skeleton Mage, G level, 30, to Summon Skeleton Mage, F level, 30. Summon Skeleton Mage, F level, 30 consumes 0.1 mental energy to summon 30 elite skeleton mages. Their level varies with the summoner's level. Please, gods, don't let any surprises happen. Wei Xiaosu prayed as he took out a G-level summoning skill book for the skeleton mage. If the skills can't stack, he would be devastated. He has no F-level skill books for skeleton mages, and even if he had money, he couldn't buy any because monsters don't drop such items. Of course, other types of undead summoning creatures exist, but they are different kinds. Learn. Wei Xiaosu focused his mental energy, connecting with the skill book in his hand. Suddenly, a faint blue light screen appeared before him. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the G-level skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. Talent skill, Eternal Glory, SSS. Activated, Skill Effect 1. Seeing the words on the light screen, Wei Xiaosu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had guessed correctly. The skills could indeed be stacked further. Summon Skeleton Mage, F level, 31 consumes 0.1 spirit power to summon 31 elite skeleton mages. Their level varies with the summoner's level. After calculating, Wei Xiaosu saved 10 skill points, which is equivalent to 100,000 soft girl coins. This was a huge gain. Next, Wei Xiaosu combined all 9 remaining skeleton mage skill books, reaching a total of 0.1 spirit power to summon 40 skeleton mages. Additionally, as the skill levels increased, Wei Xiaosu noticed that the tens of thousands of skeleton mages stored in the summoning space automatically advanced from normal to elite level, greatly increasing their strength. Skeleton Mage, Level 3, Elite, Level 31, Strength, 1688, Agility, 1754, Constitution, 1568, Spirit, 2860, Skill. Cannonball, F level. Cannonball, F level throws an explosive cannonball at the target, causing minor damage. Seeing the attributes of the skeleton mage nearly doubled, Wei Xiaosu felt very satisfied. Honestly, if these skeleton mages had been elite level in the ruins, he wouldn't have been so miserable. He could have led 1,000,000 skeleton workers to crush everything. Now, even attack insects are no match for these stats. Plus, since skeleton mages attack from a distance and deal area damage, they can easily defeat insect armies. Next, Wei Xiaosu took out a stack of 10 skill books for summoning skeleton warriors. These are considered cannon fodder units, trash troops. Except for a few summoners with special preferences for skeleton summons, no one wants these low-level skill books. Dropping them on the ground might even get you kicked. But Wei Xiaosu likes these cannon fodder units because they are cheap. Honestly, if someone offered him S-level undead summons in exchange for skeleton warriors, he wouldn't trade. Skeleton warriors are weaker early on, but he can upgrade their skills. One day, they might grow to S-level. Then, with just 1 spirit power point, he could summon thousands of S-level undead creatures. Wouldn't that be amazing? Learn. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully learned the G-level skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Use skill points to increase level. Congratulations. You have used 1 skill point to successfully upgrade the Summon Skeleton Warrior from Grade G to Grade F. After upgrading the Skeleton Warrior to Grade F, Wei Xiaosu did not stop, but continued to level up. The Skeleton Mage has a large base level, so he could only upgrade it once. However, the Skeleton Warrior's base level was only 1, so he needed to seize this chance. To upgrade the Grade F skill to Grade E, it costs 10 skill points. Wei Xiaosu didn't hesitate and chose to agree. Congratulations. You have used 10 skill points to successfully upgrade the Summoned Skeleton Warrior from Grade F to Grade E. Keep going. Congratulations. You have used 50 skill points to successfully upgrade the Summoned Skeleton Warrior from Grade E to Grade D. Seeing that his Skeleton Warrior had reached Grade D, Wei Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction and stopped. However, the 100 skill points he just earned had almost disappeared, leaving only 9, which seemed not enough. Now that the skill levels had increased, Wei Xiaosu planned to stack the quantity. He looked at the remaining 9 skill books in his hand and began to focus his mental energy to learn. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the G-grade skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior. The talent skill, Immortal, SSS, is active, increasing skill effects by 1. Soon, Wei Xiaosu stacked the Summoned Skeleton Warrior to 10, and the explosive power of the skill made him very happy. Summoned Skeleton Warrior, Degrade. 10 consumes 0.1 mental energy to summon 10 boss-level skeleton warriors. Their levels vary with the summoner's level. Summon, Skeleton Warrior. Wei Xiaosu extended his right hand. A strand of black energy shot out from his palm and quickly landed on the ground a few meters away. In less than a second, a skeleton monster about 2 meters tall, wielding a fierce-looking cleaver, appeared. Compared to the small size of the skeleton mage, the skeleton warrior was undoubtedly taller, over 2 meters. Its bones were more robust than many, and just by looking at it, one could tell its combat power was extraordinary. Skeleton Warrior, Level 3, Boss, Level 31, Strength, 5008, Agility, 4204, Constitution, 4718, Spirit, 860, Skill, Frenzied Slaughter, Grade D. Frenzied Slaughter, Grade D. When injured, the Skeleton Warrior becomes even more powerful. The more serious the injury, the stronger the fight, with a maximum boost of twice the normal strength. I can't believe it, this is really crazy. Wei Xiaosu's heart was trembling slightly. A Level 3 boss class summon, with strength exceeding 5,000. What does that even mean? Moreover, such a skeleton warrior can be summoned in the millions at once. Even a mid-level professional could probably defeat one easily. Next, Wei Xiaosu took out the mysterious white bone finger. He still has 41% experience points, so using the finger 3 times is completely fine. You will be my second king-level summon. From now on, I'll call you Dipping Sauce. Wei Xiaosu continued with his quirky naming style, naming his second strongest summon. Thanks to the white bone finger, Dipping Sauce's 4 main attributes became especially strong, and it even gained an extra skill. Dipping Sauce, Level 3. King Level, Level 31, Strength, 14705, Agility, 13284, Constitution, 13118, Spirit, 3860, Skills, Frenzied Slaughter, Grade C. Cawing Plane, Grade C. Frenzied Slaughter, Grade C. When injured, the skeleton warrior's fighting power increases further. The more serious the injury, the greater the boost, up to twice the normal strength. Cawing Plane, Grade C. Shout, Cawing Plane, to increase the next attack's power by 20%. The shout must be made aloud, with at least 3 seconds between uses. The maximum effect of Frenzied Slaughter has increased from doubling the strength to tripling it, which is a big boost. But what's with this new skill? Cawing Plane? Do I really have to shout that? Is this some kind of joke? Fortunately, only Dipping Sauce has this skill. Other skeleton warriors don't, or I'd be in serious trouble, Wei Xiaosu muttered nervously. Thinking about it, if all the skeleton warriors could do this move, then when they enter the battlefield, it would be like a scene of skeleton warriors shouting, crows riding airplanes, all over the place. Wow, that's really scary when you think about it. Wei Xiaosu shook his head to erase that frightening image, then started comparing the gap between Zhang Jiang and Xiao Shuai. Although both are Tier 3 royal summons, Xiao Shuai could probably handle 2 Zhang Jiangs, maybe even 3. Skeleton warriors are just the lowest level of undead creatures, but Xiao Shuai was transformed from a hidden profession called Void Swordman. The difference between them is huge. Wei Xiaosu recalled Zhang Jiang back and left the park. He went to a street outside the Magic University campus, randomly chose a restaurant, and quickly finished his lunch. He also didn't forget to order a luxurious takeaway meal for Desheng in his dorm. As for how luxurious it was probably just a meal from Wallace. Burgers, chicken legs, and soda. If this was in the past, he wouldn't even be willing to eat it. Ding 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 suddenly, Wei Xiaosu's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He picked it up and saw it was from Nanji. Nanji, Xiaosu, everyone is at the trial tower. Do you want to come? Looking at the message, Wei Xiaosu understood. Nanji was also a genius directly selected for the special training class, probably recommended by Wang Guowei, so she went to the trial tower. But what does everyone mean? Could it be that the other 3 chosen people are there too? Me, everyone? Who else is there besides you? Nanji. Just everyone. Pei Qian and Su Xiaoqing. But I don't know why. Su Xiaoqing seems unhappy. I don't dare to talk to her. She's so fierce, pity face. Me? Don't mind her. Maybe her relatives came. I'll come over now. Nanji. Of course, Wei Xiaosu didn't know if Su Xiaoqing's relatives had arrived, but he was very clear about what was going on. Am I pushing her down again? Wei Xiaosu sighed with a bitter smile. The special training class only had 5 spots, and Su Xiaoqing was a melee type. With the freak Shi around, how could she get a special spot for melee fighters? The trial tower is located in the core area of the Magic University, and only students of the university can enter. It is said that the tower is a rare SSS-level item with the special ability to distort space. Of course, this is just hearsay from Wei Xiaosu. With his current status and position, he is far from accessing those secrets. When he reached the outer area of the trial tower, Wei Xiaosu looked up at the Black Tower, which was about 100 meters tall. He felt more and more amazed. The pressure coming from deep within his heart was real. The legendary SSS-level item truly is extraordinary.